Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 111. Isn't that natural? At this time, a female nurse came over and looked at Hina seriously. Have you ever been thirsty? Have you been unable to drink a drop of water for several days in a row? Have you ever waited for death because of lack of water? The feeling of seeing yourself and your loved ones dying, as a Marine officer, you must have never experienced it. Seeing the arrival of the female nurse, the doctor turned around and continued with his work. This clinic, during the drought period, has treated quite a few patients who suffered from diseases caused by lack of water. Many, although my father and I tried hard to treat everyone, we still couldn't prevent their deaths. In the end, even my father and I almost fell down because of the water. But, at this time, Master Li Fan is here. The female nurse put her hands together, and 627 looked at the sky devoutly. His arrival brings rain to this place that hasn't rained for 3 years. My father and I were saved because of the rain. I believe not only me, but many people in Alabasta were saved because of this rain. For me, Master Li Fan is a god. The moment he saved me and my family, I decided that I would always support Master Li Fan. So, even if you are an annoying Marine, since Master Li Fan brought you here, I will still do a good job as a nurse. However, if possible, can you please leave this clinic? I don't want to breathe the air in the same space as you. That would make me sick. Hearing this, Hina frowned tightly. In that case, I'll wait outside. If there is anything needed to heal my soldiers, please let me know. After speaking, Hina stepped out of the clinic door. I've seen your soldiers, and it will take at least a few days for them to regain some activity. You don't have to wait outside all the time. With that said, the female nurse was about to close the door of the clinic. Lisa, wait! At this moment, a female voice sounded outside the door. Molly. The female nurse named Lisa gave Molly a happy look. Molly glanced at Hina first, then walked up to Lisa. Lisa, didn't you agree to watch Li Fan's other movie Fate Stay Night with me? Let's go now. Speaking of which, the Overlord, one, I watched before was really shocking. Although the image of Master Li Fan in it is more like a villain, it always feels so cool. I'm completely obsessed with Master Li Fan. I can't wait to see Li Fan's other films now. Lisa took Molly's hand and shook her head regretfully. I'm sorry, Molly, just now Master Li Fan brought some Marine soldiers for Father to treat, so I want to help Father treat these Marine soldiers first. Sea soldiers? Emily frowned. Why did Master Li Fan treat the nasty sea soldiers? Those guys clearly wanted to take our hero away. Wait, is this woman Marine too? Molly cast a disgusted look at Hina. Hey, this woman is the boss of those injured sailors. Lisa nodded. Although she is a sailor, it was brought by Master Li Fan after all, so I'm sorry Lisa, but you can only go to the movie this time gone. Let me help too, Lisa. Molly walked into the room. Although I don't like Marine, since Master Li Fan brought it here, it's another matter. But, movie tickets? It doesn't matter, Mr. Li Fan's movie tickets are very cheap, and you can just buy another one at that time. Besides, I also want to watch a movie with you, Lisa. As if to isolate Hina's sight, after Molly entered the room, Lisa directly closed the door of the clinic. Tisk, it looks like Marine is completely hated by the people here. Hina exhaled a puff of smoke. Although her expression didn't change much, she felt a little sad in her heart. Are you all ready? After landing from the sky, Li Fan couldn't wait to say. If you're ready, let's go. After arriving at the location, we will start auditioning. Hey? Where did Jun go? After looking around and not finding Jun, Li Fan showed a puzzled expression. Miss Jun, I chased after you left. Nyoki Jo walked over with a smile on her face. Do you need to call her to come back in time? Forget it. Li Fan waved his hand. she must be worried about the marine over there, so it's okay to ask her to check it out. What she plays this time is just a passerby role, and there is no need for an audition. Let's go, everyone, bring your own things, we will go directly to the shooting location to audition. Hearing Li Fan's words, everyone gritted their fists and followed Li Fan's footsteps with anticipation. After walking for about 20 minutes, Li Fan led the crowd to a deserted area. Well, this is it. Here. Nami looked at Li Fan with a strange face. Li Fan, this is just the suburbs. Didn't you say that you want to audition at the filming location? There seems to be no scenes in the suburbs in the script. Li Fan raised his mouth, patted Nami's shoulder, and said with a smile. Look, Nami, it's not like there's nothing here. Li Fan faced the suburbs while communicating with the system in his heart. System, let's project the shooting location. Ding. Follow the wishes of the host. Rumbling. Amidst the surprised eyes of the actors, there was a slight tremor in the deserted suburbs. Amidst this shock, buildings slowly rose from the empty ground. Not only that, but besides buildings, trees, rivers, hills, etc. also appear. After 3.1 after the shock ended, a large space in front of Li Fan has completely changed its appearance. Bustling streets and high-rise buildings different from Alabasta style appeared in front of Li Fan's eyes. As expected of a golden script, the things provided are amazing. Although it doesn't project the entire city, but such a large area can still use the range of several streets. Even though he had a hunch, seeing the changes in front of him, Li Fan still had a lot of heart fluctuations. In front of Li Fan, there are not only city streets, but also a small island-like environment not far away. Obviously, it is the environment used for filming Yu-Gi-Oh! Although the island provided by the system is not as big as a real island, it is shocking enough. Chapter 112. Okay, that's amazing. What the hell is this? It's amazing, it feels like a city was suddenly built. I suddenly felt that director Li Fan would make a lot of money by engaging in the construction industry instead of making movies. Stupid you, how can architecture be better than making movies? Do you know how much money Li Fan can make by directing a movie? That's right, and, if director Li Fan goes to shoot architecture, where will we make money from? A group of actors discussed and looked at the scene in front of them excitedly. Li Fan, your ability is amazing. Vivi walked up to Li Fan, changing geographical conditions, creating cities out of thin air. Hey, Li Fan, can you use this ability to help Alabasta build some buildings? Hearing this, Li Fan shook his head. Sorry, Vivi, I constructed this with my ability. There is a limit to the use of time, and when the film is finished, these things should disappear. That's it. Vivi showed a regretful expression. That's really a pity. Alright, even without my ability, Alabasta will definitely develop into a beautiful country in 2009. Li Fan patted Vivi on the shoulder. You should also prepare, the audition will start soon. Don't want to let the people of Alabasta see your image on the screen. Vivi showed a nice smile. How is it possible? It would be better to say, Li Fan, if you can give me the role of the heroine Masaki Kyoko. Who? Nami, who was not far away, quickly ran over and hugged Li Fan's arm tightly. Masaki Kyoko's role is mine, don't compete with me, Vivi. Seeing Nami's wary expression, Vivi twitched her lips. Well, don't get excited, Nami, I'm just talking. I'll go get ready first, bye. Li Fan shook his head and flicked Nami's forehead. You guy, don't you want to be so excited, you see, scare Vivi away. Humph, I won't let Masaki Kyoko play the role. Nami looked at Li Fan firmly. Okay. But you have to pass the audition first. Li Fan laughed. Even if you are so excited, if you don't pass the audition, I still won't give you this role. Since your will is so determined, let's start with you first, no problem. Nami let go of Li Fan's arm and patted his chest heavily. Leave it to me, and let you see what perfect acting is. As Nami began auditioning for the role of Kyoko Masaki, others began auditioning for different roles. The roles of Sito Kaiba, Hiroto Honda, and Katsuya Jouchi have been confirmed one by one. Because this play doesn't require much force, G. Fantian often uses professional actors. Zoro was placed in the role of passerby by Li Fan. And Zoro obviously didn't care about this, but was happy to relax. According to his original words, he just had more time to practice. Speaking of which, Li Fan, when will you be fighting with me? Let me see how you use the Thunder Breath Sword technique. Although I can use Thunderbolt Flash. 8th Company now. But I don't have any concept of what you said before Thunderbolt Flash. Speed. Also, if you can, let me see your Yan Fan. Zoro stared straight at Li Fan and said. Small. Li Fan nodded, after today's filming is over, let's do it. Speaking of which, are you still practicing Yan Hui? Zoro's mouth parted in a dangerous grin. It's rare to see such a sword skill, and it happens to have a method of cultivation, how could I not try it? That's it. Li Fan shrugged, well. In short, you should work hard. But now, let's do a good job in filming. Even though you are a passerby, you cheer me up. Li Fan said as he walked towards the actors. Come here, everyone, before we start filming, I need to explain something to you. Hearing Li Fan's voice, all the actors gathered together. I think everyone may be wondering why when shooting previous scripts, I didn't create scenes such as buildings that are good for shooting like this time. Well, the reason is very complicated. In short, you just need to know that I need certain conditions to use this ability. And once I use this ability, the next shooting will show the most realistic scene. This time, I will not use the previous shooting equipment. As long as we step into the shooting venue and start shooting, I will be able to use my ability to automatically capture everyone's performance. So, everyone just needs to show the most authentic performance, and don't need to worry about the camera. In addition, because I want to pursue reality, I will not use post-production technology to complete some content after the shooting is completed. Everything must be based on the evidence of truth. To put it another way, the scene where you are beaten must be beaten, and the scene where you are cut with a knife must be cut with a knife. Hearing Li Fan's words, all the actors and actresses stared wide-eyed. Although it's nothing to be beaten, being hacked by a knife is a bit too exciting for some actors. Of course, you don't have to worry, I won't ask you to play those dangerous scenes. Dangerous shots will be done by the puppet I created. As he said that, a man with long white hair and a neat red suit appeared out of nowhere beside Li Fan's 383. Because Cloverdew, the villain of this show. Li Fan extended his hand to the people around him and introduced. Everyone who has read the script must also know that the character of Beckus Cloverdew will be deprived of the clairvoyance in his left eye near the end. And this shot will not use post-production to deceive the audience, but will truly take off his clairvoyance. Following Li Fan's words, Beckus Cloverdew's doll obediently lifted the hair covering her eyes, revealing her clairvoyance. The doll does not have life, it is an inanimate object that I imitate with my own ability. However, I can act according to the procedures I set myself. You can understand it as a robot, or the skeleton I summoned when I dealt with Marine before. Of course, the act of removing the eyes will definitely be accompanied by some bloody scenes. For this, I hope everyone can be mentally prepared. After listening to Li Fan's narration, the actors nodded in understanding. For Li Fan's pursuit of authentic performances, the actors naturally agreed. And some dangerous scenes will also be played by puppets, so everyone has no opinion. After deciding all this, the shooting officially started. Chapter 113. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 does not involve many action scenes, the main content is also around the game, so the shooting progress is very fast. It didn't take long for the camera to reach a climax in the film. And so on, the scene will be a confrontation between Seto Kaiba played by you and Yugi Muto played by me. The card I gave you before, you must have studied it carefully. When shooting, when we play the corresponding card, there will be a projection of the monster in the card. You prepare yourself mentally. Hearing what Li Fan said, the actor who played Seto Kaiba nodded in understanding. Very well, then, let's begin now. In the set-up venue, Li Fan who plays Yugi Muto and the actor who plays Seto Kaiba stand opposite each other. It's my turn first. Cyclops attack indication. The actor places the Cyclops card on the surface in front of him. Soon, the equipment in the center fully displayed the Cyclops in the field. Roar. As soon as it appeared, the Cyclops let out a manic roar. The appearance of the giant made the actor playing Seto Kaiba's heart beat faster, but fortunately, with Li Fan's previous reminder, although the actor was surprised in his heart, it didn't show on his face, and he still performed as expected. Not far away, there was no part of the show for the time being. Nyoki Jao and others who were watching the performance of Li Fan and others showed quite surprised expressions. It's too powerful, although Li Fan has long said that there will be monsters projected, and it is not true. But no matter how you look at it, this is too real. Nokikao said. Who says it's not? Zoro sighed, such a sight, if placed in battle, would surely scare many people. Oh, there is another projection, is it a flying dragon this time? Seeing the pterosaur defending the city appearing in front of Li Fan, Zoro said with a sigh. This is amazing. Vivi nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, do you think that the game in the script is actually quite interesting? Princess Vivi, you also have the same idea. Alice said with a smile, I was very interested in this game when I was reading the script. Even if it's not acting, maybe we can all use this game to pass the time in reality. Why don't we let director Li Fan make some cards for us to play after the filming is over? Hearing Alice's words, the surrounding actors all agreed. And Li Fan, who is devoting himself to the filming, has not realized that he is about to enter the hard days of making cards. Li Fan, the one I drew is sealed Exodia. What? What? The actor who played Seto Kaiba widened his eyes. Now, all 5 cards have been collected. The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up. Following Li Fan's words, a pentagram suddenly appeared in the center of the dual ring. In the pentagram, the figure of Exodia slowly appeared, standing in front of the 3 blue-eyed white dragons summoned by Seto Kaiba. Li Fan, Angry Karma, Exodus Flame. Exodia in front of Li Fan clasped his hands, and a red flash appeared between his hands. The red flash turned into a majestic flame and rushed towards the blue-eyed white dragon and the actors. In an instant, the 3 blue-eyed white dragons were reduced to ashes. At this moment, the actor who played Seto Kaiba faced the flame that seemed real, and instinctively raised his hand to block in front of him. The next moment, because of the huge stimulation, the actor stared directly at the doctor and went to the doctor. This guy, didn't you already say that these are fake and won't hurt you? Seeing the actor fainting, Li Fan covered his forehead and said annoyedly. Although you say it's fake, it looks very real to us. Below, Nami, who played Kyoko Masaki, raised his fist and said loudly, Don't talk about him, if I were to face the flame just now, and will definitely faint from fright. It seems that I'm too strict. Li Fan spread his hands, Forget it, let's rest for a while, and when that guy recovers, we will continue the performance. It was getting late, Li Fan ended the day's filming, and the actors left to rest. At the same time, Jun, who went to look for Hina, finally found Hina who was waiting not far from the clinic. Hina, are you okay? Jun walked quickly to Hina. I heard that you encountered a traitor from the Whitebeard pirates, so you were not injured. A traitor from the Whitebeard pirates? Hina frowned. Could it be that the group of pirates I met before came from the Whitebeard pirates? Don't you know? Jun gave Hina a strange look. I heard from Li Fan that that guy was the man who killed the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division. So, that guy was able to kill the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hina clenched her fists. No wonder, Hina couldn't defeat her. Hina, are you okay? Seeing Hina's sad and indignant expression, Hina patted Jun on the shoulder. Don't worry, Jun Vice Admiral, I'm not hurt. Hina shook her head. Li Fan showed up in time to save me. However, there are only 5 of my soldiers left, and they are recuperating in the clinic now. Hearing Hina's words, Jun sighed. Just when Jun wanted to comfort Hina, Hina said, "Don't worry about me, Jun Vice Admiral, I've heard about you, is it alright if you come to me like this?" "You mean Li Fan?" Jun shook his head. "Although I'm restricted here, Li Fan doesn't have many demands on me. So I'm free. However, since you are not injured, I will go back first. I left the theater without authorization today, and Li Fan might tell me if I go back. You still know that I will say it." In the sky, there was a voice that Hina and Jun were very familiar with. The two looked up and found that Li Fan was slowly falling from the sky. Li Fan! Looking at Li Fan who had found him, Jun was a little speechless. "Really, today's shots have already been filmed, and you haven't returned yet?" Standing in front of Jun, Li Fan said helplessly, "If I didn't know that you came to find Hina, I would have thought you were here play big." "Sorry, Li Fan, I'm just worried," Jun said. "I promise, I'll get serious about shooting tomorrow." "Good, yeah." Li Fan nodded, "Just remember your job." "Then, Hina, I'll go back first. If I stay any longer, Li Fan will mistakenly think that I'm going to reveal something. That would be bad." Jun raised his mouth and walked to Li Fan's side. "After all, Li Fan has come here specifically to find me." Li Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "I think you may have misunderstood something. I came to you just by the way. What I really plan to find is that guy." As he spoke, Li Fan pointed to a man wearing an orange hat. Hina and Jun looked in the direction of Li Fan's finger. "Hey! This guy is Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Is he really here to hunt down Teach?" Jun said in surprise. On the side, Ace, who was walking slowly, heard the word Teach, looked at Li Fan and the others instantly, and ran over quickly. "Hey, you guys just said Teach, where is he now?" Ace asked quickly. Chapter 114. Jun looked at Ace who was approaching, and without thinking, he drew out his sword and slashed at Ace. Snapped. "Li Fan, you!" Jun looked at Li Fan who reached out to grab his hand, and said with a puzzled expression, "I knew you would react like this when you saw this man." Li Fan shook his head, "It's a good thing I'm here, otherwise I don't know what you will do to me. Don't forget your current identity, Jun. Although you are Marine Vice Admiral, you are my hostage now. I don't want to cause me any trouble because of your shot. Although I'm not afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates, I don't want to make enemies for nothing." Not long ago, Li Fan, who was wandering around the Alabasta Palace, got a message from Yu Bell. It is said that the soldiers of the kingdom saw the figure of Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, in a movie theater. And this movie theater is just not far from the clinic where Hina works. Thinking that Jun is looking for Hina, then she is likely to meet Ace. 520. In order to prevent Jun from fighting with Ace, Li Fan had no choice but to rush over. "Are you Marine Vice Admiral?" Ace looked at Jun in surprise, as if he was not angry at Jun's attack on him just now. "Since Jun can't make a move, then I will." "Forget it, Hina." Li Fan waved his hand, interrupting Hina's words. "Anyway, this guy is also a leader of the Whitebeard pirate team, and you 10 marine colonels are not his opponents." Hearing this, Hina frowned, and was about to refute Li Fan, but Jun stopped her. Hina looked up at Jun, but Jun just shook his head at her, motioning her to stop talking. Although Jun wanted to arrest Ace, but since Li Fan did not allow it, she had no choice but to continue. My little brother is amazing, he was able to prevent Marine from attacking me. Ace rubbed his chin, and looked at Li Fan curiously. Look carefully, this is not the big guy who appeared on the reward list recently, is the King of the Undead directed by Li Fan. Yeah, just now, Ajk, saw your filming Fata Stay Night, it feels really great. The story can be shown through that kind of big screen. I never thought about it before. If Dad sees a character like you, he will definitely not be able to resist inviting you on board. He does not mean that. Ace's words immediately put Jun and Hina on alert. Just one Whitebeard pirate group is enough trouble, if you add G-Fan. Thinking of this, Hina and Jun both frowned and looked at Li Fan. It's fine if you're a guest on board. Li Fan's words made Jun and Hina extremely tense in an instant. However, it's only limited to being a guest. If you want me to join the Whitebeard pirates, forget it. Li Fan shook his head. Hearing the second half of Li Fan's words, Hina and Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Really, that's a pity. Ace shrugged, not caring, and he was just talking casually. Of course, it is true that Ace is interested in Li Fan's films. Begu has quite a lot of sites, presumably, I may go to your pirate group in the future and talk to Whitebeard about my building a movie theater in your site. Hey, open a movie theater on our site. Ace showed an interested expression. Go ahead, if your movie theater can be opened in our place, your companions will be happy too. I can show you Papa if you want. However, I am busy with a very important matter right now, so I may need to trouble you to wait for a while. Ace adjusted his hat, his face gradually became serious. Li Fan, just now, I heard you guys talking about Teach. It's very important for me to find this guy. Can you tell me where this guy is? Sure enough, that Teach guy killed the partner of the Whitebeard pirates. Jun's eyes were fixed on Ace. Although Ace didn't explain it, but it was just the killing intent faintly revealed on Ace's body, and Jun got his meaning. Well, I have indeed. Li Fan nodded. If you had come earlier today, you might have met him in this country. Really? Did that guy come to this country too? Li Fan, can you tell me where he is now? Teach, after I refused to join him, I was kicked out of this country. Li Fan said. After that, because the snipers on his side provoked me, I directly sank their boat. As for whether they were drowned in the sea, or eaten by sea kings or something, I didn't pay attention. Ace frowned. Teach guy, did you fall into the sea? With that guy's ability, he shouldn't die because of this. Thanks, Li Fan. Although I don't know exactly where they went, but I will start looking for the nearest island. I'll come back to you after I settle the grievances with Teach. With that said, Ace turned around and walked towards the coast. Ace. Seeing Ace's back, Li Fan couldn't help calling out to him. What's the matter, Li Fan? Ace, although you have the Logia fruit ability, you are not Teach's opponent. After a pause, Li Fan continued, I have seen him use the ability, and that guy has the dark fruit ability. If caught by him, devil fruit's ability will be invalidated. And, he still has a partner. I think you'd better go back and find some helpers before you go to him. Hearing Li Fan's words, Ace stopped, turned around, and looked at Li Fan with a smile on his face. Thank you for reminding me, I am more and more interested in you, Zhen. However, even though Teach is strong, I am not weak either. Only that guy, I absolutely have to deal with it myself. Chapter 115. In the end, Ace left Alabasta and embarked on a journey to find Teach and his party. For his departure, Li Fan did not stop him. Li Fan warned him only because he had a slight liking for the character of Ace. But if Ace really wanted to hunt down and kill Blackbeard Teach, Li Fan would not specifically stop him, being able to tell Ace some information was already all Li Fan could do. After telling Jun to go back as soon as possible, Li Fan went back to the place where he lived alone. Looking at the back of Li Fan leaving, he frowned. Jun Vice Admiral, if Li Fan is really in contact with the Whitebeard pirates, isn't that not too good? Based on the current situation, we should prevent Li Fan and his group from meeting the Whitebeard pirates. Judging from the current situation, Li Fan's group already possesses quite terrifying power. It is hard to imagine how badly it will have a bad impact on Marine and the world government if Li Fan and the Whitebeard pirates reach a deal. Jun didn't know this, but when she wanted Hina to report this matter to Marine, she suddenly found that she couldn't express her point of view. All the words seemed to be stuck in the throat. At the same time, there was a faint pain in the body. Jun frowned, thinking about the contract. No wonder, Li Fan doesn't worry about my contact with other Marines. If I want to do even the slightest thing that is bad for Li Fan, will the contract stop me? Even if Hina is only asked to convey that Li Fan may cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates, is it judged that he cannot be a match? After trying a little, Jun gave up the idea in his mind. She raised her hand and patted Hina's shoulder, then turned and walked in the direction she came from. Hina, since you've come to this island, if you have time, go watch a movie. I still have things to do, so I'm leaving first. Seeing Jun's leaving figure, Hina frowned. Although she didn't know Jun very well, she always felt that Jun's expression was a little strange. Is it because of Li Fan? Hina muttered to herself. Daddy, it's me, Ace. On the sea, Ace dialed the number of the Whitebeard pirates. I've seen the Li Fan you mentioned before. I've also seen his movie. Although it's not the Overlord, story of the newspaper general, the Fata Stay Night I watched is also good. Speaking of which, Li Fan also said that he wants to build a cinema on our site in the future. I made my own decision, so I agreed. After they finish building the movie theater, I strongly recommend that everyone go see Fata Stay Night. I think Baista will like this movie very much. In the movie, there is a very good swordsman. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard and the other captains listened quietly to Ace's words. Originally, they were having a banquet, but when Ace's phone rang, they immediately stopped what they were doing. Hearing Ace's words, Vista, the captain of the 5th team and known as Foil Sword, immediately showed interest. Gu la la la, is that Li Fan planning to come to our place to open a movie theater? Whitebeard laughed, that's not bad, I'm also very interested in this King of the Undead. Ace smiled and continued. Also, I got information about Teach from Li Fan. Ace's words made Whitebeard and the others immediately quiet down. Ace, have you found Teach yet? Whitebeard frowned. Not yet. Ace shook his head. According to Li Fan, when I came to Alabasta, Teach had already left. That guy wanted to lure Li Fan into the gang, and even had a conflict with Ji Fan. In the end, Li Fan blew them into the sea. However, I don't think Teach will be drowned, so I plan to go to a nearby island to find Teach. In order not to worry Whitebeard and his partners, Ace did not speak out of Li Fan's warning to him. Zero, seeking flowers. Ace, I know I can't stop you, but be careful, I hope to see you come back safely. Understood, Dad. Ace nodded, just wait for my good news. After hanging up the phone, Ace accelerated his sailing speed and headed towards the nearest island. Whether Hina will contact Marine and explain that he may cooperate with the Whitebeard pirates, Li Fan doesn't care. Now, he has completely focused his work on the filming of Game King 1. Fortunately, after the first day of performance, the actors are also familiar with the projected monsters, and they will no longer be frightened. 0-0. Therefore, the shots taken are almost all one-off. In addition, for this shooting, the actors did not need to take care of the camera, which further accelerated the progress of the shooting. Before Fata Stay Night was screened in Alabasta, in just a few days, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Japan, completed filming. On the day when the film was finished, the puppets and buildings provided by the system disappeared, and Li Fan stood on the built platform. On the table behind him, there are a large number of boxes. Li Fan raised his mouth and turned his head to look around. The filming of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 went smoothly, and this is inseparable from everyone's hard work. I think someone should tell me what's in the box on the table behind me. That's right, it contains everyone's remuneration. Li Fan smiled and opened a box, which was full of berry, filling the whole box. Berry. Nami's eyes lit up, and she appeared next to Li Fan almost instantly, grabbing the box in Li Fan's hand. If Li Fan hadn't quickly pressed her head with his hand, Li Fan would have no doubt that Nami would have snatched the box from her hand. But even so, Nami was almost sticking to Li Fan's body, and at the same time, kept reaching out to grab the box. Chapter 116. I said are you really in such a hurry? Seeing Nami's eyes that had completely turned into a berry shape, Li Fan shook his head helplessly, and stuffed the box into Nami's arms. This is your reward, a total of 100 million berry, take it and count the money yourself. Great! Nami jumped up happily. Once upon a time, she needed to spend many years and face countless dangers of life to barely save 100 million berry. And now, just spending a few days to shoot a drama without any danger, she can get 100 million berry. In the past, this was something Nami couldn't even imagine. Wait, those boxes also contain 100 million berry. Suddenly, Nami looked at the laughing box in his hand. Nami still remembers that Li Fan promised 360, and some other main characters are also 100 million berry. Thinking of this, Nami couldn't control his emotions immediately, and his body couldn't be controlled by himself, and he rushed to the table behind Li Fan. Oh! Li Fan stretched out his hand and held Nami under his arm. Don't be too greedy, Nami, the remaining berries are someone else's reward. Can't you listen? Seeing Nami's idiotic smile and eyes fixed on the box behind Li Fan shook his head, and carried Nami to Jun. Jun, help me hold my DK. Really, I have a better understanding of how greedy this guy is. Jun nodded with a smile, and took Nami in his hand. After all, Jun is Marine Vice Admiral, Admiral's candidate, and as an ordinary person, Nami naturally cannot resist Jun's power. No matter how Nami struggles, she can't escape from Jun's side. After doing all this, Li Fan has the opportunity to return to the built platform and pay remuneration for each actor. Jun, who watched Li Fan's behavior, had a smile on his face, but an uncontrollable conjecture popped up in his heart. The puppet used in the filming of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1. Although his usual behavior is very rigid, but when shooting a movie, he is very vivid, just like a real person. Now, it has disappeared without a trace. Shaltier, who appeared next to Li Fan before, also disappeared. Could it be that Shaltier is not real, but a puppet summoned by Li Fan? What about Medusa? Is Medusa also a doll? That Medusa was in the same room with Li Fan every night. Could it be that after returning to the room, Li Fan eliminated the existence of Medusa? In fact, Li Fan has no companions at all, he is just a person, and the companions around him are just dolls he summoned? This information should be told to Marine. Hey! A strong pain suddenly spread through Jun's body, her body froze, and Nami even ran away from her and went straight to Li Fan. Li Fan stopped Nami, and looked at Jun deeply. The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up, and his lips opened and closed slightly. I seem to feel it, very strong malice. Although Li Fan didn't speak, Jun understood Li Fan's meaning from Li Fan's lips. Jun sighed deeply. Yeah, what can I do now? Leaving aside whether my conjecture is correct or not, the current me is completely incapable of conveying my thoughts to the outside world. At this moment, Jun fully understood what the contract he signed with Li Fan meant. Despite Nami's troubles, Li Fan successfully distributed the remuneration of each actor to them. Okay, everyone got their money. But don't relax yet. Tomorrow, Fate Stay Night will stop showing. Afterwards, I will play this UGIO. 1. So, people have a day to spread the word about this movie. In order for this drama to achieve good results like the previous movies, everyone must work hard to promote it. Li Fan said with a smile. Don't worry, Li Fan. Vivi walked up to Li Fan. You are now the object of worship of the people of Alabasta. As long as everyone hears that you have a new movie released, they will be very enthusiastic to buy tickets. Besides, we will also help to promote it well. Hearing this, Li Fan smiled and nodded. Then, please, everyone. I will also contact the staff of Logetown to promote the new movie in the future. Well, let's get to work, everyone. Wait, Li Fan, I have one more thing to ask you. Vivi took Li Fan's hand. Hey? What's the matter? It's about the cards involved in this Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, can you give us some? Vivi smiled. Actually, after the filming of this drama, everyone is very interested in this game. So that's how it is. Li Fan nodded slightly. Okay, since everyone is so interested in this game, then I will use my ability to specially make some security for you. Then, can you make more? I hope that the children in Alabasta can also play such an interesting game. Ugh. Li Fan scratched his hair. Well, I'll try to do as much as possible. Because of the filming of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Li Fan still has a clear memory of the cards in it, and it is not a problem to use projection magic to produce some high-quality cards that are not suitable for damage. Originally, Li Fan also planned to make some good quality cards for his actors. 3.5 However, when I heard that Vivi said that she would make cards for Alabasta's children, I couldn't help but feel a bit out of control. The huge population base of Alabasta is not a joke. It is necessary to make enough game cards that all children in Alabasta, and even some adults can play. In the case of ensuring the quality of the cards and all using projection magic, it is definitely not an easy job. Thinking of the qualified workload, the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Although it is also possible to make ordinary cards, the idea just flashed in Li Fan's mind and was thrown out of his mind. Not because of anything, simply because Li Fan wants to make the cards that flow out of his hands as high as possible, of sufficient quality. Chapter 117. Today is the last day of screening of Fate Stay Night, and Hina has heard the news a long time ago. After confirming that the remaining 5 sailors were not safe, and driven by wanting to know more about Li Fan's mind, Hina watched the last screening. Although I heard about the drama Fate Stay Night from my friend Smoker before, after watching it, Hina was still attracted by the story in the drama. Smoker, who is stupefied, can be an actor. Hina thought to herself as she walked out of the cinema with the audience leaving the seat. In this case, I can do it too. It's just that in the current form, it may be difficult to achieve such an idea. Everyone, before you leave, please take a look here. As soon as he walked out of the cinema, a voice caught Hina's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, a huge wooden board covered with cloth appeared in front of Hina's eyes. Several movie theater staff were talking loudly in front of the poster. I wonder how you felt after watching Fate Stay Night directed by Li Fan in 2009. A staff member said loudly. He was one of the staff arranged by Li Fan to promote the new film. Because Alabasta has a huge area, there are a total of 180 movie theaters in addition. Therefore, the leading actors have no way to go to every movie theater to promote new movies. And these ordinary staff have become an important force for Li Jifan to promote the new movie. Too beautiful. Yes, director Li Fan is really great. Shiro Emiya, played by director Li Fan, is really exciting. The scene of him jumping high attracted me deeply. Really, I think Aker played by director Li Fan is more handsome, but it's a pity that until the end of the whole drama, Aker's identity is still a mystery. Although this is the case, Aker's unlimited swordsmanship is really amazing. Really, I want to ask director Li Fan to sign it. Ask him for Aker's true share. Although I admit that Aker is very handsome, the hard-working Emi Yashiro resonates with me even more, especially his relationship with the King of Knights. It really makes me cry. You are about to cry, but I have already cried. Obviously Emi Yashiro and the King of Knights are so in love, but they are destined to have to part, woo-woo. The audience expressed their opinions one after another. Seeing such a good response from the audience, the staff nodded secretly. Very good, it seems that everyone is very satisfied with this drama. So, I would like to announce to everyone that today, the new film directed by Li Fan has finished filming in our Alabasta. With that said, the staff opened the wooden canvas behind them, and the huge promotional poster of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 appeared in front of everyone. Yu-Gi-Oh! Director Li Fan's latest masterpiece, of course, the actor in it is the familiar Princess Vivi. Different from Fate Stay Night, this is a movie that focuses on games and friendship. I believe that this movie will definitely not disappoint everyone. The movie will start broadcasting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Interested viewers can go to the ticket counter next door to pre-purchase tickets for this movie. First come, first look, let's take action. As soon as the staff finished speaking, the audience immediately took action and went to buy tickets for the new movie. Hina at the side pondered for a while, then stepped forward to join the crowd buying movie tickets. Although the smoker in Logetown will be responsible for reporting the content of Li Fan's new movie, but this does not mean that Hina herself cannot watch Li Fan's new movie. And when the people of Alabasta were excitedly booking movie tickets for the new movie, Li Fan was working hard in his room to make the cards of Yu-Gi-Oh! The room is already full of many cards. Phew, and made another set. Li Fan rubbed the sweat on his brow and fell down on the bed. Before arriving first, it will be such a magic-consuming thing to make high-quality cards. Medusa picked up one of the cards and exerted a little force on her hand. Although the card was bent, it was not broken. Medusa tilted her head, put down the cards in her hand, walked over to Li Fan and sat down. Li Fan, do you need to consume so much mana to make such a card? A card of this level is harder than an ordinary sword. Li Fan shook his finger when he heard the words every yes. You don't understand this, Ying. The cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Can be said to be a kind of romance. It's fine if you don't do it. Since I want to do it, then I must guarantee its quality. Medusa nodded half understanding, and looked at the cards piled up around her. But, don't be in such a hurry to make so many, Li Fan. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 will be released tomorrow, so I thought about giving some of the cards as feedback to the audience. Li Fan laughed, you know. There are a lot of viewers in Alabasta. In order to allow as many people as possible to get cards, I can only fight a little bit. Do you need me to help you, Li Fan? Your magic power has been consumed a lot, why don't you share some of my magic power with you? That's not acceptable. Li Fan shook his head hastily, if even your magic power is consumed, there will be no one to protect me in special circumstances. Also, today's volume is almost the same, I will sort it out a bit and give it to Princess Vivi, and ask her to send some of the cards to various theaters. Afterwards, it can be randomly distributed to some of the audience. With that said, Li Fan wanted to get up from the boat and take the cards to Vivi Chi. Let me come, Li Fan. Medusa pressed Li Fan's shoulder, Princess Vivi is in the room not far away, you have a good rest, I will show her the card. Then, okay. Seeing Medusa's serious expression, Li Fan lay down on the bed with a smile. Afterwards, Medusa sent the card to Vivi's room and explained what 307 Li Fan said. F#YF+. After hearing Medusa's explanation, Vivi quickly acted. Except for the cards left by Li Fan to Vivi's people, Vivi arranged soldiers to send the other cards to various theaters overnight. When Medusa returned to Li Fan's room, Li Fan had already fallen asleep. Seeing Li Fan look slightly tired, Medusa took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and hugged Li Fan's body with her arms open. The next day, when Li Fan woke up, what he saw was the beautiful face of Medusa close at hand. "Hey! Medusa, what are you?" Li Fan looked at Medusa in surprise. You know, although Li Fan and Medusa have been living in the same room. But Medusa has always just sat quietly at the desk all night, but she has never had any intimate behavior with Li Fan. Feeling Medusa's warm breath and graceful body now, Li Fan couldn't help but widen his eyes. "You're awake, Li Fan." Medusa raised her head slightly, "Because you didn't allow me to transfer magic power to you, so I hugged you and fell asleep like this. There is a contractual relationship between us, the touch of the skin can also help your magic power recover." Hearing Medusa's words, Fan touched the back of his head. "It turns out, so that's the case, I thought. What do you think?" Medusa asked suspiciously. "Ah, it's nothing, that's it, yes, today's weather is really nice. But, it's raining outside now." Where? Chapter 118. Before 9 o'clock, people gathered outside the cinema. Some people even came to wait outside the cinema before dawn. Sure enough, people in this country are very enthusiastic about the films made by Li Fan. When the time came to 8, Hina came to the door of the cinema. And at this moment, the staff opened the door, and every audience member began to enter the cinema in an orderly manner, including Hina naturally. People followed the numbers in their hands and found their positions one after another. At this time, both people who know each other and people who don't know each other communicate with the people in the adjacent seats. For Li Fan's works, even people who don't know each other can chat together. Hina frowned as she looked at the girl beside her who kept telling her about Li Fan's movies. However, even if she was watching Li Fan's movie, she didn't have the nerve to stop the girl next to her. As people communicated, the time came to 8:30. At this time, 2 spotlights suddenly fell in front of the screen. People looked around and suddenly found Li Fan and Medusa standing beside Li Fan. "Wow, it's director Li Fan himself. Great, is director Li Fan also here to watch the movie with us this time? Director Li Fan, I adore you." The appearance of Li Fan instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene, and people shouted Li Fan's name one after another. Of course, the name of Medusa will also be interspersed among them. "This guy, how come here?" Hina looked at Li Fan strangely. Li Fan smiled and pressed down his hands, motioning for everyone to be quiet. "Hello everyone, I'm glad to see you all come to watch my new work. This is the premiere of this movie, and Medusa and I will watch this movie with everyone. And in other cinemas, there will be other actors or staff to watch this movie. The reason why we actors will watch this movie separately is that besides being able to meet as many audiences who support us as possible, there is another very important thing." The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up, showing his own movie logo. "I think the movie tickets in everyone's hands haven't been thrown away yet. It's right if you don't throw it away, because after a while, you may be able to receive a small gift made by me with the movie ticket. This gift also appeared in this movie. You may not know what this gift is for at first, but I believe that after the movie is over, you will be able to understand what it means. Due to limited time, I have not been able to produce enough small gifts, so only some viewers can get this small gift. Not much nonsense, let's start distributing gifts now." Hearing Li Fan's words, all the audience at the scene became extremely looking forward to it. Although I don't know what Li Fan's gift is, but just the fact that Li Fan made it with his own hands is enough to move the hearts of the audience. Li Fan turned around and reached into a box that Medusa was holding. After stirring a few times, I took out a note from it. "Number 135, who is the audience of number 135, please come up." 135. Hina looked at her movie ticket, and the number 135 was impressively written on it. Hina frowned, and after a little hesitation, she stood up and walked towards Li Fan's position. Immediately, everyone in the cinema cast envious or jealous glances at Hina. Seeing Hina approaching, Li Fan was also quite surprised. I didn't expect it to be you, Hina. After Hina walked in, Li Fan said with a smile on his face, the two of us are quite destined. If you open it, I don't want to have too much fate with you. Hina frowned, and took out a cigarette from her pocket and put it to her mouth. This is not acceptable. Li Fan raised his hand to take the cigarette out of Hina's mouth. Did you forget that smoking is not allowed in movie theaters? Hearing this, Hina remembered watching movies, but the staff had mentioned this. Li Fan put the cigarette on Hina's ear. Then he took out an exquisite card from his pocket and handed it to Hina. Here you are, this is the little gift you got. Blue-eyed white dragon. Looking at the words written on the card in her hand, Hina frowned beautifully. On the card, a tall and straight-winged dragon covered in blue was lifelike, as if it was about to fly out at any time. On the top of the card, write the 4 big characters of the sentimental eye white dragon. What's this? Hina asked. Hehe, it's a game prop. The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up, although you don't understand its function yet, after watching this movie, you may like her. Okay, let's go back first, I'm going to continue drawing prizes. Hearing this, Hina nodded and walked back to her place. Then, Zhao's good, let's continue to draw prizes. This time, I will distribute a total of 1.8 million cards to everyone, and 1,000 people in each movie theater will get cards. Of course, those who haven't got the card don't need to worry. When I find time later, I will continue to make cards. Don't worry, everyone. Because of time constraints, next, I will adopt the mechanism of drawing consecutive numbers to draw prizes. That is, after I draw a number, the 99 spectators after this number will also get a card. Until the 1000 card position is issued. Well, let's begin now. Seeing that Li Fan started the lottery draw again, all the audience couldn't help but squeeze the movie tickets in their hands, except for Hina. Chapter 119. It didn't take long for Li Fan to complete the lottery draw and determine the remaining 999 winners. In the end, Li Fan used his magic power to hold the cards he had prepared and came to the audience. The cards were distributed by Li Fan immediately, and even Li Fan himself did not pay attention to which cards each audience got. The audience who got the cards looked curiously at the exquisitely crafted cards in their hands. And the audience who didn't get the card also called the audience who got the card and the audience who won the card. However, when the time came to 9 o'clock and the film began to be officially screened, everyone shut down and concentrated on watching the film. Among them are Li Fan and Medusa sitting in the front row. As the plot of the movie progressed, the audience gradually understood the usage of the cards in their hands. At the same time, I gradually became interested in the battle card game that appeared in the movie. Some even decide to use cards later to complete a game of Card Duel 607. After the movie ended, the audience did not get up and leave. Many audiences asked Li Fan if he would release more cards so that everyone can use cards to complete the duel game. And Li Fan himself also gave a positive answer, but it will take a while. After hearing Li Fan's answer, the audience settled down. Li Fan and Medusa returned to the palace after leaving the movie theater, and started the days of crazy card making. In order to supplement the consumed mana, Li Fan's food intake increased suddenly, which surprised Cobra. Because of the need to make cards, and also to allow the actors to have a period of rest, Li Fan is not in a hurry to film Fate Stay Night Tubo. In this way, the time came to the 10th day after Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 was released. Ding! Congratulations to host for winning 10 million box office points, reaching the qualified box office points of the golden script, and getting a lucky draw chance. The best actor is Li Fan, who plays the role Muto Yugi. Congratulations to host for getting an abstract chance, and at the same time get Muto Yuki's cards sealed right wrist, sealed left wrist, sealed right foot, sealed left foot, and sealed Exodia. Excuse me, host, whether to start the lottery draw. 11. Wait for the lottery draw first, I'll see what this card does first. Li Fan stopped making cards and summoned the 5 cards he got from the system. Since it is a golden script, it shouldn't just give me 5 useless cards. Open the system panel, call out the information of the 5 cards. Li Fan began to browse carefully. Soon, Li Fan's eyes widened in surprise at the second speed. Use 5 cards at the same time to summon Exodia. The appearance of Exodia means victory. Designate an object as an enemy, and Exodia will actually kill that enemy. After using it once, Exodia's 5 cards will go into cooldown. Every 5 days, a card is cooled down, and after 25 days, all cards are cooled down. Summoning Exodia once will consume 50 billion gold as a sacrifice. Note, for the first summoning of Exodia, there is no need to consume sacrifices. Let me go, this description is too invincible, Ajay. Li Fan was full of surprises, whether it was the system's description of his invincibility, or the description of his work that cost 50 billion yuan. Although it is a good thing for me to be able to summon Exodia, the conditions for using it are too harsh. And, 50 billion berry at a time, do I have to be as obsessed with money as Nami is in the future? Although lamenting the harsh conditions for using Exodia, Li Fan is still very happy to get such a card that can be called a bottom card. If money can kill a terrible enemy, Li Fan thinks it's a good deal. After all, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Just showing Overlord, 1, on Alabasta, Li Fan won tens of billions of berry. Li Fan believes that as long as he opens movie theaters all over the world, making money will be an extremely simple matter. At that time, it is no longer money that prevents Li Fan from summoning Exodia, but its full 25-day cooldown. System, help me with a lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the Black Magician card. Host can consume 1 billion coins as a sacrifice, summon a Black Magician to fight for himself, and the cooldown time is 1 day. For the first summoning, you don't need to consume energy. Black Magician, I don't know what kind of combat power a Black Magician would have in this world. Although I want to test it, after using it, the second use will consume 1 billion berry. Speaking of which, I remember Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 3 dessert generals of Big Mom Pirates. The reward is 932 million berry. Could it be said that the Black Magician can rival Charlotte Smoothie? Forget it, let's continue to draw the lottery. System, continue to draw prizes. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the Blue Eyes White Dragon card. Host can consume 3 billion gold to summon the Blue-Eyed White Dragon to fight for him, and the cooldown time is 3 days. For the first summoning, there is no need to consume offerings. Is it the Blue-Eyed White Dragon this time? 3 billion berry, even higher than Blackbeard who gained the power of shock fruit in the original book. However, it is less than the bounty offered by the old 4 emperors like Red Hair. I don't know if the combat power of this Blue-Eyed White Dragon can compare to Marine's Admiral. Chapter 120. After finishing the lottery draw, Li Fan approached Vivi and gave her the cards made in the past few days. In the past few days, in addition to making prizes for moviegoers, Li Fan also created a lot of additional cards. For these non-prize cards, Li Fan also made an additional package to ensure that buyers cannot see what the cards are inside without opening the package. Give the buyer a certain probability of randomly obtaining cards. And these, Li Fan intends to sell them. Although each card only costs 1000 berry, it can be regarded as a little production cost for his hard work. Then, Vivi, the sales of these cards will be handed over to you. By the way, don't forget to prevent someone from buying all the cards at once and reselling them. Hearing Li Fan's words, Vivi patted her chest confidently. Don't worry, Li Fan, leave the transaction to me, and I will handle it properly. If you say that, I feel relieved. Li Fan stretched his waist. I plan to stay in Alabasta for another 10 days or so, and I will leave after the screening of Ghost Slayer, Blade 1, is over. The city. During this period, I will continue to make this card, and try to let as many people as possible in Alabasta be able to play Yu-Gi-Oh! At night. Vivi, who was still smiling at first, heard that Li Fan was about to leave, her smile disappeared instantly, and her eyes became lonely. Li Fan, are you really leaving? Well, Alabasta is a nice country, but I'm going to build movie theaters elsewhere, so it's impossible to stay here forever. Really, then can we still meet, Zhen? What are you talking about, Vivi? Li Fan gave Vivi a strange look. You want to leave with me? Of course we can meet. What? I want to leave with you. Vivi raised her head and looked at Li Fan in surprise. When did I say I want to leave with you? Hey? Didn't I tell you? Li Fan stroked his chin. Sorry, maybe I've been too busy recently. Li Fan raised his hand, put both hands on Vivi's shoulders, and said solemnly. Ms. Nefeltari Vivi, in view of your excellent acting talent, now, I, Li Fan, sincerely invite you to join my team and shoot high-quality movies with me. Excuse me, would you like to? Hearing Li Fan's words, Vivi showed a surprised expression, but in a blink of an eye, it became a little melancholy again. Li Fan, after all, you are now a bounty criminal. If I go with you, my father may not agree. After all, Alabasta is a member of the world government, and some things will still be restricted. I see, you are worried about this. Li Fan nodded. If I say, I am not a bounty criminal, would you like to follow me, Vivi? Vivi smiled. I like the feeling of filming with everyone, so I want to leave with you. And speaking of this, Vivi's beautiful face was stained with a blush, and, there is Li Fan here. What did you say? Li Fan frowned, but didn't hear Vivi's murmur clearly. No. It's nothing. Vivi turned her head, not daring to meet Li Fan's eyes for a while. Okay. Li Fan nodded slightly. Now that I know you are willing to leave with me, it's easy to handle. Anyway, I'm actually a bounty-offering criminal, so let's do what a bounty-offering criminal should do. When the time comes, I'll just kidnap you and just don't tell Cobra. Li Fan extended a thumbs up to Vivi and said with a smile. What do you think? What's the matter, how can you kidnap me directly? Vivi pouted and looked at Li Fan angrily. Even so, there is a trace of sweetness in Vivi's heart. Okay, it's settled. Li Fan turned around and waved at Vivi. I'm going to continue making cards, and I'll leave the sales to you. Don't worry, I won't let you help in vain, and I will give you a reward afterwards. Seeing the back of Li Fan leaving, Vivi smiled and turned around to do what Li Fan asked. At 9 o'clock the next day, the show time of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, ushered in the end. Ding! Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, has ended its release period. Calibration begins. Congratulations to host for winning 12,090,060 box office points. There are 23,822,129 box office points remaining. Hearing the sound of the system, Li Fan stopped what he was doing. Has the box office reached 20 million points yet? Now, you can buy a golden script. However, there is still a silver script on hand. It seems that I can wait to buy a gold script. After a little thought, Li Fan decided on the script to be filmed next. System, help me open the script of Ifatestainai Tubu. Ding! Fatastainai Tubu. The script is open. Randomly distributing silver dungeon props. Congratulations to host for obtaining the puppet of Hercules, noble phantasm dash the spear piercing the death thorn, Medea's template, and Oath Katsushiba sword carrying the will of the King of Knights. Kama the dry rod carrying the will of Sasaki Kojiro. 17. The item list is open, and the host can use box office points to purchase related items. Hey! A sword bearing the will of the King of Knights and Kojiro Sasaki respectively? What does it mean? Li Fan frowned, and clicked on the introduction of the Sword of Oath of Victory and the Wugongan obtained. So that's how it is, the spirits of Night King Artoria and Sasaki Kojiro reside in the Sword of Promised Victory and the Mogan Gan. Perhaps, it's not right to call it a spiritual body, but it just describes the past of the two people's lives. Those who use the sword have a chance to touch the memories of Artoria and Kojiro Sasaki. Well, is this the so-called, people are using the sword, and the sword is recording people's experience? It's quite interesting. After reading the introduction of the two props, Li Fan nodded secretly in his heart. Li Fan took out this special Sword of Vowed Victory from the system space, and stared at the sword body. It seems that because Li Fan is the host of the system, when Li Fan had the idea of knowing the past of the King of Knights, the next moment, Li Fan felt that the world had changed. When Li Fan concentrated his mind and looked around, what appeared in front of him was a green grassland. And just beside him, a king's sword was quietly inserted into a stone. Sword in the stone. Just when Li Fan had this idea in his mind, a blonde girl in men's clothes walked past Li Fan, stretched out her hand and pulled out this gorgeous long sword. King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon. Looking at the blonde beauty in front of him, Li Fan's eyes widened. Chapter 121. After trying to communicate with Artoria Pendragon failed, Li Fan immediately understood that what he saw was only the memory of Artoria herself. I can't interfere with everything here, let alone change anything. After understanding this point, Li Fan calmed down and observed the scene in front of him quietly. Time flies, and the outside world is tight for a second, and Li Fan has been in Artoria's memory for several years. From watching Artoria ascend the throne, to finally returning the Sword of Sworn Victory to the Lake Elf. Li Fan quietly watched what Artoria experienced. When Artoria closed her eyes, Li Fan also withdrew from this memory. Hey! Li Fan sighed deeply as he looked at the Sword of Vowed Victory in front of him. Although she feels sorry for Artoria's experience, Li Fan's emotions can only be turned into a sigh in the memory world where she can't do anything. Putting down the Sword of Vowed Victory, Li Fan picked up Sasaki Kojiro's Wugan pole. Just like before, when Li Fan focused on the Sword of Wugongan, Li Fan's spirit came to Sasaki Kojiro's memory. Unlike Artoria's rich experience, in Sasaki Kojiro's memory, he just repeated the action of hacking the swallow over and over again. From being unable to intercept the nimble swallow with the light of a knife, to striking the thunder with a knife, and practicing swallow return, Li Fan witnessed the moment when Kojiro Sasaki achieved himself. Withdrawing from the memory of Kojiro Sasaki, Li Fan couldn't help but feel that, compared to himself, who learned swallow return by relying on the system, Kojiro Sasaki is the real master of swordsmanship. Accidentally activated the Sword of Oath of Victory and the Wugan pole. Looking at the system panel, the usage time of the two swords had started counting down. Fan couldn't help but shook his head. As usual, these props can only be used for 30 days. And after the movie is finished, the props will also be taken back. According to the previous experience of filming Fate Stay Night, the filming this time should not take more than 10 days. That is to say, there is no rush to shoot. However, now that it's activated, let's get these two swords into the hands of those who need them in the show. I don't know, Tashigi and Zoro, can you see how many memory scenes of Artoria and Sasaki Kojiro? After thinking for a while, Li Fan made a decision and walked out of his room holding two swords respectively. Yo, Zoro, it's so late, what's the matter? Li Fan just opened the door, and saw Zoro standing outside his door. You guy, you must have lost your way and couldn't find your room. BD, I'm not lost. Hearing Li Fan's words, Zoro immediately yelled at Li Fan, you BD. Here, this is for you. Before Zoro finished speaking, Fan handed the dry pole in front of Zoro. Hey? This is Kojiro Sasaki's knife. Zoro frowned. You guy, is it possible that Kojiro Sasaki will appear in the next movie? Li Fan nodded with a smile on his face. I see. Zoro took the stick. So, you want me to get ready to shoot Kojiro Sasaki now? No, you misunderstood. Li Fan shook his head. I don't plan to shoot a new movie these days. Then why are you giving me this knife now? If you want me to be familiar with this knife, I have already been familiar with it long ago. Hehe, is that really the case? Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth, and patted Zoro's shoulder with a mysterious expression. Take it, Zoro, and get acquainted with this sword when you go back. It's not simply familiar with its length, sharpness, and so on. But feel it with your heart, try to talk to it, maybe, there will be something that surprises you. Didn't you say before that you really want to see Kojiro Sasaki? Hearing this, Zoro frowned tightly. Li Fan, what do you mean? Could it be that this sword will allow me to see Sasaki Kojiro himself? Li Fan smiled, and walked towards Tashiji's room with the sword of vowed victory. Feel it yourself, Zoro, let me tell you first, I will take this sword back later. Don't ask me for it when the time comes. Looking at the back of Li Fan leaving, Zoro became even more suspicious. Strange guy. Zoro muttered to himself, turned around and walked towards his room with the dry pole in hand. What Zoro didn't know was that now he was going in the wrong direction again. Bang bang bang. Have you rested, Tashiji? Li Fan knocked on Tashiji's door. Li Fan. Inside the door, Tashiji, who was sitting at the foot of the bed holding his long knife, raised his head and slowly looked outside the door. After a little hesitation, Tashiji got out of bed, went to the door and opened it. Li Fan, are you okay? Yeah. Li Fan nodded, I'm here to give you this sword. Li Fan handed the sword of vowed victory to Tashiji. You like this sword very much, don't you? Sword of promised victory. Tashiji opened his eyes slightly. Are you going to play the Night King again? Tashiji asked the same question as Zoro. Not for now. Li Fan shook his head, I just think it's better to keep this sword with you now. Li Fan knows that Suochi has not left the shadow yet. There is no good way for Li Fan to do this either. After getting this 3.2 sword of vowed victory that contains the spirit of the King of Knights, Li Fan felt that Tashiji might be able to get inspiration from this sword. Arteria had suffered great hardships in Britain. Although she became confused for a while, after the Holy Grail War, Arteria was finally able to cheer up. In Li Fan's view, Tashiji, who is very yearning for Artoria, is very likely to see part of Artoria's memory. In Fate Stay Night, which was filmed before the set, Tashiji may really be able to get out of the current state. Li Fan has expectations, otherwise, he really doesn't know whether Tashiji will be able to calm down and play the role of Night King Arteria when it's filming time. Chapter 122. Tashiji, try to focus on the sword of the vowed victory. After entering Tashiji's room, Li Fan tried to get Tashiji to communicate the vowed victory sword. At the same time, Li Fan is also quite curious about whether and how much Tashiji can see about Arteria. Focus on the sword. Tashiji looked puzzled. Li Fan, how to do this? Li Fan stroked his chin while organizing his words. Tashiji, do you usually meditate? Yes, I have. Yin Saiki nodded. In Tashiji's view, as a swordsman, not only should he be diligent in exercising his physical sword skills, but also pay attention to exercising his spirit. Therefore, Tashiji meditates almost every night. It's just because becoming a wanted criminal is a huge blow to Tashiji, therefore, Tashiji has been unable to let go of his thoughts and enter a state of meditation these days anyway. Probably just like doing meditation. It's just that, unlike your usual 09, this time, you need to put your thoughts on the sword of the oath of victory. Li Fan said. This, okay. Although the mood could not be calmed down. But seeing that Li Fan sent the sword of the vowed victory to encourage himself, Tashiji couldn't refuse Li Fan's opinion. Tashiji tried to clear his mind and focus only on the sword of the sworn victory. At first, it was not difficult for Ince to control his mind. However, as the time of staring at the sword of vowed victory grew, Tashiji even faintly felt that the sword of vowed victory was guiding his own spirit to fall towards the sword of vowed victory. When Tashiji came back to his senses, Tashiji found that he was no longer in his room. Li Fan. Tashiji stood up from the ground and looked around suspiciously, looking for Li Fan first. However, Tashiji was not able to find Li Fan, but saw Artoria, who was slowly walking towards the sword in the stone. In Tashiji's room, Li Fan watched Tashiji suddenly close his eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep, and knew that Tashiji had entered the world of swords. Originally, Li Fan thought that Tashiji would wake up from the sword soon like himself. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, Tashiji did not show any signs of waking up. Strange, I answered the real world almost instantly. Moreover, I also saw Arteria's entire experience as a king. Other people should not see so much content like me. Why Tashiji hasn't woken up yet? Could it be that because I am the system host, the time I use is particularly short? Shaking his head, Li Fan, who couldn't figure it out, decided to stay in Tashiji's room for the time being. Walking to the desk beside him, Li Fan was making Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and instructions, while quietly observing Tashiji. On the other hand, Zoro finally found his own house after going through a lot of hardships. Opening the door, Zoro sat directly on the ground, carefully looking at the familiar long knife and pole in front of him. Before, when Li Fan handed him the dry pole, Zoro had already observed the knife thoroughly. Whether it is his length, radian, or sharpness, he is well aware of it. In Zoro's opinion, there is no doubt that this is a good knife. However, its extraordinarily long blade is also destined to be unusable by ordinary sword 10. Shall I take a good look at this knife? Zoro touched his chin. Although puzzled, Zoro followed Li Fan's instructions and focused his attention on things. It didn't take long for Zoro to enter the world of dry things. Hey! Where is this place? Zoro frowned. At this moment, a saber light struck from one side, and before Zoro noticed it, it passed over his body. Zoro's eyes widened, and his body instinctively jumped backwards. I was hacked, what happened? Zoro, who was in the air, looked towards the direction of the attack. He found that on the opposite side of him, a very familiar figure to Zoro was maintaining a posture of swinging a knife. This image, Sasaki Kojiro. Wait, I wasn't hurt. At the same time as he landed, Zoro found that although he was swept by Sasaki Kojiro's knife light, his body did not feel any pain. What's going on? Why am I not hurt? Is that guy really Kojiro Sasaki? Zoro frowned, his eyes fixed on Kojiro Sasaki. However, Sasaki Kojiro completely ignored Zoro's meaning. He squared off again and swung his blade into the air. Buzz! The blade swung through the air, forming a ripple visible to the naked eye. Hey, are you Kojiro Sasaki? After watching for a while, Zoro finally couldn't help but speak. However, Zoro's question was not answered. Sasaki Kojiro just waved the long knife in his hand again and again. Let me ask you again. Zoro, who hadn't received a response for a long time, simply took the pole rack that came to this world with him and pointed the blade of 013 in Sasaki Kojiro's hand. When the blades intersected, there was no sound of gold and iron striking each other. Kojiro Sasaki's blade pierced directly through the blade in Zoro's hand. This. Zoro's eyes widened slightly, thinking of the fact that he was attacked before and was not injured, and the surprised G-Fan said. Seeing Sasaki Kojiro swinging the blade again and again, Zoro had a faint guess in his heart. Could it be that I just saw the memory of Kojiro Sasaki? Now, is he concentrating on sword practice? This posture, does it mean that he is currently practicing Yan Hui? Li Fan, is that guy trying to let me practice my sword skills by observing Sasa Kojiro's practice? Thinking of this, Zoro's mouth parted involuntarily. Well, I don't know how Li Fan did it though. However, it is great to be sure that you really existed, swordsman Kojiro Sasaki. Let me just study hard and learn from you. Although he knew that Sasaki Kojiro in front of him couldn't hear his words, Zoro couldn't help but speak. Immediately, Zoro walked not far from Sasaki Kojiro, imitating Sasaki Kojiro's non-stop slashing with a knife. Chapter 123. Time flies by. Zoro no longer knows how long he has been in this space, nor how long he has continued to swing his sword. In this space, I don't need to eat or sleep, I just repeat the practice of swinging the sword over and over again. The movements are slowly proficient, and the body and mind are gradually enriched. Unknowingly, Zoro seemed to feel that he had a deeper understanding of Yan Hui. One day, Zoro usually made a handicraft. Laugh. With a thunderbolt, the object split into three, cutting straight through the space. Hey! This is... Zoro's eyes widened, even though his body was full of exhaustion and his forehead was full of sweat, Zoro didn't care at the moment. Did I leave Yanfan just now? Just when Zoro wanted to find the feeling just now, the space suddenly began to reverse, and the environment Zoro was in began to dissipate rapidly. This... Zoro was startled, and turned to look at Sasa Kojiro. At this moment, Sasaki Kojiro had stopped swinging his sword. Facing Zoro, he stood quietly with a smile on his face, as if he was very satisfied with Zoro's ability to use swallow return. Really, am I leaving this world? Realizing this, Zoro couldn't help laughing. Immediately, Zoro lowered his body and bowed deeply to Kojiro Sasaki. Maybe you are simply Sasaki Kojiro's memory, but thank you for guiding me for so long. After getting along with Kojiro Sasaki for a long time, Zoro has a deeper understanding of how talented and determined this person is. If it wasn't for his extremely high talent, coupled with his uncompromising will, he would definitely not be able to practice the secret sword Yan Hui. Zoro firmly believes in this. Even if he had used swallow return before, Zoro knew that it was under the guidance of his predecessors that he could make such a fast progress. If he practices alone, he may succeed, but he doesn't know how long it will take. With a muffled sound, when Zoro opened his eyes again, he had already returned to his room. At this moment, Zoro's eyes were sunken and his body was withered and yellow, as if he had been hungry for a long time. Am I still in the same room? Zoro frowned. How long have I been in that space? Months, years, decades. The long sword swing practice even made Zoro forget the specific time. No, I have to find Li Fan, I don't know if he is still here. Zoro put his hands on the ground, trying to stand up. However, before he could move, Zoro fell to the ground with a snap, and fell into a deep sleep. Aren't you awake yet? In Tashiji's room, Li Fan put down the newly made cards and looked at Tashiji with a frown. Could it be that she didn't sink into the sword of the vowed victory, but fell asleep? Li Fan stood up, walked to Tashiji's side, and put his face in front of Tashiji. In this state, I should be asleep. However, Tashiji really has a cute face when viewed from this close. Li Fan rubbed his chin and thought. At this moment, Tashiji's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Hey! Looking at Li Fan who was approaching, Tashiji blinked. Hey! Ah! Li Fan, why are you so close to me? Tashiji retreated to the edge of the bed. It's nothing, I just think Tashiji is cute, I just took a second look. Seeing Tashiji wake up, Li Fan stood up straight with a smile. By the way, are you okay, Tashiji, did you see anything? Hearing Li Fan's words, Tashiji, who had just blushed because of the cute in Li Fan's mouth, came back to his senses with a smile on his face. Li Fan, the king of knights, is really a great king. Hey, it looks like you really saw something, Tashiji. Interest came. Yeah. Tashiji nodded. In my sleep, I read some stories about the king of knights. Although it's just a small story, I have even more admiration for this Night King. She is really a perfect king. She has done everything she can for her country. Although Britain is perishing, she has done her best to ease its demise. It also brought the final glory to her country. Hey, Li Fan, the king of knights really exists, right? And after that, she must have cheered up during the Holy Grail War. Li Fan reached out and patted Tashiji on the shoulder. Ah, yes. In this world, there must be such a hero as the king of knights. Similarly, she can cheer up again at some point in the future. And you, Tashiji, can you pull yourself together? Hearing this, the corners of Tashiji's mouth curled up slightly. Thank you, Li Fan. Hearing this, Tashiji didn't know where, and Fan was worried about her condition. Don't worry, Li Fan. After getting to know the King of Knights better, I don't think I can stand still. Although I am no longer a marine, this does not prevent me from moving towards the justice in my heart. Tashiji raised his hands and held Li Fan's palm. Li Fan, although you are also a wanted criminal now, I hope you can still be an upright and good person like before. I will always be by your side and watch over you. Li Fan touched his face and looked at Tashiji with interest. Tashiji, you are so solemn, people who don't know, think you are proposing to me. Marriage proposal. Good Li's, Tashiji blushed immediately. Li Fan, what are you talking about? I didn't mean that at all. Okay, I was just joking. Li Fan patted Tashiji on the shoulder. Anyway, it's better than anything that you can pull yourself together, Tashiji. Let's keep this sword by your side for now. When the time is right, I will let you play the role of the Night King. Now, I have to go back and take a good rest. I watched you all night, but I haven't come to see you yet. Of course, the point is not a night of sleepless nights, what really consumes energy is making cards for a night of sleep. Now, Li Fan just wants to go back to Medusa and have a good sleep. Only by Medusa's side, Li Fan can sleep peacefully. Looking at the back of Li Fan leaving, a beautiful smile was drawn on the corner of Tashiji's mouth. Chapter 124. Opening the door, Li Fan just ran into Jun who was walking in the corridor. Good morning, Jun. Li Fan raised his hand casually to say hello. Are you here to look for Tashiji? If that's the case, forget it, Tashiji didn't rest all night, let her be alone now. Hearing Li Fan's words, Jun was taken aback. Well, Li Fan, you stayed in Tashiji's room all night. Besides, Yin Psyche didn't rest all night. Jun's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Li Fan in disbelief. That's right. Li Fan gave a big hug, and there was fatigue in his eyes. Okay, I won't tell you anymore, I didn't have a good rest yesterday. I have to go back and catch up on a good night's sleep. As he said that, Li Fan crossed Jun and walked towards his room with a large pocket of cards that he had made. Jun turned around, her eyes fixed on Li Fan's back. Sometimes puzzled, sometimes surprised. No, the two of them didn't have a good rest all night. And, the two of them stayed in the same room overnight. Could it be that Tashiji and Li Fan are already in that 727 relationship? Li Fan, did you take advantage of Tashiji's sadness and give her away? Or, because of sadness, Tashiji gave herself to Li Fan because of her love for Li Fan? Wait, Jun, it's too arbitrary to think about it now, I'll go and see Tashiji. Thinking, Jun came to Tashiji's door and raised his hand to knock on the door. Wait, at this moment, isn't Tashiji lying on the bed disheveled? At this time, Yin Psyche will be very embarrassed if I go in. Or, shall I go in later? If Tashiji really recovered because of love, it would be a good thing indeed. Aside from the fact that Li Fan is a bounty criminal, Li Fan is indeed a good man. It's also a good thing that Tashiji is with him. If I go in now, won't Tashiji's mood, which was hard to recover from embarrassment, become depressed again? Squeak, a jaff. Just when Jun was hesitating, the door slowly opened, and Tashiji's figure appeared in front of Jun. Hey! Seeing Jun standing at the door, Tashiji was obviously taken aback. Yo! Yo, Tashiji, good morning, are you okay? Jun twitched the corner of his mouth, put down his raised hand, and looked at Tashiji with some embarrassment. Good morning, Jun Vice Admiral. The corners of Tashiji's mouth curled up in response, showing a refreshing smile. Hey! Seeing Tashiji's recovery, Jun was obviously taken aback. Could it be that Tashiji really recovered because of what happened with Li Fan? I don't know if it's out of concern for Tashiji, or from the instinctive 8 trigrams. Jun asked. Well, Tashiji, I just heard Li Fan say that he and you, that's the one, busy all night, right? Well, yes. Tashiji nodded. Yes, is that so? Hearing Tashiji's answer without hesitation, Jun felt that the smile on his face could hardly hold back. Then, aren't you tired? Obviously Li Fan looks very tired. Well. Tashiji smiled, because I basically didn't move, Li Fan was working all the time. Ah, this. Hearing this, even Jun couldn't help but blush. Tashiji, are you so outgoing? Well, Jun Vice Admiral, if it's okay, I want to go and have a haircut. Tashiji said with a smile, I haven't felt so comfortable for many days, and now, I want to go for a good walk. Ahaha, that's right, after doing something like that, you really should take a good breath. Jun nodded slightly, although Li Fan's method, how should I put it, is a bit. But, Tashiji, it's better than anything that you can pull yourself together. Then, I'll leave first, and you can go for a walk by yourself. Saying that, Jun turned his back on Tashiji and walked towards his room. Where Tashiji couldn't see, Jun's face was getting redder and redder. Hey! Jun Vice Admiral, it seems a bit strange. Looking at Jun's back, Tashiji frowned, that's right, now that Li Fan has become Marine's wanted criminal, it's understandable that Jun Vice Admiral will become what he is now. Shaking his head, Tashiji stopped thinking about it and walked towards the balcony. Speaking of which, what happened to that Zoro guy? Li Fan, who was walking in the corridor, suddenly thought of Zoro. I don't know, did that guy see Sasaki Kojiro's memory? If he can learn Swallow Return, he will be able to play better when he plays Kojiro Sasaki in the future. Forget it, go see him. Thinking of this, Li Fan turned around the corner and walked towards Zoro's room. Bang bang bang! Hey, Zoro, are you awake? Li Fan knocked on the door and shouted into the room. Aren't you there? Li Fan, who hadn't received a response for a long time, frowned and turned the doorknob. Hey! The door is not locked. Seeing the door open, Li Fan touched his chin. With the idea of just taking a look, Li Fan pushed open the door and walked in. Soon, Zoro, who fell on the ground, appeared in front of Ji with his dry body as if he had lost dozens of caddies. Zoro, UBD, are you okay? Li Fan quickly ran over and helped Zoro up on the ground. Hey, are you still alive? Who made you like this? The sound in his ears made Zoro slowly open his eyes. Great, Zoro, you're not dead. Li Fan breathed a sigh of relief. UBD, who did you offend and became like this? Hearing Li Fan's words, Zoro twitched the corners of his mouth, raised his hand, and pointed at Li Fan with difficulty. It's you, Van. Chapter 125. Alabasta Palace, in the restaurant. Zoro was swigging his wine and eating his meat. Compared with before, Zoro's complexion is obviously much better now, and his body has gradually become full like the nectar of a long time. So, you guys have been meditating and exercising for decades. Then as soon as I came out, I passed out, and then my body became like that. Opposite Zoro, Li Fan looked at Zoro curiously while holding his chin with one hand. Gulu gulu. Ha! Zoro drank the wine in his glass and breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. Zoro glanced at the dry pole on the table. After this time, I understand why Sasaki Kojiro was able to practice swallow return. Well, what about you, did you gain anything, Zoro? Ha, do you want to see it? Hearing this, the corners of Zoro's mouth curled up, and he stood up and took the dry pole beside him. If you want to see it, fight with me, Zhen. Li Fan waved his hand, shook his head and said. Forget it, I'm very busy now, I don't have so much time to spend energy with you. Also, you should be eating more, you should still be in a weak state now. Don't underestimate me. Zoro cracked his mouth and said with a ferocious smile, it's just because long-term meditation exercise is a bit exhausting to the body and mind. I've recovered a lot from eating so much. I have to call someone else, I don't have time to call you. Li Fan said. Tisk, in this place, besides you, is there any swordsman who can fight me? Zoro looked at Li Fan unhappily. No, there's not one there. Li Fan raised his finger and pointed to Jun who had just walked into the restaurant. That guy is an elite in the Marine Vice Admiral, and is called an Admiral candidate. What's even more commendable is that she is a great swordsman. Great swordsman. Zoro looked at Jun, speaking of which, she does wear a sword. Very well, since you won't fight with me, then I'll try with that guy. Saying that, Zoro got up directly and walked towards Jun. Jun, who was about to talk to Li Fan, saw Zoro walking straight towards him, and his expression gradually became puzzled. What's the matter, Zoro? You know how to use a sword. Zoro laughed. Li Fan said you are Admiral's candidate, very strong, why don't you come and fight with me? 11. Sorry, I don't intend to do a fearless battle. Jun shook his head and wanted to go around Zoro and walk towards Li Fan. You can compete with him, Jun. Li Fan, who was looking at this side, said, that guy seems to have some understanding of Yan Fan. I also want to see how far he has comprehended. Hearing this, Jun looked at Zoro in surprise. Yan Fan, Jun knows it, not only Yan Fan in the movie, Jun also knows that Mihawk, who is the world's #1 swordsman, thinks highly of Yan Fan. Li Fan, did you teach Zoro this trick? Jun asked. To be precise, I didn't teach it. Li Fan waved his hand, however, I found him a teacher. After all, Zoro will continue to play the role of Sasaki Kojiro in the future. If he can learn swallow return, it will save me a lot of effort. Hearing Li Fan's words, Jun's interest was also aroused. Okay, since you expect so much. Jun turned around, faced Zoro, and pulled out the long sword Jinbira from his waist. Then, let me see, can the world's #1 swordsman also praise how about Yuga's sword skills? While speaking, a fierce sword energy surged from Jun's body, and rushed towards Zoro. At that moment, Zoro only felt that the body of Jun in front of him was constantly rising, and he was like a child in front of her. As expected of Admiral's candidate, Jun's momentum, even if not as good as Aokiji who came over last time, is much stronger than the General Vice Admiral. It was the first time Li Fan saw Jun bursting out with his own fighting spirit, and his evaluation of Jun kept rising in his heart. That guy Sengoku should feel sorry for restricting Jun to my side. Zoro took a deep breath, held the knife in both hands, squatted down and took a stance. Although he was very confident in his mouth, Zoro didn't even know whether he could really use swallow return. 0. Seeking flowers. After all, the last time it was used was only in a dream. It's interesting. Seeing the aura on Zoro's body slowly rising, Jun couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and also drew out his own sword. Jun, who will not underestimate any opponent, used observation haki to lock Zoro tightly. Jun wanted to see clearly what the real Yanhui looked like. It should be like this. Zoro took a deep breath, and with a sudden force on his feet, he stepped forward. At this moment, every muscle in Zoro's body was mobilized, and the blade even reached Jun. Yanhui! Laugh! 3 sword lights appeared, rushing towards Jun from 3 directions. 0. Jun's eyes were fixed, and armament haki's long sword Kinpura danced quickly, and 3 swords were drawn in 3 directions. Ding! With a crisp sound, Zoro flew out with a knife, and his body hit the wall heavily. Not only that, at the moment of using Swallow Return, Zoro's whole body, extra skin suddenly shattered, and a large amount of blood sprayed out from Zoro's body. Great swordsmanship! Jun frowned. If this man is stronger, I may not be able to receive this sword without incident. Jun looked at Li Fan, who got up from the chair and walked towards Zoro. This man not only generously gave his employees a lot of money, but also taught others swordsmanship. Now, even Yan Fan can teach others such a unique skill. Such skills are more precious than any treasure to a swordsman. It's just a pity that such sword skills will never be taught to Marine. Jun thought to himself. Hey, Li Fan, can you teach me this trick, Yan Fan? Hey! Hearing Jun's question, Li Fan was slightly taken aback, and looked at Jun in surprise. Sure enough, no way. Seeing Li Fan's expression, Jun thought that Li Fan didn't intend to teach herself. If you want to learn, I will teach you. Li Fan's voice came to the ears of Jun, who lowered his head. Several. Chapter 126. Hey, Zoro, are you dead? Li Fan walked to Zoro, knelt down and pushed his body with his hands. Strange, no response. Jun, why don't we bury him? Yeah, I think this proposal is very good. Jun said with a smile on his face. I said, are you 2 demons? Zoro stretched out his right hand. Please, save me first. 17. Hee, just kidding. Li Fan shook his head. I have already called a doctor for you, and your injury will be under control soon. However, congratulations, Zoro, for learning this trick. In this way, you can also be called a swordsman. Hearing this, Zoro shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, I can't control this trick at all. You've also seen that just by using the 407 pose, I lost a little bit of physical strength, and I also suffered inexplicable injuries. I feel pain all over my body right now. It doesn't matter. Li Fan said with a smile, although your body really can't bear the price of using this blow. But at least you did manage to deliver the blow. In this way, you also have a whole card, don't you? Next, it's just a matter of trying to work out. Or, do you feel like you can't build a stronger body on your own? To be honest, Li Fan was quite surprised. At the beginning, Li Fan just thought that Zoro could get some inspiration from the things he gave Zoro, and never thought that Zoro could really learn to swallow so quickly. However, when thinking of Zoro's claim that he has swung his sword countless times in meditation and practiced for decades, Li Fan understands. Zoro's kendo talent is already very strong, and with the addition of long-term practice and the demonstration of Sasaki Kojiro, it is indeed possible to learn it. However, it is a pity for Li Fan that outsiders can only view the dry rod in Zoro's hand once, except that he can unconditionally view the memory of his commander Kojiro Sagi. In other words, even Zoro himself cannot continue to watch the memory of Sasaki Kojiro, let alone others. Otherwise, Li Fan really intends to give this knife to Tashigi to see if she can also learn Yanhui. How is it possible? Zoro's mouth cracked. It's just exercise, which is much, much simpler than the practice of kendo. It's good to have confidence. Li Fan nodded and waved to the doctor who was rushing to the side. Then, next, you should recover well. When the body is unable to withstand this move, it is better to seal Yanhui first. Zoro nodded and agreed to Li Fan's proposal. Afterwards, the doctor carried Zoro to the infirmary. Li Fan, were you serious when you said you would teach me? After Zoro left, there were only Li Fan and Jun left in the restaurant. Jun came to Li Fan and looked at his face seriously. Yes, since you want to learn, I can naturally teach. Li Fan nodded with a smile. Actually, it's not just you, as long as it is my actor, as long as he is willing to learn, I am very happy to help them become stronger. So, it's the same for you and me. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Jun breathed a sigh of relief. What's like this? Li Fan approached Jun, looked up at Jun's face. Are you thinking of something strange? Although I want to say this, but sure enough, every time I get close to you, I feel height suppression. I always feel like a child. Having said this, Li Fan couldn't help but sighed. In the original world, Li Fan's height is definitely not considered tall. However, in this pirate world, Li Fan's height can only be called average. It can be said that there are as many people who are taller than him. Allah, if director Li Fan is a child, then I'm a big sister. Jun leaned on her body slightly, looking at Li Fan with a smile on her face. Hey, director Li Fan, do you want to call me sister? I'd be happy to give you candy. Hearing Jun's words, the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Forget it, although I think you are indeed older than me, but let me call you sister or something. I don't want to be Crane's younger brother. Speaking of, Jun, how old are you? Boom. Before Li Fan finished speaking, Jun's scabbard hit the wall heavily, and a spider-like crack spread on the wall. Well, Director Li Fan, it's a bad behavior to ask a girl's age casually. At this moment, although Jun is smiling, Li Fan seems to see Pruchna behind her. Well, I'll pay attention. Li Fan said with a twitch of his mouth. Well, just remember. Jun retracted the scabbard, and his smile returned to sunshine. Speaking of which, Li Fan said just now that he didn't want to be sister he's younger brother, which means you don't mind being my younger brother. I said, you understand, forget it. Li Fan shook his head, not wanting to waste time on such things. Jun, you haven't answered my question yet, were you thinking of something strange just now? Hearing Li Fan's words, Jun turned his head slightly, raised his hand and touched his face. Well, Li Fan, you can cheer up Tashiji, I think it's a good look. That's the one. You still have to pay attention to safety at ordinary times. Pay attention to safety. Li Fan gave Jun a strange look. What kind of mess, what are you talking about? That's it, Li Fan, you see, Tashiji is still quite young now, there are some things, are you thinking about it in the future? Tashiji is indeed very young, but I still haven't figured out what 2.8 you want to express. Ah, really, Li Fan, do you have to make me clear? Jun looked at Li Fan complaining, I mean, it's okay if Tashiji is still young and you have S*X with each other. After all, you are all normal people, and you will have desires for the opposite S*X. But, with regard to children, you are definitely not ready. So, please do a good job of safety during this and that time. Paula. As soon as Jun finished speaking, the sound of tableware falling to the ground and breaking suddenly came from the entrance of the restaurant. Jun turned his head and found Vivi, Nami, Nakako, Zayla, Makita, and other actresses standing at the door. Among them, Tashiji was looking at Jun with a flushed face. Chapter 127. Nami, no. You can't, you already did it. Nyokijo, hehe, this is interesting. Nico Robin, Director Li Fan, he is really popular with women. Zayla, well, A man as powerful and rich as Li Fan, even I am attracted to him. Vivi, Li Fan and Tashiji are already together, is it true? All of a sudden, all the girls who entered the restaurant with Tashiji were very curious. No. You misunderstood, nothing happened between me and Li Fan. Tashiji waved his hands quickly. At this time, even the roots of Tashiji's ears had turned red. But, if that's the case, why would Jun say that? Nami looked at Tashiji suspiciously. Really, please believe me, nothing like that happened to me and Li Fan. Tashiji anxiously looked at 09 to Jun. Really, Jun Vice Admiral, how can you say that? But, isn't that the truth? Jun looked at Tashiji a little strangely. I'm sorry, Tashiji, it's my fault that I didn't notice your arrival. I shouldn't have said these things in so many faces. It's just that I really think that young people like you and Li Fan may not pay much attention to safety issues, so they come to remind Li Fan who is a man. Stop. Li Fan patted Jun's arm heavily. Let me tell you, Jun, don't keep me from talking, and you can just talk nonsense, okay? I admit, Tashiji is indeed a very cute girl, I am also attracted to her. But when did that happen to us? Why, even I don't know. Hearing Li Fan's words, Jun sighed deeply. Li Fan, I know, you might be embarrassed in front of so many people. However, you are a man after all, so you should be responsible. Didn't you stay in Tashiji's room all night last night? Besides, you haven't slept all night or anything. Hearing this, Li Fan couldn't help thinking of what happened when he left Tashiji's door and touched Jun. Let me tell you, what is in your head, woman? Li Fan slapped her forehead with a slap. I worked all night in Tashiji's room because I wanted to make game cards. But, if you want to make game cards, why not in your own room, but run to Tashiji's room? Tisk, can't I whisper something to Tashiji? Li Fan shook his head. Really, I just handed over the sword of vowed victory to Tashiji for safekeeping. Later, I saw that she had fallen into the memory of the King of Knights, so I stayed by her side for a while longer. This will cause you such a big misunderstanding. Li Fan is right. Tashiji nodded quickly. It's really only because I entered into the sword of the vowed victory and saw something about the Night King Arteria that Li Fan will guard me around. I didn't have that kind of thing with him. Tashiji never imagined that there would be a day when he would be so misunderstood. The torment of being in the spotlight is even close to catching up with Tashiji's state when he learned that he was wanted. The memory of the King of Knights. Li Fan and Tashiji's words made Jun slightly frown. So, the King of Knights really exists? Okay, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Li Fan shook his head helplessly. Then, I'll leave first. Really, because of all these various things, I haven't had time to rest yet. You girls chat slowly, I will leave first. Saying that, Li Fan took a step, walked out of the restaurant, and walked towards his room. Wait, Li Fan. Jun couldn't keep up with Li Fan's back. Sorry, Tashiji, I will apologize to you solemnly later. Jun said apologetically when passing by Tashiji. Seeing the figures of Li Fan and Jun leaving, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and then they all set their eyes on Tashiji. Well, Tashiji, nothing happened between you and Li Fan, did it? Vivi asked in a low voice. No, we're really just friends. Is that so? I can rest assured. Vivi murmured to himself, the voice was so small that only he could hear it. Is that so? So I can rest assured. Suddenly, the same words as hers sounded in Vivi's ear. Surprised, Vivi turned her head, only to realize that the person who spoke just now was the former Alibaba Stan agent, Li Fan's official employee, Ms. Zayla. A man like Li Fan is pretty good. Since he is single, I think I can try to pursue him. Zayla put her hand on her face and said with a smile. It's really your style, Zayla 770. Nico Robin chuckled, although you were caught by Li Fan once, you don't care about it at all. It didn't do me any harm after all, did it? Zayla took a puff of his cigarette. However, how can someone as powerful as Li Fan capture his heart? As far as competitors are concerned, there seems to be a lot. Zayla looked at the girls around with interest, and then fixed his eyes on Tashiji. Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Tashiji asked dissatisfied. I'm not interested in Li Fan, he and I are just friends. Is this really the case? Zayla leaned down slightly, with a smile on his face, and looked directly at Tashiji. If this is the case, why are you so relieved to let Li Fan spend the night in your own room? You are too defenseless towards Li Fan. Tashiji, do you really have no affection for Li Fan? Tashiji. Tashiji wanted to deny it decisively, but he couldn't say it out of his mouth anyway. Watching Tashiji's performance, Vivi and Nami's eyes gradually became complicated. Chapter 128. There were hurried footsteps in the silent corridor. Tread, tread. Wait for me, Li Fan. Jun ran up to Li Fan quickly, and stopped him with his arms outstretched. Let me tell you, do you have anything else, Miss Jun? Li Fan looked at Jun in front of him helplessly. Well, Li Fan, I misunderstood earlier, sorry. Jun said with some embarrassment. After finding out the truth, even the mature Jun was extremely embarrassed, and was too embarrassed to stay by Tashiji and others' side for the time being. Forget it, just figure it out. Li Fan waved his hand. As you said, I'm a big man, so there's no need to worry about it. Compared to me, you better apologize to Tashiji. She was a Marine before, so I believe she will forgive you as a Marine Admiral candidate. Facing Li Fan's words, Jun smiled wryly and shook his head. As for Tashiji, I will naturally apologize to her later. Also, Li Fan, don't always say that I'm a Marine Admiral candidate. Compared to you and Miss Medusa, my candidate for Admiral is much worse. Jun said. Don't be discouraged, you are still young, and you can still become strong. Perhaps, you may reach my level one day. Li Fan comforted casually. It's because I want to become stronger, so I came to you, Li Fan. Didn't you promise to teach me swordsmanship before? Forget about that. Li Fan rubbed his hair. I was interrupted by your explosive topic just now, I forgot what I said. Forget it, since you want to learn, I'm giving up some sleep time, you, go outdoors with me. As he said that, Li Fan took a step forward, passed by Jun, and walked outdoors. The corner of Jun's mouth curled up, and he followed Li Fan's footsteps. Li Fan, don't worry, I learned your swordsmanship, can I teach it to Marine? On the way, Jun looked at Ji curiously. Teach me if you want, I don't care. Do you think I will say that? Li Fan glanced at Jun. If Marine and I hadn't had a falling out, I really wouldn't mind giving Marine something. After all, I had a good impression of Marine back then. Now, I definitely don't plan to teach. As for teaching you, it's just because you are my employee. As for what you want to teach Marine. Li Fan pointed to Jun's forehead, don't forget, there is something in your head. Without my permission, if you want to teach, you can't teach. Hearing this, Jun nodded knowingly. Indeed, as long as there is a contract, she has no way to do things that are not good for Li Fan. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. Maybe in the future there will be a few Marines that I recognize and allow you to pass on the knowledge I have taught you. Li Fan shrugged and continued. Jun, the reason why you want to learn from me is because you want to train Yanhui. Before I said it, I can teach you how to practice Yanhui. But even a genius such as Sasaki Kojiro devoted all his time and energy to the way of swordsmanship, and after a long time, he mastered Yanhui. If you want to learn Yanhui, you'd better be prepared to practice it for decades. Li Fan, your words seem to indicate that Sasaki Kojiro really exists. Jun said, do you know him? Li Fan smiled and said nothing. Jun sighed, and continued, in this case, why is Zoro able to acquire swallow return so quickly? I admit that Zoro has a strong talent for seeing, but his progress in learning swallow return is too fast. 17. It's not fast. Li Fan said, that guy has activated the remaining spirit of Sasaki Kojiro hidden in the dry rod. And in this spiritual world, practiced for thousands of years. 11. I mean, do you still think Zoro's practice is fast? So, that's the case. Hearing this, Jun finally solved a doubt in his heart. So, if you are eager to improve your strength, you can try to practice thunder breath. Li Fan stopped and walked up and down a lot of Jun, the way of swords you practice should focus on movement, it's the way of the sword with speed and the speed of the sword. If that's the case, maybe Thunder's breath will be very suitable for you. As expected of Li Fan, have you seen my kendo just now in the confrontation between me and Zoro? Jun nodded. You are the teacher who instructs swordsmanship. After the direction of Jun's practice of swordsmanship was determined, Li Fan specially introduced the practice method of Thunder's breath. 1's shape. Thunderbolt flash. It also showed Jun the Thunder breath, 1 shape, Thunderbolt flash, super speed that Zoro has not been able to use until now. After explaining, Li Fan can finally go back to his room and have a good sleep under the protection of Medusa. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, another day passed. Demon Slayer, Blade, 1, the end of the screening ushered in Alabasta. During this period of time, Alabasta completely set off a wave of movie fever, and almost everyone was discussing things in the movie. At the same time, there was a trend that developed among some of the people of Alabasta. That is the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. Although most of the Yu-Gi-Oh card game players are young people, there are quite a few older ones who are attracted by the Yu-Gi-Oh card game. Quite a lot of people poured into the card exchange established by Princess Vivi to buy cards. Are people excited because the cards they get are rare cards, and of course, some people get frustrated because they get common cards. But no matter what, the Yu-Gi-Oh card game has a considerable number of players in Alabasta. Walking on the street, can you see people gathering together and having a fierce card battle? Thanks to everyone's enthusiasm, all the cards Li Fan made, except for the cards reserved for his own actors, were all sold out. The money from card sales, plus the money earned from several movies, is deducted from the remuneration paid to the actors and staff. Li Fan's current net worth has reached a total of 35,068 million berry. Chapter 129. Okay, Marine, your soldier has been healed. Although I can no longer run freely like before, at least I can walk relatively freely. A doctor speaks to Hina outside a clinic in Alabasta. Understood, thank you for taking care of them for so many days, doctor. I just follow what Director Li Fan said, and do what I can to them. The doctor shook his head, go in and see them yourself. Hina nodded and went into the clinic because of that. Looking at the sailors with crutches or broken arms, Hina sighed deeply. Let's go, everyone, I've already found a boat, next, I'll take you home. Hearing this, several sailors nodded and followed Hina's footsteps. Along the street, several people soon came to the coast. Here, a merchant ship is setting sail. This is the merchant ship that Hina specially found, because several sailors have no way to engage in marine work. Several sailors asked Hina to return home. For this reason, Hina found a merchant ship that happened to be on the way. After boarding the merchant ship and arranging several sailors, Hina stood on the deck and watched the prosperity of Alabasta, gradually fascinated. That, sister. Suddenly, a childish voice sounded behind Hina. Turning around, a little boy about 10 years old was looking at Hina with a smile on his face. What's the matter with you, little one? Well, sister, I want to make a deal with you. The little boy took out a piggy bank and handed it to Hina. You have the Blue Eyes White Dragon game card, right? I want to exchange this money with you, is that okay? Hearing this, Hina felt a little amused. Child, how do you know that I have the blue-eyed white dragon card? When my parents and I were watching the movie Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, I saw that director Li Fan gave you Blue Eyes White Dragon. I see. You were there at the time. Hina nodded knowingly. Of course Hina knows about the children's intention to buy cards. Hina has naturally heard about the card game that has suddenly become popular in Alabasta recently. He also knew how rare his Blue Eyes White Dragon card was. Among the game players, some even bought Blue Eyes White Dragon cards at a high price. I don't need the money, I'll give you this card. Hina casually took out the card from his pocket and handed it to the little boy. I don't need this card, so giving it to you just reflects its value. No. To Hina's surprise, the little boy shook his head. Mom and Dad said that what you want, you have to use formal trading methods to get it, so please give me my money. That's it, I understand. Hina smiled and took the piggy bank from the little boy's hand. It's all right now. Yeah, that's great, I have Blue Eyes White Dragon. The little boy jumped up happily, running around on the deck. Behind the little boy, Hina looked at him with a smile on her face. Also looking at the little boy was a man wearing a certain black hat on the merchant ship. However, he just glanced at the little boy, and his light fell on Alabasta, who was gradually moving away. Not long after the merchant ship that Hina was on board left, Li Fan and his group came to the coast. Well, Li Fan, are we really going to leave like this without telling father? Behind Li Fan, Vivi asked worriedly, Ajad. Tell her what to do. Li Fan shook his head. Don't forget, Vivi, I am equivalent to abducting you to leave Alabasta now. If Cobra finds out, it's meaningless. That's what it says, but... Vivi seemed a little confused. On the one hand, she wanted to leave with Li Fan and become an actress. On the other hand, she was worried that her leaving without saying goodbye would make her father sad. Okay, Vivi. Li Fan patted Vivi's shoulder. It's not like you won't be back, and you can still talk to Cobra from time to time, can't you? Walking with me will also allow Cobra to see more of your works on the big screen. I'm sure he'll be happy to see that too. It's all right, Vivi said. Hey, Li Fan, Marine is coming over there. Suddenly, Zoro's voice sounded beside Li Fan. Really? Following Zoro's gaze, Li Fan found that there was actually a warship approaching the coast of Alabasta quickly. Yo, I'm still an old acquaintance. Why does this guy come to Alabasta when he's free? Eagle Eye with the skill blessing, Li Fan clearly saw the strong old man standing on the bow, the hero of Marine, Garp. Li Fan saw it, and Jun, who had supernatural vision, also saw Garp standing at the bow. Garp? Why is he here? Now that Garp is here, Li Fan is not in a hurry to board the boat and leave Alabasta, but stands on the shore quietly waiting for Garp's arrival. Soon, Garp's warship came to the coast. Garp himself jumped off the warship, and walked towards Ji Fan aggressively. Yo, Garp, we meet again, you guy, you didn't come here specifically to find me, did you? Garp fixed his eyes on Li Fan, and squeezed his fist hard. Yeah, I'm here to beat you up. Li Fan, how could you have imagined that you would become a pirate and kill so many Marines? This time, let the old man be taught a lesson to you. BD. Garp's words made the situation tense immediately, and Medusa even stood in front of Li Fan, facing Garp who was coming towards him. Oops! Jun was startled. Up to now, Medusa's ability is still in a state of incomprehensibility. She worries that if Garp really conflicts with Medusa, he will suffer the same fate as Aokiji. However, Garp obviously didn't have this worry. A strong aura condensed on Garp, and he rushed straight at Li Fan. Chapter 130. Garp, let me ask you, are you here to arrest me? Also, do you understand the reason why I became a pirate? The smile on Li Fan's face disappeared, and he looked at Garp with a serious face and asked. Although he has a certain fondness for Garp, Li Fan also admires the old man in front of him. But admiration is all admiration, if Garp really regards himself as an enemy and wants to deal with himself. Li Fan doesn't mind letting him get his due. He didn't plan to be greeted with a smile after being beaten up. Li Fan's words made Garp stop. He clenched his fists and looked at Li Fan with a complicated face. Why? Garp let out a long sigh and said. Forget it, although I want to teach you a lesson and avenge those dead sailors. However, this time, after all, our side made mistakes first, and I have no reason to blame you at all. Garp learned about the conflict between Marine and Li Fan in Alabasta while he was still on vacation at East Blue. At that time, he also questioned why Sengoku took action against Li Fan and his group. Of course, the answer is the order of the world government. Later, it was the news that tens of thousands of Marine elites were slaughtered, and Aokiji and 5 vice-admirals were arrested. At that time, Garp wanted to confront Li Fan, but under Sengoku's persuasion, Garp did not go to Li Fan immediately. Now, Garp finally got free and came to Alabasta where Li Fan was. However, when Li Fan asked such a question, Garp suddenly felt wronged and lost the interest to do it. Hey, according to what you mean, you are only here to teach me a lesson, not to arrest me, Yakuo. The corner of Li Fan's mouth turned up, and he looked at Garp with a smile. UBD, can you still laugh? Garp fixed his eyes on Li Fan and said dissatisfied. Is there anything I can't laugh at? Have I done anything wrong? Li Fan raised his eyebrows. If you can't laugh, you Marine are enough. Not to mention the loss of so many soldiers, but also an enemy like me. Tisk, sure enough, I'm still very angry. Garp squeezed his fist. If I don't teach you a lesson, I can't calm down. Wait, Garp. Jun walked up to Li Fan. Garp, you should go back. Jun, you. Garp frowned. Get out of the way, Jun, let me have a good talk with Li Fan. 17. Forget about other things, at least let Li Fan let you go back to the crane. I don't want to see crane being unhappy all day. Thank you for your concern, Garp. Jun shook his head. However, I'm fine, you go back and tell Sister He that I'm fine here so she doesn't worry so much. Jun's words made Garp frown even tighter. Just when he was about to say something, Li Fan patted Jun's arm and walked past her. After all, you came here for this purpose, Garp. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up. I'm sorry, Jun is equivalent to my means of restricting Marine, and I won't let her go back easily. However, when it comes to fighting, I am quite interested. Hey, do you guys want to fight me too? That's right, if I beat you, you can let Jun go back with me, okay? Garp said. It's not about defeating me, it's about defeating us. Li Fan took out a card from himself. For me, whether it's myself, as a follower, or this, it counts as my own battle history. Exactly, let me see the difference between Marine's hero Garp and Marine Admiral Aokiji. Come out, Blue Eyes White Dragon, let the world see your figure. Accompanied by Li Fan's words, the card in his hand burst into a dazzling pure white light. The card in Li Fan's hand twisted and flew out of his hand, forming a two-winged dragon with a height of nearly 100 meters above Li Fan. Roar! A huge roar came from the mouth of the blue-eyed white dragon, and all the sailors who were close except Garp tightly covered their ears. Zero, seeking flowers. What, dragon, it's actually a dragon. It's a legendary creature, and its height is probably much taller than that of the giants. It's crazy, this Li Fan can still summon dragons. What is the card in his hand just now? The Marines stared wide-eyed, looking at the flying dragon in disbelief. That is, the card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Does this card still have such a function? In this case, the cards that Li Fan distributes to the Alabasta people are not just Deo Island for card games. 0. Unlike the marine brought by Garp, Jun, who participated in the filming of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, knows the identity of the card in Li Fan's hand. However, what Jun never imagined was that Li Fan could also summon the blue-eyed white dragon. Judging from the strong power of the blue-eyed white dragon, it is impossible for Jun to regard the blue-eyed white dragon as a projected influence. Moreover, the strong wind brought by the blue-eyed white dragon's flapping wings also confirmed its existence. Come on, let me see what level the blue-eyed white dragon is in this world. Li Fan squinted and looked at Garp. Although he has the card to summon the blue-eyed white dragon Black Magician, it is difficult for Li Fan to compare their combat power with the combat power of this world. The appearance of Garp just gave himself a chance to test. If Blue Eyes White Dragon can defeat Garp, then Li Fan will have one more fighting power to stand at the top of the world. Dragon? It's really interesting. Garp opened the corner of his mouth and clenched his fists. Speaking of which, I haven't fought a dragon yet. Just right, let me try whether the legendary dragon is so tough. After speaking, Garp took off with both feet, stepped on the moonwalk to the top of the blue-eyed white dragon, and slammed a fist at the head of the blue-eyed white dragon. Boom! Chapter 131. Facing Garp's attack, Blue Eyes White Dragon naturally wouldn't stand and be beaten. In the meantime, the blue-eyed white dragon flapped its wings quickly, creating a hurricane, and at the same time, its body suddenly rose, and it met Garp's heavy punch with its sharp claws. Bang rumble! The collision of the fist and the dragon's claw brought gusts of wind. Layers of shock waves spread from Garp and the blue-eyed white dragon to the surroundings. The sea was stirred up into layers of waves several meters high and rushed towards the distance. To be able to receive the old man's heavy punch, should I say, is it worthy of being a dragon? In this case, then take a few more punches from me. Hola hola horner! Garp punched the blue-eyed white dragon's claws continuously, and the powerful attack caused the blue-eyed white dragon's huge body to retreat a lot. 100 is worthy of being a marine hero. Garp is really strong when he is serious. However, the blue-eyed white dragon who can catch Garp's attacks so many times is also good. From this point of view, I have found a treasure. Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth and shouted loudly. Blue-eyed white dragon, attack, help me teach this man in front of you a good lesson. After receiving Li Fan's order, the blue-eyed white dragon's eyes flashed, and it flapped its wings violently to move backward. At the same time, the huge dragon's mouth opened, and a blue-white energy ball began to condense in the blue-eyed white dragon's mouth. Laugh! The energy ball exploded, forming a dazzling beam of light that shot at Garp, completely enveloping Garp's body in the blink of an eye. Vice Admiral Garp! The Marines below shouted in horror. A few seconds later, the light beam dissipated, and Garp's figure reappeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the clothes on his body were torn, and some places on the surface of his body had cracked wounds, and traces of blood flowed out from them. No way, that Vice Admiral Garp was actually injured. An attack capable of injuring Vice Admiral Garp, that dragon is too powerful. This time, not only the sea soldiers brought by Garp, but also the actors around Li Fan were all in amazement. They never imagined that in the Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, they starred in, the blue-eyed white dragon, which was nothing more than fantasy, actually possessed such power after it came to reality. The actors looked at the sea, where the sea surface that was swept by the light beam released by the blue-eyed white dragon split apart abruptly, forming a very spectacular scene. You are very strong, you. Garp's eyes gradually became serious. The one just now, compared to Sengoku's fruit ability, is not far behind. Then, let me see if you have any other skills. After speaking, Garp stepped on the moonwalk and quickly rushed towards the blue-eyed white dragon. For a moment, huge shock waves frequently spread between Garp and the blue-eyed white dragon. Seeing that the impact of the battle on the coast was getting worse, Li Fan ordered the blue-eyed white dragon to take the battlefield to a higher altitude. Garp naturally followed suit. Li Fan wants to test the strength of the blue-eyed white dragon, so why not Garp? For Li Fan, Marine is now focusing on the opportunity to test Li Fan's combat power, and Impu will not let it go. As time went by, the stalemate began to change. Li Fan could clearly see that Blue Eyes White Dragon's offensive was not as good as it was at the beginning, but Garp was still in top form. Blue Eyes White Dragon, you haven't achieved the ability to defeat Garp. However, the fighting power of the Blue-Eyed White Dragon should be enough to compete with Aokiji who came here last time. Li Fan nodded secretly. Forget it, here we go, Garp won the battle. In Li Fan's eyes, the Blue-Eyed White Dragon no longer had the power it had just now, the scales on his body were damaged in many places, and defeat was only a matter of time. Li Fan didn't intend to let the Blue-Eyed White Dragon fight to the end as he didn't know if the card would be damaged if the Blue-Eyed White Dragon died. As soon as he raised his hand, the Blue-Eyed White Dragon who was fighting with Garp turned into a white light and disappeared in front of Garp, and flew back to Li Fan's hand to form a card. And Garp, who punched the air, looked at Li Fan on the ground, then stepped and landed on the opposite side of Li Fan. My boy, I'm fighting, what do you take it back for? Li Fan shrugged and said with a smile. You won, Garp, and it's just a waste of time for you to fight it. If you still want to fight, I can change your opponent. Following Li Fan's words, Medusa took 2 steps forward. Garp looked at Medusa, then at Li Fan, and shook his head. Forget it, I've already moved my tibia, so I don't want to fight anymore. Speaking of which, Li Fan, is it true that Jun can't be brought back? Garp took the cloak handed over by the marine soldier, and frowned at Li Fan. Garp, thank you for your kindness, but this is my own choice. Before Li Fan could speak, Jun stood up. If you have nothing else to do, you should first. Jun. Garp took a deep look at Jun. Forget it, since even Jun has said that, then I have nothing to say. Li Fan, hopefully, we won't stand on opposite sides. After leaving this sentence, Garp took a group of sailors aboard his warship and sailed towards the depths of the sea. What are you talking about? Isn't Marine already on the opposite side of me? Li Fan shook his head and put away his cards casually. Let's go, everyone, get your things in order, and it's time for us to set sail for 2.6. Oh, the actors shouted, quickened their pace, and boarded the ship with various supplies. After a while, Li Fan's boat left Alabasta and headed for the next destination. Alabasta Palace. At this moment, Cobra is standing on the balcony looking into the distance. King Cobra, Princess Vivi have left Alabasta with Li Fan. Belle said after walking behind Cobra. Well, I see. Cobra nodded. My lord, are you not surprised? No, I already knew about such things. Cobra laughed. I hope that Vivi can always keep smiling when she is beside Li Fan. Chapter 132. Hey, did you see, just now, a blue-eyed white dragon appeared on the coast. What, is this true? Of course it's true. I saw with my own eyes that Master Li Fan used a card to summon the white-eyed dragon. Moreover, the blue-eyed white dragon had a fierce battle with a marine. Even the coast was almost destroyed. That's really amazing. Wait, can it be said that the card that Master Li Fan sold us can really summon monsters? How is it possible? The cards Master Li Fan gave us are just ordinary cards. I have tried it, no matter what I call it, the monsters in the card will not come out. But what? Tell me quickly. Hey, do you still remember when Master Li Fan first released Yu-Gi-Oh! 1? Of course I remember, why are you asking this? At that time, Master Li Fan drew a lottery in person and presented a prize to a beautiful female marine. At that time, the prize that Master Li Fan gave her was the Blue Eyes White Dragon card. And that marine was the only one who personally received the card from Master Li Fan. Card 09 is dealt to the person in hand. Moreover, it is Blue Eyes White Dragon. Tell me, will that card also be able to summon Blue Eyes White Dragon? No way, Isn't Master Li Fan and Marine not dealing with each other? How is it possible to send the card that can summon Blue Eyes White Dragon to that Marine named Hina? It's not that Master Li Fan wants to send this to Marine, it's that this Marine just happens to be Vice Admiral. Although Master Li Fan has conflicts with Marine, Master Li Fan must just want to follow the rules of his lottery draw. What you said seems to make sense. Indeed, it's too coincidental that she was the only one who got Master Li Fan's card with her own hands. Alabasta, two teenagers of similar age were discussing enthusiastically about the blue-eyed white dragon that appeared on the coast today. What they didn't notice was that not far from them, a man wrapped himself tightly in a desert suit was listening to their words. As if feeling that there was no more information to refer to, the man turned around and walked into an empty alleyway, and took out a small phone bug. Boo 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 boo. FMA. Hello. A majestic voice came out from the phone bug. Report, Lord Five Elders, this is CP0, codenamed Q. Just now, I got a potentially very important piece of information. As he spoke, the man reported the matter about the blue-eyed white dragon to the Five Elders. The man is an agent of CP0 in World Government Cipher Paul. It is the new agent who was sent here after Li Fan and his group defeated Buster Call led by Aokiji and the Ace in CP. He was sent to Alabasta with another agent codenamed J. They are all excellent agents who came to Alabasta to find information about Li Fan. However, because they couldn't get in close contact with Li Fan, the two still couldn't find enough information. As a result, agent codenamed J was assigned other tasks and left Alabasta this morning. The agent codenamed Q will continue to stay in Alabasta in order to obtain more information about Li Fan. To his surprise, Li Fan also chose to leave today. And just when he was about to leave, he accidentally saw Li Fan summoning the blue-eyed white dragon to fight against Garp. Although Agent Q itself is not very strong, he has a wide range of knowledge. Compared with Garp's combat power, Agent Q immediately cut off his eyes. Tianlong has a combat power comparable to Admiral. Out of speculation about whether the cards can summon monsters, Agent Q immediately obtained a lot of cards by his own means, trying to summon monsters from them. But no matter how he probed, there was no way to summon the monster. Until he inadvertently heard the conversation between the two men just now, Agent Q faintly felt that the card that Li Fan specially gave to Hina had a good chance of summoning the Blue Eyes White Dragon. After Agent Q told his conjecture to the blonde Five Elders opposite the phone bug, the blonde Five Elders nodded secretly. You did a good job. Since Li Fan has left Alabasta, there is no need for you to stay there. Collect enough cards and come back. We need to study these cards carefully. However, before you come back, you go and ask that Marine to hand over the Blue Eyes White Dragon in her hand. About the card in her hand, we can't let that Li Fan know that it's in our hands, understand? Lord Five Elders, that Marine left Alabasta early this morning, Agent Q said. However, the ship she was on happened to be the ship that the agent was on, and I will contact him to collect this card. Then, I leave it to you. After finishing speaking, Five Elders hung up the phone. After receiving the order, Agent Q quickly contacted Agent, explaining the order given by Five Elders. I understand, I will get this card, and I won't let anyone reveal it. This card is in the hands of the world government. Under the hat, Agent showed a gloomy 277 smile, and looked at the boy who was playing cards. Agent J walked up to the little boy and snatched the Blue Eyes White Dragon card from his hand. Hey, what are you doing? It's mine, the little boy yelled and rushed towards the agent. Agent J didn't even look at him, pointing his finger at the little boy. Fly finger pistol. A sharp shock wave shot into the boy's forehead, and the next moment, the boy fell to the ground and lost his breath forever. Hey, what are you doing? Not far away, Hina activated his devil fruit, and quickly swept towards the agent with two black fences. Shave. Agent J's figure disappeared instantly. At the same time, one after another screams began to sound from all over the sailboat. Marine 6 styles. This guy is from the world government. Hina was shocked. She didn't know why Agent J would do anything to the people on board, but the duty of protecting civilians made her keep trying to stop the agent. However, the disparity in strength made Tina powerless. In a blink of an eye, the entire sailboat, except for Hina and Agent J who were still alive, died one after another. Chapter 133. A sailboat sailed slowly on the sea. A man and a woman stood facing each other on the deck. At the same time, there were still many people lying on the deck, and blood flowed from their wounds, staining the deck red. "You guy, you are from the world government, why do you do this?" Hina asked loudly. "You are Colonel Marine Hina." Agent J took a deep look at Hina. "Unfortunately, you are unlucky to meet me. The higher authorities ordered me to take back this blue eyes white dragon and not let anyone know about it. So, I can only ask you to memorize it by rote." In Agent J's opinion, the best way to make Li Fan unaware that this blue eyes white dragon card fell into the hands of the world government is to kill everyone on board. Because the dead are the most confidential. As for Colonel Marine Hina, in Agent J's view, he is just a pawn that the world government can discard at will. "Recycle this card, why?" Hina gritted her teeth and asked. "Also, if you just recycle this card, you can use other methods, and you don't need to kill everyone." Agent J shook his head and looked at Hina coldly. "You and I have different ideas. If you want to blame yourself for giving this card to this boy and boarding this boat. I've told you enough, so please go to hell." As soon as the words fell, the figure of the agent disappeared in front of Hina's eyes. When it reappeared, Agent J had already come behind Hina, and his sharp fingers stabbed straight at Hina's heart. Brush! At this moment, a swift figure suddenly appeared beside Agent J, covering his hand. "I said, what are you making a fuss about?" Li Fan looked at Hina with some doubts. "This guy is using Marine 6 styles. Aren't you your own people? Why did you fight?" "Li Fan." The agent's eyes widened, and without thinking, he waved his other hand and threw it at Ji Fan's head. Boom! Li Fan took a slight step back, and at the same time punched Agent J in the stomach, knocking him flying. Agent J, who was knocked into the air, took advantage of the situation and jumped into the air, stepping on the moonwalk and fleeing into the distance. While fleeing, Agent J did not forget to call Agent Q back, trying to tell Agent Q about Li Fan's arrival. Escape. Li Fan frowned and looked at Hina. "Tell me, Hina, what's going on here?" "Li Fan, you can't let that guy escape, and you have to recover the blue eyes white dragon card in his hand." Hina grabbed Li Fan's collar and said through gritted teeth. Li Fan gave Hina a strange look. "Okay, I understand. I'll listen to you explain what happened here afterwards." Li Fan patted Hina's arm, and the next moment, his body automatically rose into the air, and chased after Agent J. Although the flying speed of Agent J using moonwalk is very fast, it is not really flying after all, and it must be too slow for Li Fan to use magic flying. It didn't take long before Te was overtaken by Li Fan. "Although I don't know what's going on here, you should have killed the people on the boat. In this case, you can die." Li Fan projected a sharp long sword, which cut off the agent's head extremely fast. Then he grabbed the blue eyes white dragon from his body and flew towards the sailing ship. At this time, the agent had just explained what happened here to the agent. Hearing the sound of falling into the water from the phone bug, Agent Q immediately knew that Agent J had been killed by Li Fan. Immediately, he dialed 5 Elders' phone and passed the mission failure information to 5 Elders. "Now tell me what's going on here, Hina." Li Fan handed the blue eyes white dragon card to Hina. "I don't know." Hina shook her head, walked towards the dead boy, and put the sentimental eye white dragon's card into his hand. "All I know is that the agent of the world government wanted to seize this card, and he didn't hesitate to kill everyone here. Li Fan, is there anything special about the card you gave me? Otherwise, why would that guy want this card so much? Hearing this, Li Fan frowned. The cards I gave you are just ordinary cards, there are no. Wait a minute. Did you think of something, Li Fan? Hina turned around and focused on Li Fan. Tisk, it should be like this. Li Fan sighed, and took out his Blue Eyes White Dragon card from his pocket. Before, when I left Alabasta, I used to use my A card summoned the Blue Eyes White Dragon and fought with Garp. This guy probably thinks that the card I gave you can also summon the Blue-Eyed White Dragon, so he wants to grab this card. Then, can this card of mine summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon? Although he was surprised by the efficacy of the card in Li Fan's hand, now Hina points to knowing whether his own card can do the same thing. No. Li Fan shook his head. Is that so? That is to say, because of a misunderstanding, ordinary people died, and 5 of my sailors also died. At this moment, Hina's face looked a little strange. Hina, are you blaming me? Why should I blame you? Hina sighed, with sadness and anger in her eyes. Are you to blame for giving me this card? This card of yours, the one you got, is just a simple card, isn't it? In this case, why should I blame you? If it's to blame, it should be me who boarded this ship, and the person who gave the order to take this card. Immediately, there was a long silence. Li Fan, why are you here? After a silence, Hina asked. My ship is heading in the same direction. I saw the situation here just now, so I rushed over. That's it, thank you for saving me. If possible, please use your boat to give me a lift. They are all people on the sea. Let the dead burn with this ship. The card you gave me, go with that boy too, Shin. Thought it out? Li Fan asked. Hina nodded, affirming her thoughts. Chapter 134. On the vast sea, a sailboat is burning violently. Above the sailboat, Li Fan held Hina's waist, floating quietly in the air. Okay, Li Fan, let's go. After watching for a long time, Hina said. Li Fan nodded, turned around, and flew to his ship with Hina. Hina, what happened there? Seeing that Hina came back with Li Fan, Jun asked suspiciously. On the side, Wo Saiki, who is quite familiar with Hina, also looked at Hina with concern. It's nothing. Hina shook her head. Li Fan, I'm a little tired now, can you take me to rest? Yeah. Li Fan replied, everyone, don't gather here anymore and go about your own business. Wait, I will send the script of Xin to everyone. Everyone, take a good rest now. After speaking, Li Fan took Hina into the cabin amidst the worried faces of Jun and Tashiji. Just stay here temporarily, Hina. This is an empty room, it is convenient for you to rest. After taking Hina to the end of the cabin, Li Fan said. Thank you. Hina opened the door and walked in. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of her, Hina gritted her teeth and finally couldn't control her tears. Li Fan, what happened? When Li Fan 537 came out of the cabin, Jun stepped forward and asked. Under the concerned eyes of Jun and Tashiji, Li Fan slowly talked about what happened to Hina. And when the two finished listening, their mood became depressed. Everyone, come here. The people who were talking on the deck were stopped by Li Fan's voice, and turned their heads to look over. When they saw the large number of scripts in front of Li Fan, everyone gathered around excitedly. Li Fan, are you going to shoot a new script again? Nami asked excitedly, rubbing his hands. For Nami, filming means that there will be a lot of money in her pocket. Now, she can't wait to film every day. Although the others didn't say anything, they looked at Ji Fan expectantly. Well, there is indeed a new script to be filmed. Li Fan nodded with a smile, however, it's not a completely new play. Speaking, Li Fan handed a script to Nami's hands. This script, called Fatastanite Tabu, is another development, HV, of the script Fatastanite we filmed for the first time. There will be no changes to the cast. Since everyone's first filming was good, so there is no need to audition this time. By the way, Nami, congratulations, this time your character Tosaka Rin will be promoted from the second heroine to the first lead actress. Hey! Hearing Li Fan's words, Nami showed a surprised expression. Is Tosaka Rin the number one heroine this time? What about the King of Knights? The King of Knights is of course also a very important role, but this time the scenes mainly revolve around Shiro Emiya, Aker, and Rin Tosaka. Li Fan laughed. I've told you this story before, haven't I? Speaking of which, the identity of Aker that everyone cares about will also be revealed in this script this time. Hearing that, all the actors on the scene, except Nami and Carlos, showed expressions of great interest. So, it's that version. Nami nodded and looked at Karis, who was not far away. Fortunately, it's not the last version. Nami whispered. Personally, Nami doesn't like the version about Sakura. After all, the story is too cruel. Okay, don't be dazed for now. Li Fan patted Nami's shoulder. Even if you don't need to audition, it's always good to think about the script more. Others, come and get the script too. Wait, Li Fan, you haven't said the most important thing yet. Nami raised his head and fixed his eyes on Li Fan. Very, right. Looking at Nami's eyes, even if she didn't say anything, Li Fan guessed what she was thinking. 100 million berry, your reward is 100 million, it's enough. Yeah. Nami nodded heavily, eyes full of joy. Seeing Nami's appearance, Li Fan shook his head helplessly, and immediately handed out the script to each actor. The actors who got the script read it with great interest. At this moment, in the sky, a huge shadow blocked the sunlight and cast it on Li Fan's ship. People raised their heads and found that the one blocking the sunlight turned out to be a huge figure. Then, what is that? Giant. No way, is there such a big giant in the world? For a moment, the actors were in a panic. Nami directly saved Li Fan, who was close, with panic in his eyes. Li Fan, you will protect me. He patted Nami on the back helplessly. You are my employee, of course I will protect you. However, you don't have to worry, that figure is just a shadow projected by the people who live on Sky Island. It's not some super giant. Hearing Li Fan's words, Nami, including other actors, breathed a sigh of relief. For Li Fan's words, they still quite trust. However, is there really a Sky Island in the sky? Nico Robin lowered his head in thought. I thought it must be a legend. Some legends only appear based on reality. Li Fan laughed. By the way, Nico Robin, are you interested in going to Sky Island with me? Li Fan, are you going there? For me, I'm not very interested in it, I just think you might be quite interested in it. Li Fan looked at Nico Robin deeply. Could it be the historical text? Nico Robin's eyes widened slightly. Li Fan nodded and said, well, if you want to see it, I can accompany you on a trip. Anyway, it doesn't take long to fly there. Of course, please take me there. Nico Robin walked to Li Fan and said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Li Fan turned around and looked at the people around him. You guys just stay here, I'll take Nico Robin to have a look and be back soon. Medusa, you stay here to protect everyone and prevent accidents. After speaking, Li Fan grabbed Nico Robin's waist and wanted to fly into the sky. Wait, Li Fan. Suddenly, Jun stopped Li Fan. What's the matter, Jun? Can I go and see it with you? Are you worried about the historical text? The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up. You are still so concerned about these things in your current situation. If you want to come, just come, anyway, there is no more than you. Thank you, Li Fan. Jun smiled and walked to Li Fan's side. In the next second, Li Fan flew towards the sky at high speed with Robin in one hand and Jun in the other. Chapter 135. Under Li Fan's full efforts, the three quickly passed through the sea of clouds, came to Sky Island, and landed on the island of gods made of land. It's so beautiful, the legend turned out to be true. Nico Robin sighed as he looked at the beautiful island. Beauty is beautiful, but it seems that there are people up there who don't welcome us. Li Fan looked up at the sky, and above, a lightning pillar with a diameter of 2 meters fell straight down on Li Fan and the three of them. Li Fan, who had predicted earlier, directly pulled Nico Robin aside, and Jun, who was not weak, also left the attacking range of Lei Zhu. What's going on, Li Fan? Looking at the huge hole created by Lei Zhu, Nico Robin's eyes widened slightly. Maybe it's because I don't like me flying directly to this land. Li Fan looked forward and said. A flash of thunder flashed, and a figure with a naked upper body and holding a golden stick appeared in front of Li Fan and the three of them. It is the one who rules Sky Island, Thunder Fruit, who owns Enel. Tell me, Qinghai people, what is the purpose of your coming here? Enel put the golden light on his shoulders, and looked at Li Fan and the other three with interest. Although at the beginning, he just used Thunder Fruit to attack Ji-san, who suddenly broke into his territory with the mood of killing flies. However, after seeing Li Fan and Jun dodging his attack so easily, he couldn't help but become interested in the three of them. Therefore, I came to Li Fan and others in person. This guy, is he a power user who ate the Logia fruit, the Thunder Fruit? Looking at Enel, who had transformed into a human form from the light of lightning, Jun thought about the thunder pillar that fell from the sky just now. Forget it, no matter what purpose you came to Sky Island with. However, since you're here, let's take part in God's tour bus. As long as you pass the test, I allow you to go to the infinite continent with me. However, if there is no way to get through, you will fall with the rest of Sky Island. Enel said with a big laugh. Hey, Jun, he said he wanted to kill the other people in Sky Island, why don't you stop him? Li Fan asked. Although I don't understand what's going on, it can be seen that you are not a good person. Jun took a look at Li Fan, then drew out his knife and walked towards Enel. I will stop you. Hey, woman, how are you going to stop me? Enel looked at Jun with interest. Naturally, I will knock you down. Jun squatted slightly, armament haki condensed on the long knife in his hand. The next moment, Jun's body quickly moved towards Enel, and the long knife slashed straight at Enel's chest. Jun was fast, but not at a speed that Enel couldn't react to. However, in the face of Jun's attack, Enel did not dodge or evade, and was still slashed by Jun's long knife. Fool! Li Fan, who was watching from the back, looked at Enel mockingly. Laugh! The light of the knife passed by, bringing up a burst of snowflakes. A second ago, Enel, who was still indifferent, stared directly at the wound that almost divided himself into two parts. On the other hand, Jun was also very surprised. She couldn't figure out why the attack, which was originally just a tentative attack, could hit Enel, who had Thunder Fruit. You! Enel looked at Jun, wanting to ask her why she was able to hit herself. However, the rapidly passing physical strength made it impossible for him to ask this question forever. Boom! Enel fell heavily to the ground, his eyes widened, and he didn't understand why he was killed until his death. Hee, come fast, die fast, as expected of the owner of Thunder Fruit ability. Li Fan led Robin to Jun. Li Fan, what's the matter with him? Jun sheathed his sword and looked at Li Fan with a puzzled expression. What else could be going on? I didn't know there was such a thing as armament haki in this world. I'm too confident in my elemental body. Li Fan shrugged. Let's go, since the guy blocking the way is gone, let's go find the historical text stele. I remember, it should be a tree at a relatively high place. Saying that, Li Fan took the hands of Jun and Nico Robin, and flew towards a high place. Relying on the memory in his mind, after a while, Li Fan found the historical text stele under a huge golden clock. It's here, you can see for yourself. Li Fan placed Nico Robin in front of the historical text stele. Thank you, Li Fan. Nico Robin nodded, walked to the stele, and began to read it carefully. On the side, Jun wanted to stop Nico Robin, but when he saw Li Fan standing on the side, Jun finally gave up his thoughts. After a few minutes, Yukon Robin read the content of the historical text stele. However, to Nico Robin's regret, it only recorded information about ancient weapon Poseidon, and did not record the historical text she wanted to see. At this moment, a piece of text in the corner of the stele caught her attention. I lead this text to the final place, Gore. D. Roger. Seeing the content of the text, Nico Robin frowned. Gol. D. Roger, has he ever been here? Zero, seeking flowers. Nico Robin, what did you see on it? Seeing Robin's expression, Jun couldn't help asking. Hey, is Marine also interested in the historical text? Nico Robin looked at Jun, you don't want to know what's on the stele. However, this text. Nico Robin put it on the stone tablet on the text about Gore D. Roger. This text was inscribed by the One Piece King Gore D. Roger. I don't know, how do you feel about this? Gol. D. Roger. Hearing Robin's words, Jun frowned tightly. Robin, you've finished watching. Li Fan said, now that we've finished watching, it's about time we go back. Well, it's over. Nico Robin cried. Li Fan nodded, walked to the golden bell beside him, and rang the golden bell heavily. Bang bang bang. The crisp sound spread across the entire island in an instant, and spread to Qinghai below. What's going on? On the island of gods, the four priests looked in the direction of the sound with astonishment. After thinking for a while, the four quickly acted and rushed towards Li Fan. What they didn't know was that Ji Fan, who stood tall, had already seen their movements. Li Fan projected a longbow and shot magic arrows at the four of them. Under the huge strength gap, the four of them couldn't block Li Fan's attack at all. After a while, the four of them died in the hands of Li Fan. Okay, the rest of the work is done, and it's time to leave here. Li Fan stretched, and wanted to leave with Jun and Robin. At this moment, below, a strangely shaped fruit appeared in his sharp eyes. Li Fan frowned, took Jun and Robin's hands and flew to the platform below, and plucked the fruit from a tree. This is thunder fruit. Jun said in surprise. Sure enough, it's this fruit. Seeing Jun's surprised expression, Li Fan laughed, it's the right time to come here. Okay, now, the matter is really done, let's go, both of you. Putting away the devil fruit, Li Fan took Jun and Luo directly to fly towards Qinghai. As for the treasures of the Golden Land, Li Fan naturally wanted it, but he had no choice but to give up this idea because he didn't have the space to store props. After that, Li Fan has no interest in what will happen to Sky Island because of Enel's death. He believes that with the powerful Enel and priests dead, the people of Sky Island will naturally find a way to go. Z. Chapter 136. Li Fan, do you know what happened to the bell just now? When Li Fan just landed on the deck, Vivi came over. Not only Vivi, but some people who are familiar with the story of the big talker Rolando cast curious eyes. In the story, it was once recorded that in the legendary Golden Township, there is a golden bell that can resound through the earth. That's the sound I made when I rang the golden bell. Li Fan laughed. What, is there really a golden land? Nami ran over in surprise, could it be that Shu, Li Fan, you got a lot of gold there. The golden town exists, but I didn't take the yellow 467 gold inside. Li Fan threw away the thunder fruit in his hand, I've got what I want. What, you didn't take it? Nami put his head in his hands, damn it, I should go with you. Make movies well, Nami. Li Fan patted Nami's shoulder, the more movies you shoot, the more remuneration you will get. You guys study the script carefully first, I'll go to the room to rest. With that said, Ji Fanli walked to the cabin. Just then, a news bird landed on the side of the boat. Li Fan stopped, took out a coin, walked up to newsbird, and traded a newspaper. Opening the newspaper, a piece of news immediately caught his attention. Teach this guy, after all, became a Shishibukai. It's just that I didn't catch Ace, but caught other pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Li Fan walked to the cabin and read the newspaper. Soon, another piece of news caught Li Fan's attention. Marine Colonel Hina, who destroyed merchant ships and killed merchants, has now become a bounty criminal. A bounty of 70 million berry is offered. Li Fan frowned. The world government really dares to do it, such a thing can be pushed to others. I really don't know how Hina would feel if she found out. Li Fan stopped, and after a little hesitation, he walked towards Hina's room. Bang bang bang. Hina, can I come in? Li Fan knocked on the door and asked Hina inside. After a while, the door was opened, and Hina appeared in front of Li Fan with bloodshot eyes. What's the matter with you, Li Fan? Although I think this news may make you sad, but I think you'd better know about it earlier and plan for yourself. Li Fan handed the newspaper in his hand to Hina. Hina took the newspaper, and with just one glance, she saw the news that Teach became Shishibukai. How could this be? The world government actually recognized this guy as Shishibukai. Thinking of Teach's group who brutally killed his own subordinates, Hina's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Hina took a deep breath and continued to browse the newspaper. When she saw that she had also become a reward offerer, and that the world government blamed herself for the death of the merchant ship, a sense of despair shrouded Hina's heart. Poropo, buhupu. At this time, the phone bug in the phone rang. Hello. Hina cheered up a little and connected the phone. It's me, Smoker. Hina, the newspaper said that you killed ordinary businessmen and your own sailors, what's going on? Phone bug Smoker asked urgently. Smoker, do you think I would do something like this? Of course not. Smoker resolutely said, so, I hope you tell me what's going on, and I will communicate with Marine. No need, Smoker. Hina smiled miserably, Smoker, don't call me again, I won't use this Marine phone bug again. Wait, Hina, what are you doing, don't you want to come back? Not a Marine, where can you go? Hearing Smoker's words, Hina bowed her head in silence. But soon, Hina hung up the phone, walked into the room, and threw the phone bug out of the window. Are you okay? Li Fan said looking at Hina's bleak back. Hey, Li Fan, you must think that I'm ridiculous. Hina's body trembled. As a Marine, I would become a wanted criminal because of something like this. Hina, what are your plans for the future? I don't know. Hina shook her head, the subordinates are all dead, and I can't go back to Marine, I don't know where I can be accommodated. That's it. If you can't think of where to go in 2.5 now, just stay here. Li Fan walked behind Hina and patted her on the shoulder, at least, here. You are safe. Marine will not attack me for the time being. Although doing so may make you a thorn in the side of the world government. Hearing this, Hina sighed. Even if I don't stay on your boat, the world government will secretly deal with me in order to prevent me from telling my true thoughts. Thank you for your invitation, Li Fan. Hina turned around and looked at Li Fan, now I don't know where to go, just let me stay on your boat for now. Chapter 137. After dealing with Hina's affairs, Li Fan returned to his room. It's really difficult. Li Fan, who was lying on the bed, looked at the thunder fruit in his hand and sighed. What's the matter, Li Fan? Medusa raised her head from the book and turned to look at Li Fan. It's this thunder fruit. Li Fan threw the fruit in his hand, after eating this thing, you can gain very powerful power. However, by contrast, there will be a fear of sea water and sea stone. I don't want to eat this fruit, but I'm hesitant about who to give her to. Li Fan has a system, and sooner or later he will stand on top of the world. Under such circumstances, thunder fruit, which would give Li Fan an obvious weakness, becomes a weak existence. By the way, Medusa, do you want to use this fruit? Medusa shook her head. Obvious shortcomings will be exploited by others. That's right. Li Fan nodded. You are already strong enough, there is no need to use this anymore. But, on this ship, you are the one I trust the most. Except for U09, I really don't know who else can use this fruit. Although there are many employees on board, no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. Maybe one day, they will leave their team and live their own lives. It is also for this reason that Fan can't find anyone else to use this fruit. In that case, let that Jun use it. Medusa said. She has signed a contract with you, and she cannot resist your orders. Hearing Medusa's words, Li Fan jumped up from the bed immediately. That's right. Li Fan patted his thigh. That guy, he can't do anything harmful to me. Letting her eat this fruit can be regarded as increasing my combat power. Thank you, Medusa, I'm going to find Jun now. After giving Medusa a big hug, Li Fan opened the door and rushed out. Looking at Li Fan's back, Medusa smiled slightly, then sat back at the desk and continued her unfinished reading. Yo, Jun, I happen to have something to do with you. Li Fan came to the door of Jun's room, just as Jun pushed the door open and was about to walk in. What's the matter, Ji Fan? Jun looked at Li Fan curiously and asked. Why, don't you invite me in to talk? Haha, lonely men and widows, that's not good. Jun smiled. You still care about these? What do you mean? I'm a girl too, aren't I? Besides, you have absolute command over me. If you enter the room and have any bad intentions towards me, I can't resist, can I? Am I that kind of person? Li Fan looked at Jun speechlessly. You know people, you know the face, but you don't know the heart. Li Fan, your acting skills are very good. Jun shrugged. Even so, Jun turned sideways to allow Li Fan to enter the room. Okay, thank you for your compliment. Li Fan shook his head and walked into the room. Jun smiled, also entered the room and closed the door. Jun sat down by the bed, put his right leg on top of his left, and looked at Ji Fan who was sitting across from him very seductively. I have to say that Jun's conditions are indeed very good. Even Li Fan couldn't help but look at those slender legs in front of him. Cough, cough. Coughing a little, Li Fan looked away from Jun's legs and looked into her eyes. Jun, are you interested in becoming a demon fruit power? Li Fan, what do you mean? Jun looked at the thunder fruit in Li Fan's hand, showing a surprised expression. She guessed what Li Fan was thinking. That's right, it's exactly what you think. Li Fan nodded, and handed the thunder fruit to Jun. Aren't you practicing thunder breath swordsmanship? With this, it will definitely boost your sword skills. Exactly, I don't plan to eat this devil fruit. If you don't mind being a landlubber, it doesn't matter if this fruit is given to you. Hearing this, Jun frowned. Li Fan, you want me to eat this fruit and fight for you in the future, right? Well, I don't deny that I have this idea. Li Fan replied. Jun was slightly silent, looking at the thunder fruit in front of him, unable to make a decision for a while. There is no doubt that thunder fruit is a very powerful Logia fruit. Jun has no doubt that as long as he eats this fruit, he will have a strength comparable to or even surpass the 3 admirals in a short time. After all, she has the strength of admiral's candidate only by relying on swordsmanship. If she adds the same top-notch Logia fruit as the 3 admirals, her strength will definitely have a big jump. If it was normal, Jun would eat this fruit without hesitation. But now, Li Fan, if I eat this fruit, will you let me fight Marine? No. Li Fan waved his hand, if you don't want to fight Marine, I won't give you this order. I promise you with my love for movies. I will only ask you to take action against people who are hostile to me except Marine. Of course, if someone from Marine and world government intends to do something to my employees, I don't rule out the possibility that you will protect them. That's my request, let's decide, Jun. If you don't want to eat this fruit, 080, I can find someone else. I am willing to eat this fruit. After a little thought, Jun accepted the thunder fruit. In Jun's view, giving this fruit to others poses no less threat to Marine than giving it to himself. At least, I can control myself to a certain extent. For others, when facing Marine, they may not necessarily restrain their behavior. If thunder fruit is completely released and becomes an enemy of Marine, it will be a huge disaster for Marine. And if Li Fan can't find anyone else to eat this fruit, and finally chooses to eat it by himself or Medusa, the degree of this disaster will be further magnified. In front of Li Fan, Jun took a bite of thunder fruit. Soon, lightning flashed out from Jun's hands. Okay, then you can slowly get familiar with the power of this fruit, I will leave first. Seeing that Jun has indeed obtained the power of thunder fruit, Li Fan stood up and walked towards the door. Li Fan, don't you think about staying tonight and rest with me? Suddenly, Jun's very charming voice sounded behind Guy. If you really have this idea, I can stay. Li Fan turned his head and smiled, it's just that you probably don't mean it. After speaking, Li Fan opened the door and walked out. Chapter 138. The capital of Seven Waters, a beautiful city. After nearly 10 days of sailing, Li Fan and his team finally arrived at this island. I came here, on the one hand, to shoot movies. On the other hand, Li Fan intends to build a bigger and stronger boat in this famous shipbuilding city. After all, with the increase of employees, this sailboat is already a bit crowded. Is that the capital of Seven Waters? It's so beautiful. Nami sighed. Who said it wasn't? Wei Wei walked to Nami's side. I've only seen the capital of Seven Waters in newspapers before, this is the first time I've come here. Then you should take a good look around here. Apart from the beautiful city, there are also many specialties here. I believe you will be satisfied. Jun laughed. So, you've been here before, Jun? Li Fan asked. Well, I have been here several times before because of the mission. If that's the case, I'll leave it to you to watch the boat. Li Fan stretched out his hand to pat Jun on the shoulder, but after realizing Jun's height, Li Fan withdrew his hand back. There is a lot of money on board, so we can't let some thieves steal it. Li Fan remembers that there is a pervert named Frankie in the capital of Seven Waters. And this guy will forcibly dismantle the pirate's ship and grab the pirate's money. Now, Li Fan is a pirate wanted by Marine. Although Li Fan doesn't think the Frankie family has the courage to dismantle their own ship and steal their own money. But if Frankie doesn't recognize himself as the owner of the ship, it will be troublesome. Yes, but, Li Fan, can't you use the dark space you used to put the boat in? Jun asked. That, I need to change into the previous skeleton state first. Li Fan shrugged, however, if possible, I don't want to change into that state. In that state, it will have some impact on the spirit. Hearing Li Fan's words, Hosohara nodded knowingly. Let's go, everyone, let's take a stroll around the capital of Seven Waters. Li Fan looked at the actors behind him. After lunch, everyone gather at the largest hotel. Tashiji, according to what I said before, please go and give everyone a room first. Hearing this, Tashiji nodded. Then, let's do what we want. Li Fan smiled, took several large boxes from Medusa and put them on his shoulders. By the way, Nico Robin, you can act with me. Nico Robin, who was about to jump off the boat just now, was taken aback. Although he was puzzled, he agreed. Li Fan, what's in your boxes, Bailey? Nami leaned over with a blushing face. Could it be that this is for our expenses? Wait for me, this is not for your expenses. Li Fan turned sideways so that Nami could not grab the box in his hand. Didn't you earn hundreds of millions from me? Use your own money. This is the money I took to build the ship. Tisk. How stingy. Nami pouted, even though he has a net worth of tens of billions, he doesn't want to reimburse his employees for their expenses. Hehe, if I promise to reimburse you, I'm afraid it will be tens of billions, and you will find a way to spend it. After speaking, Li Fan jumped off the sailboat, followed by Medusa and Nico Robin. Li Fan, why did you let me follow you? On the way, Nico Robin finally asked the doubts in his heart. There are CP9 agents on this island. Li Fan said. Agent of CP9. That's right. Li Fan nodded, although I think that with my presence, the probability of them finding you is very low. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, please trouble you to act with me. Robin nodded slightly, understanding what Li Fan was thinking. That's right there, the office building of the mayor. Li Fan looked up at the tall building in front of him, and muttered to himself. Just when Li Fan was about to enter the building, a blonde woman in a yellow top and black skirt came out of the office building. When she saw Li Fan in front of her, the blonde was obviously stunned for a moment. However, she reacted quickly, supported her glasses with her hands, and walked up to Li Fan. This gentleman must be His Excellency Li Fan, who offered a reward of 4 billion Baileys. There is also Medusa with a bounty of 2 billion Baileys, and Ms. Nico Robin with a bounty of 79 million Baileys. I don't know how many of you have come to the office of the mayor, what's the matter? Looking at the woman in front of him, the corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up involuntarily. Khalifa, the only female agent in CP9, Li Fan naturally won't fail to recognize her. However, Li Fan has no reason to expose her. Hello, ma'am, I heard that Captain Bing Shan has very powerful shipbuilding skills, so I have always asked him to help me build a new ship. Hearing this, Khalifa nodded. So that's the case, but Captain Bing Shan is very busy, and the construction of ships is usually handed over to the foreman of the dock. However, for a big shot like Your Excellency, the Chief Shi should deal with it specially. 3. Please follow me. Khalifa turned around and walked towards Bingshan's office with graceful steps. Chairman, we have guests. Came outside Bingshan's office, and Khalifa knocked on the door. Guests. Bingshan raised his head from the desk, his face showing doubts. There should be no appointment today. When he saw Li Fan outside the door, Bingshan's eyes froze, and he couldn't speak anymore. Li Fan. There is no reason why Bingshan can't recognize the most recent top bounty criminal. He quickly stood up from his seat, came to the door and stretched his hand inside. Come in, everyone. Hello, Chief Bingshan. Li Fan walked into the door, smiled and shook hands with Bingshan. I hope I didn't disturb you. How could it be? Bingshan smiled and led the three of them to the sofa to sit down. I don't know, what does Mr. Li Fan want to do when he comes to me? It's nothing important. Li Fan opened the box in his hand and pushed it in front of the iceberg. I heard that your shipbuilding skills are very good, so I want to trouble you to help me build a ship that is big enough. It doesn't matter what the cannon is, but it has to be strong and high capacity. If possible, I hope you can help me manufacture it according to the specifications of marine warships. Hearing what Li Fan said, Bingshan nodded. It turned out to be shipbuilding. There is no problem with this, I will let the best boatman help you make it. It's just that if you want to reach the level of a warship, even if you don't ask for a turret, you need at least 1 billion Baileys. 1 billion. Li Fan nodded slightly, no problem. Here is 200 million Baileys. It is my deposit. After you help me build the ship, I will pay the rest, right? Yes. Bing Shan replied. There is one more thing. I hope to build a cinema in the capital of Seven Waters and shoot a movie here. I hope to get permission from Chief Bing Shan. Hey, do you plan to build a movie theater in the capital of Seven Waters? Bing Shan said with great interest, I have heard of Mr. Li Fan's movies for a long time. If it can be built in the capital of Seven Waters, I think it will be beneficial to us. It's also a good thing. Since Chief Bing Shan doesn't object, let's talk about acquiring the chassis and building a movie theater. Bing Shan nodded, took out the map of Seven Water Capital from the side, and explained it to Li Fan in detail. On the other side, Khalifa, who was always looking at Li Fan, pushed his glasses, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Chapter 139. A nice lobby. Spondam, the chief executive of CP9, is enjoying his sumptuous lunch. At this moment, the phone bug placed beside the table rang. Spondam frowned and picked up the phone bug. Hi, what's up? This is Khalifa, Chief Spondam. Khalifa. Spondam muttered to himself, why are you contacting me at this time? Could it be that you already have news about the Banquet King? Khalifa and several other CP9 agents were sent by Spondam to the capital of Seven Waters as an undercover agent 5 years ago, in an attempt to obtain the blueprint for making ancient weapon Pluton from Bingberg. After so many years, Spondam's patience was almost exhausted. Now when he suddenly heard Khalifa's call, Spondam could not help thinking of Pluton. It's not Pluton, I'm contacting you to tell you that Li Fan, who is being focused on by the world government, has come to the capital of Seven Waters. Our mission, do we want to continue? Khalifa said calmly. What? That Li Fan, the king of the undead? Out of surprise, Spondam stood up from his seat. How did that guy appear in the capital of Seven Waters? Could it be that that man also went after Pluton? According to his conversation with Bing Shan, Li Fan wants Bing Shan to build a ship for him, and wants to build a movie theater in the capital of Seven Waters. Khalifa said. Hearing Khalifa's words 943, Spondam paced back and forth. That Li Fan, the world government has explained that it will not be allowed to leave the country for the time being until there is a special certainty. Also, even if I want to make a move, CP9 is definitely not that man's opponent. Next, what should I do? Etc. Suddenly thinking of something, Spondam stopped in his tracks. If I remember correctly, that Li Fan seems to be holding a weapon that is not inferior to ancient weapon. If I can get these. Khalifa, have you seen the Sword of Promised Victory or the Sword of Deviation beside Li Fan? Spondam's words made Khalifa frown slightly. I didn't see what you said next to Li Fan, but Tashiji, who was also in the capital of Seven Waters, the sword in his hand was very similar to the Sword of the Oath of Victory mentioned in the information. 11. Spondam, I think I need to remind you that the world government does not allow us to have too much relief with Li Fan, you. Shut up, Khalifa. Spondam yelled loudly, of course I know the order of the world government, but since it's such a good opportunity, it would be a pity not to seize it. In the capital of Seven Waters, apart from you, Liu Qi and the others are still here. Although you may not be able to do anything about Li Fan. However, if it was just an ex-marine sergeant, you would definitely win easily. You tell Bluno to get Tashiji secretly brought to the Nice lobby. Bluno has the fruit of the door that travels through space, and he will be able to easily complete any fall. Even if you encounter resistance, you ask Bluno to tell Tashiji, as long as I turn in the Sword of Oath of Victory, I can promise to cancel her arrest warrant and help her re-enter the Marine team. I see, I'll pass on the order to Bluno. Wait. There is one more thing. Spondam said, let Bluno go to Marine Vice Admiral Jun first. Although that woman is now Li Fan's hostage, if he can get in touch with her alone, he may be able to get good information. Understood. Khalifa nodded and hung up the phone. And passed the command of Spondam to Bluno dancing in the bar. Hope, the mission can go smoothly. Khalifa murmured. On Li Fan's sailboat, Jun is constantly trying out the new abilities she has acquired. Hey! Jun frowned and looked behind him. There, as if the air had become a door is pushed open, a tall, masked figure appeared in front of her. Don't be nervous, Marine Vice Admiral Jun, I'm from CP9. Bluno, who appeared on the deck directly through the power of the door fruit, said in a deep voice. Are you from the world government? Jun narrowed his eyes. You shouldn't be here, please leave before drawing Li Fan's attention. Li Fan is on his way to the hotel now, it's a long way from here. Jun understood what Bluno meant, and the whereabouts of Li Fan had already fallen into the eyes of the world government, and the man in front of him probably had other partners behind him. Jun, you guys don't know Li Fan, if he wants, he can appear here in an instant. Bluno, so, let's not waste time, Jun. About Li Fan's latest information, tell me, his weakness, his ability, everything. Jun shook his head, I can't tell you. Jun, although you are a hostage, please clarify your identity. I don't need you to remind me of my identity, I just can't do anything harmful to Li Fan. Jun's answer made Bluno frown. I understand. In this case, let me go to the cabin to have a look. With that said, Bluno turned around and walked towards the cabin. Since it is impossible to get information from Jun, at least, it is necessary to see if there are valuable props in the cabin, such as weapons such as treasures. Bluno thought so. Laugh. A flash of lightning flashed, and Jun instantly appeared behind Bluno. At the same time, the long knife in his hand was out of its sheath and rested on Bluno's shoulder. All these actions were completed in an instant, and Luonyo was completely unable to react. Under the mask, Bluno's face was covered with cold sweat. Li Fan asked me to guard the ship, but he didn't ask me to kill the people who invaded the ship. So, I let you go. In addition, no matter what actions you take against Li Fan, I advise you to be cautious. Consider the actions of Alabasta. Jun said coldly. From Jun's point of view, she has already reminded everything that can be reminded. She only hoped that the person in front of her could retreat in spite of the difficulties. I understand. After a little silence, Bluno said. Hearing Bluno's answer, Jun nodded slightly, and withdrew his long knife. Before I leave, I want to ask you a question. Bluno turned around and looked directly at Jun. If Li Fan asked you to kill the people who invaded the ship, would I have been killed by you, even if you knew my identity? Jun is silent, and even she doesn't know if Li Fan really gives such an order, whether she will become obliged to obey it. I know your answer. Under the mask, Bluno took a deep look at Jun, then opened an air door beside him, and left Li Fan's ship. Chapter 140. After Bluno told Spondam of Jun's answer, Spondam didn't say what his reaction was. On Li Fan's side, everyone arrived at the hotel on time. Very good, everyone is here. Looking at the actors, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. I have already greeted the head of the capital of Seven Waters, and he will arrange for someone to help me build a movie theater. Also, I've got a permission to shoot a movie in this city. If everyone is ready, let's start now. Zoro, are you able to use Swallow Return without injury now? As he spoke, Li Fan looked at Zoro at the side. Tisk, although I want to say yes, but unfortunately, I can't do it now. Zoro shook his head. That's it. Forget it, I'll just use special effects to eliminate your bleeding. Li Fan shrugged, speaking of which, where did Tashiji go? She arrived at the hotel first, why hasn't she come here yet? It's so strange, I just saw Tashiji right behind me. Vivi said with a strange face. Hearing Vivi's words, Li Fan couldn't help touching his chin. That guy, something happened to him, right? After thinking for a while, Li Fan flew straight into the sky and looked around. There it is. Soon, in an empty alley, Li Fan saw Tashiji fighting. That guy, it should be Bluno. Seeing the figure of his body appearing and disappearing in the air, Li Fan had some calculations in his heart. In the next second, Li Fan controlled his body and landed rapidly in the direction of Bluno. Although Bruno sensed it, when Li Fan came to his side, he was completely unresponsive. Boom! Li Fan pressed Bluno's head directly to the ground. The violent collision caused Bruno's consciousness to fall into extreme dizziness. Li Fan! Tashiji looked at Li Fan with some surprise. Yo, Tashiji! Li Fan raised his head and greeted Tashiji. So, what's the situation now, why are you fighting him? Hearing Li Fan's words, Tashiji fell into silence. Tashiji originally followed Wei Wei, but suddenly she was grabbed by the shoulder. When she regained consciousness again, she had already come outside the hotel. And the person in front of her who claimed to be the world government asked her to hand over the sword of vowed victory in her hand, and promised to let her return to the ranks of Marine. Tashiji naturally wouldn't believe the person who suddenly appeared in front of her, and she couldn't hand over the sword that Li Fan deposited in her hand to others. Even if he is really from the world government. Seeing that Tashiji did not hand over the sword of the vowed victory, Bluno planned to snatch it. From Bluno's point of view, it couldn't be easier to defeat a marine sergeant. But after the battle started, he realized how wrong he was. Tashiji, who has mastered the breath of water swordsmanship, has become a lot stronger, and with the sharpness of the sword of the oath of victory, Bluno and Tashiji have fallen into servants for a while. Although Tashiji doesn't want to hand over the sword to others, he also doesn't want Li Fan to feel more disgusted with world government and marine because of this. Really, you are too kind, Tashiji. Seeing Tashiji's appearance, Li Fan easily guessed her thoughts. Are you an agent of CP9? Li Fan lowered his head, looking at Bluno who was being controlled by his own strength. Can you tell me who sent you here? Li Fan raised his hand and threw Bluno heavily to the corner, and took off his mask. If you tell me, maybe I can not pursue your fault. Bluno gritted his teeth, twisting his hands to use the fruit's ability to escape. Ding ding! Suddenly, two projected swords fell from Li Fan's side, firmly stuck in Bluno's arms. The severe pain also prevented Bluno from using his fruit ability. Don't mess around, I've seen you use the fruit ability when I was in the air. The fruit of the door is related to the space, right? Zero, seeking flowers. Li Fan walked up to Bluno and looked down at Bluno coldly. The superior of CP9 should be a guy named Spamim. We just came to this place, and we were stared at by you. So, it should be a temporary order, right? After the incident in Alabasta just now, the world government should not send CP9 agents to trouble me. So, it's that Spondam's way of doing it, right? That's not okay. Obviously I've tried so hard to play a villain, I want to deter you, don't come to trouble me. So, Mr. Agent, how do you think I should respond to your actions? Zero. Bluno gritted his teeth. Even in the face of life and death, his long career as an agent made him not afraid of Li Fan. Should I say that you are indeed an agent of CP9? If you are like this, even if you are really killed, it will be of no use. Looking at the silent Bluno, Li Fan shook his head, walked to Tashiji's side, and pulled her towards the outside of the alley. Tell Spondam that you will pay for what you do to me and those around me. Don't think you'll be fine by hiding behind the scenes and giving orders. Isn't it a nice lobby? Let him wash his neck and wait for me. I've ordered his head. Li Fan didn't have much interest in killing someone who wasn't afraid of death and followed orders. In Li Fan's view, cutting off the people behind the scenes is enough to show his determination. Originally, Li Fan thought that as long as he brought Nico Robin with him, there would be no problem, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. This time, it was because I handed the sword of vowed victory to Tashiji, and let her be targeted by CP9. In the future, other employees may also be targeted for some reason. And this is what Li Fan doesn't want to see. Therefore, Li Fan decided to directly attack the people behind the scenes this time, so that those who want to deal with him will realize what kind of price they will pay for dealing with him. Chapter 141. After Li Fan left, the long sword stuck in Blueno's arms disappeared. However, because of that hit just now, it directly tore Blueno's Tsuji. Therefore, it is very difficult for Blueno to even raise his arms at this moment. In addition to being hit hard on the head by Li Fan, even at this moment, Blueno felt that his whole body was in a state of dizziness. Blueno used his abilities with difficulty, escaped from the alleyway, and returned to his hiding place. This is the gathering place for Blueno and several others sent to the capital of Seven Waters to carry out undercover missions. At the moment, Khalifa is still doing her secretary job. Liu Qi and Keiku are also doing their own boatman work. Therefore, in this place, there is only Blueno alone at the moment. Blueno took out the phone with great difficulty and dialed Spondam's number. The phone just rang 507, and the voice of answering the phone came from the opposite side. Obviously, even Spondam is very concerned about the tasks he gives. Hey, is it Blueno? How is the mission going? Did you get the sword that promised victory? In the phone bug, Spondam's excited voice came. Sorry, Commander Spondam, my mission has failed. How come, you can't be that Tashiji's opponent? Even if he resists, he can't beat you. Spondam frowned. Li Fan found me, and he beat me with thunder. Blueno said with difficulty. Even if he is not afraid of death, when facing Li Fan, the huge gap in strength still makes Blueno terrified. How come, you are an excellent agent of CP9, how could you be discovered by Li Fan? Spondam's question is also what Blueno wants to ask. He was careful enough to avoid Li Fan's sight and look for Inscan. But it was still discovered by Li Fan in an instant. Now Blueno even suspects that Li Fan is watching his employees all the time. I don't know the specific reason why it was discovered. However, Li Fan asked me to bring you a message, saying that I will go back to you and charge your life. Blueno said. What? Spondam stood up abruptly, not even caring that the office supplies on the desk fell to the ground. You said that Li Fan came back to find me. But why, even if he wanted revenge, it should only be revenge on you. Spondam's words made Blueno frown tightly. It must be you, yes, it must be you who informed, Blueno. Spondam reprimanded Blueno loudly, and then roared without explaining to Blueno at all. Blueno, you must have been threatened by Li Fan, that's why you revealed my affairs. You dare to do such a thing to me, Blueno, I will not let you go. Yes, there are also Khalifa and the others who went to the capital of Seven Waters with you, they must be involved in this matter. I want my father to get rid of you, you are all traitors to the world government. After speaking, Spondam hung up the phone heavily. Spondam is not afraid of Li Fan's warning. That was the existence that the Marine and world government focused on, and even ordered not to provoke for the time being. It would be fine if the senior officials of the world government knew that they had let the CP9 agents deal with Li Fan, but if they were unsuccessful, they would definitely be judged. And even if he was killed by Li Fan, maybe the world government would not do anything to Li Fan, at most it would add an extra sum to Li Fan's bounty. Regarding Li Fan's statement that he will come to take his own life, Spondam also doesn't think Li Fan is joking. In Spondam's view, the bounty criminals of Li Fan's level are all lunatics. Let alone an ice lobby, even in naval headquarters Marie Joyce, Spondam felt that Li Fan might come directly to his door. No, I have to leave an ice lobby as soon as possible. After making up his mind, Spondam quickly picked up the phone bug and dialed the number of the communication soldier, asking him to quickly prepare the ship for himself. After that, Spondam explained the rebellion of Blueno, Liu Qi, Keiku, and Khalifa through his father's relationship. And because Liu Qi and the others knew too many secrets of the world government, the killers against Liu Qi and the others were sent out after a while. But at this moment, Liu Qi and the others are still doing their undercover work honestly as before. It wasn't until Bruno contacted them that they realized that they were abandoned by Spondam just like that. On the other side, when Li Fan brought Tashiji to the gathering place of the actors, he happened to hit an iceberg. "Why are you here, Captain Bing Shan? Don't you still have a lot to do?" "Hehe, I just told the foreman of the shipyard the details of the ship you want, and I'll stop by to see what's going on here." Bing Shan smiled. "You don't mind if I watch your filming?" "Of course I mind." Li Fan replied without hesitation. Before the finished film is released, non-staff are not allowed to watch it up close. Otherwise, when the movie is actually screened later, there will be a lot less surprises for the audience. Hearing this, Bing Shan touched the back of his head in embarrassment. "That's it, I overstepped. Since Li Fan you don't want me to watch, then I'll go back first. By the way, Li Fan, the 2 places you decided to transform into movie theaters will take at least half a month to complete. Are you sure you're going to start screenings of your old movies tomorrow?" Li Fan nodded and said. "Of course, we can temporarily get a rough site out, and when we have time later, we can start the intensive sales field competition. I would like to have an early screening of my first film before the one I am planning to make." "I understand. I will tell the person responsible for the construction of the theater according to your request," Bing Shan said. 2.8. "Then, I'll trouble you, Mr. Iceberg, you can tell me about the cost later." Li Fan raised his mouth. "By the way, for the sake of helping me so much, I'll give you a information. I met a CP9 agent in this capital of 7 waters. Do you think the agents of CP9 came here specifically for me, or did they have other purposes?" Hearing Li Fan's words, Bing Shan was obviously stunned. Walking in front of the iceberg, Li Fan patted him on the shoulder. "I heard that you are the apprentice of the legendary shipwright Tom. You said, did the agents come here for the Pluton drawings?" While speaking, Li Fan glanced at Khalifa, with a meaningful smile on his corner. Chapter 142. At this moment, the capital of the 7 waters is at noon, and the sun shines on the capital of water, bringing warmth to the people in the city. However, the current iceberg cannot feel this warmth. After hearing Li Fan's words, a chill rushed directly into his mind. "Li Fan, is what you said true? Where did you meet the CP9 agent?" "It's just a deserted alley, but he must have left by now." Li Fan shrugged. "Of course, you don't have to worry too much about him coming to deal with you. Although he is still alive, his hands have been crippled by me. Also, his head was slightly concussed by me, and it will take some time to recover. He's probably very reluctant to use devil fruit right now." Hearing this, Bing Shan breathed a sigh of relief. "However, even though I say this, I don't think there is only one agent in this city, so you'd better be careful." Li Fan laughed. "That's the end of the chat, I'll take my staff to the selected venue for shooting." As he spoke, Li Fan waved to the 09 actors behind him, and took the lead. Behind Li Fan, Bing Shan and Khalifa had complex expressions. 1. Because the agents of the world government are active in this capital of 7 waters. The other is that he is a little worried about Bruno. "Medusa, can you do something for me?" On the way, Li Fan asked Medusa beside her. That's right, I hope you can go to an ice lobby to help me deal with a person called Spondam. With your treasure, you should be able to get there soon," Li Fan said. Li Fan didn't want to delay his filming process because of Spondam, so it was the best choice for Medusa, who had no role in the beginning, to solve Spondam. Medusa nodded, summoned her horse-changing horse, rushed into the sky, and flew in the direction of an ice lobby. In the Bing Shan office, Li Fan and Medusa already knew that they could reach Qingdao by sailing along the track of the sea train. Therefore, there is no possibility that Medusa does not know the way. As for Spondam's identity, Li Fan believes that Medusa will have the ability to discern. Seeing Medusa leave, the actors didn't ask any more questions, but followed Li Fan to the shooting location. I think everyone should be ready. Although Fata Stani Tobo's scenes are the same as our first drama, some plots are the same. But since we are filming another storyline, we have to shoot from a different angle even for this part of the scene with the same plot. Specifically, I will tell everyone when shooting each shot. Then, please change into costumes, and start shooting. With Li Fan's order, everyone moved into action. Because I had a shooting experience, the shooting speed this time can be described as fast. Li Fan was also quite satisfied after seeing the shooting of each shot. While the filming of Li Fan was progressing smoothly, Khalifa, Lu Chi and Keiku also got what they said about Spondam from Bluno. Hey, Lu Chi, do you think we will continue this mission? Keiku with the long nose looked at Lu Chi, who was frowning tightly, and asked. What more to go on? Khalifa said, you should know that Spondam guy is a man of his word when it comes to this. Also, now that Spondam is out of reach, it's likely that a killer is on the way to deal with us. I agree with what Khalifa said. Bluno looked up from the chair, because I was worried that Spondam would do something to other CP9 agents, so I contacted them. The news is that they were hunted by the Marine on the NICE lobby, and now they have escaped from the NICE lobby. Hearing Bluno's words, the three of Lu Chi frowned even tighter. I didn't expect that even other people would be implicated. Khalifa looked at Lu Chi, why don't we run away? Stay here, the killer will come soon. The world government understands our strength, and will definitely send people with high abilities over here. No, we still have a chance. Lu Chi said, since Li Fan said to kill Spondam, and I saw Medusa going in the direction of NICE lobby. At that speed, Spondam probably won't be able to escape. Compared to him, we still have a chance. As long as we get enough things to attract the world government before being hunted down, we can return to the world government's command. Lu Chi knew that if they compromised like this, they would face endless pursuit by the world government, and such a day was not what he wanted. But, what are we going to do, Lu Chi? Keiku asked. We'd better not touch the things in Li Fan's hands. Lu Chi glanced at the injured Bluno. Although the world government really wants the weapons in his hands, we don't have the means to fight against Li Fan. So, we can only focus on the Pluton factory. Hearing Lu Chi words, Khalifa nodded. Indeed, if we get the blueprint of Pluton, the world government will definitely pardon us. However, we have been undercover in this city for 5 years, and we haven't gotten any corresponding clues for such a long time, so how can we get the blueprint of Pluton in such a hurry? Since there is no extra time, let's use some radical means. A fierce look flashed in Lu Chi's eyes. Kidnapped Iceberg and tortured him. Although for a man like him, the probability of success of this method is very low, but it is better than us doing nothing. Considering the current situation, Khalifa and others have to admit that Lu Chi's proposal is already the best solution. Soon, all the agents on the scene agreed to Lu Chi's proposal, and decided to implement the plan to kidnap Bing Shan tonight. Chapter 143. Near the waters of NICE lobby, a huge warship is sailing fast. At the bow, a tall man with purple hair and a huge mechanical arm was holding a phone bug to talk to someone on the phone. Zephyr, are you sure you really want to meet that Li Fan? In the phone bug, the voice of Li Fan's old acquaintance, Sengoku, came out. The man called Zephyr by Sengoku, with a solemn face, replied without hesitation. That's right, according to the information released by the world government, Hina is likely to be in the hands of Li Fan. I believe that is definitely not someone who would attack a merchant ship. As for what I really think about things, I have to figure it out myself. Hina is Zephyr's disciple, and Zephyr has a very high opinion of this excellent female disciple. In Zephyr's view, within 2 years, Hina can be promoted to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. In addition to strength, Zephyr also deeply agrees with Hina's unshakable sense of justice. Such a disciple is now reduced to a wanted criminal. For such a result, the law cannot agree with it at all. Sengoku, I trust my own students. Also, don't you wonder why Hina is wanted by the world government? Don't tell me, do you really believe the rhetoric of the world government? Facing Zephyr's questioning, Sengoku rubbed his stinging forehead. Sengoku would not be puzzled, but in the position of Marine Marshal, Sengoku had to obey the orders issued by the world government. As if he would not explore the history of the 100 years, Sengoku could only choose to block his curiosity and obey as to why Hina was offered a reward. Zephyr, you have to know that you are going to find Li Fan. If there is a conflict, it will not be a good choice for you or Marine. In the end, Sengoku can only play Li Fan's card. Hope Zephyr can give up going to Li Fan to find Hina. Haven't we analyzed this before, Sengoku? That Li Fan, as long as you don't shoot him, he is almost harmless. At Alabasta, Garp has proven that. Also, I'm not going to fight Li Fan, so don't worry about that. Zephyr replied. Sengoku. After a little silence, Sengoku suddenly thought of what happened to Nice Lobby not long ago. Zephyr, you should be in the sea not far from Nice Lobby now. Yes, is there a problem with that, Sengoku? It's like this. Not long ago, Spondam, the chief officer of Nice Lobby, issued a wanted notice for several agents of CP9, which also used the power of Marine. Sengoku said. Since you're relatively close to the waters of Nice Lobby, I want you to go and see what's going on there. I feel a little strange about this matter, since the power of Marine is used, then we need to know more about the situation. Since Zephyr cannot be brought back by playing Li Fan's card, Sengoku hopes that the matter of Nice Lobby can hold back Zephyr and prevent him from seeing Li Fan. Although Marine speculates that Li Fan has considerable stability, speculation is only speculation after all. If there is really Li Fan behind Hina being wanted, Sengoku is worried that Zephyr and Li Fan will conflict. Once the two clash, it is very likely that Marine will be a reliable fighting force. In addition, almost the entire Marine senior management was once a student of Zephyr. If Li Fan makes a move on Zephyr, most people in Marine may be inclined to arrest Li Fan immediately. For those who want to observe Li Fan more, this is not expected to happen. Nice Lobby. Zephyr looked in Nice Lobby's direction. I see, Sengoku, I'll check over there. Hearing Zephyr's answer, Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. After hanging up the phone, Zephyr gave orders to the crew and headed towards Nice Lobby. And not long after this order was delivered, the figure of a warship appeared in Zephyr's eyes. Zephyr frowned, and immediately let his warship approach. Which is that? Spondam looked at the warship heading towards him through the binoculars. That seems to be the warship of the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. Great, if he protects me, my safety factor will be higher. Hey, you Marines, hurry up and move towards the opposite warship. The two warships sailed at full speed and soon met on the sea. Zephyr jumped from the deck of his own ship to the deck of Spondam's ship, and just about to say something, a strong wind in the sky caught Zephyr's attention. With a hurricane, Medusa appeared on the deck of Spondam riding her summoned Pegasus. Medusa. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Zephyr was startled. Why did this woman appear here? Spondam, who just wanted to walk towards Zephyr, saw Medusa suddenly appearing in front of him. His feet went limp, and he almost fell on the deck. How did Medusa appear here so soon? Spondam thought in horror. Medusa, why are you here? What's your purpose? Zephyr stood in front of Medusa with a solemn face and asked the question in Spondam's mind. Medusa just glanced at Zephyr, then glanced at the other people on the warship. Which one is Spondam? Medusa's extremely cold voice came out, Li Fan asked me to take another life. Hey! Hearing Medusa's words, Spondum immediately let out a terrified voice, which also attracted Medusa's gaze. Don't look at me, I'm not Spondum. Sensing Medusa's gaze, Spondum waved his hands again and again, it's him, the Spondum you're looking for is him. Under the fear of death, Spondum even pointed directly at Zephyr in front of him, identifying him as Spondum. Purple short hair, with a leather cover on your face, it's you. Looking at Spondum, Medusa muttered to herself. Hey! Zephyr took a deep look at Spondum, but, Wang Zhao immediately looked at Medusa. Li Fan wants to take Spondum's life, why? Ignoring Zephyr, Medusa took off her blindfold, and her beautiful eyes emitted a captivating purple light. Under the judgment of magic power, the people in front of Medusa instantly turned into stone statues, including Zephyr who was closest to Medusa, and Spondum who was hiding behind. Originally, Medusa didn't intend to use the petrified magic eye, but because of the powerful aura emanating from Zephyr, Medusa thought it was the fastest way to end the battle. Li Fan once told Medusa to go back quickly, so she didn't want to waste too much time on unnecessary battles. After petrifying everyone in front of her, Medusa threw her dagger at Spondum. Boom! The head of the Spondum stone statue exploded, and he could never return to his former state. After doing all this, Medusa steered the Pegasus into the sky and flew in the direction she came from. Chapter 144. Everything happened too quickly, from Medusa's appearance to Medusa's departure, it only took 2 minutes. The sailors on the Zephyr warship only reacted when they saw Medusa's disappearing figure. Not good, Mr. Zephyr. Zephyr's student, Anne, was the first to react, and quickly jumped out of the deck and came to Spondum's warship. Seeing Zephyr turned into a stone statue, Anne ran to Zephyr with a terrified face. Teacher Zephyr, are you all right, Teacher Zifa? Looking at the stone statue of Zephyr in front of him, Anne wanted to get started, but worried that the stone statue would shatter due to his own touch. Anne, what's the situation with Teacher Zephyr? Another student of Zephyr, Wu Zi, came to Fa's side worriedly. I don't know either. Anne looked anxious. By the way, Marshal Sengoku, let's contact Marshal Sengoku first. As soon as he said it, Anne quickly took out his phone bug and dialed Naval Headquarters. Through the narration, Anne's call was quickly transferred to Sengoku's office. Hey, this is Sengoku, I heard that Zephyr was defeated, what happened? Sengoku's mood at the moment can no longer be described as surprise. Obviously not long ago, he was still talking on the phone with Zephyr, why didn't it take a while before the news of Zephyr's defeat came? It's like this, Marshal Sengoku 010. Anne forced himself to calm down, and told Sengoku what he said he saw. Is that so, is it Medusa? Sengoku frowned, Ian, according to what you said, that Medusa only destroyed Spondum's stone statue, and did not destroy other people's including Zephyr's stone statue. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Well, I have an important task for you now, Sengoku said. Bring the statue of Zephyr back to Naval Headquarters as soon as possible. Also, I will send someone to meet you. According to past practice, people who were petrified by Medusa can recover as long as the statue is not damaged. Remember, when going to Naval Headquarters, don't run afoul of anyone. Even if you encounter pirates, you must avoid them, understand? Hearing this, Ain nodded heavily. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. After hanging up the phone, Anne and a group of people acted quickly, transferred the stone statue including Zephyr to a warship, then quickly turned the bow of the ship and sailed in the direction of Naval Headquarters. On the other side, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office, a Jaff. Sengoku raised his head and looked at Aokiji in the office. Kuzan, you should run and bring Zephyr back safely. Aokiji nodded solemnly, stood up from his seat, and left the office quickly. The task is extremely urgent. Originally, it was the best way to let the fastest Kizaru do it. However, not long ago, Kizaru went to perform another mission, so Sengoku had to let Aokiji go. Really, how could such a thing happen? Sengoku held his forehead and sat back in his seat. What the hell did that Spondam do to make Li Fan arrange for Medusa to intercept him in person? Maybe some action of Spondam offended Li Fan. He said, Zephyr was just affected. Sengoku nodded. Tsuru, is there a way to contact Jun now? Sengoku, do you want to contact Li Fan through Jun? Crane shook his head. Unfortunately, neither Jun nor Tashiji we can contact. Obviously, Li Fan put a limit on them. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed deeply. Originally, he wanted to confirm with Li Fan whether there would be any problems with Zephyr, but now it seems that Marine has completely lost the possibility of talking to Li Fan at will as before. Sengoku, don't worry, as long as there is no problem with Zephyr's stone statue, he should be able to recover in a few days. He comforted. Compared to this, I think we need to reevaluate Medusa's strength. This woman's ability is really terrifying. That time with Aokiji, let's say it was because of Shalter's restriction that Medusa was able to easily win. However, this time with Zephyr, and the time with the addition of Mihawk, it shows that even if you are sufficiently alert to Medusa, it is very likely that you will be petrified by Medusa. Sengoku nodded. Of course he understood the danger of Medusa. If Mihawk was careless that time, then Zephyr, who has experienced many battles, is absolutely impossible to be careless when he already has information about Medusa. This also shows that no matter how wary Medusa is, if he does not understand her ability, even he, the Marine Marshal, may be petrified. After all, although Zephyr's strength has declined, Zephyr, who was once a Marine Admiral, is definitely not weak. Sengoku, do you need to redefine Medusa's bounty? Crane's words interrupted Sengoku's thinking. Well, after all, Medusa defeated Zephyr. If Marine doesn't respond at all, it may usher in a lot of Marine dissatisfaction. Sengoku replied, in this case, set the reward for Medusa to 3 billion berry. Her record deserves this bounty. Tsuru nodded, agreeing with Sengoku's idea. Sengoku, I have a proposal. Come on, we have been old friends for decades, there is no one else here, you can say whatever you want. I hope to go to the capital of Seven Waters and meet Li Fan. What, you plan to meet Li Fan too? Sengoku's eyes widened. Why? Crane, who is Marine's chief staff officer, and even Sengoku, who is the resourceful general, also admire Crane's resourcefulness. At this time, when Crane proposed to go to the capital of Seven Waters, he definitely had some kind of plan. Judging from Li Fan's current abilities, his abilities or the abilities of his partners are all related to the movies he shoots, Crane said. Although I don't know whether it's because of his confidence in his own abilities or what, but until now, the abilities that appeared in the movie have indeed been shown in Li Fan. Of course, there are certain abilities in it, which were not shown in the movie. It's like Medusa's ability to petrify. You and I both know that wanting to study Li Fan's abilities and watch his movies is an important step. However, until now, we've only been debriefing from Smoker to see what's in the movie. Although Smoker should try to report in detail. However, the best way to really understand is to watch Li Fan's films directly. So, I hope to go to the capital of Seven Waters and discuss with Li Fan about building his cinema in naval headquarters. In this way, we can obtain information about Li Fan more intuitively and quickly. Chapter 145. What you said makes sense, Crane. However, if we contact Li Fan casually, if there is a conflict, how should we deal with it? Why? And, now Li Fan is defined as a pirate by the world government. How could he agree to build a cinema at naval headquarters? Also, let a pirate build a movie theater in naval headquarters, and spread the word, it's not good for our marine. Sengoku said. Indeed, as you say, the possibility of conflict is not zero. But I think it's worth the risk. As for the construction of the movie theater, we can completely keep it secret and prevent the outside world from knowing about it. I believe that as long as we don't say it, no pirate will know that there will be Li Fan's movie theater in Naval Headquarters 1. As for getting Li Fan to agree to build a movie theater at Naval Headquarters. Having said this, Crane was slightly silent. According to the current analysis of Li Fan's personality, indeed, the possibility that he agrees to build a movie theater in Naval Headquarters is not high. However, it's not zero. That guy has an obsession with the movie business, and he seems to want more people to see his movies. If we can give him certain benefits, maybe he will agree. Also, from a personal point of view, I also want to go there to confirm the situation in Jun. Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku couldn't say no to it. There is some truth in Yugong and his words. In private, Sengoku, who knows the relationship between Jun and Tsuru, can't stop her from meeting Jun. Okay, I agree with your request, Tsuru. After a long silence, Sengoku agreed to Tsuru's request. However, I want you to put your safety first. Hearing this, he nodded. Don't worry about me, Sengoku. Tsuru stood up from his seat and said with a smile, I'm not that garp guy. And, I'm pretty good at negotiating. Let's go, before Li Fan leaves the capital of Seven Waters, I need to reach the capital of Seven Waters as soon as possible. Crane opened the door of the office and walked out. In the capital of Seven Waters, Li Fan, who was filming a movie, felt something and looked in the direction of the sky. Soon, the figure of Medusa appeared in Li Fan's eyes, and landed beside Li Fan at an extremely fast speed. Li Fan, I have already decided on Spondum. Medusa said. Well, thank you for your hard work. Li Fan smiled slightly, using the treasure for a long time must have consumed a lot of your magic power, so let's rest for a while. As he spoke, Li Fan took Medusa's hand and took her to his director's seat to sit down. After finishing these, Li Fan went to the waiting actors and said. Okay, everyone, after you have rested, we will move on to the next shot. Tashiji, are you ready? You need to fight Berserker Hercules later. Physical condition is okay. Tashiji nodded and replied. Don't worry, Li Fan, I'm fine now. Just, one thing I don't understand, who will play Hercules this time? Smoker, who played Berserker last time, cannot play this time. And until now, Tashiji has not been able to see the actor who plays Berserker, so she looks puzzled. It is not only Tashiji who is puzzled, but also the actor who plays Ilya. You don't have to worry about this. The corners of Li Fan's lips curled up. I will call the most suitable actor to play Berserker. Let's take your seats first, we're about to start. Although puzzled, Tashiji followed Li Fan's order and went to the designated place to get ready. Come with me. Li Fan patted the shoulder of the actor who played Ilya and led her to 10 alleys. When she was about to ask Li Fan what's the matter, a tall figure suddenly appeared in her eyes. Is this Berserker? Looking at the 2-meter-tall, muscular figure holding a huge axe blade, the actor shouted in surprise. He is your partner this time. Li Fan laughed. Not long ago, Li Fan had already summoned Berserker's puppet, but he was not allowed to appear in front of everyone before the time came. 0*. Wait a minute, when the camera enters the right time period, you will come out with him, understand? Understood, Director Li Fan. Seeing the little actor nodding, Li Fan walked out of the alley and walked to his place. This scene also has his role as Emi Yashiro, so he can't be absent. Hello, Berserker. The actor tries to say hello to the Berserker doll. Berserker's puppet looked down at the actor, and just Berserker's eyes made the actor who played Ilya's heart beat faster. And this feeling was something she never felt when she partnered with Smoker. Okay, so amazing. Perhaps, if you act with him, you can show a better shot than before. On the other side, Li Fan walked up to Tashiji. It's ready, Li Fan. Tashiji said with a slight smile. Yeah. Li Fan nodded with a smile. Tashiji, although he is only acting, but for the sake of shooting effect, when he faces Berserker later, he will attack with greater force. I hope you can attack him as a real enemy later, understand? Hearing this, Yin Saiki frowned. But, won't it be in his hands? Tashiji didn't know that he was facing a puppet with the full power of Berserker, and she worried that with the sharpness of the sword she swore to win, she might hurt the actor. You don't have to worry about this. Li Fan patted Tashiji's shoulder. Don't say that you just use the sword of vowed victory to attack him. Even if the sword of liberation oath of victory attacks him, his body can withstand the light cannon from the city. Hearing Li Fan's words, Yin Saiki was stunned. Should, or not, Li Fan called the real Berserker over. Watching Li Fan walking towards the figures of other actors, Tashiji thought to himself. Chapter 146. Bang bang bang. In the field, the figures of Berserker and Tashiji collided with each other, and strong winds spread around them. It's so powerful, so heavy. Tashiji took hold of Berserker's axe blade again. At this moment, Tashiji felt that he was not acting, but facing a real battle. And at the moment when Tashiji was in a daze, Berserker's axe suddenly swept away from the side towards Tashiji. Oops! Facing Berserker's attack, Tashiji obviously didn't react. Under Berserker's undisguised madness, for a split second, Tashiji even saw the hallucination of being cut in two. Although it was just a puppet and didn't use all its strength, Berserker's fierce momentum and fighting spirit couldn't stop exuding once he fought in 097. At this moment, Li Fan, who had been prepared for a long time, rushed out from the side and pushed Tashiji away. As for him, his whole body was hit by Berserker's axe blade, his body spun several times in the air, and flew to the ground a few meters away. Li Fan! Tashiji looked at Li Fan worriedly, while standing in front of Berserker to prevent him from attacking Li Fan. At this moment, Tashiji even forgot that he was filming. However, after completing this attack, Berserker did not continue to attack, but stood still and stopped moving. Card. Suddenly, Li Fan's voice reached Tashiji's ears. And this, Tashiji remembered the current situation. After recovering, Tashiji saw Li Fan patted his clothes and stood up from the ground. Li Fan, are you not hurt? Tashiji asked. How could I be injured? Li Fan shrugged his shoulders. I'm not that vulnerable, and Berserker's attack seemed fierce, but he had already withdrawn 90% of his force the moment it hit me. Look, I'm just a little torn in clothes, and there's not even a single bloodstain on my body. Tashiji looked down, and sure enough, he didn't see any wounds on Li Fan's body. Having said that, Li Fan can actually feel slight pain on his body. Even if Berserker withdrew his strength and used his magic power to build a barrier on his body, it was a fact that he was knocked into the air by Berserker, and it would be strange if it didn't hurt. Very good, this shot is good, one shot, let's move on to the next shot. Li Fan patted Tashiji on the shoulder. Next is Aker attacking Berserker with a fake spiral sword. Wait, everyone try to get as far away from Berserker as possible, for the sake of shooting effect. Wait a minute, I will actually let the fake spiral sword explode. Everyone, prepare for the impact. Hearing Li Fan's words, Ince was taken aback. Well, Li Fan, are you really planning to use that move to attack Berserker? Is that too dangerous? Tashiji has seen Li Fan use this move. The energy contained in such an attack is terrifying. Even if Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral hits this move, it may not be all right. Don't worry, he's not smoker, I can use this trick with confidence. Li Fan waved his hand. Okay, you should also get ready, I'll go to the tall building in the distance to prepare. Saying that, Li Fan's figure rose into the air and flew towards the tall building selected before. Seeing Li Fan leave, the actors had no choice but to take their positions and prepare for the next filming. Hey! That is, an iceberg. During the flight, Li Fan suddenly saw an iceberg waving at him. Beside him is Hina standing with arms crossed. Li Fan touched his chin, and quickly landed in front of the two of them. What's the matter, Chief Bing Shan? Li Fan said to Bing Shan with a smile on his face, by the way, why don't you see the blonde secretary who always follows you? Hearing this, Bing Shan smiled wryly. In fact, after Li Fan reminded him that there are spies in the Seven Waters, Bing Shan felt that if there were spies, then monitoring him by his side was the best choice. Therefore, Khalifa became his focus. And under this attention, Bing Shan really found some strange things about Khalifa. These strange places are nothing in normal times, but in this sensitive time period, they have aroused the vigilance of the iceberg. Li Fan, if possible, can I ask you one thing? What's the matter? Let's hear it. Can I hire you to protect me? Maybe I'm too sensitive. I always feel that something will happen to me these 2 days. Shaking his head, Bing Shan continued. Of course, it's easy to talk about the remuneration. I can help you pay for the movie theater you built in the capital of Seven Waters from my own pocket. Is that so? Li Fan crossed his arms, thinking, if something happens to you, it will not be good for my film career in this city. Okay, I agree to your request. However, my staff is busy filming. If you want to get protection, go to my crew, I allow you to go in. After the filming is over, I will also arrange for a powerful existence to protect you. Hearing Li Fan's words, Bing Shan expressed his gratitude repeatedly. What about you, Hina, what can you do? Li Fan looked at Hina and asked. Hina took off the cigarette in her mouth, looked at Li Fan, and after a while, she spoke. Hina has decided that since she can't go back to her previous life, Hina wants to start a new life. 2.9 Li Fan, you still need actors. Hina wants to try life as an actress, you can hire Hina. You want to be an actor? Li Fan yelled at Hina, well, it's not impossible. However, although I think it's unlikely, but when you come to my crew, you won't be able to communicate with Marine anymore, understand? Hina nodded slightly. Okay then. Li Fan turned sideways and pointed in the direction of the crew, both of you go over there. Hina is familiar with the filming procedures first. If it is Bing Shan, there are people there to protect you. I still have shots to shoot, so I left first. After speaking, Li Fan flew towards the selected place. Chapter 147. Boom! A huge explosion sounded in the capital of the Seven Waters, and people stopped what they were doing and looked towards the place where the explosion sounded. People who are far away are still worried about whether something happened somewhere in the city. However, those who know the details know that this is the result of Li Fan's filming. No, it really just exploded like this, he will be okay. Bing Shan opened his mouth, looking at Berserker covered by the smoke and dust of the explosion. However, no one answered his question, and all the staff looked at Berserker intently. As they saw just now, Berserker didn't make any defensive moves at all in the face of the attacking fake spiral sword. Although there were such strong explosion scenes in the previous filming, but apart from Li Fan, there was no actor who faced such an attack directly. And even Li Fan used defensive methods. At this moment, everyone nervously looked in Berserker's direction. A gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust around Berserker, revealing Berserker with a large body missing inside. Everyone's eyes widened, and the word performance accident appeared in the minds of everyone at the scene at the same time. What to do? Where did director Li Fan go? Too bad, there is a performance accident now, can the filming continue? How is it possible to continue? Berserker is in that state. The surrounding staff panicked for a while. Wait, look! Suddenly, a staff member pointed in the direction of Berserker. People looked in the direction of the staff's fingers, and found that Berserker's body was repairing automatically, and after a while, it returned to its previous appearance. The eyes of the actor who played Ilya lit up, and he reacted instantly, looking at Nami who played Rin Tosaka. "I'm really impressed with you, Pian. Quite capable, you're a cur. Well, come back, Berserker." Accompanied by the actor's voice, Berserker walked up to the actor who played Ilya. "Crap, this shot is over." At this moment, Li Fan fell from the sky and landed beside everyone. "Yes, your reaction is good, so this shot will be passed once. As long as the other shots of this battle are taken next, and interspersed with them, it will be considered complete." Everyone rests for a few minutes, waiting to shoot the next shot. Hearing the sound, all the actors breathed a sigh of relief. They got together familiar with each other, and discussed the scene just now. "Ah, it was really amazing just now." Bing Shan walked over with open arms. "I never thought that the movie you shot would have such a big scene. If I didn't know in advance that you were shooting a movie, I would have thought there was a battle here." Li Fan turned his head to look at Bing Shan, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I hope it doesn't cause riots among the citizens." "Yeah, wait a minute, maybe you need to explain it to the citizens." Bing Shan touched the back of his head and sighed, "Hey, Li Fan, after your shooting, there will be such as it a big scene." "Certainly. Hey. I know what you told me before, there will be some small noises." Bing Shan sighed, "However, no matter how you look at it, it is not a small noise. Forget it, I'll make a phone call to let the citizens know what's going on here." "Is Li Fan, that berserker, really immortal?" After Bing Shan left, Hina walked up to Li Fan and asked. Hina still has a certain understanding of the setting of berserker, the role that Smoker once played. 12 trials, turn your body into a tenacious armor, and nullify all attacks below level B, including level B attacks. It has the effect of automatically reviving the body after death, and the effect of making the attack that has been received once not effective for the second time. These are the settings that Smoker once told her. At that time, Hina lamented that if such an existence really existed in the world, it would be an invincible existence. However, Hina at the time did not think that there would really be such an existence. But when Li Fan has created more and more records, and what he saw with his own eyes just now, Hina now has some doubts that the effect of 12 trials really exists. "What do you think?" Li Fan patted Hina's shoulder with a smile, and walked to the side. Looking at Li Fan's back, Hina suddenly felt that she might see a lot of surprises in Li Fan's crew. "Okay, that's the end of today's filming." Li Fan clapped his hands, "Everyone has worked hard, let's go back to the hotel and rest." "It's great, I can go back and relax." Tashiji gave a lazy waste, "Nami, Nyakigao, let's go to the hot spring together." "Okay." Nami nodded and looked at Li Fan. "Li Fan, do you want to go together? Is it okay?" Li Fan raised his eyebrows with a smile, "I won't be sleepy after you say that." "Hee, the premise is that you pay first." Nami laughed. "We're so familiar with each other when it comes to money, aren't we?" Li Fan spread his hands, "There's no need to be so extravagant. Director Li Fan is right." Zayla tied her hair into a whip and came to Li Fan with graceful steps. "Director Li Fan, why not go to the hot spring with us, we won't charge for it." "You say yes, Mishita." "Hey, Mishita was taken aback by Zayla's name, and his face turned red instantly. 840 Could this be the so-called Shura field? Nico Robin, who was passing by, raised his mouth. Li Fan smiled, "Not sure." "Okay, let's go back first, I'm talking about something with the iceberg over there." Hearing Li Fan's words, the crowd didn't stop there, but walked towards the hotel in groups of 3 or 4. Because of the template of media, the floor where the actors live in the hotel has been made into a workshop by Li Fan. There, Li Fan didn't have to worry about the personal safety of the actors. After the actors left, Li Fan took Berserker to the iceberg. I've been waiting for a long time, the iceberg is long. I believe you have seen the fighting ability of the person next to me. Let him leave with you to protect your safety temporarily. Li Fan said with a smile on his face. Thank you, Li Fan. Bing Shan nodded, I will definitely do what I promised you earlier. Li Fan waved his hand, continued to talk with Bing Shan about his ship for a while, and then walked towards the hotel. As for Bing Shan, he walked towards the mayor's office together with Berserker. Because he stayed in Li Fan's crew for a long time, there are still many lingering tasks in the office that he needs to deal with. Walking in the dark alleyway, Bing Shan didn't notice a few pairs of unkind eyes resting on him in a shadowy corner. Chapter 148. Hiding in the shadows, Khalifa and his party are formally discussing the kidnapping of Bing Shan. Because Bluno was seriously injured and unable to fight. Therefore, there are only 3 people, Khalifa, Lu Chi, and Keiku, in this operation. Khalifa, do you know the man who walked with the iceberg? Lu Chi asked with a frown as he looked at Berserker's doll. As an agent, Lu Chi has a keen perception. From the Berserker puppet, he faintly felt a sense of danger. No, I don't know. Khalifa shook his head. A few hours ago, Bing Shan left me and came to Li Fan's crew on the grounds that he asked me to help with something. Because Li Fan's crew does not allow other people to approach casually, and I can't find a suitable reason, in order not to let Li Fan notice me, I did not enter the crew. However, maybe it's my delusion. Ever since Li Fan told Bing Shan and Kishui that there are spies from CP9, Bing Shan doesn't seem to trust me that much anymore. Hearing this, Keiku stroked his hat. Perhaps, what you feel is not an illusion. That Bing Shan is a careful person, otherwise he wouldn't let us go undercover for 5 years and fail to get what we want. It is very likely that he has already noticed your identity. Perhaps it is a wise decision for us to choose to do it tonight. The further we drag on, the lower our chances of success. Now, the problem lies with the high-beating men around Bing Shan. Lu Chi, that man doesn't look simple, shall we do it? Lu Chi nodded and said. As you said, now is our best chance. Although that man looks strong, we are not weak either. As Lu Chi said, he used his own devil fruit and transformed into a human form. Keiku, you attack that man with me. Khalifa, take this opportunity to take the iceberg away. Khalifa and Keiku nodded, and following Lu Chi's order, the 3 rushed towards the Berserker doll and the iceberg at a very fast speed. The speed of the 3 of them was very fast, under the speed of Marine 6 style shaved, the 3 of them came to the front of the iceberg in an instant. Just when the 3 were planning to act according to the plan. The eyes of the Berserker puppet flashed red, and the huge axe blade in his hand turned into an afterimage and swept towards Lu Chi and Keiku who were rushing towards him. The pupils of Keiku and Lu Chi suddenly contracted, and the strong sense of crisis made their bodies automatically use iron body. And it was the inability of this body to move that saved the lives of the 2 of them. Boom! With a loud noise, the axe blade of the Berserk doll hit Keiku and Lu Chi. Click! In an instant, the ribs of the 2 hit places were instantly shattered and fractured, and the bodies of the 2 also turned around and hit the direction they came from. At the same time, the axe blade of the Berserker doll slowed down after being blocked by Keiku and Lu Chi, but it still did not stop, and hit Khalifa who was surprised by Lu Chi and Keiku being knocked into the air. Belly. A sharp pain emanated from Khalifa's abdomen. Under the heavy blow, Khalifa and Lu Chi flew out together. The mask he wore on his face also fell off under this blow. However, compared to Lu Chi and Keiku, Khalifa suffered much less injuries. Although the feeling of 2 broken ribs is not good, but fortunately, he can still move, which is much better than Lu Chi and Keiku who can no longer stand. And this is also thanks to Liu Qi and Keiku's buffer, as well as the timely use of Iron Body. Khalifa, it's you. Bing Shan looked at Khalifa, who showed his face in surprise. Are you really an agent of CB9? And Liu Qi and Keiku, you two are also undercover agents? Khalifa didn't answer Iceberg's words, but fixed his eyes on the berserker doll that stopped after attacking them. Aren't you going to pursue it? Does it mean that if you don't attack him or attack the iceberg, he won't make a move? Such thoughts flashed through Khalifa's mind quickly. After taking another deep look at the iceberg, Khalifa turned around directly, raised Keiku and Liu Qi with both hands and disappeared into the night. Looking at the three people who left, Bing Shan frowned. Looking at the berserker doll, Bing Shan remembered what Li Fan said. He will protect you, but don't expect him to do more for you. Gathering his mind, Bing Shan quickly walked towards the direction of the dock dormitory. Since Khalifa and others are trying to attack him, he must try to find the three and arrest them. This is what Bing Shan thought. In a secret room, Bluno was lying on a chair, waiting for his partner's return. Until now, Bluno felt that he was still in a state of vertigo. No matter how heavy the attack on his head is. Squeak! The sound of the door being opened made Bluno instantly alert and looked in the direction of the door. Liu Qi, Keiku, Khalifa, what's wrong with you? What imprinted in Bluno's eyes was not the figure of the three guys returning home, but the figure that was obviously seriously injured. Bluno, our mission failed. Khalifa walked into the house with Keiku and Liu Qi, who had fainted. Beside Bing Shan, there is a man we don't know. He defeated the three of us with just one blow. Hearing this, Bluno frowned. Lucy and Keiku are all right. Fortunately, he's not dead, but it may take a long time to recover. Khalifa put Liu Qi and Keiku flat on the ground and said, Bluno, how is your recovery? Can you use the fruit to take us out of the capital of Seven Waters? The operation failed. After that, Bing Shan will definitely, money to Zhao, look for us all over the city. After adding the killer, we're going to die here. Khalifa's words made Bluno feel anxious. Sorry, Khalifa, I can only barely use my abilities. Under such circumstances, even if we take everyone out of this room, they will definitely be discovered by outsiders. It's not going to be any safer than being in this room. This is the place I was looking for. The people in Bing Shan are not secret agents. It will take a lot of time to find here. I suggest staying here first, and fleeing the city when everyone recovers to be able to move freely. Hearing Bluno's words, although Khalifa felt helpless, under the current situation, she could only agree. What Bluno and Khalifa didn't know was that their conversation had already reached the ears of Li Fan outside the door. Chapter 149. Li Fan was originally just out for a stroll at night. But unexpectedly, they happened to run into Khalifa and his group, who were fleeing for their lives. Out of curiosity, Li Fan followed Khalifa to their hiding place. It's really sad, you will go head to head with Berserker's puppet, you are lucky if you don't die. Well, it's my fault, I just asked him to protect the iceberg. Shaking his head, Fan decided to ignore the CPP group. Li Fan wants to see, facing the current situation, where they will go in the future. The next day, when the sun was just rising, Li Fan brought the actors to the set early to continue filming. At the same time, under the supervision of Bing Shan, 2 movie theaters were roughly built. After Li Fan spent box office points to buy 2 sets of projection equipment, the screening of Fate Stay Night also entered the process. As for Khalifa and his group, Bing Shan naturally tried his best to find it. However, as Bluno said, because of the concealment of the hiding place, the iceberg people were not able to find them. With enough food in the hiding place of Khalifa and others, Khalifa can maintain his daily life even without going out of the hiding place. This makes it more and more difficult for Bing Shan to find them. In addition, he had to help Li Fan build ships, so the job of finding the Khalifa Huxia was cut off by 80%. However, although there is enough food in the hiding place of Khalifa and others, medical supplies are relatively lacking. Finally, on the night of the fourth day, Khalifa had to venture out of hiding to get medical supplies for Luchi and Keiku. Although both Luchi and Keiku are well-trained fighters, the comminuted fractures were not treated in time, causing them to have a high fever reaction. If they do not receive effective treatment, the two of them are likely to die. In desperation, the law can only take risks. What she didn't know was that not long ago, the killer sent by the world government had already landed in the capital of Seven Waters. Although the killer is not a powerful person in CP0, he still has enough agents to kill CP9. Okay, everyone has received their rewards. Li Fan clapped his hands and said to the actors in the audience. I got it, thank you Director Li Fan. Yeah, it's time for a shopping spree again. That's right, let's go to the capital of Seven Waters tomorrow to buy goods. The actors said happily. Not long ago, Li Fan finished filming the last scene, ushering in the wrapping up of the movie. Although because of Fate Stay Night's warm-up, the other movie Fate Stay Night Tubu doesn't need to be promoted anymore. But you still have to remember not to play too crazy. Don't miss the premiere of Fate Stay Night Tubu the day after tomorrow. Li Fan said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the actors all nodded. Then, let's go. After seeing everyone nodding, Li Fan waved his guilt. Just when Li Fan wanted to leave the set and go to the capital of Seven Waters, Tashiji and Zoro came over. Well, Li Fan, have you taken back the Sword of Oath of Victory? Just now, it suddenly disappeared from my hands. Tashiji asked with a worried face. So does the dry pole in my hand, Zoro said. Isn't that of course? Li Fan smiled, now that the filming has been completed, don't you all want to keep holding the sword and the pole of the Oath of Victory? In fact, after the movie is finished, the system automatically takes it back. But Li Fan is not going to tell the two the truth. That's great, I thought I dropped the sword of the vowed victory. Hearing Li Fan's words, Tashiji breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's okay, I'll leave first. Zoro parted his mouth, it's hard to finish filming, I have to go and have a drink. Li Fan, do you want to come with me? Forget it. Li Fan shook his head, I'm not a drunkard like you. You can drink, find someone, Ajay, to go with you. I still plan to go shopping, so I left first. With that said, Li Fan walked along the end of the street alone. Hey! Who is this person? Just as Li Fan was walking slowly along the river, a familiar figure appeared in Li Fan's eyes. Although the person in front of him was wearing a hood and his face was almost hidden in the shadows, Li Fan still recognized the person in front of him at a glance. Khalifa, speaking of it, I've been so busy filming these days that I almost forgot about you. Li Fan rubbed his chin, looked at the two ordinary-looking men who were hanging tightly behind Khalifa, the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Hee, it seems that something interesting will happen. Li Fan stepped forward and followed silently. On the other side, Khalifa looked back nervously. She has already got medical supplies, but she dare not go back at all now. She naturally noticed the two men behind her. It is also for this reason that she cannot return to her hiding place, otherwise Lug and the others will be exposed. Damn it, the killer came so fast. Could it be that I'm going to die here? At this moment, a sense of despair enveloped Khalifa's heart. I don't want to die yet, I'm still young, I want to live well. The two killers following Khalifa looked at each other, and the next moment, their bodies activated quickly and rushed towards Khalifa. They wanted to follow Khalifa to find other CP9 agents, but after following Khalifa for a while, they found that there was a problem with Khalifa's trajectory. Apparently, leading them around in circles. After confirming this, the two agents decided to capture Khalifa first, and then torture Luchi and others for their location. The strong wind behind him instantly alerted Khalifa. She turned around quickly and raised a sharp kick behind her. Tempest kick. A sharp wind blade came from Khalifa and attacked the two killers. Facing Khalifa's attack, the two killers raised a wind blade in exactly the same way. When the wind blades collided, a powerful gust of wind was formed and rushed towards Khalifa. In just an instant, Fa was knocked into the corner of the wall. Pfft! A mouthful of blood spat out from Khalifa's mouth, and she raised her head to look at the bright moonlight. Ah, from now on, I won't be able to enjoy such a beautiful moonlight anymore. Khalifa felt sad. In order not to hurt her companions, she is ready to kill herself at this moment. At this moment, Khalifa saw Li Fan squatting on the eaves, looking at him with interest. Chapter 150. Help, help me! Khalifa raised his hand and shouted towards Li Fan. At this moment, Khalifa no longer cared about his original hostile status with Li Fan. Now she just wants to live. Li Fan, who suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, was the straw that could save his life. Khalifa's words startled the two killers, and they looked up at the sky. It's Li Fan. After recognizing Li Fan, the two killers turned and ran away without hesitation. Even if they don't think Li Fan will help Khalifa, they also believe that Li Fan doesn't have any good feelings for them who came from the world government. Bang bang bang! 3 huge long swords projected by Li Fan landed in front of the two killers, blocking their way and forcing them to stop. A killer frowned, turned around and looked at Li Fan, who jumped from the eaves. Li Fan, our task is not you, we don't want to be your enemy. A long sword shot out from Li Fan's side, passing over the killer's face, bringing up a streak of blood. At the same time, the killer's unfinished words got stuck in his mouth. SHH. Don't talk, ladies first, let me listen to what this agent over here has to say, and it's not too late to talk to you. Li Fan put his index finger in front of his mouth and said with a smile on his face. The killer touched bloodline on his face, and his face instantly became gloomy. Just now, although he saw it, his body couldn't react in time. The two killers believed that if Li Fan wanted to kill them, they would be decapitated in just an instant. In desperation, the two could only watch Li Fan and Khalifa talk honestly. Help me, please save me. Seeing that the killer was blocked by Li Fan, Khalifa became more and more excited. Save you? Li Fan touched his chin, speaking of which, aren't we enemies? What good do you do to me? I am no longer an agent of CP9, so we are not enemies. Even so, saving you won't do me any good. Li Fan shrugged and said. I can work for you. I have rich experience as a secretary. I can be your secretary. Khalifa said quickly, although you have many actors, you don't have a secretary to help you with chores. Please trust me, I can help you manage your property and funds better. Hearing this, my heart lit up. Indeed, as more and more movie theaters are built, Li Fan has to manage the work of each movie theater in addition to filming. Although it is not difficult, it is also more troublesome. And this trouble, Li Fan believes that it will become bigger and bigger in the future. Having a professional secretary can indeed reduce a lot of workload. But Li Fan frowned, stepped up and down a lot of Khalifa, and said, your proposal is very good, but unfortunately, I can't trust you. Hearing this, Khalifa's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Li Fan was going to reject her. Khalifa quickly grabbed Li Fan's skirt. Please at least give me a chance, I will use actions to prove my worth. Hearing the conversation between Li Fan and Khalifa, the two killers couldn't sit still. They knew that if Li Fan really agreed to Khalifa's proposal, their lives might be over. The two looked at each other, stepped on the ground, and fled in two directions. In their view, instead of continuing to wait, it is better to give it a go. At least one of them has a high probability of surviving. Tisk, didn't I tell you not to move? Why can't you just listen to me? Li Fan shook his head, the projection magic was activated, and a longbow and 2 arrows appeared in his hand. The 2 arrows were shot by Li Fan at the 2 assassins respectively, and soon came to them. The killer stepped on the ground with both feet, and while changing the direction of travel, he used the wind blade generated by Tempest Kick to barely change the direction of the arrow. Just when they thought they had knocked the arrow into the air and were about to continue to escape, the arrow turned around and continued to pounce towards them, then pierced their hearts from behind. 0. Puff. Blood flowed from their hearts. They would not understand that the arrow used by Li Fan, Chaiwan Hound, as long as Li Fan is still alive, no matter how many times he is shot down, he will still pursue the target. After sensing that the arrow had hit the target, Li Fan let go of the longbow in his hand. After glancing at Khalifa again, Li Fan left Xiang Luo directly. From the beginning to the end, Khalifa just looked at Li Fan's back and couldn't say a word. Saved. Khalifa breathed a sigh of relief. However, does Li Fan agree to my proposal? 0. Shaking his head, Khalifa, unable to guess what Li Fan was thinking, stood up on the ground, and quickly ran towards the hiding place. Even if the killer is killed, Khalifa knows he is not absolutely safe. This city of 7 waters, but there are other people who want to catch her. And even if the killers are dealt with this time, the world government will definitely send other killers to wipe them out. As a former CP9 agent, Khalifa has done a lot of this kind of work herself, so she understands this quite well. Hey! That's Marine Vice Admiral Crane. Li Fan, who was flying towards the hotel, suddenly found a warship with a huge crane written on its sails docked on the coast. Below the warship, Marine Vice Admiral Tsuru is talking to Jun about something. What is this guy doing here? Probably to see Jun. Li Fan touched his chin, turned around and flew in the direction of Jun. Jun, who was talking with the crane, felt something and looked towards the sky. Because of eating thunder fruit, Jun's observation haki has been further improved. In addition, Li Fan did not deliberately hide his figure, so Jun soon discovered him. Crane looked in the direction of Jun, and soon saw Li Fan flying towards this side. So. Chapter 151. Good evening everyone, I hope I haven't disturbed you. After landing, Li Fan smiled and said to he and the subordinates behind her. UBD. How dare you take Jun as a hostage? Before he could say anything, behind he, a green-haired, plump female sailor raised a knife and rushed towards Li Fan aggressively. Laugh. In a flash of lightning, Jun instantly appeared in front of Li Fan. Jun, you. Looking at Jun standing in front of him, the female sea soldier who was quite close to Jun was a little dazed. Jun shook her head, signaling the female sailor not to be impulsive. Li Fan, she is my good sister, she just got agitated when she saw me, I hope you don't care about her behavior. Jun turned her head and looked at Li Fan apologetically. Hehe, rather than seeing you getting excited, it's better to say seeing me get excited. Li Fan shrugged. Crane patted the female sea soldier's arm and walked up to Li Fan. Sorry, Li Fan, I didn't come here with malice this time, if possible, I hope to talk to you. Li Fan turned his head and looked at the crane in front of him. Although Crane looks like an ordinary old man, Li Fan will not underestimate the marine who is in the same period as Garp and Sengoku. Are you here to find me? Could it be that you want to take Jun back? If possible, I really want to do this. Crane nodded, of course, if you feel worried after Jun leaves, you can let me be your hostage. Sister He, what are you talking about? He frowned and said, how could it be possible for you to be a hostage? Li Fan blinked, and gave he a strange look. However, Crane looked serious, giving Li Fan the feeling that he didn't want to talk casually. I see, you have such a purpose. After taking a look at Jun, Li Fan understood his purpose. You have taken a fancy to Jun Thunder Fruit's ability. You think Jun's return to Marine can further increase Marine's strength, so you want to let yourself be a hostage? Crane nodded, not denying his thoughts. As far as the hostage is concerned, I should be more suitable as the Marine's chief advisor than Jun. Li Fan raised his mouth and waved his hand. That can't be done. You have so many thoughts as a great staff officer. I don't want to have such a complicated person by my side. Also, I ate thunder fruit for Jun, just to let her help me with some things. It's not for her to help you, Marine. Besides, Jun is younger and more beautiful than you, and much more eye-catching than you. Hearing Li Fan's words, he was slightly stunned. This is really... He touched his face. Sure enough, Li Fan, you are also a man. Time is not forgiving. Back then, I was also a young and beautiful girl. Li Fan's words lead the topic to another direction. For a while, the hostility between the two sides also eased slightly. Really, when you say that, I really want to see it. Li Fan laughed. Or, try the elixir of rejuvenation on you. Hey, do you still have such good things? Crane asked with interest. Crane is also a woman, and she is equally interested in becoming younger. Probably, yes. The corners of Li Fan's lips curled up, however, as expected, this thing can't be used casually on others. Okay, let's not talk about this topic. Tell me, Crane, what are you going to do here? Of course, if you want to take Jun away, I advise you to give up this idea. Crane nodded and said. I am here this time to ask you if you are interested in building a cinema in naval headquarters. Hey! Li Fan looked at he in surprise. Go to naval headquarters to build a movie theater. What? Sengoku and the others are planning to watch a movie too. Although a little surprised in his heart, Li Fan quickly thought of Marine's purpose. You should be like this, then, what's your answer, Fan? Crane said. What's the price? Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth. Since you are here to ask me, you have to pay something. Don't say, you will spend money to buy movie tickets or something. The movie theater is built in your naval headquarters. I can't expect you to send me money on time. Hearing that Li Fan didn't refuse, he calmed down a bit. About the construction of cinemas, our Marine can pay you 5 billion berry at one time, what do you think? 5 billion berry, too little. Li Fan shook his head. Marine's bounty for me and my companions is more than 5 billion. If it's 10 billion, I can consider it. In Li Fan's view, building a movie theater at naval headquarters is not a problem. Regarding the content of the movie, Li Fan did not limit Marine to watch it. If a movie theater is built in naval headquarters, it will increase its box office points. If you just spend a few box office points, get a lot of money and more box office points, it's not a losing business by any means. 10 billion, yes. Crane replied, it's just that this is a one-time buyout money. After that, our Marine will not pay you for the movie ticket. What do you think, Li Fan? It's so simple, Li Fan laughed, the cinema was built in naval headquarters, and I didn't expect to receive your money. One time is best. Seeing how straightforwardly you agreed, did you already bring enough money? Hearing this, he nodded. I don't think you will go to naval headquarters on purpose, so just give us your projection equipment and take it back with my warship. If you want money, I will pay you too. Vice Admiral really believes in me, don't you worry about me snatching it away. Li Fan laughed. So, will you? Crane also responded with a smile. Well, if I really rob it, it will affect my reputation, so forget it. Li Fan shrugged, by the way, your Marine has so many branches. Do you need me to build a movie theater in your branch? We can discuss the price. Let's forget it, 10 billion is already a lot of consumption, and it's not convenient for Marine to come up with more money in a short time. Zero Crane shook his head. That's really a pity. Li Fan really felt a pity in his heart. In fact, Li Fan thinks it is okay to help Marine get more movie theaters for free. After all, as long as you can earn enough box office points, you won't lose money. However, in order not to let the crane feel that he was too urgent and noticed something, Li Fan still denied the thoughts in his heart. Turning slightly sideways, Li Fan stretched out his right hand towards the open space. System, I want to spend 2,000 box office points to buy a set of projection equipment. Following Li Fan's voice, a set of projection equipment immediately appeared in front of him. I've already taken out the goods, and now, it's up to you to pay for it. Li Fan looked at he, given the size of your warship, it shouldn't be a problem to bring this back. If it really doesn't work, it's okay to hang it behind your warship. It's waterproof, so you don't have to worry about being damaged by sea water. As for the installation problem, you can just read this manual. With that said, Li Fan handed a piece of paper to he. Crane nodded slightly, looking at Marine behind him. Marine understood what Crane meant, turned around and ran to Crane's warship to get busy. It didn't take long before boxes of berry were brought to Li Fan. Come on, Li Fan, here is 10 billion berry. You have prepared 10 billion, but you only quoted 5 billion at the beginning. Li Fan shook his head. You can ask someone to move these things to my boat. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Jun, you are in charge of connecting with them. After speaking, Li Fan flew up and left the coast. He really cares about you, Jun. Crane frowned. Did Li Fan do something to you? Well, it's a long story. Jun sighed, and slowly talked about the contract to Tsuru. The more he listened, the more he frowned. After all, Crane left. Knowing that Jun could not be taken away on March 4th, Crane quickly sailed towards naval headquarters with the projection equipment provided by Li Fan. After returning to naval headquarters, Crane immediately arranged with Sengoku and others the projection equipment purchased from Li Fan. It cost 10 billion to get back such a thing. Sengoku sighed. It's a pity that the video phone bug can't transmit the picture of this screen. Otherwise, this sum of money can be saved. Just think of it as investing money in the newspaper. He said, according to what Li Fan said, wait until the projection equipment is installed. It will be screened synchronously with other screening equipment Fata Stanai Tubu. The Log Town has been screened for a few days, and now a new one is about to be screened. Let's watch it quietly. The name of this movie is so similar to Li Fan's original movie, maybe we can analyze Medusa's strange petrification ability from it. Just after he finished speaking, the screen suddenly lit up. In an instant, Sengoku, Tsuru, and some other marine executives, including a recovered Zephyr, turned their attention to the screen. Chapter 152. Unlike other viewers, when Sengoku and others watched, they were more analyzing the abilities of the characters in the play. Especially the abilities of Medusa and Aker. Of course, there are also people who completely regard movies as an entertainment project. Like Garp sitting behind Sengoku. Oh, so that Aker is the future Shiro Emiya. It turns out that I spent my whole life doing good deeds, and even became a heroic spirit after death, doing good deeds non-stop. What a fine lad! If this guy is going to be a marine, he must be very good. After watching 10,000 videos, Garp laughed out loud. You guy, I'm here to analyze the abilities and weapons that appear in the movie, not to watch it as a movie, Garp. Sengoku turned his head and growled at Garp. Haha, these things can be done with you and the crane. 09 Garp patted Sengoku's shoulder with an expression of indifference. Indeed, Garp is right, that Aker is indeed a good material to be a marine. Zephyr pushed his eyes, affirming Garp's statement. Zephyr, even you. Sengoku looked at Zephyr speechlessly. By the way, you were petrified by Medusa just before. Now I can watch Li Fan's film so peacefully. That Medusa just petrified me and didn't do anything else to me. Zephyr said, and, I've already learned about Spondum. The death of a fellow like that doesn't make me angry. It's all inside the world government. That guy involved Marine, and I haven't settled with him yet. You really have a big heart. Sengoku sighed. Well, Mr. Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp. Although you are very optimistic about that Acre, but he intends to kill his past self, don't you find it awkward? Aokiji stroked his fluffy hair and asked. Even Aokiji and you? Sengoku felt helpless when he saw that Aokiji was also so enthusiastic about discussing the plot. Could it be that Tsuru and I are the only ones seriously analyzing it, and the others are simply watching movies? Sengoku thought. Although Acre wanted to kill his past self, it was because he forgot his original intention. Zephyr turned to look at Aokiji. In the end, after he recalled his original intention, he also gave up on killing his past self. Have an idea yet? Well, that's true. Aokiji nodded. I think the young Emi Yashiro is more worthy of training. A boy with a firm will, inherited the will of his adoptive father since he was a child, and steadfastly pursued justice. If there is such a Marine in the new generation, I am even willing to cultivate it myself. Akainu spoke. As soon as Akainu spoke, everyone in the field looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that Akainu, who is always serious, would also talk about movie plots. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Akainu coughed lightly. Of course, the abilities of the characters in the movie are indeed worthy of analysis. Compared to written reports, it is more informative. It's like unlimited sword system used by Li Fan. Although Vice Admiral Garp described it before, it was not clear. This time, through the pictures in the movie, we can have a better understanding of unlimited sword system. If we face the enemy in the future, we will be able to react in time. Hearing Akainu's words, Garp looked at Akainu suspiciously. Is my previous report that bad? Compared to what was described in the movie, there are indeed some things missing. Crane said, for example, before Li Fan used this unlimited sword system, he would chant some words, but you didn't report it. Al, didn't I say that? Garp scratched his hair and looked at Sengoku. Sengoku nodded to Garp, agreeing with Tsuru. It's a pity that Medusa's ability to petrify others is not shown in the movie this time, Iarda continued. Speaking of which, it's really strange, the Medusa in the play is not powerful. As a servant of the heroic spirit, but was excluded by an ordinary person. This is a bit too weird. It is true, Sengoku said, however, since Fata Stay Night and Fata Stay Night Tobu shot by Li Fan belong to different developments of the same story. I boldly guess that Li Fan may shoot another version of Fat 760 Stay Night afterward. Perhaps, the answer we want is in there. Okay, let's not sit here anymore. Sengoku stood up. Next, let's go to the conference room to discuss. Agreed. Tsuru nodded and stood up from his seat. Also, Sengoku, let the other Marines from Naval Headquarters take a look at the next session. The movie is pretty good, it can let other Marines watch the movie and relax. Tsuru, even you. Sengoku looked at Tsuru in surprise. Hehe, analysis is analysis, but if you can entertain yourself while analyzing, what's the harm? Crane smiled at Sengoku and walked out of the gate. I agree with Tsuru, Vice Admiral. Kizaru walked to Sengoku's side. Also, letting the Marines go through the movie will also deepen their impression of the abilities of Li Fan and Medusa. Seeing the backs of everyone leaving, Sengoku's mouth twitched fiercely. Could it be that I'm the only one who is just analyzing seriously? Chapter 153. Ding! Fata Stay Night, the showtime has ended. Calibration begins. Congratulations to host for winning 12,150,800 box office points. There are 35,831,929 box office points left. The script has been refreshed, the host can go to the mall to buy a new script. It's finally done. Li Fan stretched and stood up from the chair. More than 30 million box office points plus 55,979,800,000 berries wealth. Before I knew it, I had become so rich. The wealth of more than 50 billion can be used to summon Exodia once, and it can be done. Looking at the full moon in the sky, the corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up involuntarily. Speaking of which, because the best actor this time is Aker played by me, and I have obtained all the abilities of Aker, the system did not give out rewards related to Aker, but directly gave me a chance to draw a lottery. However, thanks to this lottery chance, I can draw the treasure house of Babylon. With this, I finally have a space prop that can store items. Although there is no treasure of the King of Heroes in the treasure house of Babylon, it is just a warehouse for storing items, but Li Fan is quite satisfied with this item. The moment he received it, he stored all his wealth in the treasure house of Babylon, including the treasure obtained in another lottery piercing the death thorn. At this moment, a series of footsteps came into Li Fan's ears. "It's you, Khalifa, what's the matter?" Turning his head, Khalifa with a hood appeared in front of Ji Fan. After half a month or so of hiding, the current Khalifa and Li Fan were much tired when they first met. The clothes on his body were covered with stains, and even his originally beautiful hair looked a little messy because he didn't have time to take care of it. "Li Fan." Khalifa took a deep look at Li Fan. "I heard that you are leaving the capital of Seven Waters, is that right?" "Obviously I've been hiding, but you know this very well." Li Fan nodded. "That's right, I'm really leaving tomorrow, do you have anything to say?" "Well, when you saved me last time, I said, it was about being a secretary." "What are you talking about?" Li Fan waved his hand. "Forget it, I don't trust you, although I want a secretary, but I can train one myself, if you want to, etc." Just as he was talking, Li Fan suddenly thought of another reward he got in the lottery: command seals. The command spell is originally a magic crystal linking the master and the servant. It consists of 3 strokes, and each stroke has absolute command power over the servant. The command spell that Li Fan obtained from the system can conclude a contract with anyone, provided that person is sincerely willing to treat Li Fan as the master. "Maybe, you can try this guy with command seals." Li Fan rubbed his chin, up and down a lot of Khalifa. Then, "What's the matter, Li Fan?" For some reason, Khalifa always felt that Li Fan's eyes were dangerous. But seeing harassment. Hearing this, Li Fan was taken aback. "I said, you still can't forget to talk about your oral addiction. Back to the topic just now, you guys really plan to come to work with me, right?" "Yes, Li Fan." Khalifa nodded. "I have no other place to go. My partner's injury hasn't recovered yet. Once you leave, the world government's killer will definitely come to this island again. By the time..." Having said that, Khalifa couldn't say what to say next. "Well, in this case, stretch out your hand," Li Fan said. Hearing this, Khalifa obediently stretched out his hand. According to the method of the system, Li Fan stretched out his hand and held Khalifa's hand, then activated the command spell obtained from the system. A burst of red light erupted between the palms of Li Fan and Khalifa, and Li Fan could faintly feel a certain connection between himself and Khalifa. At the same time, a red command spell like a sharp sword appeared on the back of Li Fan's hand. "Well, it's done." Letting go of Khalifa's hand, Li Fan looked at the command seal on the back of his hand and muttered to himself. "Li Fan, what did you do just now?" Khalifa asked suspiciously. "It's just to confirm whether you really want to work with me." Li Fan showed Khalifa the command seal on the back of his hand. "If you are not sincere, this command seal cannot be formed. However, although I'm sure you really want to work with me, but I've ordered the command seal, Khalifa, you can't do anything to harm my interests." Suddenly, the command seal on the back of Li Fan's hand burst into intense red light, and the command seal at the tip dissipated. And as the command spell dissipated, Khalifa suddenly felt that there was something extra in his body. Li Fan. This command spell allows me to give you any orders, Khalifa. Li Fan said with a smile on his face, although the more general orders like the one just now, can't exert obvious effects. But the effect will indeed happen, for example, once you plan to assassinate me. Your body may have a strong resistance response. By the way, if I want to use this command spell to sexually harass you, you will have no way to resist. Hearing Li Fan's words, Khalifa subconsciously took a step back, folded his arms around his chest, and looked at Li Fan worriedly. Hehe, don't act like that, it's just talking. Li Fan waved his hand. By the way, because of your previous contract with me, your body is no longer a human body. Your current body is the same as the servant, composed of spirit foundation and magic power. In other words, you are now the servant warehouse. Perhaps you have already felt the magic movement flowing in your body. Speaking of which, congratulations, Khalifa. After becoming a follower, your age will be just a number. As long as I don't die, you won't dissipate, and no matter how many years pass, you will always maintain your current youthful face. Chapter 154. Name, Khalifa. Power, C. Physical strength, E. Agility, B. Magic power, B. Lucky, D. Noble phantasm, none. After signing the contract with Khalifa, the data on her body was terminated into numbers and appeared in front of Li Fan. If Li Fan wishes, she can check her status at any time. Moreover, because of the contractual relationship between him and Khalifa, Li Fan can also transfer his magic power to Khalifa. At that time, her data will be updated, and her strength will be further enhanced. Hearing Li Fan's words, Khalifa pushed his glasses and calmed down to feel his body. Sure enough, as Li Fan said, she felt a strange power in her body. Is this what Li Fan refers to as magic? It won't age, anyway, this ability is really good. Khalifa thought to himself. Li Fan, what are you? Khalifa looked at Li Fan again, only to find that he was looking at her with bright eyes. Although Li Fan said before that she would not do anything to her, Khalifa is still a little worried when she thinks about her identity at the moment. 350 worried. Li Fan waved his hand, I'm just looking at your data. However, although I expected it, you are really weak. The combat ability is mediocre, and there is no nirvana for him. Although you are not an orthodox follower, but your appearance makes me, the master, a little embarrassed. By the way, Khalifa, can you use a gun? As he said that, Li Fan took out the treasure that he had just obtained, the spear that pierces the dead thorn. Although I don't expect how strong Khalifa's fighting power is, in Li Fan's opinion, a servant without a treasure is a bit too unseemly. A gun. Khalifa shook his head as he saw the gun piercing the thorn in Li Fan's hand. No, I don't know how to use a gun. In this case, starting tomorrow, practice your spear skills. Li Fan threw the spear-piercing death thorn at Khalifa. This treasure is now held by me. I now allow you as my servant to use this treasure, so you can also liberate it. Practice well, Ajbk, hope you won't let me down. Li Fan owns Blue Eyes White Dragon and other cards, plus Heroic Emiya and Heroic Sasaki Kojiro's templates. Therefore, even if he doesn't use Deaththorn Piercing Spear, he still has enough combat power. Instead of storing the Deaththorn Piercing Spear in your own treasury, it is better to give it to others to expand your own combat power. With this thought in mind, Li Fan explained to Khalifa in detail the usage of the spear-piercing Deaththorn. After getting a little familiar with it, Khalifa took back the Deaththorn Piercing Spear, and the Deaththorn Piercing Spear turned into golden light and disappeared in her hand. Li Fan, can Liu Qi and the others board your boat? No. Li Fan shook his head and interrupted Khalifa, you are restricted by command seals, so I accept you. But those other CP9 agents, I'm not interested in having them on my ship. Who knows, will they become agents of the world government again one day in the future? Li Fan remembers that in the original book, Liu Qi and Keiku were chased and killed by the world government. But both of them joined CP later. For such people, Li Fan has no reason to accept them. However, for your sake, I can let them leave the capital of Seven Waters safely. Li Fan turned around and walked forward. What are you waiting for? Come on, Khalifa. Hearing this, Khalifa quickly followed Ji Fan's footsteps. Li Fan. Call me master. Li Fan said. All right, master. Khalifa twitched the corner of his mouth. Where are we going? Master, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, in the real world, it feels so good to be called like this. Because Medusa always called Li Fan by her first name, so before this time, Li Fan had never heard anyone call herself that. Of course I'm going to call the doctor. For my sake, as long as Liu Qi and the others are willing to leave here, I believe Bing Shan will not have any opinion on treating Liu Qi and the others. After the doctor treats your original companions, I will take them out of the capital of Seven Waters. After that, it's up to them how to go. Hearing Li Fan's decisive words, Khalifa sighed deeply. She understands that this is already a better ending. At least, Liu Qi and the others can get out of the current deadlock. The next day, Li Fan brought a group of employees to the coast. Li Fan, this is your new boat. Seeing Li Fan and the others coming, Bing Shan turned his head with a smile. At your request, the size can be comparable to that of a marine warship. Even if it accommodates thousands of people, it's not a problem. In addition to sleeping rooms, there are various entertainment and exercise facilities on board, and the hardness of the ship is strong enough. No matter how bad the weather is, I believe it can sail. Also, this is the permanent pointer to the Sabayati archipelago that you asked me to prepare, for you. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, and handed over the permanent pointer to Nami. This is the final payment for the ship, here it is. Li Fan handed a box to Bing Shan. I am very happy to be here for a few days. Let's meet again in the future. After the words fell, Ji Fan prepared to take the staff on board. Wait, Li Fan. Bing Shan called to stop Li Fan. Li Fan turned around and saw Bing Shan frowning tightly, looking troubled. Li Fan, are you really going to take Liu Qi and the others out of here? Yet. Li Fan smiled, after all, I promised my secretary. What should be done, must be done. Hearing Li Fan's words, Bing Shan's expression became more complicated. Looking at Khalifa standing beside Li Fan, Bing Shan frowned and said. I didn't expect that she would become your secretary. Who says it's not? It can only be said that the world is unpredictable. Li Fan smiled. Yet. Bing Shan nodded, however, if it's you, you should be able to handle such a secretary. Forget it, have a good trip, Li Fan. I'm in the capital of Seven Waters, looking forward to your new movie. Chapter 155. The sky was clear, and the scorching sun at noon was projected onto the vast sea. On Li Fan's ship, some people are exercising, such as Zoro and Khalifa. At Li Fan's request, Khalifa spent a considerable amount of time practicing his marksmanship. Although it is not a grandmaster, it looks good anyway. There are also some people who are laughing and playing while looking forward to the next movie. As for Liu Qi and the others, Li Fan got them off the boat on a certain island and fulfilled the agreement with Khalifa. Nami, how long will it take to reach Sabayati archipelago? While lying on the deck chair, enjoying the sun, Li Fan turned his head and asked Nami, who was lying beside him. Well, if nothing goes wrong, we should be able to arrive at this time tomorrow. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded to express his understanding. By the way, Li Fan, when do we start filming the next movie? Also, what are we shooting for the next movie? Nami walked over with bright eyes, sat on Li Fan's lap and asked. I can see it, Nami, you are a workaholic. Li Fan took off his sunglasses and looked at Nami speechlessly. I'm not thinking of you, you see we've all rested for so long. I don't know you yet, Nami, you are obviously thinking about the reward. Li Fan shook his head, even if you are in a hurry to film, at least you have to wait until you reach the next island. However, it's only a day's flight away from the Sabayati archipelago. Indeed, it's time to decide on the script. System, help me open the script selection panel. With Li Fan's new life, a panel that only he can see appeared in front of his eyes. Bronze script. This brave man is obviously super strong but overly cautious. Silver script. Otherworld life from scratch. Golden script. Fate/Zero. The three scripts are all very interesting. However, sure enough, when the box office points are sufficient, you still have to choose the Fate/Zero of the golden script. Moreover, as a prequel to Fate Stay Night, it's also very filmable now. If you don't choose this script now, you may have to spend 3 times the box office points to buy it if you want to choose in the future. Although I, who have already played heroic Emiya and Emiya Shiro, probably don't have much role in this one. Thinking of this, Li Fan stretched out his hand and clicked on Fate/Zero on the panel. Ding! After deducting host's 20 million points, host still has 15,831,929 box office points left. 20 million box office points were removed in one fell swoop, but fortunately, it can be earned back later. Li Fan drove to the system panel, and when he was about to withdraw his hand, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. Our great director Li Fan, can you feel the touch? Nami blushed slightly, and looked at Li Fan, who was pointing his fingers at the top of his chest with a smile on his face. If I said, I didn't mean it, would you believe me? What do you think? Nami lowered his body slightly, allowing Li Fan's fingers to sink in. This time, you shouldn't have anything to say. Li Fan finally lost control of his desire. Did he attack my dear sister? At this time, Nyoki-jo came over and said with a smile. Ahem, I've already decided on the next movie. Li Fan put his hands on Nami's waist and lifted her from his lap. He went to the cabin himself. I still need to prepare scripts for everyone, so I am not worthy of you. I won't let you go. Nami hugged one of Li Fan's arms. You haven't made it clear what happened just now. I don't want you to pay any more. As long as you let me play the leading role in the next movie and double the remuneration is enough. Zero, seeking flowers. Nami said so, as her older sister, she needs to work hard. Nyoki-jo hugged Li Fan's other arm and said with a smile on her face. Well, sorry, Nami, this script is the prequel of Fate Stay Night. In the script, Rin Tosaka is still a child at this time. Li Fan said with an embarrassed face. So, sorry, you can't participate in the show this time. Not only you, even I don't want to play this time. What? How did this happen? Hearing this, Nami's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Li Fan in disbelief. Anyway, I still have to prepare the script, so I left first. Li Fan took advantage of Nami's surprise, pulled out his arm, and returned to the cabin in a flash. Well, Nami, just take it as a rest. Nyoki-jo patted Nami's shoulder and comforted her. Phew, I'm fooling it for the time being. In the cabin, Li Fan touched his forehead. Don't blame me, Nami, this is also forced by the situation, and there is nothing I can do about it. That is. Khalifa. When passing by the training room, Li Fan saw Khalifa struggling to wield the magic gun. Khalifa also saw Li Fan, quickly stopped what he was doing, and came to Li Fan. What's the matter, master? Although he was not used to it at first, after a few days, Khalifa also got used to calling Li Fan like this. There is indeed something. Li Fan nodded. your job as a secretary is here. Li Fan took out the script of Fate/Zero and said, this is the script I'm going to shoot next, you go and copy the basics, and then distribute it to the actors with me. In the past, Li Fan personally prepared each actor's script. Since there is a secretary now, of course the secretary should be asked to do such a thing. The so-called secretaries do things when they have something to do, and secretaries when they have nothing to do. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up, secretly channeling in his heart. Knife. Chapter 156. Khalifa deserves to be an excellent secretary. It only took a short time to get the script explained by Li Fan in front of Li Fan. Afterwards, Li Fan asked Khalifa to notify everyone to gather in the large meeting room of the ship. This is Li Fan specifically to have the iceberg built, so even accommodating all the staff is not a problem. It didn't take long, under the leadership of Khalifa, one employee after another came in. However, when Li Fan looked at Nami, he could clearly see Nami's resentful eyes. In this regard, Li Fan could only turn his head away, pretending not to see it. Master, who are they? Khalifa looked strangely at the people standing behind Li Fan. She remembered that she hadn't seen these people when she just left, and Khalifa, who had already known the information of everyone on the ship during 983, didn't know the people behind Li Fan. This can't help but make her feel a little strange. Could it be a doll? Jun read softly, this time, do you want to use the same method as when shooting Yu-Gi-Oh! 1? That's right, it's you, Jun. Although Jun's voice was small, it didn't escape Li Fan's ears. Attention everyone, just as Jun said. For the next script, I will shoot in a realistic way, and everything will be based on reality. I hope everyone is ready. Hearing Li Fan's words, the actors immediately started discussing. Zayla, do you want to use that realistic shooting method? Vivi, are so many people behind director Li Fan puppets? Wait, does this mean that the roles we can choose will be extremely reduced? Nico Robin, no wonder Nami is angry, it must be because she didn't get a good role from director Li Fan this time, so she couldn't make more money. Mishita, that's right, I think so too. Nyoki Jo, hehe, you really guessed it right. Hey, you guys, don't talk about me in front of me. Hearing the words of the female companions around him, Nami reprimanded loudly. However, it was Mishita and others who ushered in roaring laughter. That's right, the one behind me is indeed a puppet. Li Fan didn't mean to hide it. I think everyone still remember why I took out the dolls when I filmed Yu-Gi-Oh! 1. Li Fan pointed to the puppet behind him, and continued. The characters represented by these dolls will suffer great harm in the story, and some will even die. Although some deaths in movies can be faked, injuries and bleeding must be real. So, the pain that comes, will also be real. In view of the above reasons, I plan to use puppets for the role behind me. However, basically all the main characters will use puppets. Well, Li Fan, I have a question. Tashiji stepped forward and pointed to the beautiful woman with silver armor and blonde hair behind Li Fan. That is the puppet of the King of Knights, Zhen. This time there is a King of Knights in the script, right? If possible, can I play the role instead of using the doll of the King of Knights? Who? Hearing this, Li Fan looked at Tashiji with interest. Tashiji, you should understand what I just said. Although in this script, the King of Knights will not die, but he will suffer a lot of pain. Are you going to accept the pain? Tashiji nodded, eyes determined. After witnessing the glory of the Night King, Tashiji deeply admired the Night King. If only a little injury can play the role of King of Knights, Tashiji will not miss it. Tashiji has also become a very good actor. Who said it wasn't? The actors who played the King of Heroes and Kotomine Kaire stepped out. Excellent actors will not back down because of this difficulty. The actor who played the King of Heroes said, Director Li Fan, put away your King of Heroes dolls. I will not miss this role. Me too, said the actor who played Kotomine Kaire. The King of Heroes is lucky to say that in this script, there was no injury. Li Fan said, however, Kotomine Kaire will have his arm broken in this drama, and he will be seriously injured, even being shot through the heart with a pistol. Are you really planning to play Kotomine Kaire? Hearing Li Fan's words, Kotomine Kaire's actor frowned. Director Li Fan, let's not talk about the broken heart, other injuries can be recovered. This is fine. Li Fan nodded. In this case, I hope the director can shoot the scene of my heart being pierced from the side. Kotomine Kaire's actor's eyes are firm. Not really through my heart, but through my lungs. Of course, I will fall as if I were really dead. For the actor playing Kotomine Kaire, as long as it is an injury that can recover, as long as it is not an injury that will end his acting career, then it is not too serious. You are really crazy. As he said this, Li Fan's eyes lit up. He understands what actors mean. Even if Kotomine Kaire's actor is injured, he still has to take the role. Okay, I agree to your request. Li Fan 3.3 looked at the three of Tashiji. I agree to let you play your roles for the time being. However, to get hurt, it means that some parts have to be passed at once. If you fail, you can't recover so quickly, you know. The three nodded. They naturally know that if these segments fail, they will not be able to complete this segment in a short time because they are injured. Of course, don't worry too much. In view of the need to be extremely honest this time, I will temporarily grant abilities to the characters you play. In other words, Tashiji, you will temporarily have the power of Night King Arteria Pendragon. Chapter 157. After starting the golden script, Li Fan got some special props, including dolls. You can also use the ability of any person that appears in the script, and you can temporarily use this ability for your own actors. And this also gives Li Fan a certain right to choose. Although it is very advantageous to use everyone to play the role. But Li Fan still wants to activate a certain amount of real people to play the role as much as possible. Then, it's decided. Tashiji, you guys are still playing the roles you played before. Add some other supporting roles, and use puppets for the rest. Also, in this movie, I will not play any roles and concentrate on directing. Everyone should behave well. By the way, I will give a special surprise to whoever becomes the best actor this time. As he spoke, Li Fan glanced at Tashiji ETAL09, and the corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Because Li Fan does not act in himself, the best actor judged by the system will definitely fall to someone else. In order to have an excuse when the system distributes rewards in the future, Li Fan thinks it is better to say hello first. On the premise of using so many dolls, Li Fan has basically determined that the best actor will be circled among several people including Tashiji. Wait. Best actor gets a special surprise. No. Li Fan, I must play a role. Nami said excitedly. Nami, it's not that I don't want to give you a role. In fact, if you played Rin Tosaka before, if you play other roles in Fate/Zero, a script related to Fate Stay Night, there will be problems. A strong sense of disobedience. Didn't you watch it, even if I didn't play it? Li Fan sighed. At least let me play a role, Li Fan. Nami came to Li Fan with a pitiful face. I don't want to get a script, and I can't make a penny arrive. Also, hasn't our account just now been settled? Hearing this, the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched fiercely. Hey, since that's the case, you can play tricks, Nami. Li Fan patted himself on the forehead, just mixing in the crowd. If you don't show your face, there is no problem. What about the reward? Reward. Cough, cough. That, everyone, let's get the script first. Li Fan looked at the person behind Nami. Those who have very important roles should study the script carefully. Those who play supporting roles should also polish their roles well. After arriving at the Sabayati archipelago, we will start filming. Khalifa, you will distribute the prepared script to the corresponding people. I'll just leave first. After speaking, Li Fan's figure flashed and disappeared into the conference room. It's really bad for Li Fan to tell Nami that the salary of the actor is much lower than that of the leading role. Even now that the money is coming soon, Li Fan has only tens of thousands of berry for an actor who has no lines and no camera. If he really said it out, Li Fan felt that Nami would absolutely not accept the change from 100 million berry to tens of thousands of berry. In order to avoid Nami pulling him, Li Fan decided to leave first. Ah! Really, this guy is like this again. No, I have to find him to make it clear. Nami scratched his hair, and walked out the door with a distressed expression. Nami, if you like money so much, why don't you just marry director Li Fan? The actor who played Gilgamesh glanced at Nami and said. Just marry director Li Fan isn't the money he earns your money. For the sake of being so familiar, I will give you support. As soon as the voice fell, the actor of Gilgamesh suddenly felt unkind eyes falling on him. Turning his head to look, he suddenly found that Vivi, Zayla, and others were staring at him closely. Under the strong pressure, he quickly lowered his head and stopped saying a word. On the side, Nami blushed when he heard the actor Gilgamesh's words, and then ran out of the conference room even faster. Sabayati Archipelago, an island near the naval headquarters in Marie Joyce, the holy place on the top of the Red Line. After a day of sailing, Li Fan's ship finally docked at the coast of Sabayati Archipelago. The news of their arrival at the Sabayati Archipelago was immediately reported to the 5 elders by the world government agents on the island. Has Li Fan and his team finally come here? Putting down the phone bug, the blonde 5 elders looked at the other 5 elders, several. How do you think about it? Since he has come here, let me take a walk. 5 elders stood up with a knife. The Sabayati archipelago is not far away. It is only a temporary departure from the Holy Land Marie Joyce, which does not violate Lord Im's regulations. I'll cut off his legs and take him to the World Government Institute. As 083 said, 5 elders walked towards the door with a knife. After 5 elders left with the knife, the blonde 5 elders looked at the other 3. Although Li Fan's ability has been shown so far, if he goes, he will definitely be able to capture Li and his party. Yet, the bearded 5 elders nodded in agreement. As the fighting faction among us, there is no doubt about his strength. Although Medusa's ability is strange, but with his speed, he can solve the battle in an instant. It's just a pity that among the 5 of us, only one can leave Marie Joyce temporarily at a time. Otherwise, if the 5 of us take the shot, the possibility of winning Li Fan will be further increased. Hearing what the bearded 5 elders said, everyone nodded in agreement. Although everyone in the sea says that Marine, Admiral, and 4 Emperors are the forces standing at the top of this world. But in the eyes of the 5 elders, it was all false information. Because, any one of the 5 of them has a fighting power that is not lower than the 4 Emperors, or even surpasses the 4 Emperors. And on top of them, there is a real strong man who sits on the throne of the Void God. Chapter 158. Listen guys, please don't wander around on this Sabayati archipelago. This is the only way for pirates to go to New World, and there are many vicious pirates. Naturally, there are also quite powerful marines here. There are still a lot of traffickers. Plus celestial dragons or something. In short, it is a troublesome island. Everyone, don't run around at will, don't act alone, you can hang out, but you must follow the fighters. Of course, you don't have to worry too much, Jun and Medusa will protect you. Before landing on the island, Li Fan looked at the employees behind him and said solemnly. Hearing Li Fan's words, Nami and others felt a little relieved. After getting along for a long time, Li Xing of Jun and the others shared their eyes. Coupled with the mysterious Medusa, they don't feel that anyone can hurt them. Then, let's go to the island together. Before dinner, everyone gather here again. At that time, we are discussing the shooting of Fate/Zero. Khalifa, you come with me. We're going to get someone to help coat the ship. For such a big ship, it's better to have it coated earlier. Hearing this, Khalifa nodded, walked behind Li Fan, and jumped off the ship together with Khalifa. Afterwards, the actors also jumped off the boat one after another and started wandering the streets together. Jun, who had been to the Sabayati archipelago before, naturally became a tour guide for everyone. As for the safety of the ship, Li Fan is not worried at all. If someone intends to destroy the ship, the dolls of Lancelot and Hassan that Li Fan left on it will thoroughly teach those people how to behave. No. There is a problem. Jun looked at Li Fan's back, feeling a little worried in his heart. If you meet celestial dragons, Li Fan, he. Of course, Jun is not worried about Li Fan's safety. However, according to Li Fan's personality, it is impossible to kneel down when seeing celestial dragons. What she worries about is that once celestial dragons and Li Fan conflict, Li Fan will attack celestial dragons without hesitation. Let's go, Jun, you are going to fall behind. Medusa passed by Jun's side and patted her on the shoulder. Well, okay. Jun forced a smile and followed everyone's pace. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Looking at Li Fan's back again, Jun sighed deeply. Master, where are we going? On the way, Khalifa asked Li Fan beside him. Island 13, I remember there is a good coding craftsman there. Li Fan raised his head to look at a bar above, it should be there, let's go, Khalifa. Squeak. As the bar door was pushed open, a group of people who were drinking inside, including the bar owner, cast curious glances at Ji Fan. Who is this guy? Seeing Li Fan, the bar owner Shuki raised his eyebrows. Has the supernova with a bounty of 4 billion berry come to this island yet? Hehe, something interesting will happen on this island now. There are so many people. Li Fan glanced at the people in the bar, and walked straight towards Shuki. The drinkers in the bar obviously recognized Li Fan, took out the berry that was still on the table, and ran out of the bar. Hi, ma'am, I'm looking for Rayleigh, is he there? Came close to Shuki, Van asked with a smile on his face. We don't have anyone named Rayleigh here, big pirate Li Fan, you're in the wrong place. Shuki exhaled a puff of smoke and said with a smile. Besides, you scare away my guests, but it cost me a lot. Compared with the title of Great Pirate, I prefer to be called the Great Director. Li Fan shook his head. At the same time, a golden ripple appeared behind Li Fan. A stack of berry floated out of it and landed on the bar. Here is 10 million berry, which should cover your loss and the cost of coating Rayleigh. I know Rayleigh is in this bar a lot, so you don't have to say you don't know Rayleigh. Hearing this, the corners of Shuki's mouth curled up slightly. What a bold boss! However, since you came to see Rayleigh for coating, I thought you must have come to challenge him. Hearing Li Fan's categorical words, Shuki didn't need to hide Rayleigh's existence. However, unfortunately, Rayleigh has not been seen in the bar for several days. Even I don't know where he is. Shuki said. Have you not been here for a few days? Li Fan touched his chin. Okay, then please tell Rayleigh about the coating later. For berry, keep it. After speaking, Li Fan planned to leave Shuki's bar. Wait. Shuki stopped Li Fan. Any questions? It's nothing, I just want to tell you that during this time, apart from you, Sabayati Archipelago also has a few other pirates with a reward of over 100 million. Zhaiki laughed. They're both called supernovae. You are also classified as a supernova. Furthermore, you have been classified as the top supernova. How about it, although you don't admit that you are a pirate, but everyone already regards you as a pirate. If the pirates on this island know of your existence, there will be many people who want to join you. Hearing this, Li Fan shook his head. Is it the head of the supernova? It's boring. I'll still be my director. However, if a pirate who is suitable to be an actor comes to me, I am willing to accept it. Li Fan said as he walked out of the bar. Li's interesting little guy. Shuki looked at Barry at the bar. Well, generous guy, I don't hate it. After leaving Shuki's bar, Li Fan hung out on the Sabayati archipelago. What a fantastic island, the Sabayati archipelago. Looking at the soap bubbles floating around, Li couldn't help thinking. Hey! Why are these guys kneeling down? Suddenly, Li Fan saw the people around him kneeling on the ground one after another, pressing their heads tightly to the ground. Their expressions were frightened, as if they had encountered something frightening. Master, it's celestial dragons, for safety's sake, let's avoid it for now. Khalifa said quickly. Celestial dragons. Li Fan touched his chin. Sorry, Khalifa, I don't have the habit of avoiding trash. Compared to avoiding it, I think it is more in line with my sexual pain to clean up the dross. Chapter 159. What is that man doing? Oops, the celestial dragons are coming soon, the two of us are in danger. Hey, you two, hurry up and kneel beside me, or the celestial dragons will kill you. Seeing Li Fan and Khalifa standing still, kind people shouted to Li Fan. That man is Li Fan. Ex-Drake, the captain of the Drake pirates hiding in the shadow of a house, looked at Li Fan solemnly. This guy probably wants to attack celestial dragons. Not only ex-Drake, but also Capone Beg and Jewelry Bonnie, who were also listed as supernovas like ex-Drake, looked at Li Fan in astonishment. Damn it, even if this guy isn't afraid of Marine Admiral, but if Marine Admiral really comes because the celestial dragons are injured, then we're finished. Jewelry Bonnie bit her thumb and muttered to herself with a bad face. And at this moment, a man with a glass cover on his head and a disgusting snot on his face appeared in front of Li Fan. Saint Charos, a member of the Celestial Dragons. The extreme power gave him the capital to enjoy, but it also caused some problems with his IQ. Under him, a man with a naked upper body and more injuries slapped the ground, crawling forward with this Celestial Dragon's 283 on his back. Behind him, several agents in black suits and sunglasses followed closely to protect his safety. Seeing Li Fan standing in front of him with a smile on his face, and Khalifa with a cold face, St. Charles Rose froze and looked at Li Fan in disbelief. Oops, it's Li Fan. St. Charles Rose doesn't know Li Fan, but that doesn't mean the agents around him don't know Li Fan. In order to protect the safety of the celestial dragons, they immediately stood in front of St. Charos. Seemingly awakened by the actions of the agents, Charles Rose St. slowly raised his gun and pulled the trigger on Li Fan. Boom! Celestial Dragons' unique guns are much faster than the flintlock guns used by General Marines, and the bullets fired are also much faster. But this speed, in Li Fan's eyes, is like a turtle's speed. Raising his hand, Li Fan clasped his index finger with his thumb, intending to bounce the bullet back and penetrate his head. At this moment, a strong wind ran over from the side and broke into Li Fan's perception. However, because Li Fan didn't feel the killing intent, Li Fan didn't do it directly, but looked at the other party curiously. Children! Li Fan was taken aback when he saw the figure rushing towards him, but when he saw the heart-shaped lipstick on the little girl's mouth and the iconic denim shorts on her body, Li Fan pressed down and wanted to stop her. Khalifa. On the other hand, he grabbed the little girl by the collar and brought her over. The other hand held the bullet fired by St. Charles Rose. The little girl caught by Li Fan was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly realized that she reached out and grabbed Li Fan's collar. Hey, UBD, don't hurt us, I don't want to have to face Marine Admiral because of you. The little girl whispered. In this regard, Li Fan just smiled and put her down beside him. On the other side, Celestial Dragon's St. Charros frowned when he saw that his pistol hadn't worked. Just as he was about to say something, St. Charles Rose noticed Khalifa beside Ji Fan. That woman is nice. It's decided, she will be my new wife from now on. Agent. Li Fan. Khalifa. Hey? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go through the formalities for my new wife. Seeing that the agent didn't answer, Charles Saint reprimanded loudly. We also want to, but we dare not. The agent felt a lot of bitterness in his heart, and he didn't know how to express it. Facing Li Fan, they didn't dare to make a real move. In case Li Fan is angered, they don't think they can stop Li Fan with just a few of them. Very good, there is one more, a judge, reason to solve your problem. The corner of Li Fan's lips curled up, you are not worthy of someone who wants to touch me. Projection, beginning. Accompanied by Li Fan's words, a huge sword several meters long appeared in the sky above St. Charles. Be careful, Sir Charles Rose. Seeing that Li Fan was about to make a move, the agent picked up Charles Rose and ran towards the direction he came from without hesitation. However, although the agent's speed is fast, it is not as fast as the giant sword projected by Li Fan. Brush. The giant sword brought a gust of wind and fell in the direction of emphasis L. Rose. Iron body. An agent stood in front of St. Charles Rose, trying to block Li Fan's attack with his body. Laugh. The giant sword directly pierced the agent's body, and even pierced St. Charles Rose behind him. St. Charles Rose. Seeing the body of St. Charles Rose, the other agents immediately widened their eyes. It's over. Desperation flooded the agent. When the celestial dragons they protect die, there is absolutely no way they can escape responsibility. Even if there were 100 reasons, their deaths were already doomed. Really killed the celestial dragons. The little girl held by Li Fan said in surprise, "UBD, because of you, the Marine Admiral is coming." "BD, how are you going to be responsible to me? Your words are really strange." Li Fan looked down at the little girl, "You are Jewelry Bonnie, right? I'm not afraid of Marine Admiral, they come when they come. Whether you will be arrested or not is none of my business. However, if you are willing to be my actor, I can protect you and your crew. The ability to freely change your age and body shape, you can play quite a few roles." Jewelry Bonnie patted Li Fan's hand away, and looked at Li Fan impatiently. "BD, who wants to join your team? Get out of the way, I'm running for my life now." Saying that, Jewelry Bonnie ran out quickly. Not only her, but many other pirates are also ready to set sail immediately and leave Sabayati archipelago. They don't want to face the coming Marine Admiral. It's a pity. Looking at Jewelry Bonnie's back, Li Fan shook his head. At this moment, a strong killing intent suddenly enveloped Li Fan. At the same time, 3 sharp sword chi flew out from the same direction, flying towards Li Fan's left and right hands and both legs. The speed was so fast that Li Fan had already arrived in front of Li Fan before he even had time to use defensive means. Tisk, come out, Exodia. Chapter 160. A few seconds ago, 5 elders, who had just arrived at the Sabayati archipelago with a knife, was attracted by the sound of commotion. When he followed the sound to the place where the celestial dragons were killed by Li Fan, he happened to see Li Fan not far away. "Li Fan, there is no Medusa and others around me." "Exactly, cut off your limbs and catch you go back and study." Holding a knife, 5 elders pulled out his own long knife, and his figure rushed towards Li Fan like a ghost. When he came close to Li Fan, he quickly swung a sword chi to attack Li Fan. Knife 5 elders is extremely confident in his 3 knives. He believes that even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man, cannot take this blow unprepared and uninjured. 5 elders with the knife was right. With the sudden incident, Li Fan really couldn't defend effectively. However, although Li Fan can't, it doesn't mean that he has no way to deal with it. Rumble. A huge pentagram circle suddenly appeared in front of Li Fan. After the three-sword chi touched the pentagram circle, they were directly shattered by its terrifying power. Meanwhile, the otherwise clear skies of the Sabayati archipelago. All of a sudden, dark clouds filled the sky and thunder and lightning circulated in the clouds. The seabed is high, and the strong wind brings more than 10 meters of waves to spread around the Sabayati archipelago. The earth shook, as if it was afraid of the coming king. The sea area of the Sabayati archipelago was instantly plunged into darkness, only the dense lightning and the flashing pentagram magic circle could still appear in the darkness. What's that? My attack failed, and a pentagram hundreds of meters high appeared in fire in front of Li Fan, and 5 elders suddenly had a bad feeling with the knife. Soon, his premonition became a reality. Among the 5 pointed stars, a strong figure with a yellow body, shining light and a height of 300 meters walked out of it. That's Exodia. Just standing there, Exodia puts quite a bit of pressure on the 5 elders wielding the knife. This giant is very strong. However, as long as Li Fan is under control, this giant is not to be feared. However, just as 5 elders was about to take action with the knife, a heavy pressure suddenly fell on him. It was as if there was a heavy burden on him, preventing him from taking a single step. What's going on? 5 elders murmured while holding the knife, his body trembling uncontrollably. What else can happen? Li Fan was playing with 5 Exodia cards in his hand and walked towards 5 elders with a knife with a smile. I set you as Exodia's hostile target, so it's strange that you can still act. Looking at your appearance, you should be one of the 5 elders. Can you tell me why you are attacking me? Holding the knife, 5 elders did not reply, but tried his best to control his body, but it was in vain in the end. Aren't you going to answer? Forget it. Anyway, I'm not very interested. Someone is hostile to me, I just kill him. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up, and he looked at the tall Exodia behind him. Exodia, kill this guy in front of me. Hearing Li Fan's request, Exodia, who had been silent until now, finally moved. He stretched out his hand towards 5 elders holding the knife, and controlled his body while 5 elders holding the knife looked terrified. The body of 5 elders holding the knife was suspended by Exodia, and rushed towards the sky quickly. Then, from Exodia's outstretched arm, a huge yellow beam of light shot out. The knife-wielding 5 elders, targeted by Exodia as an enemy, were instantly shattered by the beam of light. The knife-wielding 5 elders, almost standing at the top of the power, ushered in the end of their lives. And the supreme sharp knife in his hand was smashed to pieces just like him. After doing all this, Exodia's body turned into 5 rays of light and merged into the cards in Li Fan's hand. Sabayati archipelago also returned to its original form after Exodia's disappearance. However, those who saw this scene could never forget the figure of Exodia. As long as it is summoned, Exodia will definitely bring victory, it is really strong. However, how dare the 5 elders be so strong? Almost got cut because of carelessness. Although I now have the ability to temporarily use the sword scabbard of the King of Knights, I will still fall into a disadvantageous situation. This can be regarded as a lesson, and in the subsequent actions you still need to be more focused. Taking back the 5 Exodia cards, Li Fan patted Khalifa who still hadn't recovered. Let's go back. Oh. Khalifa was taken aback, no. Don't go shopping. Don't go shopping anymore. Li Fan waved his hand and walked in the direction he came from. I'm not interested in going any further because I was disturbed by the guy just now. Zero, seeking flowers. After Khalifa took a deep look at the corpse left by 5 elders with the knife, he quickly ran behind Fan. How strong is this guy? In the direction Li Fan was heading, people gave way one after another. Although Li Fan did not attack them, the appearance of Exodia still made them quite odd. Li Fan. Except Jewelry Bonnie. UBD, you actually killed the 5 elders. You are very good. I have decided, I want to accept your invitation and join your group. You won't refuse, will you? If it is just to attract Marine Admiral and bring trouble to the pirates on this island, Jewelry Bonnie will only hate Li Fan, let alone join Li Fan. But Li Fan has the ability to instantly kill 5 elders, which has to make Jewelry Bonnie re-examine Usse Fan. Point 0. For some reason, Jewelry Bonnie hates world government. The Exodia summoned by Li Fan killed the 5 elders with the knife in just one blow, and it seemed that the 5 elders with the knife could not move at all under the suppression of Exodia. This made Jewelry Bonnie feel that if he stayed with Li Fan, he might really be able to see the collapse of the world government. Even if you can't, Ellie Bonnie is ready to run away. Hey, is there a reason for you to join? Li Fan reached out and hugged Jewelry Bonnie, who was still a child. Then I really want to welcome you. Where are your partners? Let them come with me. I said, you guys don't really treat me like a child. Jewelry Bonnie held Li Fan's shoulder, activated the fruit ability, and instantly restored herself to an adult state. All of a sudden, it became a situation where Li Fan was holding a young girl. You look like this, the feeling of hugging is much better than before. Li Fan laughed. Hey, don't make serious comments. Jewelry Bonnie patted Li Fan's hand heavily, signaling him to let go. Then Jewelry Bonnie waved to the side, letting her crew come over. I decided to join this guy. From now on, he will be your new captain, you know. Hearing this, the crew members of Ali Bonnie looked at Li Fan in surprise. But thinking of Li Fan's powerful strength, everyone nodded excitedly. Chapter 161. Holy Land Marie Joy's 5 Elders Office. The blonde 5 elders put down the phone bug with a gloomy face. You have also heard the conversation just now. Tell me what you think. Also, how should we deal with Li Fan? The blonde 5 elders looked at the other 3 5 elders and whispered. Hearing this, the 3 5 elders fell silent, unable to speak immediately. They were digesting the death of 5 elders with a knife. This matter is no longer something we can easily decide. After a long silence, the bearded 5 elders spoke. That Li Fan, the summoned giant, killed him easily. This also means that the giant named Exodia can also easily kill any of us. Just relying on this giant, Li Fan's danger has surpassed that of the 4 emperors' pirates. Bearded 5 elders is the one who understands 5 elders' strength with a knife the most among the 4. 090. At this moment, hearing the news of the death of 5 elders with a knife, 5 elders with long beards can't accept it for a while. Being more and more powerful, you have to pay a corresponding price. Blonde 5 elders said. The giant named Exodia once appeared in G Fan's movie, Game King, 1. However, in the movie, Exodia is just a virtual game task, and cannot cause harm to real people. Although I don't know why Li Fan was able to summon him to reality, but since it is very difficult to summon Exodia in the movie, then in reality, if Li Fan wants to summon him, he must also need corresponding conditions. As he spoke, the blonde 5 elders looked around at the other 3 5 elders. I now feel that Sengoku was right to let Li Fan build a cinema at naval headquarters. Until we have enough information on Li Fan, we can't start a story about him. At least, we can't make our own decisions until Lord Im gives the order. Since this is the case, do we need to let Li Fan build a movie theater in the Holy Land of Marie Joyce? Curly-bearded 5 elders asked. I think it is necessary. The blonde 5 elders nodded. Since Li Fan cannot be caught, it is extremely necessary to obtain information about him from his movies. Even, I think we should send CP0 agents to go undercover next to Li Fan. At this time, the 5 elders had to agree that Sengoku's previous undercover plan for Li Fan was the correct behavior. Prepare from 2 aspects. The curly-bearded 5 elders said, on the one hand, send undercover agents to try to sneak into Li Fan's ship. On the other hand, let the people in Marine negotiate with Li Fan and buy another projection equipment from them. Although Li Fan's attitude towards Marine is equally bad, it's much better than world government. The blonde 5 elders nodded, picked up the phone bug, and contacted Sengoku at naval headquarters. I see, I will arrange someone to go to Sabayati archipelago to discuss with Li Fan. Naval headquarters, Sengoku sighed deeply after hanging up the call from 5 elders. Oh, it's really scary, Li Fan. Kizaru said beside him. He even killed the celestial dragons, summoned Exodia, and dealt with the 5 elders. Marshal Sengoku, in this way, Li Fan has become the most vicious criminal beyond dragons. Yes. Sengoku nodded. The world government has defined Li Fan's reward at 5 billion berry. If the 5 elders hadn't deliberately blocked the news that one of the 5 elders was killed by Li Fan, Li Gang's reward would have been even higher. It's really scary. In a short period of time, the bounty offered has surpassed the bounty offered by the 3-4 emperors. Kizaru said wretchedly. However, speaking of it, if the world government hadn't ordered the attack on Li Fan at that time, wouldn't there be such an enemy? Sengoku didn't understand Kizaru's words, but it was too late to say anything now. Kizaru, don't say such things in the future. This time the practice is up to you to go to the Sabayati archipelago. With 10 billion berry, we're going to buy a projection device from Li Fan again. Remember, it must not be said that it was purchased by the world government. Kizaru nodded, stood up from his seat, and walked towards the door of the office. Though the 5 elders don't want the death of that 5 elders to be passed on. However, it is impossible to hide it from those strong men in the sea. The death of the celestial dragons, the 5 elders did not ask Marine to arrest the person who caused this incident this time. Even they don't dare to do anything to Li Fan at will. If I knew this earlier, why did I issue such an order in the first place? Sengoku shook his head and sighed deeply. Sengoku's concerns were fulfilled, although the world government acted quickly. But the death of a 5 elders is just too explosive. It didn't even take Morgan's newspapers for the news to reach every corner of the world at once. 4 emperors, Shishibukai, and various countries all received news of 5 elders' death. Among them, the Revolutionary Army is also included. New World, Baldigo, the island of white clay. This is the territory of the Revolutionary Army. At this moment, the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army gathered together to discuss the next year's actions. Boss, something big happened. Suddenly, the door of the meeting room was pushed open, and a young girl with orange hair and a red hat rushed in hurriedly. Crow, what's the matter? Long turned around and gave Claire a strange look. Claire is smart and calm, and under normal circumstances, she will not behave like this because of something. In the conference room, other Revolutionary Army cadres also looked at Kral curiously. Super big event, leader. After taking a deep breath, Claire continued. That Li Fan you made me focus on, he killed celestial dragons. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What I want to say is that Li Fan killed the 5 elders. What? Long's eyes widened, and he looked at Claire in shock. You said Li Fan killed 5 elders. To Long's surprise, Claire was not surprised. After all, they are figures at the apex of the world government. As the Revolutionary Army, they naturally know what the death of the 5 elders means. What about the Marine? What about the world government? How are they reacting now, Claire? Long asked quickly. Claire shook her head and said, I came to report the moment I got the news. How the Marine and world government will act, I don't know yet. However, it is said that Li Fan summoned a giant named Exodia to kill the 5 elders. Moreover, when that Exodia appeared, the entire Sabayati archipelago marine fell into an extremely abnormal weather scene. Exodia. Long frowned. I got news before that Li Fan once summoned the blue-eyed white dragon to fight Garp. Is 3.4 Exodia this time? I thought Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 was just an ordinary movie, but now it seems that the things involved in this movie are not so simple. Everyone, this is the end of today's meeting. I need to go to the Sabayati archipelago. See you again, Li Fan. Long looked at the Revolutionary Army cadres in the conference room. Li Fan killed 5 elders. This is an opportunity for us. If we can reach a cooperation with Li Fan, it will have a profound impact on our revolutionary cause. The cadres nodded. People who can be cadres are not idiots, so they naturally understand what they are talking about. Leader, let me go with you. Klar kept pace with the dragon. I also really want to meet the man who killed the 5 elders. Okay, you go with me. Long looked down at Kral and nodded. Kral has a strong affinity, and Long feels that if she communicates with Li Fan, the success rate of cooperation with Li Fan can be increased. Chapter 162. New World, an unnamed island. It's finally back. Ace pushed his hat and sighed. That Teach guy turned out to be a Shishibukai. Thinking of Teach's complete disappearance into the sea after becoming a Shishibukai, Ace sighed deeply. However, one day, I will catch you, Teach. Such as vengeance, I will definitely accept it myself. Hey, what are you talking about, Ace? Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' first team, fell from the sky. Dad has been waiting for you for a long time, let's go. Ace nodded and followed Marco's footsteps. Don't think too much about Teach, Ace. Seeing Ace's obviously depressed face, Marco persuaded. Since Teach has disappeared in the sea, even if you search all over the sea, it will be difficult to find him. Let's stay on the Moby DK for the time being. After we hear about Teach, we will consider dealing with Teach. Besides, at this time, Dad is also worried that you will have an accident when you are outside alone, so he called you back. Marco, why is Daddy calling me back in such a hurry? Ace said. Because of that Li Fan. Marco said, in 2009, you also know, Li Fan's conflict with Marine and World Government in Alabasta. Well, it's a big deal, there shouldn't be a single pirate who doesn't know about it. Because of the conflict between Li Fan and Marine and the World Government, Dad concluded that there will be major changes in the sea, so he wants you back. Now it seems that Dad's guess is correct. Marco, are you saying that something extraordinary happened to Li Fan? About this point, I'd better let my father tell you. Marco bought a pass, and took Ace to the center of the nameless island. There, Whitebeard's group is preparing for Ace's banquet. Goo la la la, you're back, Ace. Seeing Ace's appearance, Rahusa laughed and said. Father. Ace smiled wryly, sorry, I couldn't catch that BD Teach back. Let's not talk about Teach. Whitebeard waved his hand, in terms of responsibility, I'm more of a father than you. Father, I just heard from Marco that something big happened to Li Fan recently, is it true? Ace asked. Ace is inevitably curious about what Marco said about Li Fan, especially after learning that Li Fan already has a bounty of 4 billion. He still doesn't know that the world government has set a reward of 5 billion berry for Li Fan, but the reward list has not been issued yet. Well, you just came back, maybe you haven't received the news yet. That Li Fan killed the celestial dragons on the Sabayati archipelago. It even summoned a giant named Exodia to kill 5 elders in seconds. After this time, the form of the sea is likely to undergo severe turbulence. Whitebeard said. What? Ace widened his eyes, did that Li Fan actually kill 5 elders? Then the world government won't let him go. Whitebeard shook his head. It's not known yet, but the Marine and world government haven't had much reaction. By the way, Ace, Fan once talked about building a movie theater on our site before. After this banquet is over, let's go to Sabayati archipelago. By the way, discuss with him about building a cinema. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Ace couldn't help scratching his hair. Father, you don't need to make a special trip. As long as Li Fan enters New World, we will always have a chance to meet him. It's not too late to let him build it then. Ace, you're wrong if you think so. Marco patted Ace on the shoulder. That Li Fan's power is very mysterious, but you can always find some clues in his movies. If we could see his movie earlier, we would also be able to understand Li Fan's ability earlier. Although Li Fan doesn't seem to have any malice towards us. But since he has become a pirate, he is an opponent after all. Knowing the opponent in time is good for us. So that's the case. Ace nodded, expressing his understanding. Gu la la la, I just thought about asking Li Fan to be my son, not thinking that much, gu la la la. Whitebeard laughed. Also, the three guys, Redhead, Kaido, and Zhonglut Linlin, have already set off for Sabayati Archipelago. How could I be absent from such a good opportunity? Little ones, let's continue the banquet. Afterwards, we immediately set off towards the Sabayati Archipelago. Oh! The pirates raised the bars in their hands and shouted loudly. On this day, Sabayati Archipelago attracted the attention of the world's strong players. In addition to the Four Emperors pirate group, many powerful pirates are also heading towards the Sabayati Archipelago. The news quickly reached the ears of Marine and World Government. In desperation, Marine and the World Government can only prepare to send more combat forces to Sabayati Archipelago, in case something they don't want to see happens. As for blocking the arrival of the Four Emperors, Marine has no such idea. In the face of the Four Emperors of the Sea and some other powerful pirates, Marine is not yet ready to consume a large amount of military power and launch an all-out war. All of a sudden, Sabayati Archipelago has become the island that many people pay attention to. On the sea, two super sea snakes are pulling a pirate ship and sailing fast. At the bow of the boat, a tall woman with black hair and straight face stood tall and graceful. 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. How long until we reach the Sabayati Archipelago? Hancock asked, looking at the navigator behind him. Report to Lord Hancock, we need at least 5 more days to reach the Sabayati Archipelago. 942 long for me to take, give me a day to reach Sabayati Archipelago. But the navigator wanted to argue, but under Hancock's eyes, the navigator could only convey Hancock's order to speed up the sailing. Sister, are we really going to Sabayati Archipelago? Boya Sandersonia, Hancock's sister, came to Hancock. Yet. Hancock nodded heavily. Sir Li Fan dared to kill the celestial dragons, and also killed the 5 elders. Such a character, I must go and see. Hey, Sandersonia, Li Fan is a director, do you think she will accept me as his actor? This. Sandersonia looked at Hancock's expectant expression, paused and continued, my sister is so beautiful, there must be many characters in Li Fan that only you can handle. That's great. Hancock looked towards the distance of the sea, I really want to meet him sooner, what kind of person is he? For the 3 Hancock sisters who were once reduced to the efforts of celestial dragons, they hated celestial dragons and the world government all the time. When they learned that Li Fan had killed the celestial dragons and the 5 elders, the shock to the 3 of Hancock was indescribable. Without hesitation, Hancock gave the order to Sabayati Archipelago. For Hancock, she wants to meet anyone who dares to fight against the world government so strongly, regardless of whether he has nuclear weapons. Chapter 163. Sabayati Archipelago. Soon after Li Fan and Khalifa returned to the ship, Medusa and Jun came back one after another with other staff. Great, Li Fan, you're back too. It was suddenly dark just now, and the lightning and thunder were really scary. Do you know what's going on? Seeing Li Fan, Nami walked up to him quickly, stroked his heart and asked with a look of fear. I know, after all, I caused it. Li Fan smiled. You caused it? Nami was stunned for a moment, and then patted Li Fan's chest with dissatisfaction. Really, do you know that what you just did made me lose my desire to shop? Sorry. Li Fan stretched out his hands in a gesture of surrender, I did this because I was attacked. Assault. Jun came over with a frown, Li Fan, what attack are you talking about? 5 elders. Li Fan shrugged, that guy doesn't talk about martial arts, he engages in sneak attacks. So in order to teach him a lesson, I called Exodia out. Speaking of which, I forgot his knife. Bring it back, at least it can be used by Zoro. Hearing Li Fan's words, Jun's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad premonition welled up in his heart. Li Fan, that giant shining with light just now is Exodia. That's right, by the way, you didn't participate in the filming of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1, so you can't recognize it. Jun was silent. When the giant appeared, it was because it was far away from where she was, and its back was facing her. The figure of Exodia summoned before adding Li Fan is much larger than the projection of Exodia that appeared during the filming of Yu-Gi-Oh! 1. So Jun didn't recognize it immediately. Blue Eyes White Dragon was able to fight back and forth with Vice Admiral Garp. The words of Exodia. Jun took a step forward, his eyes fixed on Li Fan. Li Fan, that 5 elders, how is he doing now? He's dead. Li Fan laughed, Exodia is a symbol of victory, since I have summoned him, the 5 elders have absolutely no chance of surviving. Also, I took out a celestial dragons by the way. Speaking of which, celestial dragons are really fools as the rumors say. Did you kill the 5 elders? Jun only felt dizzy for a while, and even Li Fan didn't care when he said that she killed the celestial dragons. Li Fan, do you know what you did? The 5 elders are figures at the apex of world government. If you kill him, the world government will not let it go. They will never let you go. You said that. Li Fan lifted his body slowly into the air, and patted Jun on the shoulder, it seems that if I don't kill the 5 elders, the world government won't attack me. You seem to have forgotten, so let me remind you a little bit. I started making films with a friendly attitude towards Marine and world government. It's you, the Marine and the world government, who insist on standing against me. In my opinion, I'm just fighting back legitimately, don't I? Hearing Li Fan's words, Jun sighed deeply and was speechless. Okay, everyone, put all the things you bought in your respective rooms. After that, we're ready to start filming. Li Fan looked at the actors and said. By the way, Nami, let me tell you how heavy it is. Because of a special reason, your role will change from a passerby role to a supporting role. Correspondingly, the remuneration will also be increased. Although it's not the 100 million berry of the leading role, but since this supporting role has a lot of roles, you can also get a lot of money. Now, you won't be angry. Hey, really? Nami looked at Li Fan expectantly, but why did you suddenly change your mind? Hey, because I recruited a good employee. Li Fan put his hand on Jewelry Bonnie's shoulder, and pulled her down beside him. See this guy? She has the ability to make people older or smaller. Isn't there a scene of Tosaka Rin's childhood in Fate/Zero? When the time comes, let her make you smaller, and you can play the role of Wanchange when you were young. Hey, really? Nami looked at Jewelry Bonnie curiously. Tisk, you guys came to recruit me with this idea. Jewelry Bonnie turned her head and looked at Li Fan with a displeased face. Haha, don't worry, Bonnie. Li Fan patted Bonnie's shoulder, even if you don't play a role, as long as you contribute, I will pay you a salary. Even I will use your ability this time, so that I can play Emi Yashiro when I was a child. So I'll give you a reward of 30 million berry, let's work hard. I can't say anything else. When I work part-time, I definitely don't have money to buy food. Hearing Li Fan's words, Jewelry Bonnie hadn't spoken yet, but the crew he brought had already started discussing excitedly. It's great. As expected of the captain, I actually gained such a generous new captain. Yet, you can earn 30 million just by using your ability, but it's much more than being a pirate. Hey, 30 million, Niu Zhao Zhao. Bonnie touched his chin. It seems that you made a lot of money shooting movies. That is, I make a movie, and I can easily earn a few years' tax revenue of an ordinary country. Li Fan nodded in convincing. Since you are so generous, boss, then I can't slack off. Bonnie raised Li Fan's chin slightly with his hand with a smile on his face. Don't you want me to use my ability to make you smaller? Then, try it. After Bonnie finished speaking, Li Fan felt a mysterious force invade his body along Bonnie's arm. This mysterious power instantly aroused the magical reaction in Li Fan's body, and the huge flow of magic power instantly shattered the energy Ni inputted into Li Fan's body. Hey? Why didn't you get smaller? Looking at Li Fan who didn't respond at all, Bonnie asked with a strange expression on his face. Chapter 164. After the incident of 5 elders holding a knife, Li Fan activated all the templates related to Fate/Zero obtained from the system. The current Li Fan is not only terribly high in various values, but also possesses a series of attributes such as divinity. Although Bonnie's fruit ability is mysterious, it still cannot affect Li Fan. Feeling the magic flow in his body, Li Fan stroked his hair and said, "Why don't you try again, Bonnie? This time I'll control my own power." Hearing this, Bonnie gave Li Fan a strange look, nodded, and activated his own Li Fan again. This time, Li Fan held back his own magic powers and didn't let them devour Bonnie's fruit power. Instead, he obediently let the fruit's ability change his own body cells. Soon, visible to the naked eye, Li Fan's body gradually became smaller. After a while, it turned into a child who looked 7 or 8 years old. As a result, the clothes on Li Fan's body became too loose and did not fit properly. Although he has become a child, Li Fan feels that as long as he wants to, he can use his own strength to recover at any time. Fortunately, it doesn't look dangerous. Li Fan nodded secretly. Although she agreed to let Bonnie try her ability, but 793 is that if Bonnie has malicious intentions, Li Fan will take her directly to control her. Wow, Li Fan was so cute when I was a child. Nami knelt down and hugged the haircut in his arms. For a moment, Li Fan's head sank into an extremely soft place. Let me give you a hug too, Nami. Nyokijo ran over and took Li Fan from Nami's hand. It was so cute. I'll take a look too. And me, I want to try too. Obviously, the female staff on board are extremely interested in the shrunken Li Fan, and they rush to hug Li Fan. Ah, so happy, why not just use the body of a child from now on? Feeling the constant warmth, the corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up involuntarily. You guys, why don't you kneel down? Suddenly, an extremely ear-piercing voice entered the ears of Li Fan and others. Li Fan frowned, turned his head, and looked in the direction of the voice. Celestial dragons. Looking at a man and a woman wearing unique glass covers, Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Interesting, celestial dragons dare to come before me. Flying the magic unfolded, and Li Fan escaped from Vivi's arms. Ajba floated above the 2 celestial dragons. BD, how dare you look down on us? The male celestial dragons drew their guns and aimed at Li Fan without hesitation. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a flash of light flashed across his arm. Laugh. Bright red blood flows from the hand of the male celestial dragons, his gun arm severed. Ah! My hand, the male celestial dragons yelled. The agents behind the celestial dragons saw this and their eyes widened. Not because they didn't see why the celestial dragons were hurt, but because they were surprised that anyone would dare to attack the celestial dragons. However, when they saw the person standing in front of Li Fan, they suddenly understood. Medusa. Could it be that this ship is Li Fan's ship? The agents were shocked, because not many people were wanted on Li Fan's ship, and Medusa and others were hidden in the crowd just now. The agents didn't recognize the person in front of them immediately, it was someone they didn't dare to provoke. Father. The female celestial dragons, Shailulia Palace, saw her father's tragic situation. She was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately became extremely frightened. How dare you do such a thing to father? Kill you, you will all die. Hey, you guards, kill them quickly. Hearing the order from Shailulia Palace, the agents showed extremely embarrassed expressions. If it was just ordinary people, they would carry out this order without hesitation, but facing the vicious Li Fan, they don't have this ability. What are you doing? Kill them quickly. Seeing that the guards hadn't moved, Shailulia Palace shouted angrily. Hee, interesting. From the looks of you, you don't know that I killed a celestial dragons not long ago. Also, killed a 5 elders. How dare you appear in front of me, make me kneel down, and kill us? What on earth gave you such courage? Li Fan's words stunned the 2 celestial dragons and the guards below. Forget it, I don't have time to play with you, so please die here. Li Fan frowned. He doesn't have any good feelings for people who disturb his enjoyment of the gentle country. After speaking, Li Fan immediately projected several long swords on the heads of several agents, piercing through their bodies at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the scene in front of them, the eyes of the 2 celestial dragons were wide open, as if they hadn't recovered yet. Khalifa, go and get rid of these 2 waste materials. Li Fan glanced at Khalifa behind him and said. Khalifa, who was called by Li Fan, was stunned. Let me kill them. Why, don't you want to, Khalifa? Li Fan looked at Khalifa with a smile and said. Khalifa, who was watched by Li Fan, lowered his head. She knew that this was Li Fan's test for her, and if she couldn't do it, it would be a breach of the previous agreement between herself and Li Fan. At that time, she is likely to lose the sanctuary of Li Fan. Forget it, anyway, I have already stood on the opposite side of the world government long before. Khalifa shook his head, and walked towards the 2 celestial dragons. At this moment, Jun stood in front of Khalifa. Li Fan, that's enough, let's end this matter here. Jun said, at least don't let conflicts. Jun, you are enough. Li Fan ignored the noise of the celestial dragons and looked at Jun. The death of 5 elders means that there is no room for me and the world government to completely relax. Whether or not these 2 celestial dragons are killed will not have much impact on this matter. Also, Jun, I respect the agreement between you and me, and I won't let you deal with them. I also hope that you can abide by the agreement and don't obstruct my affairs. Jun frowned and wanted to say something, but Li Fan didn't intend to listen anymore. Jun, I order you to stand where you are and not move. Li Fan's words seemed to have magical powers, and Jun instantly felt that his body was out of control, unable to move an inch. After seeing Jun froze, Khalifa walked around Jun and walked towards the frightened celestial dragons. Oh, can you guys tell me what's going on now? Suddenly, an extremely obscene voice sounded behind celestial dragons. Kizaru. Seeing Marine Admiral appearing suddenly, Li Fan murmured. Chapter 165. Marine Admiral Kizaru. Quick, help us kill those guys. No, arrest them all, I will torture them well. Seeing the sudden appearance of Marine Admiral Kizaru, the 2 celestial dragons shouted immediately. Yeah, did I come too early? Kizaru looked puzzled. I just came here to discuss business. However, if you encounter such a thing now, if you don't care about it, it seems not very good. Brother Li Fan, why don't you just let them go? Seeing Kizaru's appearance, Li Fan couldn't help laughing. Interesting, Kizaru, you should know that I killed celestial dragons and 5 elders. Come here at this time, not to catch me, but to discuss business. Could it be that the world government isn't planning to arrest me? I don't know the details, I just represent Marine to buy projection equipment from you. Kizaru tilted his head, I wonder if director Li Fan can sell us another set of projection equipment. To be honest, after seeing your movie, I have become your fan. Well, if it's okay, can I, a movie fan, ask a question about the movie? Seeing that Kizaru ignored him and went to attack Li Fan and the others, instead they chatted in a friendly manner, and the two celestial dragons exploded immediately. Kizaru, what are you doing? Kill them quickly. I want the world government to sue you, just wait, Kizaru. It's so noisy. Li Fan squinted at Khalifa. Khalifa nodded, and kicked two wind blades at the two celestial dragons in a row. Tempest kick. Boom. Sure enough, you still have to help them, Kizaru. Seeing Kizaru who shattered the wind blade, Li Fan frowned. I'm also very helpless. Kizaru spread his hands, if you kill the celestial dragons in front of me and I don't do anything, my situation will become very embarrassing. Understood. Li Fan nodded. Really, Director Li Fan, it's great that you can understand. So, as long as you can't move, you won't be in trouble. Li Fan interrupted Kizaru with a dangerous smile. Khalifa, use the noble phantasm. Yes, Master. Hearing Li Fan's order, Khalifa shook her right hand, and the red magic gun appeared in her hand. That gun. Kizaru's eyes were fixed, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the gun of piercing death thorns in Khalifa's hand. The spear that pierces the dead thorns. Khalifa put on a posture and shouted in a low voice. The magic spear in her hand turned into a ray of red light and rushed straight to Kizaru's heart. Yada mirror. A mirror made of orange-yellow light appeared in Kizaru's hand, and at the same time, his body disappeared in place in an instant, and appeared in another place in an instant. However, before Kizaru could say anything, the light of Khalifa's magic gun pierced Kizaru's heart. After Khalifa pulled the magic gun, the glow dissipated, revealing Kizaru's empty heart. Didn't it work? Looking at Kizaru's body that didn't shed a trace of blood, Li Fan frowned. Logia's ability is really troublesome, even if the heart is pierced, it will be fine. However, so what? Two long spears appeared in Li Fan's hands, one red and one yellow, and then Li Fan threw them vigorously, shooting at Kizaru one after another. It seems that because the spear-piercing deaththorn did not hurt Kizaru just now, it gave him confidence, so he faced Li Fan's attack. Kizaru did not dodge, but chose to fight with an elemental body. But soon, he paid the price for his carelessness. Pooh! The red spear red rose of Destroyer Demon cut through Kizaru's skin and instantly touched Kizaru's elementalization. Zero, seeking flowers. Although Kizaru reacted quickly and twisted his body away, avoiding the end of his heart being pierced. But it was still unavoidable that he would be pinned to the ground by the demon-breaking red rose. At the same time, the yellow short spear yellow rose that must be destroyed passed through Kizaru's right arm and cut his shin. Don't move, Kizaru. Just as Kizaru wanted to get up, several long swords landed around Kizaru's body. It's really scary. I suddenly feel a little regretful for blocking your action. Looking at the situation in front of him, Kizaru sighed. At this time, Kizaru suddenly remembered what Zephyr had said to him not to rely too much on the power of the fruit. Lifting his head, Kizaru took a deep look at Li Fan in the air. Under the sunglasses, his eyes revealed a fearful light. The moment he was hit just now, the elementalization suddenly failed, and he couldn't use the elementalization until now. While Kizaru was puzzled, he also couldn't help feeling scared. Ah, don't kill me! On the side, the voice of celestial dragons came. Kizaru turned his head and saw Khalifa swinging his spear through the hearts of two celestial dragons. Really, what the hell am I doing this for? Kizaru sighed deeply. Well, Li Fan, since the celestial dragons are dead, can you take your weapon away? Looking at the long sword floating beside Li Fan, Kizaru asked. I didn't come here to fight you this time, since the celestial dragons are dead, there is no need for me to conflict with you. How about, let's talk about Marine's purchase of projection equipment? Barry's words, I have brought them here, and they are on my warship. A total of 10 billion Barry, a cent is not a lot. 10 billion Barry. Nami's eyes instantly turned into the shape of Barry. Li Fan, can you sell such a set of projection equipment for so much money? Again. Chapter 166. Li Fan smiled slightly at Nami, and slowly fell down. At the same time as falling, the devil fruit ability that Bonnie exerted on Li Fan was released, and Li Fan returned to its original appearance. Seeing Li Fan's posture, Kizaru on the side showed such an expression. At the beginning, Kizaru was a bit suspicious about a kid calling himself Li Fan, but when he saw Bonnie in the crowd, he guessed that Li Fan might become a child through Bonnie's ability. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that Li Fan's appearance as a child is extremely similar to his adult appearance. Jun, help me keep an eye on Kizaru to prevent him from making any bad moves. Li Fan's voice came to Jun's ears, and at the same time, Jun's inability to move was relieved. Jun nodded helplessly, and Chi came to Kizaru's side. Raising his hand, Li Fan retracted the treasure from Kizaru. Kizaru rubbed the wound on his body, stood up from the ground, and tried to elementalize his body. Can it be elementalized? That is the problem with those two guns. A spear made by sea stone? Kizaru frowned, looking at his hand whose shin had been severed. Due to the sensitivity of the strong, he always felt that there was something wrong with his wrist, but when he saw Li Fan walking over with light steps, he had no choice but to focus on Li Fan. You said, Marine intends to continue buying projection equipment from me. But, it's so strange. Why did you choose this period to buy my projection equipment? Obviously, before Crane came to buy, when I recommended you to buy more, you were not willing to buy. Li Fan looked at Kizaru and said with a smile. Kizaru opened his mouth, just about to say something. Li Fan continued. Forget it, no matter what your reason is, if you can make me some money, it's not that I can't sell it to you. However, if you just buy a set of projection equipment, that's not enough. Well, don't you Marine have several branches from G1 to G5? Why don't I sell you 5 projection devices so that more Marines can watch my movies? Kizaru, hey, Li Fan, you are so generous, you are willing to let us use 10 billion to buy 5 sets of projection equipment? What are you talking about, Kizaru? Li Fan raised his eyebrows. 1 set of projection equipment costs 10 billion Berry, and 5 sets of equipment need 50 billion Berry. 50 billion. Nami behind Li Fan heard this amount, his face flushed instantly with excitement, and even his head smoked from overheating. Li Fan, you said 50 billion, right? Because of excitement, Nami threw himself into Li Fan's arms, holding Li Fan motionless. That Nami, didn't you see that I was discussing business with Marine? Can you stop being so excited? Li Fan looked at Nami speechlessly. Yes, talk about business, talk about business. Nami let go of Li Fan slightly, turned around, and looked at Kizaru with bright eyes. Nami's idea is very simple, as long as Li Fan can earn more money, then these employees will have the opportunity to get more remuneration. Therefore, even if the 50 billion Berry is not her own, she still hopes that Li Fan can negotiate with Kizaru. Ah, this is really distressing. Kizaru pushed his sunglasses with his uninjured hand. Well, Li Fan, we don't need so many projection equipment, we just need 1 set is enough. How can that be done? Li Fan waved his hand. How can you Marine executives be so selfish? You mean it's enough as long as your high-level Marine can see the movie? Ordinary Marines are also fighting to the death on the sea. If that's the case, why can't they also enjoy movies? That's it, 50 billion Berry, I will sell you 5 sets of equipment. Otherwise it's out of the question. At this time Marine came to buy the projection equipment, and Li Fan even felt that this was the projection equipment Marine prepared for the remaining five elders. Of course, whether it's for 5 elders Li Fan doesn't care. It is Li Fan's goal to be able to directly earn enough money to summon the Dark Master while earning box office points. Since the ability to summon the Dark Mage for free is used on the world government, Li Fan must of course find a way to earn back from them. Li Fan is not worried about whether the world government will buy it, and whether it will share the purchased projection equipment with the soldiers. In order to obtain its own secrets, the world government doesn't care much about the 50 billion berry. Li Fan firmly believes in this. I need to talk to Marshal Sengoku before I can make a decision," said Kizaru with a sigh. "You don't want to? I will stay in Sabayati Archipelago these few days, you can discuss it slowly." Li Fan waved his hand, indicating that Kizaru can leave. In desperation, Kizaru turned around, walked in the direction he came from, and at the same time took out his phone and called Sengoku. What a formidable character, he can easily deflate Marine Admiral. Not far away, Pluton Rayleigh who was hiding behind a tree sighed. "Hey! What's that?" Suddenly, Pluton's eyes widened, as if he had seen something extraordinary. Not only Pluton, but Kizaru, who had just talked to Sengoku, also looked over. "I saw Li Fan standing by the seashore, with one hand forward, and streaks of pure white energy 3.3 flew out of his hand. A large amount of energy condensed and gathered on the sea, and in just a moment, a city bigger than the Sabayati archipelago was built. So, everyone, for the sake of authenticity, this time we will shoot in Fuyuki City, which I built with my ability. If everyone is ready, let's start filming," Li Fan said with a smile on his face. "Kizaru, what's the matter, why didn't you talk?" Sengoku's deep voice came out from the bug in Kizaru's hand. "It's nothing, Marshal Sengoku, just surprised to see Li Fan build a city with bare hands," Kizaru said. "Sengoku, what are you talking about? Building a city with bare hands?" Chapter 167. Polosolino, what's the situation now? Sengoku's voice came from the phone bug in Kizaru's hand. "Now, Li Fan and his group have entered this city that suddenly appeared," Kizaru said in mid-air. "Plus, I've seen it from the air. This city is much bigger than the Sabayati archipelago. It's as if a huge island has grown out of thin air next to the Sabayati archipelago." Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku in naval headquarters fell silent. "Marshal Sengoku, what do you think of what Li Fan said about us buying 5 sets of projection equipment?" Kizaru asked. "I will report this matter to 5 elders," Sengoku said. 50 billion berry is already beyond the limit that our marine can bear. Also, Kizaru, you have to stay in Sabayati archipelago recently. We have received news that the 4 Emperor's pirates have set off for the Sabayati archipelago. In order to prevent major disturbances, Garp, Longfa and I will also go to the Sabayati archipelago afterwards." "Hey, it's really scary." Kizaru raised his eyebrows. 4 emperors would come here at this time. Sure enough, the news of 5 elders' death cannot be hidden. 09. In this case, I will wait here quietly. By the way, Marshal Sengoku, do you need me to deal with the pirates of the Sabayati archipelago? Those guys are now walking into the city that Li Fan built. Never mind those guys, Sengoku said. Now the focus is on Li Fan. Since those guys have already entered the city built by Li Fan, there is no need to arrest them in order not to cause unnecessary disputes with Li Fan. This call ends here. Porosalino, continue to observe Ji Fan. I will report the 5 billion to 5 elders immediately, and I will contact you when I get an answer. After speaking, Sengoku hung up the phone and contacted 5 elders. When they heard that Li Fan needed 50 billion berry, the 5 elders were naturally very angry. But in order to further understand the power of Li Fan, 5 elders can only approve another 40 billion berry. On the other side, Li Fan led a group of people to the original book, Irisveel's castle. Jun, have people from outside broken into this city? Li Fan asked Jun at the side. Some people entered the city, but they didn't make trouble in the city, they just wandered around. Jun replied. Now, Jun's observation haki, through the influence of Thunder Fruit, has been able to cover the entire city. Under her monitoring, no one who enters the city can escape Jun's perception. In that case, go and tell them. If you don't make trouble here and don't affect my filming, I don't care about them. If they don't want to obey, cut them off. Li Fan said. After all, Fuiaki City is a modern city with a wide range, and Li didn't spend that kind of thought on driving away idlers. Moreover, in Li Fan's view, letting outsiders see the city can also make people more awed by their own power. Understood. Jun nodded, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in place. Then, let's all get to work. Li Fan looked at everyone. Let's try shooting the scene where Emi Yakiritsugu summons the King of Knights first. Tashiji, come here first. Hearing this, Ince walked to Ji's side. Next, I will transfer the power of Night King Artoria into your body. This power will transform your body into a servant, you are ready. Different from the templates of Hiro Emiya and Kojiro Sasaki obtained by Li Fan, the templates provided by the system for filming will completely transform a person's body into the posture of a servant. It's not about keeping a person in physical form with the power of a servant. This is the information provided by the system when Li Fan uses the follower template obtained from Fate/Zero. However, when Li Fan used the template of the follower, he also used the template of the master. Under the combination, Li Fan still maintained the state of the flesh. However, if the template of the follower is transferred to other people, then this person will inevitably be transformed into a spirit body state. After seeing Tashiji nod, Li Fan put his hand on Tashiji's forehead. System, I want to give the power of the King of Knights to this person in front of me. Ding! Follow the wishes of the host. A burst of golden light shone between Li Fan and Tashiji, and the strong light made everyone on the scene close their eyes. When the strong light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, Tashiji had turned into a blonde beauty in silver-white armor. Hey! This time without dyeing or wearing a wig, is it already blonde? Nami walked over curiously. You are covered with a powerful aura, you seem to have gained the power of the King of Knights. Zoro walked up to Tashiji, how about it, are you interested in competing with me? It seems that he was influenced by the filming of Fate Stay Night. Seeing Tashiji's current posture, Zoro couldn't help but want to reproduce the showdown between Sasaki Kojiro and the King of Knights in the movie. Tashiji looked at Li Fan nodded with a smile, and pulled Nami aside. Be careful, Zoro, I can feel that my strength has grown to a terrifying level. Tashiji revealed the sword of the vowed victory in his hand, and said with a smile. Don't forget, I have already learned Swallow Return. Zoro drew out a long knife and looked at Tashiji with a ferocious face. In this case, how about using your Swallow Return? Tashiji raised his mouth, see if I can take your 450 move. Good proposal. Zoro took a step back, and a sharp sword energy burst out from his body. Hope you don't get hurt. For Zoro's provocation, Tashiji just held his sword in front of him and looked at him sharply. The next moment, Zoro suddenly used Swallow Return to attack Tashiji. In front of Tashiji's eyes, 3 sword lights quickly approached. But too slow. Tashiji narrowed his eyes, his body passed through the 3 beams of sword light, and past Zoro. The outcome was decided in an instant. Zoro glanced blankly at the torn clothes at his waist, and put away his long knife after a long time. I lost. You just lost to the King of Knights. Tashiji shook his head, I can understand that with my strength, I can't avoid your sword at all. It's just that the current me has reached a terrifying level in terms of strength and speed. Combined with the intuition that is close to predicting the future, I was able to avoid your Yan Fan so easily. As he spoke, Tashiji looked at Li Fan, who was smiling at him. Director Li Fan, you are really amazing. Can you even lend this kind of power to others? Aside, Zoro nodded in agreement. Zoro and Tashiji were the first actors to follow Li Fan. But now, they feel that the Li Fan in front of them is becoming more and more invisible. Chapter 168. 2 days later, Sengoku and his party came to Sabayati Archipelago. Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Zephyr, Vice Admiral Garp, you are finally here. Kizaru turned around and looked at Sengoku and others who were coming. Behind Sengoku and others, there are still a large number of elite sailors. Kizaru, you have worked hard these days. Sengoku walked up to Kizaru, looked down at his hands. Your hands, are they still the same? Yet. Kizaru shook his head helplessly. Since I was stabbed by Li Fan's gun, my hand has never recovered. Even a doctor can't figure out what's wrong. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku and the others frowned tightly. Although only the shin was cut off, for a strong person, the impact might be great. In severe cases, its strength may drop a notch. When facing the battle of life and death, it may be because of this wound that he will lose the opportunity and thus lose his life. Let's go, let's meet Ji Fan. Sengoku looked at Fuyuki City, which Ji Fan built. While at sea, Sengoku had seen the city. Also, because of the city, they had to detour a long way and land on a relatively remote coast in the Sabayati archipelago. Boom! Just then, a huge shock came. At the same time, a golden aurora shot out from Fuyuki City towards the sky, illuminating the entire night. That's that! Sengoku's eyes widened, sort of promised victory. The keen Sengoku recognized the aurora immediately. Although I haven't seen it in reality, there are similar scenes in Li Fan's previous movies. Sengoku, that energy is not a joke. Zephyr walked to Sengoku's side and said with solemn eyes. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded. He is also the favorite of observation Haki, and Sengoku can naturally see the power contained in that aurora. If such a blow falls on Sabayati Archipelago, Sengoku really doubts whether Sabayati Archipelago can withstand this blow. It's really noisy, that Li Fan. Garp folded his hands on his chest, frowning. It's just a movie, but it actually released such an attack. Come on, Sengoku, we're going to meet that Li Fan guy now. Wait for a few days, the 4 Emperors guys will arrive at this Sabayati archipelago. Sengoku nodded and walked towards Fuyuki City. Ca. Very good, today's filming is over here, let's take a good rest first. After filming the scene where the King of Knights used the treasure to repel Gilder Ray, Li Fan clapped his hands and walked towards the actors. Tashiji, you are doing well. Although it is the first time to liberate the noble phantasm in the true sense, you have controlled it very well. Li Fan patted Tashiji on the shoulder and smiled. Thank you, Li Fan, finally there are no mistakes. Yin Saiki smiled and nodded. Okay, go back and rest, we will continue tomorrow morning. Yet. Tashiji replied, and walked towards the direction they came from together with Li Fan. Hey, UBD! Suddenly, Bonnie rushed in front of Li Fan. Hey? What's the matter, Bonnie? Li Fan gave Bonnie a strange look. I said, the sword in this woman's hand, could it be ancient weapon? Bonnie raised his hands and patted Li Fan's shoulder heavily, and you will do this like this. The instrument is displayed before the world. Is it easy to lend it to others? Aren't you worried about being targeted by others? Hearing this, Li Fan chuckled lightly and said. If the wheel is as old as it is, the sword of Oath of Victory can indeed be regarded as an ancient weapon. As for lending to Tashiji, it's also for filming. And, speaking of being targeted, I was targeted long before that. However, I don't think I need to hide all the power I have. If someone really wants to come and grab it, just repel them. Hearing Li Fan's relaxed words, Bonnie was taken aback. Thinking of the dark mage that Li Fan once summoned, I faintly understand why Li Fan is not afraid to show his power. Li Fan, Marshal Sengoku and the others are here. At this moment, Jun suddenly appeared beside Li Fan. Sengoku, that is, have they brought the money? Li Fan touched his chin, take me there, Jun. Tashiji, you go to rest first. Medusa, you come with me. After explaining, Li Fan followed Jun's footsteps and walked in the direction of Sengoku and others. Not far away, the two groups met on a street. Yo, this is our first meeting, Marshal Sengoku. Li Fan opened his hands and said enthusiastically. Come here this time, is it because of the 50 billion things that Kizaru said last time? We'll talk about the 50 billion later. Sengoku stopped 3 meters away from Li Fan. At the same time, his eyes glanced at the figure of Medusa. Although Li Fan is only following Jun and Medusa, Jun is still marine. But Sengoku dare not underestimate Li Fan. Whether it is the blue-eyed white dragon that Li Fan once summoned, or Exodia, Sengoku is a little afraid. In addition to the golden aurora seen before, Sengoku has decided that he will not shoot Li Fan again until he has enough information about Li Fan. Li Fan, should you explain Kizaru's injury? Hurt. Li Fan made a good Wang Zhao look of surprise, and looked at Kizaru. I remember this. I mean Kizaru's arm. Is it because the wound won't heal, Kizaru? I don't want to admit it, but after being stabbed by your gun, my hand really can't recover. Kizaru raised his injured hand. If you can help me find a way, I'd be really grateful. This. Li Fan, we agreed to the one-time purchase of 5 sets of projection equipment you mentioned earlier. Sengoku took over the conversation, pay you 50 billion berry in one lump sum. Hope you'll get Kizaru's arm back for this sake. Hearing this, Li Fan said with a distressed face. That will be troublesome. If I do this, I will have to destroy a handful of my treasures. I always feel that, in this way, I am at a loss. Chapter 169. Li Fan had already guessed that Kizaru would come to him because of the wound on his arm. Although 4 Emperor's shanks didn't have much impact on his own strength because of jumping his arms, not everyone can do this. The fabled great pirate, the Golden Lion, has all lost a pair of legs, and so could others. Although the Golden Lion's strength has been greatly reduced, there are other factors. However, if Kizaru doesn't want to solve the problem at hand, Li Fan believes that his strength will definitely fall out of the range of Admiral's strength in a short time. And this is definitely not what the Marines want to see. Although to remove the assistant in Kizaru's hand, it is necessary to destroy the yellow rose that will destroy in Li Fan's hand. But after I wait until the movie is finished, the system will take back these treasures. Li Fan felt that it would be better to make a fortune from marine. Hearing Li Fan's words, Sengoku frowned. Li Fan, what do you mean? The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up, and he called out the yellow rose that will destroy this gun. Kizaru couldn't help but frown the moment he saw the destroyed yellow rose in Li Fan's hand. You still recognize this gun, Kizaru? Li Fan laughed. 577. This movie of mine hasn't been released yet, and you don't know the capabilities of this gun in my hand. The destroyed yellow rose, this is the name of this short spear. First off, this is not a weapon made of sea stone. This is the ultimate magic spear held by a hero of a certain ancient country. As for the effect, Kizaru has personally experienced it. Wounds wounded by this gun will never heal. It's a curse, and it cannot be undone by normal healing. Of course, if you want to get rid of it, there are indeed 2 ways. For example, if you kill me, the holder, the curse on Kizaru's hand will disappear. How about it, Marines, are you interested in trying this method? The moment Li Fan's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became chilling. You just said that there are 2 ways, what is the other? Sengoku said. Naturally, he would not choose the method of killing him that Li Fan said. There is one more thing, that is, I broke the weapon in my hand. Li Fan threw the short gun in his hand, but, why did I do that? At the beginning, I didn't intend to do anything to Kizaru. He ran over to stop me by himself, and I feel very helpless. As he spoke, Li Fan spread his hands and said indifferently. Li Fan's words made Sengoku and Marine frowned. Li Fan, if I say, I want you to give up that gun in your hand, what price will we have to pay? Sengoku said. Hearing this, the corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up. Although this gun is a pretty good weapon, it's nothing in my collection. Since you are willing to buy 5 sets of projection equipment from me, I can give up this weapon, but as you said, it will take a certain price. A wound that Kizaru can't heal, asking you for a 10 billion berry is not bullying you. Li Fan, UBD. Sengoku stared at Li Fan, only feeling a heavy breath in his chest. What, do you want to fight? A Blue Eyes White Dragon card appeared in Li Fan's hand. Speaking of which, I'm also quite curious about the strength of Marine Admiral Sengoku. How about, let me test your ability, how is it compared to Garp? Sengoku, don't be impulsive. Zephyr put his hand on Sengoku's shoulder and shook his head at him. Sengoku took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. Of course, I also know that 10 billion berry is not a small number. So, I suggest you give up on Kizaru altogether. Anyway, there are so many strong people in your marine, they don't care about these, do they? Li Fan laughed. Enough, Li Fan. Sengoku suppressed, his anger and roared, money, I will prepare it for you. However, I hope you can keep your promise and destroy this gun. After speaking, Sengoku turned around and walked in the direction he came from. He was worried that if he stayed here, he really couldn't help but attack Li Fan. Seeing Sengoku leave, the other marines naturally don't want to stay here. They followed in Sengoku's footsteps. However, before leaving, Kizaru turned his head and took a deep look at Li Fan, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Sengoku, do you really believe what Li Fan said? Pu asked with a frown on the road. Even if it's not true, we still have to believe it. Sengoku sighed, that Li Fan clearly wants to kill us. Whether it's the 5 sets of projection equipment, or Polosalino's arm. What about now, are we going to prepare the 10 billion berry? Zephyr asked, the world government has spent so much money, it's hard to imagine that they will be taking money on Polosalino's issue come out. Even if this is the case, I have to negotiate with the world government. Sengoku said, if Marine takes out 10 billion berry, it will cause certain difficulties to the operation of Marine. However, before that, I want to really see if Polosalino's hand is really irreversible. Let's go, Polosalino, go to the warship and let the ship doctor I brought over take a good look at it. Kizaru nodded, not saying a word the whole time. Although Sengoku hoped that Kizaru's hand could be healed by the ship's doctor, his hope was soon dashed. Even the experienced ship doctor he brought over couldn't figure out what was wrong with Kizaru's arm. For this reason, he had no choice but to contact 5 elders, hoping to get some support from the world government. Are you kidding, Sengoku? That's your marine's own business, you can find a way to do it yourself. Also, about the screening equipment, you can fix it for us immediately, and then send it to Marie Joyce, got it? Kaka. Watching the phone bug being hung up, veins popped out on Sengoku's forehead. Boom. Angry Sengoku directly smashed the desktop in front of him. Marshal Sengoku, actually, I can lose one hand. Kizaru said while sitting on a chair, holding a newspaper in one hand. Although there will be a little impact, I will find a way to adapt. No. Sengoku shook his head, you were injured because of the mission, since the world government is unwilling to take out this part of the money, Marine will pay for it. Although helpless, Sengoku can only choose this method. Kizaru is no one else, but an important combat force of Marine, if this matter is not properly resolved. The damage to Kizaru's strength is small, but it will have a serious impact on Kizaru and some other Marines. Chapter 170. The next day, Sengoku approached Li Fan again. However, unlike last time, Sengoku's face is extremely ugly this time. There are a total of 60 billion berry here, now you can give us what we need, Sengoku said. Of course. Li Fan smiled and looked at Khalifa beside him. Khalifa nodded and went forward to count the berries. After Khalifa was confirmed, Li Fan took the 60 billion berry into his Babylonian treasury. The fee, I have indeed received it. Li Fan nodded, and took out the yellow rose that will be destroyed from his treasury. And in front of Sengoku and others, broke the short spear. The short gun turned into golden magic particles and dissipated in the air. That's it for now. After that, the wound on Huang Yuan's hand can recover normally. Lin Fan laughed. Kizaru, how are you feeling? Sengoku looked at Kizaru. It seems that it is indeed able to recover by itself. Kizaru raised his hand and said silently. Here are 5 sets of projection equipment, take these, and you can leave here. Li Fan took out the projection equipment in the open space. Next, the scope of the shots I shot is a little larger. If you continue to stay here, if it is affected, I will not be responsible. After the overtime work of the actors, the progress of Fate/Zero has reached the progress of the King of Knights using the treasure to destroy the Holy Grail. After that, a large area of Fuyuki City will be plunged into the black mud flowing out of the Holy Grail. Even Li Fan himself did not intend to touch these black muds, let alone let his actors touch them. I'm afraid that if ordinary people don't have the state of mind of the King of Heroes, their personalities will be reversed once they come into contact with these black mud. Long ago, the pirates who were still staying in Fuyuki City were all driven away by Li Fan, and now only the Marines who just visited in front of Li Fan are left. Take these devices, let's go. Without Li Fan saying more, Sengoku didn't want to stay here anymore. After telling the soldiers behind him to get the projection equipment, they quickly left Fuyuki City. Next, Sengoku will transport one of the projection equipment to the holy place of Marie Joyce. He will then return to the Sabayati archipelago. According to the news that came back, tomorrow, the 4 emperors of New World will arrive at Sabayati archipelago one after another. Therefore, he must return here for vigilance. By the way, Sengoku, I forgot to tell you something. Li Fan's words made Sengoku stop. This movie of mine is about to wrap up. At 10 o'clock tonight, the premiere will be held, don't forget to watch it. Li Fan said with a smile on his face. The completion of the movie means that the system takes back the temporary ability it has given itself. For the sake of his own safety, Li Fan decided to release Fate/Zero earlier in order to gain more powerful power. Now there are Sengoku and others on this island, and there are 4 other 5 elders in Marie Joyce, a holy place not far away. Although his own power plus Medusa's power is already quite strong, but if he can get a little more power, Li Fan can feel more at ease. 10 o'clock? I see. Sengoku nodded, picking up the pace of the march. Not long after Sengoku and others left Fuyuki City, the golden laser appeared again. Sengoku and the others stopped and turned to look at the sky above Fuyuki City. What is that? Sengoku frowned and looked at the huge black hole in the sky. Under the eyes of Sengoku and others, streams of turbid liquid flowed out of the black void. As long as the city below is touched by these liquids, it will collapse instantly and be covered by a sea of flames. Is this why Li Fan asked us to leave here? Sengoku murmured. Sengoku, that liquid gives me a bad feeling. Garp said beside Sengoku. I feel it too. Sengoku nodded. Li Fan said that his new movie will be released at 10 o'clock. 0. Seeking Flowers. In this case, you go to one of the e-movie theaters built by Li Fan in Sabayati Archipelago and wait. There, the ticket sales should have started. Going to Marie Joyce to deliver the projection equipment, I'm more than enough by myself. That Li Fan's weird abilities will also be shown in this movie. Hearing this, Garp and others nodded and agreed to Sengoku's proposal. When they came to the movie theater in Sabayati Archipelago, they saw the staff who were selling movies. Zero. Ding. Fate/Zero has been completed, and the meeting in Fuyuki City will disappear after half an hour. Please leave immediately, host. After shooting the last shot, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in Li Fan's mind. Have you given half an hour to leave? It's still humane. Li Fan smiled, the actors who also got together. Let's go, everyone, go to our ship first, I will take back this city. Hearing Li Fan's words, everyone followed Li Fan's footsteps. Master, is that really good? Khalifa, who was walking beside Li Fan, asked suddenly, and then glanced at Medusa beside her. Khalifa, what do you mean? Is the trailer about Fate Stay Night HF filmed before really going to be played at the end of this movie? Khalifa asked worriedly. In the trailer, there must be a picture of Ms. Medusa using her ability to petrify Acre. In this way, will the Marine and the world government have guesses about Miss Medusa's abilities? After killing 2 celestial dragons with his own hands, Khalifa knew that he had no chance of turning back. Now she can only choose to follow Li Fan. Therefore, she worried that Medusa's ability would bring trouble to Li Fan after being exposed. Chapter 171. Don't worry, Khalifa. Li Fan smiled and patted Khalifa on the shoulder. I filmed such a trailer on purpose. Mine guys, you should be very curious about Medusa's petrification ability. As long as they see such a trailer, they will definitely look forward to related movies in the future. I really want to see their expressions eager to understand Medusa's ability. As for what they want to know about Medusa's abilities through this trailer, that's impossible. Although there is a picture of Medusa using the petrification ability in the preview screen, it does not show how Medusa uses it. So, your worries are completely unnecessary. The shooting of the trailer was after Li Fan asked the staff to rest for 400 yesterday, and called Medusa, Khaleesi, Tashigi, Nami, and Khalifa to shoot alone. There are only a few people in the know, and only Khalifa has seen the picture of Medusa using the petrified magic eye. Even Nami and others didn't know about it, and Fan wasn't worried that Medusa's abilities would be leaked out. At least, Medusa's ability will not be revealed until the official screening of Fate Stay Night HF. When the real Medusa's ability is revealed, Li Fan firmly believes that her ability has become so powerful. Moreover, Medusa's magic eye cannot be prevented by closing her eyes. This is also the reason why Li Fan is not worried about Medusa's ability being known in the future. But, Master, even if Ms. Medusa's ability is not leaked now, what about in the future? Don't worry, Khalifa. Li Fan interrupted Khalifa, I don't know enough about me. Don't worry, even if these abilities are leaked, no one will be able to hurt me or you. Seeing Li Fan's confident smile, Khalifa relaxed a little. Yeah, I don't know him well enough. Perhaps, he really has the cards to be so casual. Khalifa, who longs for strength and admires the strong in his heart, can't help but feel that the man in front of him is so dazzling at such a moment. At this moment, Khalifa suddenly wanted to see how far this man, who was not afraid of celestial dragons and killed 5 elders, could go. Well, Li Fan, I don't quite understand why you let me wear black armor on the boat when you were filming the trailer. Also, what's the matter with the black sword of vowed victory that you projected? Tashigi asked suspiciously. In the 3 movies that have been filmed, the King of Knights has always appeared in a silver-white armor and a noble image. When it came time to shoot the Fate Stay Night HF trailer, he appeared in a different image. Although Tashigi didn't ask at first, but acted according to what Li Fan said. But now, she finally couldn't help raising the doubts in her heart. Sorry, Tashigi, please allow me to keep this a secret for now. Li Fan said with a smile, when the film is officially filmed, you will naturally understand. Seeing Li Fan's appearance, Tashiji also had to sigh and put away his curiosity. The time came to 9:30 in the evening. When Li Fan brought his staff into the cinema, there were already many people sitting inside. What makes Li Fan interesting is that Li Fan not only saw Garp and other Marines in the movie theater, but also saw the existence of some pirates. These guys don't need to catch those pirates. Li Fan thought as he walked towards the place he had reserved. What he didn't know was that these pirates were no longer important in Marine's eyes. In order not to let Li Fan think that Marine is preventing Li Fan from making money, Marine did not arrest these pirates. However, after Li Fan left Sabayati Island, the situation was different. Yo, Garp, you're all here. By the way, why didn't that fellow Sengoku come? When passing by Garp's seat, Li Fan curiously asked Zoro. Sengoku has something to do. Compared with this, let's play your movie first. Garp crossed his arms and glanced at Li Fan with an impatient expression. Obviously, Garp doesn't like Li Fan. Don't say that, we are old acquaintances, aren't we? Li Fan smiled. Seeing that Garp didn't respond to his words, Li Fan was not angry, and walked to his seat. Tashiji, come here and sit next to me. Seeing that Tashiji planned to take a seat far away from him, Li Fan waved quickly. Although a little confused, Tashiji sat down beside Li Fan honestly. Li Fan, what's the matter? No wonder Tashiji feels strange. Tashiji has never had a chance to sit next to Li Fan when watching movies now. It's nothing, I just want to tell you that your performance this time is very good. Li Fan patted Tashiji's shoulder. Remember what I said before, the best performer can get a surprise from me. I'm thinking about whether I want to give you this surprise. Although the selection of the best actor is made by the system. But from Li Fan's point of view, the best actor this time is that Yin Saiki didn't run away. Of course, Li Fan did not speak too slowly. After all, in 3.2, even he himself is not sure whether the system will hand over the best actor position to Tashiji as he wants. Surprise! Tashiji was taken aback, but soon smiled at Li Fan. Thank you for your affirmation, Li Fan. To be affirmed by Li Fan, this is a very happy thing for Tashiji who likes King of Knights. Okay, let's watch the movie first. Li Fan smiled and turned his gaze to the big screen. Time passed slowly, and soon, the movie started showing on time at 10 o'clock. Meanwhile, in a large room in the Holy Land Marie Joyce, the 4-5 elders and Sengoku turned their gazes to the activated screen in the room almost simultaneously. Chapter 172. Hours of film did not make people feel bored. All the audience watched the movie on the screen intently. Although talking is not advocated in the cinema, so as not to affect other people's viewing effect. But with the development of the plot, there are still many people chatting. Damn it, this Tozaka Tokiomi is ABD. He even sent his own child to someone else for some magical talent. If you let me see this man, you must give him a good lesson. Garp clenched his fist and knocked on the seat beside him, saying with an unhappy expression. Yeah, this man is not worthy of being a father. Didn't he see little Sakura's frustrated expression? Zephyr sighed. For some reason, when seeing Sakura Matu on the screen, Zephyr couldn't help but think of his own dead child. I'm not a good father either. Thinking of my wife and son being punished by pirates because of my own reasons, I feel extremely depressed. 09. Because he couldn't make up for his son's guilt, when Zephyr saw Tosaka Tokiomi disregarding Mata Sakura's feelings and handing her over to the Mata family, a nameless anger rose in Zephyr's heart. Like Garp, if there is such a person as Tosaka Tokiomi in the real world, Zephyr will also teach him a lesson. Speaking of which, Mata Sakura used to be Tosaka Sakura. No wonder when I watched Fate Stay Night UBW, I always felt that the expressions of Tosaka Rin and Mata Sakura were a little strange. So it is. Kizaru touched his chin and said. However, although Mata Sakura was sent samples to the Mata family, the Mata family is still a wealthy family. At least, her life wasn't too miserable. Hearing this, Garp suddenly turned his head to look at Kizaru, and shouted in a low voice. Porisalano, UBD, do you really think Mata Sakura will have a good time at Mata's house? Without the care of her parents, Sakura Mata would definitely be lonely in her heart. Also, didn't you see that Mata Korea would take Mata Sakura away even if he returned to the family he abandoned? Mata Korea will do this, it must mean that this Mata family is not so good. Vice Admiral Garp, don't get so excited. Kizaru pressed his hand, I'm just expressing my personal opinion. However, judging from the previous movie, Sakura Mata still hasn't returned to Tosaka's house. Humph. It's okay if you don't go to such a family. Garp folded his arms and whispered. Kizaru shook his head and continued to focus on the screen. The plot progresses slowly, starting with the use of King's army power by the King of Conquerors. When Gildra summoned a huge sea demon, Lancer Dire Muad'Audi had to destroy his own treasure, the destroyed Yellow Rose, so that the King of Knights could recover his arms so he could use the Sword of Oath of Victory. Seeing this scene, Marine and others all looked at Kizaru's injured arm, even Kizaru did the same. At this time, they felt that Li Fan's words about Kizaru's wound had become much more believable. BD. With a sharp shout, Garp crushed the seat beside him. Although Garp's voice was extremely loud, the audience in the cinema did not express dissatisfaction. Like Garp, a considerable part of the audience was trembling with anger from the plot on the screen. Seeing the essence of the Mata family's magic, seeing that the Mata family was actually planted with engraving worms in their bodies, and hearing about the life that Mata Sakura will lead in the future, audiences with a conscience can only feel a burst of anger in their hearts. A stamped worm, what an evil thing! Trafalgar Law frowned. If I use my fruit ability, I should be able to help Sakura Mata take away these bugs. Although he is a pirate, his identity as Dr. Trafalgar Law makes him want to do something for Sakura Mata on the screen. However, a movie is just a movie after all, neither Trafalgar Law, nor the angry Garp and others have any way to change the things in the plot. Can only watch the plot continue to run. When I saw Mata Sakura killing Mata Korea with her own hands, and saw Mata Sakura's eyes that had no light, the audience couldn't help but sigh deeply for these two tragic figures. The emotion towards Mata Korea and Mata Sakura even surpassed the emotion towards the King of Knights at this moment. The plot moves on and reaches the end. The audience saw it, in the illusion of the Holy Grail. Emi Yakiritsugu's decision to abandon the few in order to save the many. He saw Emi Yakiritsugu's decision to give up his assistant for the sake of his two family members. I saw it at the end. On the screen, Emi Yakiritsugu killed Ilya. Even though they knew that it wasn't really Ilya, the audience couldn't help but feel tense. Ah! Why do you want to do this, Kiritsugu? Iris Veal grabbed Emi Yakiritsugu's clothes, his eyes filled with tears. For the sake of 6 billion human beings, just two family members. In order to save the world, you must be killed. Emi Yakiritsugu had tears in his godless eyes, and finally pinched Iris Veal's neck. 370. At this moment, the audience fell silent. They couldn't comment on Emi Yakiritsugu's behavior, because the decision he made was to save the world. Even so, such behavior is very cruel. Hey! Both Emi Yashiro and Emi Yakiritsugu are tragic heroes. Zephyr let out a long sigh. Mr. Zephyr, are you correct in saying Emi Yakiritsugu's justice? Kizaru asked. In a way, yes. Zephyr shook his head, even he wasn't sure. If his wife and children were still alive, when he faced the same choice as Emi Yakiritsugu, he didn't know if he could do the same thing as Emi Yakiritsugu. At this moment, Zephyr's heart has become extremely heavy. The atmosphere in the movie theater has also become extremely heavy. If there is still light in Fate Stay Night, then in this Fate/Zero, Zephyr and others can only feel the endless darkness. The movie ends with the scene where Emiya Kiritsugu saves the young Emiya Shiro. The ending song sounded, and the production staff and cast were slowly broadcast. The audience didn't leave their seats, they were all recovering from the impact of Fate/Zero. Chapter 173. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Sengoku sighed deeply when he saw the credits of the movie started playing. Although it was to understand Li Fan's ability, Sengoku had to admit that he was also caught in the story of the movie. Emiya Kiritsugu's dedication to justice and his desire to be a partner of justice gave Sengoku a deep sense of identity. Emiya Kiritsugu, my justice is probably the same as Emiya Kiritsugu's. For the stability of the world, ordering the implementation of Buster Call on O'Hara, a sacred place of archaeology, is not an act of abandoning the minority and preserving the majority. Thinking of this, Sengoku sighed again. Sengoku raised his head and turned his eyes to the screen again. At this time, the cast and crew list on the screen had just ended. The next moment, a row of large characters was printed in Sengoku's eyes. Fate Stay Night HF trailer. The subtitles dissipated, and Emiya Shiro's figure first appeared on the screen. Is there any story in Fate Stay Night series? Sengoku frowned, and watched carefully. Wait, what is this? In the picture, Medusa is facing the heroic Guardian Palace, and the magic power of Peng Bai is gathered around her body. The next moment, the screen focused on heroic Wei Gong, and his body slowly petrified. Medusa's ability to petrify. Sengoku couldn't help screaming, his eyes widened even more, he didn't intend to let go of every frame on the screen. Medusa's petrification ability has always been Sengoku's heart disease. Sengoku has always been extremely afraid of the incomprehensible ability to instantly petrify Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, and former Marine Admiral Zephyr, and to cooperate with Shaltir to petrify Marine Admiral Aokiji. It can be said that Medusa played a huge part in the reason why Sengoku was unwilling to have a complete fallout with Li Fan. However, neither Fate Stay Night nor Fate Stay Night UBW showed the petrification ability possessed by Medusa. Until now this Fate Stay Night HF trailer. Could it be that now we can know the secret of Medusa's petrification ability? Sengoku thought to himself. To Sengoku's regret, the screen jumps again and Medusa's figure disappears, replaced by that of the King of Knights. Although the armor of the Night King and the sword of the vowed victory in the screen are black, which is different from the past, Sengoku didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he only wants to see the picture of Medusa. However, he failed to realize his wish in the end. The picture finally settled on the picture of Emiya Shiro and Mata Sakura holding hands. Afterwards, the screen was turned off, revealing darkness. Sure enough, it's not that easy to understand Medusa's ability. However, when this movie Fate Stay Night HF is actually released, maybe we will be able to understand her petrification ability. Sengoku, do you have anything to say about this movie? The blonde five elders interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. Sengoku raised his head, looked at the five elders, and said. When Li Fan was filming, I once saw the golden aurora from a distance. According to the pictures seen in the movie, I think that the sword of the Oath of Victory really exists. And once this weapon is released, its destructive power may not be less than the legendary ancient weapon. Hearing this, the five elders frowned more and more. In the beginning, they ordered to arrest Ji Fan because they suspected that Li Fan held the Sword of Oath of Victory and the Sword of Deviation, which were comparable to ancient weapons. But now, after it is basically confirmed that Li Fan has such power in his hands, they are temporarily unable to take action against Li Fan. Sengoku, since weapons like the Sword of Oath of Victory do exist, do you think there is such a thing as the Holy Grail? The blonde five elders continued to ask. Hey! Sengoku was taken aback. Since the Sword of Promised Victory exists, the Holy Grail may also exist. Gradually, Sengoku's eyes widened. This was something he hadn't thought of before. Because, although the Holy Grail appeared in the previous movie, Emi Yashiro and others in the story did not think about making a wish to the Holy Grail. In addition, Sengoku focused on the abilities of Li Fan and others, but did not think much about the Holy Grail. Now reminded by the blonde five elders, Sengoku suddenly thought of the black void above Fuyuki that he saw before heading to Marie Joyce. No matter how you lose, such a thing will not exist. Known as the Holy Grail of the Universal Wishing Machine, in the story, it possesses the power to destroy the world. Emi Yakuritsugu once had the opportunity to make this wish to the Holy Grail. Sengoku, this is not something that can be judged by guesswork. Curly-bearded five elders said. I hope that you Marines will focus on investigating the Holy Grail in the future. Isn't there Jun next to Li Fan? Let her pass on information about Li Fan to you. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. Sorry, this can't be done. Li Fan has restricted Jun with some kind of force, and now she has no way to do anything harmful to Li Fan, including leaking his intelligence. Sengoku, I can understand that Jun has completely become Li Fan's power. Curly-bearded five elders asked. No. Jun is still, Manos, Marine, but now he is captured by Li Fan. But in fact, she has no way to have a beneficial effect on Marine and world government, can she? Sengoku was silent. On this point, he had actually already understood Jun already. Since Jun can't, what about Tashiji? Can that Marine sergeant deliver the message? Asked the bearded five elders. Five elders, maybe I need to remind you that Tashiji has been rewarded by the world government, and she has lost contact with Marine. Sengoku looked at the five elders, with a flash of anger in his eyes. At that time, it was because of their decision that Marine lost a good sailor. It made Li Fan stand on the opposite side of them. Now, the five elders are going so far as to ask whether Tashiji can deliver a message. This made Sengoku angry. Chapter 174. Although angry, Sengoku didn't say anything. Five elders, if you need to arrange spies around Li Fan, peace agents should be able to do it. Even if Jun and Tashiji don't deliver the message to us. But it shouldn't be difficult to arrange for CP agents to join Li Fan's crew. Sengoku spoke. It's not that easy. The blonde five elders tapped his fingers on the table. We have arranged agents to apply for Li Fan, but Li Fan has not accepted them. I don't know if it's a coincidence, or he knows something, but none of the people we sent out succeeded. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. Maybe, Li Fan just doesn't need to hire actors. Although he didn't stay in Sabayati archipelago for long, Sengoku did see no move to recruit actors. Just hired some staff to run the movie theater in Sabayati archipelago. What they didn't know was that those agents who came to Li Fan were immediately spotted by Li Fan. Although the admirers, ordinary people, and actors they play are all very similar, but Li Fan, who has master acting skills, saw something wrong with them on the spot. Naturally, Li Fan did not accept them. 243. If they are only temporarily hired to play some passerby roles, there is no problem. But if Li Fan wants to join the crew permanently, Li Fan has no intention of accepting them. No matter what, the world government will continue to send agents to Li Fan's side. Also, I don't care what method you use, Sengoku, you also need to do your best to find information about Li Fan. Understand? Said the blonde five elders. Sengoku nodded, understanding. Well, that's all for today, you go back first. The bearded five elders glanced at Sengoku. 4 emperors are about to land on the Sabayati archipelago, and you still need to take care of things over there. Hearing the 5 elders' words, Sengoku turned around and walked out of the room. On the other side, Sabayati archipelago. In the movie theater. Damn it! When the screen fell into darkness and the lights around the cinema were turned on, Garp walked towards Li Fan. Garp, calm down. Zephyr frowned, and quickly grabbed Garp's shoulder. Gee! Li Fan, you guys, actually made such a depressing movie. Garp shouted, and when will Fate Stay Night HF be released? The heroine in this drama is Mata Sakura. Will she be happy in this drama? Seeing Garp's appearance, Li Fan touched his chin. Although Garp looked angry, Li Fan wasn't angry. He feels angry, which means that the sense of substitution in the movies he shot is not bad. Sorry, Garp, Fate Stay Night HE I can't say for sure. I just made a trailer to give everyone a mental preparation. As for when to shoot and when to release, it depends on the right time, place, and people. Li Fan said with a smile. Naturally, he wouldn't say it, he had to see what kind of script the system showed him. After finishing speaking, he got up and walked out of the movie. The premiere has ended, and the next step is to wait for the completion of the system task. By the way, Garp, don't forget to pay for your damaged seat. I think, as a Marine, you shouldn't be remiss. When passing by Garp, Li Fan said quietly. He could clearly see that the handle on Garp's seat has been squeezed into shape by him. After Li Fan left, other audience members also left their seats one after another and walked out of the cinema. Although it is late at night, the audience who watched the movie did not feel sleepy at all. People who walked out of the movie theater gathered in twos and threes, discussing the plot in the movie. Time came to the second day. At this moment, on a deserted island not far from the Sabayati archipelago, 4 huge ships met. The 4 Emperors pirate group, anyone taken out alone, is enough to shock the existence of a sea. Under normal circumstances, they will not appear in a piece of sea area. But at this moment, they appeared in the sea area not far from Sabayati archipelago at the same time. The news of their encounter immediately spread to Marine and other officials stationed at Sabayati archipelago. Is it finally coming? Sengoku frowned. 4 Emperors pirate group, it's really scary. Kizaru touched his chin, it would be terrible if they cooperate to attack Marine together. Humph, those guys have gaps, how can they cooperate? Garp snorted coldly, although they are pirates, those guys are also quite arrogant. Also, even if they really cooperate, the old man will risk his life to stop them. Garp wasn't talking. He once worked with Roger to destroy the ocean overlord of the last era, Rock's pirate, he has such confidence. Moreover, Garp is also very confident in his companions. At this moment, a violent tremor came from the distant sea area, and the entire Sabayati archipelago was shrouded in a shock. Whitebeard. Sengoku raised an eyebrow, those guys, is there a conflict? Meanwhile, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Although the probability is very small, if the 4 emperors really cooperate because of this encounter, it will definitely be quite bad news for Marine. Soon, Sengoku's conjecture was confirmed. According to the news from Marine, who monitors the 4 emperors' pirates, the 4 emperors fought for unknown reasons shortly after they met. Marshal Sengoku, do we need to join in? Kizaru asked. No, let them fight. Sengoku shook his head, those guys were probably just fighting in general. Once we join in, it's likely to turn into an all-out war. That's right, let those pirates fight. Garp crossed his arms and said with a displeased face, let them consume a little energy, lest they fight in Sabayati archipelago. Chapter 175. Li Fan naturally felt the vibration of the Sabayati archipelago. Is this ability Whitebeard? Standing on the bow of the ship, Li Fan touched his chin. Hehe, that guy Whitebeard seems to be planning to come here too. A man's voice sounded beside Li Fan. It seems that the 4 emperors' pirates fought somewhere far away. Hey, the 4 emperors' pirates. Li Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at the grey-haired old man in slippers beside him. Pluton Rayleigh, a legend of a bygone era. I see, I said how Sengoku and the others stayed in Sabayati archipelago for so long. It turns out that the 4 emperors are planning to come here. By the way, those guys probably came after me, right? Li Fan laughed. Hehe, you killed 5 elders, and you seem to hold a very strange power in your hands. It's understandable that they'd be curious about you. It's just that I didn't expect them to meet before they came to Sabayati Archipelago. With the personalities of these guys, it's impossible to come here without a few days. Rayleigh said. Leaving aside the question of 4 emperors, it's about you, are you willing to take this business? Li Fan looked at Rayleigh. Hehe, you're going to knock your idea out of my head. Rayleigh shook his head, but forget it. When I get old, I just want to live a retired life with peace of mind. Forget about being an actor or something. I don't want to follow you and let the world government focus on me. Originally, he was only here to complete the commission of Li Fan's coding, but to Rayleigh's surprise, Li Fan invited him to join the crew. Is that so? What a pity. Li Fan shrugged without forcing it. How about this, you usually take care of the movie theater in Sabayati Archipelago for me. Don't let some pirates who don't know what to do make trouble. As a price, I can give you 10 million berries employment fee every month. You live in the Sabayati Archipelago anyway, so it's easy for you, isn't it? With his current fame, Li Fan believes that not many pirates are willing to provoke him and destroy his movie theater. But in this world, there will always be some arrogant and ignorant people. And Li Fan will eventually leave Sabayati Archipelago. In this way, it is very necessary to hire a strong person to take care of the cinema. After all, the Sabayati Archipelago has no shortage of sea and criminal elements. Rayleigh stroked his beard and said with a smile. That is to say, let me be your bodyguard. There are 10 million berry a month, you really think highly of me, Li Fan. You are Pluton Rayleigh. If I can hire you, I think it's worth the money. Li Fan raised his lips, it's just a pity that you don't want to be my actor. Your image, there are quite a few roles that suit you. It's okay to be an actor, but I can still take care of the movie theater at ordinary times. Rayleigh said. That's it. Li Fan raised his right hand, and a box floated out from the golden ripples that suddenly appeared behind him. There are 100 million berry in here. Just please help me take care of the Sabayati Archipelago for a year. Rayleigh took the box and nodded. Then, let's stop here for the chat. I'm going to coat your ship first. It takes a little time for such a big ship. After Rayleigh left the deck, Li Fan looked towards the direction of the shock. 4 emperors. Maybe, it's an opportunity to get more box office points. Although I don't know exactly what the 4 emperors pirates came here for. Zoro, seeking flowers. But Li Fan knew that if he could pass this opportunity, he would sell the projection equipment to the 4 emperors pirates. It can also allow yourself to get more box office points faster. Although the 4 emperors are a pirate group, they have quite a large population together, which is enough to provide Li Fan with a lot of box office points. Li Fan had already thought about it when he traded projection equipment with Marine. Instead of building a cinema in the territory of the 4 emperors themselves, it is better to trade the projection equipment to them at one time and let them handle it themselves. After all, going to the territory of the 4 emperors to collect money is also a hassle. Although this method may earn less, it can save Li Fan a lot of effort. 0. Li Fan, someone outside wants to see you. At this moment, the voice of Medusa interrupted Li Fan's thoughts. Well, I see. Li Fan nodded, turned around and followed Medusa to the stern. There, 2 people with hoods and a very mysterious look stood quietly. Beside them was an extremely tall and beautiful woman. Behind the woman, there are 2 burly women. This is Hancock. Li Fan took a surprised look at the world's #1 beauty. How did this woman come back here? It's been a while, Li Fan. Li Fan's familiar voice sounded. It's you. Li Fan turned his head and glanced at the speaking man with the hood. Come up and sit down, your identity should not be exposed in public. Ms. Boa Hancock of Shishibukai, would you like to come and sit down? Hearing Li Fan's words, two hooded men jumped onto the deck first. The three Hancock sisters also nodded, and jumped onto the deck with curious eyes on Li Fan. Come with me, you guys. Li Fan turned around and walked towards the cabin with a few people. Chapter 176. Inside the ship bar. Please take your time. Li Fan appointed Zayla to be in charge of the bar. After pouring Li Fan, Long, and others the coffee she made, Zayla walked aside. Then, tell me, you guys, what can you do for me? Li Fan took a sip of his coffee, looked at Hancock and others in front of him and asked. Li Fan, I heard that you killed celestial dragons and 5 elders, is this true? Hancock asked. Although it was reported that Li Fan had indeed done such a thing, Hancock still wanted to confirm with Li Fan in person. The questions of Long and Koala on the side also raised their spirits. Well, it was indeed killed. Is there any problem with that? No. No problem. Hancock shook his head, with a faint glint of admiration for Li Fan in his eyes. Aren't you worried that World Government 073 will retaliate against you? That's only if they have the ability. Li Fan shrugged, it's you, Empress Hancock, who came here to find me. Aren't you worried about being discovered by World Government agents? On this Sabayati archipelago, there are quite a few people staring at me. Maybe, your whereabouts have been discovered. It doesn't matter if you find out. The corners of Hancock's mouth curled up, outlining a confident smile. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. If you want to ask why, it's because I'm so beautiful. Oh, you're really confident. Li Fan clapped his hands and said with a smile on his face. Have to admit, Hancock is indeed very beautiful. Not only her face, but her temperament is also quite charming. However, perhaps it was because there was such a beauty as Medusa by her side. Therefore, Li Fan did not fall into Hancock's beauty court. Just looked at Hancock with admiration. Wow! It's so beautiful. Koala looked at Hancock with bright eyes and said. Hancock ignored Koala, her attention was on Li Fan. Seeing that Li Fan didn't have any abnormal reaction to his beauty performance from the beginning to the end, Hancock couldn't help being a little surprised. Tell me about your purpose, Empress Hancock. You came to my side, you probably didn't just intend to ask me that question. Li Fan said. Hearing this, Hancock withdrew his surprise and said. Well, do you still need actors, Li Fan? Hancock couldn't help but want to know more about the man in front of him who didn't take celestial dragons seriously. In Hancock's opinion, if she was filming with Li Fan, she would have more chances to get to know Li Fan. Actor. Li Fan stroked his chin, I naturally need a good actor. Well, you leave a contact information, if necessary, I will contact you. After saying this, Li Fan looked at Long and Koala. Then what about you? You came here specially this time, what's the matter? Isn't it because they saw me kill the 5 elders and planned to drag me to your place to start a revolution? Let's talk about it first. If this is the case, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Ah! Li Fan's words made Long Yi stunned. He never expected that Li Fan would stop him before he could open his mouth. Li Fan, you might just want to shoot a movie. But in this situation, the world government will definitely make things difficult for you in many places. But if the revolution is complete and the world is freed from the control of the world government, your shooting will become more casual. Long said. Unfortunately, Dragon, though you say so. But I'm really not interested in starting a revolution. It doesn't matter to me whether the world is ruled by the world government or by your revolutionary army. It's still the same sentence, just make a revolution. But if you come to the movie, I welcome it. Li Fan shook his head and said. If you have nothing else to do, maybe you can go and see my movie. Of course, you can continue to sit here, and my staff will provide you with drinks. Then, I'll go off and do my business." After speaking, Li Fan got up and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute, Director Li Fan." Koala stood up with his hands on the table. "Director Li Fan must not understand our Revolutionary Army. Why don't I tell you about our Revolutionary Army? You decide on the idea, how about it?" Li Fan shook his head slightly, turned around, and walked towards the door. Beside Li Fan, Medusa followed closely behind. "Wait, Director Li Fan, how about I also participate in the filming of your movie?" Koala quickly ran to Li Fan's side and asked quickly. "Do it, be on your crew, help out for a long time." Before coming to Sabayati Archipelago, Koala and Long had already done Li Fan's character profile. Since Li Fan went to sea until now, there has never been any news of Li Fan harming civilians. Although Li Fan's main purpose is to make movies, but on the way, Li Fan has also helped many people. Especially when in Alabasta, helped Alabasta from civil strife. Coupled with Li Fan's merciless obliteration of celestial dragons, Long and Koala fully recognized Li Fan. Although Li Fan is not interested in the affairs of the Revolutionary Army now, Koala believes that as long as he can spend more time with Li Fan, as long as there is a chance to let Li Fan know more about the deeds of the Revolutionary Army, Li Fan is likely to join the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. Li Fan could see Koala's intentions, and he didn't reject the 2.7-inch. "There is no problem with this. I welcome any outstanding actor to join the crew. Although you obviously have other purposes, as long as you don't come here with malicious intent like world government." Speaking of which, those guys from the world government actually sent agents to me to apply for the job of a long-term actor. Don't even look at what I do. I'm an actor plus a director, playing ordinary people in front of me. I see, I sold them, and they will count the money for me. Hearing Li Fan's words, Long and Koala looked at each other, and they were more sure of the idea of pulling Li Fan to the Revolutionary Army camp. Even the world government values Li Fan so much, so they have an even more obligation to win over Li Fan. Chapter 177. The three Hancock sisters finally left Li Fan's ship. Although Hancock doesn't mind spending long hours on Li Fan's ship, but Hancock's two sisters persuaded Hancock to leave Li Fan's ship temporarily in order to prevent the Marine and world government personnel on the Sabayati archipelago from focusing on themselves and others. Of course, this is also due to Hancock's intention to see Li Fan's film. As for Long and Koala, Li Fan agreed that they would stay on his ship temporarily. A few days later, Li Fan was sitting on the bow of the boat, looking at the opposite side of the sea, somewhat speechless. How long are those guys going to fight? It's endless, isn't it? I don't know if the vibration is too large, will it affect the sleep of the people around? Long put on the hood and walked behind Li Fan, and said with a smile. This is also impossible. Those guys are all monsters. Even if it's a real life and death battle, they can still fight for days and nights. A tentative contest like this will only take longer. Hearing this, 09 Li Fan shook his head. If they weren't the four emperors, the Marine would have hunted them down long ago. I don't know what those Sengoku guys look like. They're clearly at the Sabayati archipelago. In the end, the others had a good time playing themselves. At this moment, Sengoku gave a hutch as if feeling something in his heart. What's the matter, Sengoku, do you have a cold? Garp walked over to Sengoku with a bag of senbei. How is it possible, and you are in the mood to sneer at Xianbei? It doesn't matter, anyway, those guys don't know when they will come back, and we can't starve ourselves. UBD, hey. Suddenly, Sengoku frowned, looking into the distance. The vibration stopped. Garp put down the snack bag in his hand, and looked across the sea with the same weight. It looks like those guys are really done. Get ready, Sengoku, those guys are coming. Sengoku nodded, understanding. It didn't take long for the marines to see the figures of the 4 pirate ships on the sea. Gudong! Some marines' throats trembled, and some even looked into the distance with trembling hands and feet. It's really here, the 4 emperors of the sea. Just fighting in the distance can cause such a shock, if a battle really breaks out on the Sabayati archipelago. It's a lie, the ships of the 4 emperors' pirates are sailing in the same direction. These pirates, we're not really going to fight them. Look, they all turned around. That direction is the direction of Li Fan's boat. Sengoku and others also discovered the movement of the 4 emperors' pirate group. These guys really came here for Li Fan. Sengoku frowned. We're going to. After giving the order, Sengoku and others moved towards Li Fan's place. Of course, Li Fan also saw the movements of the 4 emperors' pirates. Aiming at me. Li Fan raised his eyebrows, it seems a bit troublesome. Seeing the 4 pirate ships becoming clearer not far away, Medusa, Jun, Khalifa, Tashigi and Zoro all stood behind Li Fan. Needless to say, Medusa, Jun and Khalifa, Tashigi and Zoro, who have been together for a long time, are also willing to stand by Li Fan's side. Even in their view, Li Fan's ability is very strange, and they may not need their help. Although the people coming are very powerful, in Li Fan's view, the real threat is the Beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates. As for the Red Hair pirates and Whitebeard pirates, Li Fan doesn't think they will have a problem with him. Especially the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Ace, who met Li Fan once in Alabasta, is waving to him on the Moby DK skewer. This guy didn't get caught by that Teach guy. It seems that this butterfly, have changed a lot of things. I just don't know if Summit War will happen again under such circumstances. Soon, 4 huge pirate ships came close to Li Fan's ship. On the shore not far away, Sengoku and others looked at this moment with unprecedented dignity. Yo, we meet again, Fan. Ace came to Li Fan on the Moby DK by himself. I heard that you have released a new movie. How about it, would you like to come to our site as a guest and help us build some cinemas by the way? Hello, Ace. Li Fan nodded to Ace, and looked at the tall man standing on the Moby DK. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, this is our first meeting. So, you came to see me, what's the matter? Seeing that Li Fan ignored him, but looked at Whitebeard first, GUI200 and Charlotte Linlin frowned directly. On the other hand, the red-haired Shanks was not dissatisfied, he just looked at Li Fan with a smile on his face, and whether he also cast his eyes on Pluton Rayleigh in the cabin behind Li Fan. It's really interesting that the deputy captain is on Li Fan's boat. Seeing this, Shanks smiled even more. Boy, can't you see me? Before Whitebeard could answer, Kaido questioned Li Fan with sharp eyes. Even though Kaido has been fighting Whitebeard for several days and nights, Kaido does not feel the slightest fatigue. Looking at Li Fan at this moment, a powerful deterrent force is directly pressing on Li Fan. Gu la la la. Li Fan kid is talking to me, what are you talking about, Kaido? Whitebeard looked at Kaido, and the invisible conqueror's haki pressed towards Kaido. Damn, Whitebeard, UBD, do you want to fight again? Gu la la la. Boy, if you want to fight, I will fully accompany you. Seeing Whitebeard and Kaido fighting, Li Fan shook his head, and Taguchi said. I said, too, if you want to fight, can you go somewhere else? I don't want the island where I left the movie theater to be sunk. Chapter 178. Gu la la la. Li Fan's words made Whitebeard focus on Li Fan again. Li Fan boy, I am very optimistic about you, how about being my son? Hearing what Whitebeard said, the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched wildly. Sorry, Whitebeard, I'm not in the habit of just being someone else's son. You'd better find someone else. Gu la la la, that's a pity. Hearing this, Whitebeard didn't feel depressed at all, but laughed instead. Boy, I heard that you are very strong. In such a short time to go to see, the reward has reached 5 billion. Kaido looked down at Li Fan arrogantly. Come on, boy, come and fight with me and show me your strength. Although he heard that Li Fan had killed the 5 elders, Kaido, who is extremely confident in his own power, is not afraid. Kaido himself has been sentenced to death 40 times, but because of his strong body, he never succeeded. This also led him to be very confident in his abilities. Li Fan smiled, and just as he was speaking, Medusa walked up to Li Fan, and the majestic magic power spread around her. Silent action, thinking to Kaido to explain, want to fight Li Fan, pass her level first. Seeing Medusa approaching, the marines on the shore became more vigilant. Medusa's ability is the focus of the marines, and if the battle between Medusa and Kaido can lead them to discover the clues of Medusa's ability, they will be more than welcome. However, at this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded in Li Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for reaching the qualifying box office point of the golden script and getting a chance to draw a lottery. Best actor is Tashigi, playing the role Arteria Pendragon, Sabe. Ding! Congratulations to host and Tashigi for obtaining the Arteria Pendragon, Saber, template at the same time. Boom! A powerful wave of magical power suddenly unfolded on Tashigi. His fierce momentum made everyone on the scene turn their attention to Tashigi. Surrounded by magic power, Tashigi felt a warm current circulating in her body, and her own strength was constantly improving. When the magic power in her body finally stabilized and she regained consciousness, Tashigi suddenly found that there was a shining golden sword in her hand. That is, the sword of promised victory that had been taken back by Li Fan. Different from before, getting the reward template this time did not change Visky's hair color. In addition, the body did not become a spirit body, but maintained a physical state. So, there is no way to check Tashigi's data like Calipha's status. However, there is no doubt that the current Tashigi already possesses the power of Night King Arteria Pendragon. The next moment, Li Fan opened his panel. Name, Li Fan. Age, 25. Power, A. Endurance, B. Agility, A+. Magic power, A+. Formidable strength, except for the lack of endurance, other attributes have reached first class. Even if I don't use the noble phantasm, my strength has already reached the first line combat power. System, I want to draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to host for winning Distant Utopia. Hey! It turned out to be this. Hearing the sound of the system, Li Fan couldn't help being surprised. The template of the King of Knights originally obtained did not include the absolute defense treasure Distant Utopia. Li Fan didn't expect that he would be able to get back the lost scabbard of the King of Knights by drawing a lottery. As expected of a golden script, it really won't let me down. Now, round of resilience, even Kaido can't surpass me. Just when Li Fan was happy, Tashigi came over. Li Fan, what's wrong with me? Tashigi walked up to Li Fan and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Remember what I said before, Tashigi? The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up. I said, this movie, for the best actor, I will give a surprise. Li Fan raised his hand and patted Tashigi's shoulder heavily. Congratulations, Tashigi, you are the best actor I selected this time. Therefore, I will entrust you with the power of the King of Heroic Knights and the treasure she holds. Li Fan, you are not joking. Tashigi stared blankly at Li Fan, you have given me the power of the King of Knights forever. Not only Tashigi was surprised, Sengoku and others who were watching here not far away, but also the 4 emperors and others opposite Li Fan, and even Li Fan's own employees were extremely shocked. As an actor of Li Fan, can he directly possess great power? This is what everyone on the scene said at the moment. Ordinary people may not know it, but for those who are less powerful, they will never underestimate Tashigi at this moment. Because I haven't been able to skillfully use my own power. Therefore, now Tashiji's surroundings exude a powerful aura invisible. A person with such an aura is definitely not, De Wang Hao, a weak person. I'm not kidding. Li Fan said with a smile on his face, it's just that there is a guy over there who wants to trouble me. Go and help me get rid of him. By the way, I'm also familiar with your own strength. Okay, let's go, I'll keep your famous sword Shijir for you first. Use the sword of Oath of Victory in your hand to teach that savage-faced guy a good lesson. Taking off the Shijir from Tashiji's waist, Li Fan smiled and pushed Tashiji in front of him, opposite to Kaido. Hearing this, Tashiji looked at Kaido blankly. Facing this long-established four emperors, Tashiji didn't know what to do for a while. Until the gloomy Kaido waved the mace in his hand and slammed it at Li Fan. Chapter 179. Rumble. Facing Kaido's attack, Tashiji's eyes were fixed, and the sword of vowed victory surrounding the Wind King's enchantment slammed into Kaido's mace. Brat! Seeing Tashiji blocking his attack, Kaido frowned and shouted angrily. Four Emperors Kaido, you are not allowed to attack Li Fan. Tashiji's eyes were fixed, and the blue magic power burst out in a spurt, forming a set of silver armor around her body like that of the King of Knights. With the burst of magic power, Tashiji's power suddenly increased. Drink! As Tashiji swung his hands forward vigorously, Kaido's wolf sheep club was actually repulsed by Tashiji. Kaido, who was in the air, also flew towards his own pirate ship. No way, the captain actually flew back. Does that woman actually possess such power? Did you hear just now, that woman's power was given to her by Li Fan? How can this kind of thing be done, and it's not devil fruit? But, she really gained strength. Seeing that Kaido was forced to retreat from 630, the members of Beast's Pirates talked a lot. This power. Kaido stood at the bow, looked at Tashiji solemnly, and then looked at Li Fan beside him. Tisk! How uncomfortable! The dark-colored armament haki was condensed on the mace by Kaido, and a powerful deterrent force rushed towards Tashiji. Not to be outdone, Tashiji aimed at Kaido with his sword in both hands, and layers of storms gathered on the sword of vowed victory. Kaido, Thunder 8 trigrams. Tashiji, the hammer of the Wind King. The mace entwined with lightning collided with the sword of sworn victory entangled in the hurricane. A gust of wind exploded directly where Tashiji and Kaido wanted to touch. Some pirates with low strength were directly thrown out. Oh, it's scary. As expected of Kaido of the Beasts, it's amazing. Kizaru put his hand on his forehead, looking at the battle between Tashiji and Kaido. However, that ex-marine was able to block Kaido's blow. Even if it's me, I can't say that I can take Kaido's attack head-on. Hey, Marshal Sengoku, just now Li Fan said that he rewarded the former marine with the power of the King of Knights, so now she can also use the Baijin from the movie. Sengoku frowned, he was thinking about another thing at the moment. The current Tashiji, even if he does not rely on the sword of vowed victory, just the current strength and speed have reached a very exaggerated level. If Li Fan can raise a person's power to such a level at will, it will mean that Li Fan will be able to easily create a team with exaggerated strength. And this means that the danger of Li Fan will be further increased. It wasn't just Sengoku who thought of this. Whitebeard, Redhead, Charlotte Linlin, and even Kaido who fought Tashiji thought of it too. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that Li Fan said to give this power to Tashiji. Let me see how strong you are. Out of curiosity about Tashiji's current strength, Kaido swung the mace in his hand harder to attack Tashiji. But Tashiji is always able to catch Qi Liang's tooth stick, either by relying on the force after the explosion, or by using the intuition that can almost predict the future to dodge. Until now, none of Kaido's attacks can hurt Tashiji. Mom, that woman. Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin's deputy, Lottie Katakukan walked to Charlotte Linlin. Ajfk. This woman named Tashiji, observation haki has reached the point where she can predict the future. Charlotte Katakuri took Tashiji's intuition as observation haki's ability because she hadn't seen the movie Fate Stay Night yet. Charlotte Linlin nodded. This woman, being able to play with Kaido for such a long time, is pretty good. If this ability is really endowed by Li Fan, it means that Li Fan is even more valuable to win over. It's almost time to end, though. Kaido is already furious, and after a while, he will use his full strength. On the other side, Li Fan slowly frowned as he watched the increasingly rough sea. If the fight continues like this, the coast will be destroyed. Moreover, ships will also be affected. However, it's really amazing, Tashiji, who just acquired the power of the King of Knights, can play to this level. The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up, looking at Tashiji, who fell in front of him from the sky again, and shouted. Tashiji, it's almost ready, let's use the noble phantasm. Just hit me on the ship, targeting Kaido. For Kaido, who made a sudden attack, Li Fan believes that it is extremely necessary to teach him a lesson. Moreover, he also wants to see if Kaido is willing to take the treasure of the King of Knights for the sake of his crew. Understood, Li Fan. Tashiji nodded, holding the sword in front of his chest with both hands. An astonishing magic burst out. At the same time, golden light particles gradually floated on the surrounding sea surface. This is Tashiji going to use the noble phantasm? Sengoku muttered. Whitebeard and others also noticed the abnormality, and they rowed the boat aside one after another. This guy. Seeing Tashiji facing his own pirate ship, Kaido immediately understood Tashiji's intentions. Kaido's figure changed rapidly, turning into a huge cyan dragon. Kaido created a huge cloud of flames that enveloped his ship. At the same time, the blazing fire condensed in Kaido's mouth. After a brief pause, the heat that was powerful enough to evaporate a mountain was sprayed towards Yin Saiki and Li Fan and others behind Yin Saiki. Tashiji's eyes were fixed, and he swung forward the sword of sworn victory in his hand. Excalibur. Tashiji's magical power is transformed into golden light through the sword of vowed victory. Form a powerful, fast aurora beam and fly towards Kaido. Rumbling. Chapter 180. The heat released by Kaido collided with the golden aurora, and after a brief stalemate, it was directly extinguished by the golden aurora. Then it hit Kaido directly. The golden aurora pushed Kaido directly beyond the sponge several kilometers away. Afterwards, the golden aurora exploded completely, forming a light beam linking the sky and the earth. Captain! Isn't it? Duyan was knocked into the air. My god, Master Kaido will be fine. The pirate ship of Beast's pirates, the pirates on it looked worriedly at the distant sea. This guy is not bad. He would save his own crew. I just don't know if this guy is thinking about the friendship between his companions, or because he doesn't want to waste his own strength. Looking at the beast pirate ship that was surrounded by the flame cloud and pushed aside, Li Fan thought to himself. It actually activated the noble phantasm. On the shore, Sengoku frowned. Although in the movie, there is a scene where the King of Knights played by Tashiji uses a treasure. And when filming, there was also a golden aurora heading towards the sky. But Sengoku, who wasn't there to watch the filming, thought it was just Li Fan using a treasure. So, at this moment, Sengoku was quite surprised to see Tashiji wielding the sword of Oath of Victory with such ease. It looks like Tashiji has completely gained the power of the King of Knights. I just don't know what conditions are needed for Li Fan to hand over this power to Tashiji. Giving this power to Tashiji means that it will reduce Li Fan's own power. And the sword of the vowed victory, can we use it? According to the movie, other people cannot use the treasure of the King of Knights. But since Tashiji used this treasure in reality, Sengoku had to have such an idea. Damn it, you guys! Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues of Beast's pirates, walked to the bow and looked at Li Fan and his party angrily. You actually made the captain fly, I won't spare you. As he said that, Jack wanted to use the fruit ability to attack Li Fan and others. Wait, Jack! Flame Calamity Yin, who is also a member of the Three Plagues, stretched out his hand to stop Jack. The captain's flame cloud has not dissipated, which means that he is fine, just wait with peace of mind. Yin looked at the four emperors' pirate group around him and the marine in the distance. Under such circumstances, it is too clear that now is not a good time to start a war. What's more, Yin also knew that Kaido just wanted to test Li Fan's strength. Although I didn't fight Li Fan as I wished later. Roar! As soon as Jin finished speaking, a huge dragon chant came from a distance. Immediately, people saw a blue dragon covered in blood flying over from a distance, and finally turned into a human form and landed on the pirate ship. Clap clap! Li Fan clapped his hands and walked to Tashiji's side. As expected of Kaido, the strongest creature, it's a shame that you weren't vaporized just now. Although Tashiji's noble phantasm just now did not really demonstrate the ability of the Sword of Vowed Victory, but in Li Fan's opinion, it is enough to destroy an island. But in the end, Kaido resisted the blow, and we have to admire the strength of his body. Humph! Kaido snorted coldly, and took a deep look at the Sword of the Vowed Victory in Tashiji's hand. Only he knows how much his body hurts now. The dragon state is the state with the highest defense power. But even then, his body was seriously injured. If he didn't take advantage of the heat to resist the golden aurora and avoid the vital points of his body, he would definitely not feel better now. How about it, Kaido, do you want to fight again? The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up. If you want to continue, I can accompany you. Li Fan raised his right hand and stretched it out towards Khalifa behind him. Khalifa clearly placed the spear that pierced the dead thorn in Li Fan's hand. Li Fan played a trick and looked at Kaido with a smile on his face. I want to see if you can still live if your heart is pierced. On the coast, seeing this gun, Kizaru frowned slightly, and touched his heart. 00. The spear-piercing death thorn. Speaking of it, I was pierced through my heart by this gun before. Obviously I have avoided it. When Sengoku on the side heard this, a gleam flashed in his eyes. The magic gun that can't be avoided, even Kaido, it won't feel good if his heart is pierced. On the pirate ship, Kaido did not fight. Kaido is not stupid, he has already fought Whitebeard for a long time. Just now, he was bombarded by the Sword of Vowed Victory again. There are Whitebeard and others and Marine on the side. If they continue to reduce their strength, it will be extremely detrimental to the million pirates. 0. Hey, Li Fan, I have a proposal. At this time, Charlotte Linlin's ship approached. Do you want to marry my daughter and join my family? Hearing this, Li Fan was taken aback, and the tense atmosphere between him and Kaido dissipated instantly. That, I didn't hear clearly, can you say it again? Li Fan looked at Charlotte Linlin and asked. Hehe, I'm asking if you are interested in marrying my daughter. Charlotte Linlin said with a smile, her lips parted. As far as I know, you are not married yet. If you are willing, I am willing to betroth my strongest daughter to you. Saying that, Charlotte Linlin looked at Charlotte Smoothie behind her. Hearing her mother's words, Charlotte Smoothie stepped forward and stood at the bow of the boat, her eyes met Li Fan's without avoiding it. Charlotte Smoothie, as the only woman among the four generals of the Big Mom Pirates, is indeed the strongest daughter of Charlotte Linlin. However, looking at the woman twice as tall as him in front of him, the corners of Li Fan's mouth twitched fiercely. Although the woman in front of her is very beautiful, she is much taller than Li Fan in height. Well, thank you for your kindness, Charlotte Linlin. However, I have no intention of getting married right now. I just want to make more movies now. The issue of marriage, I'll think about it in the future. Chapter 181. Hey? Isn't Smoothie your type? Charlotte Linlin frowned, turned around and waved behind her. Charlotte Linlin's daughter walked to the bow knowingly, looking at Li Fan curiously. Li Fan, I have many daughters. If you don't like smoothie, you can look at others. I am very sincere. No matter which daughter you like, I can betroth her to you. If you are interested in a few, I can also meet your requirements. I have so many women, there must be one you like. Hearing what Charlotte Linlin said, some people in the field seemed a little worried. Others acted as if watching the excitement was not a big deal. A dating show, this is it. Li Fan resisted not complaining. Looking at the past row, Li Fan had to lament that the Charlotte Linlin family has so many ethnic tricks 710. However, it is precisely because there are too many tricks that most of the daughters do not conform to Ji Fan's aesthetics. However, this woman is quite beautiful. Li Fan's eyes fixed on a fair-skinned woman wearing a purple cloak and a red skirt. Wait, what made me really want to marry Charlotte Linlin's daughter? Li Fan shook his head hastily, and got the thoughts out of his mind. Marrying Charlotte Linlin's daughter is equivalent to joining Charlotte Linlin's pirate group, which is not what Li Fan is willing to accept. Moreover, if you really want to get married, there are other options around you. Li Fan feels that it is better for him to accept his own feelings. Have you taken a fancy to Garrett? Seeing that Li Fan finally fixed his gaze on Charlotte Garrett, the Minister of Butter Collection, Zonglot Linlin laughed. Very good, then Garrett, you can stay on Li Fan's boat from now on. Cultivate the relationship first. After returning to Cake Island, hold your wedding, Mama, Mama. Amidst Charlotte Linlin's strange laughter, Giuliette nodded. Yes, Mom. After speaking, Garrett jumped directly from the pirate ship to Li Fan's side. Please advise, Li Fan. I don't know yet what it takes to be a fiancé, but I'm going to learn slowly. Garrett looked serious and meticulous. It's like talking about someone else's business. Wait. I said, you guys. Listen to me first, okay? Li Fan slapped himself on the forehead with a rather helpless expression. The one over there called me his son, and the one over here called me her son-in-law. I said, you have never finished. The red-haired Shanks over there who hasn't commented yet, is he going to let me join your pirate group too? Shanks, who was named by Li Fan, shook his head quickly. No, I just wanted to meet you and watch your movie. Shanks laughed. Obviously, the dramatic side of the scene made Joe Kess very happy. Li Fan sighed and looked at Charlotte Linlin. Very well, Charlotte Linlin, I have no plans to join your pirate group. You don't have to let me marry you. If you're coming to see my films, or to discuss my installation of projection equipment at your place, I'd rather enjoy it. But if it's a marriage, forget it. I follow free love, but I don't like marriages arranged by my parents and elders. You'd better let Miss Garrett go back. Hearing Li Fan's words, Garrett frowned. Li Fan, don't you like me? Could it be that I'm not pretty? No, there is no doubt that you are beautiful and fit my aesthetics. But... Li Fan shook his head, if you like it, you like it, but it's just an appreciation at best. So, you should go back. Since I like Garrett, let her get along well with you first. Charlotte Linlin said, maybe, after getting along for a long time, you will change your mind. Speaking of which, Li Fan, let me ask you. You said earlier that because the little brunette girl over there was the best performer, you empowered her, right? Then, the movies you make in the future will also have the best actors. When the time comes, will you also give him abilities? Having said that, Charlotte Linlin's face suddenly became serious. Although Charlotte Linlin is usually very manic, none of the people who can become 4 emperors is easy. When not sick, Charlotte Linlin's IQ is still online. Not only her, but everyone else who heard Charlotte Linlin's question looked at Li Fan seriously. This question is extremely important, and it concerns what attitude they should adopt when dealing with Li Fan in the future. A very meaningful question. Li Fan took out a chair from the treasure house of Babylon and sat down. Seeing Li Fan sitting down, Garrett thought for a while, then walked behind Li Fan and put her hands on Li Fan's shoulders to massage. Li Fan glanced at Garrett in a little surprise, and then acquiesced to her behavior because of her good massage skills. Charlotte Linlin, who was watching from the side, nodded in satisfaction. I can't help but feel more satisfied with my daughter. As for me, I like making movies. And to make a movie, you need excellent actors. In order to get excellent actors, in order for the actors to shoot shots that I am satisfied with, I can give something to motivate the actors. This thing can be money and treasure, of course, it can also be a certain ability. Not as good as devil fruit, or my own abilities. Just say it, Charlotte Linlin, if I ask you to be in my movie. And it just so happened that you became the best actor in my mind in this movie. I can give you something about your character. Among them, ability is included. There is no doubt that the disclosure of this information may bring some dangers. Some people who don't want Li Fan to have such abilities will find ways to trouble Li Fan. But again, there are many benefits. With the lessons learned from Tashiji's gaining the power of the King of Knights, those who hope to get the power from Li Fan in 1.6 will give Li the green light. Whether it is building a movie theater, or inviting some people to participate in their own movies. In the past, Li Fan may not have dared to disclose this information casually. But now, after he already has a considerable degree of ability, Li Fan feels that it is okay to disclose some information appropriately. After all, opportunities for four emperors to gather together are rare. Hiro Emiya, Sasaki Kojiro, and the King of Knights have the power of the three servants, the absolute enchantment treasure Faraway Utopia, the Black Magician, the Blue-Eyed White Dragon, and Exodia, who are no longer afraid of this world. Any force. What's more, Li Fan is not alone. Medusa, Khalifa, Tashiji, plus Jun, Zoro, and others, all these are Li Fan's confidence in facing foreign enemies. Chapter 182. Looking at the four emperors in front of him, Li Fan suddenly felt that it would be a very interesting thing if these four could film together in the future. When audiences around the world see that even the four emperors are willing to film for themselves, the shock will be unique. Li Fan turned his head and looked at Sengoku and others on the coast. If Marine and four emperors were filmed together, how would the world feel? It must be very interesting that the once hostile organization actually played on the same stage. The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up. Although it was a picture that popped up in his mind, Li Fan couldn't help but want to see such a scene. Hearing Li Fan's words, the eyes of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido became hot immediately. Shanks and Whitebeard are equally thoughtful. If what Li Fan said is true, he may change the situation in New World greatly. This is what the two of them thought. Not far away, Sengoku, who has been observing here, heard Li Fan's explanation, and his worries kept rising. No, Li 09 Fan cannot invite people from the Four Emperors Pirates to film for him. If only these people got great power from Li Fan like Tashiji did. It will be a great challenge to Marine and world government. It looks like I'm looking for a chance to have a good talk with Li Fan. At this time, Sengoku regretted and fell out more and more. Otherwise, Tashiji, who has inherited the power of the King of Knights, will be another trump card for Marine. Mama, Mama. Charlotte Linlin smiled. Li Fan, come to my cake island, I will hold the most luxurious tea party for you. If you want to shoot a movie, I will prepare everything you want. Whether it's funding, props, or actors. Gu la la la. Charlotte Linlin, this is not okay. Whitebeard suddenly jumped and landed on Li Fan's boat. Li Fan had previously agreed with me to build a movie theater in my place. You say yes, Li Fan. Hearing this, the corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, I'll go back when you're there. However, I also want to visit such an interesting place as Wonguo. However, I'll go at my own pace. Also, although I said that I would like to share some benefits with the best actors. But it is not so easy to achieve this condition. Don't forget, I also made an appearance in the movie. Winning Best Actor means outdoing me. Hehe, I'm very confident in my acting skills. Humph. I think you don't want to give your abilities to actors, so you made an excuse. Kaido said with a frown. I'm not as boring as you think. Li Fan shook his head. If this is the case, why don't I give the power of the King of Knights to someone who is closer to me, but to Tashigi? I do think Tashigi is the best actress, and she deserves the honor of the King of Knights. Besides, the acting skills are projected on the screen, whether the acting is good or not, whether it is the best actor, the audience can also see. I don't have to smash my own sign. Only film is the career I am willing to stick to. Of course, sometimes, I will play some supporting roles, and at that time the chances of the lead actor winning the best actor will also increase. So, there will still be people who will be able to acquire abilities. Whitebeard, would you be interested in having your crew come and shoot a movie with me? Or, you can come too. Hearing what Li Fan said, Whitebeard laughed out loud. Gu la la la, you kid, you are poaching my people. However, it's not impossible to make a movie, if you can mobilize my crew. As for me, forget it, I don't know anything about filming, and I will mess you up. Regarding Whitebeard's words, Ace has a different idea. Don't say that, Dad, maybe it's good to try. Ace laughed. That's right, Daddy, try it. Yeah, we also want to see what you look like in the movie. Yeah. For a moment, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates booed. You guys. Seeing his family members like this, Whitebeard couldn't help shaking his head. Let's talk about these things later. Ace said, your movie is good. I heard that there is a movie showing on Xiangyang Island, let's go see it. Of course. Li Fan nodded, I welcome any audience who buys tickets to go to the movies. Not true, as long as it's not those disgusting celestial dragons, there's no problem watching movies. It's just right for you to come. The movie that will be shown soon will be the last screening of my Fate/Zero on this island. After that, I will screen other 940 content. Although Li Fan's voice was not loud, Sengoku could hear him clearly, which made him even more worried. After all, Li Fan specifically named the celestial dragons. Let's go, little ones, let's go to the cinema too. Whitebeard shouted to the crew, and jumped straight to the shore. For Marine on the side, Whitebeard just took a look. Whitebeard's actions set off a chain reaction. The rest of the Four Emperors pirate group, after setting up their own pirate ships, they went to the island and walked towards the cinema in Sabayati Archipelago. You should go watch a movie too. Li Fan sighed when she saw that Garrett was still massaging behind her after the Big Mom pirates left, as if she had replaced herself as a wife. Garrett frowned, but, Mom asked me. Go ahead, if she really questions you, just say that I let you go to the movies. Li Fan patted Garrett on the shoulder. As a filmmaker, I hope more people can see movies. Understand? Okay, I'll listen to you. Chile nodded, turned around and got off the boat, walking towards the Charlotte family. Chapter 183. The Marines on the coast saw the departure of the Four Emperors pirates, and didn't have any intention of stopping them. Their mission, mainly, is to prevent them from messing around in the Sabayati archipelago, or even going to Marie Joyce. The other is to monitor the dynamics of Four Emperors and Li Fan. If it is not necessary, Marine does not intend to conflict. Because of Exodia's deterrence, both the world government and the Marine have become low-key at this moment. What they don't know is that the Exodia in Li Fan's hand is still in a cooling state, and there is no way to summon it. Still, it's a mess for them too. If it is really because Li Fan cannot summon Exodia, Li Fan and others to do it, Li Fan will definitely release the power in his hands with all his strength, whether it is a treasure or a card. The treasures of Cuculain and the King of Knights are definitely enough for the Marines to drink a pot. In addition to Medusa's incomprehensible petrified eyes and insufficient information, Marine will definitely face a painful price. After the members of the Four Emperors pirate group left, Nami and others who were hiding in the cabin came out one after another. Just now, when Tashigi and Kaido were fighting, the violent vibration made them quite worried. Now, they can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Li Fan patted Tashigi's shoulder and said with a smile. Familiarize yourself with your new power. After you fully master it, your strength will reach a new level. Hearing this, Inslee nodded heavily. Li Fan turned around and walked towards Nami and others who came out of the cabin. Due to their special identities, Long and Koala did not come out at this moment, but continued to rest in the cabin. As for Pluton Rayleigh, he disembarked while Marine was not paying attention, and was probably talking to the red-haired Shanks at the moment. Everyone, don't hang out on the island for the time being. If it's okay, let's play card games on the boat. Although those guys from Four Emperors should not fall out with me, but their temper is not sure whether they will cause trouble. When the time comes to involve you in the battle, that would be bad. Hearing Li Fan's words, then and others expressed their understanding. Li Fan, can we talk? Suddenly, Sengoku's voice came from outside the ship. Li Fan turned his head and walked to the stern, and found that Sengoku and Marine were standing outside the boat with a serious face. Li Fan smiled, lying on the side of the boat, looking at Sengoku with interest. Sengoku, what do you want to talk to me about? Could it be that you still want to buy some projection equipment from me? Sengoku's tone faltered. How is it possible that I still have spare money to buy projection equipment? Gritting his teeth, Sengoku said. Li Fan, do you really intend to let the Four Emperors pirates join your crew? Those pirates are not trustworthy existences. Pirates don't talk about reputation, so does Marine talk about reputation? Li Fan waved his hand, interrupting Sengoku directly. I think at the beginning, you just casually launched the national treachery order against me. Don't say that Marine is innocent because of you ordered by the world government. At least the Four Emperors pirate group has never launched such an attack on me. At most, Kaido and Tashigi just had a fight. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. Indeed, Marine beat Li Fan once, anyway. Even if it was Marine who lost in the end, the fact of attacking Li Fan and others cannot be changed. After a little silence, Sengoku decided not to talk about the danger of pirates, but asked straight to the point. Li Fan, are you really going to cast someone from Four Emperors in your movie and get Tashigi-like abilities from you? The premise is that they can win the title of Best Actor from me. Li Fan smiled and handed the magic gun back to Khalifa beside him. What I just said should be very clear. Speaking of which, I thought before that, Smoker and the others are so supportive of my film career, I can give Marine more opportunities, and help you create a few strong ones along the way. It's a pity that you didn't cherish this opportunity yourself. After all, your Marine forces are all over the sea, which is also very helpful for me to build my movie theater. Besides, you have a lot of talents, and I want to reach a cooperative relationship with you so that I can hire these people. As he spoke, Li Fan looked at Ain, a student beside Guxifa. Ain, who was stared at by Li Fan, froze. Although Li Fan didn't exude any dangerous aura, after knowing Li Fan's record, just being stared at by Li Fan is enough to make An, who is still a recruit, feel scared. Don't be afraid, Ian. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up. I don't plan to fight with you now. It's just that I thought about hiring you to my side before. After all, your ability to regress fruit can help my actors audition for children. But now there is someone who replaces you, so there is no need. The existence of Bonnie not only solves the problem of actors playing children, but also solves the problem of playing old people. No matter how you think about it, Bonnie is more useful than Anne. Let's talk, Li Fan. Under what conditions are you willing to let Marine participate in your filming? Sengoku asked. Since Li Fan's film can empower others, and the 4 emperors are likely to participate in Li Fan's film, Sengoku will not allow Ma Zhao, Marine to ignore it. Talk about it, haha, interesting, really interesting. Li Fan rested his chin with one hand. But, now, I really don't think there is anything I plan to get from Marine. However, don't worry, Sengoku, if there is indeed a suitable candidate in Marine, I will consider your responsibility. Li Fan is not talking casually, if conditions permit, he doesn't mind using Marine people later. It's just that this condition will be very harsh. Is there anything else, Sengoku? If not, I plan to go back and rest. Li Fan said. I have another question. Sengoku raised his head and stared at Li Fan. Is the Holy Grail real? That's straight to the point. Li Fan's lips curled up, then, what do you think, Sengoku? Chapter 184. Li Fan, does the Holy Grail really exist? After Marine and others left, Hina walked up to Li Fan and asked in a faint tone. Hey? You are also interested in this, Hina? Li Fan looked at Hina curiously with the cool breeze blowing from the coast. If it really exists, can the dead be resurrected? Hina's eyes were burning, as if she wanted to see through Li Fan. So far, Hina still remembers the face of the child who died because of the Blue Eyes White Dragon card. If there is really a way to revive others, no matter what, she wants to fight for it. Li Fan looked at Hina's expression, smiled softly, and said. To answer your first question, the Holy Grail exists. The second question, if you think about the Holy Grail in the movie, no matter whether it is polluted or not, it is impossible to directly resurrect human beings. The Holy Grail is a material. If you know how to resurrect people, you may be able to use the Holy Grail as a material to resurrect. That is to say, it is really possible to revive others, right? Hina's eyes lit up, staring at Li Fan. Do you 120.1 have such a method? Who knows? The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up, and his eyes glanced at the edge of the boat beside him, where a humanoid ear appeared independently. Go and rest, I've been busy all day, and I plan to take a good rest. After speaking, Li Fan turned around and walked towards the cabin. Looking at Li Fan's back, Hina gritted her teeth. If you really have such a method, I must ask you to help me revive him. Come out, Nico Robin. On the road, Li Fan kept walking, looking towards the shadows aside. I can't hide it from you. Nico Robin walked out of the corner with a smile on his face. Create an ear out of thin air, and only you can do it. Li Fan glanced at Nico Robin and said as he walked towards his room. Sorry, I didn't intend to eavesdrop on your conversation on purpose. Nico Robin smiled apologetically, it's just that the topic you talked about is really attractive, so I used a jedge to eavesdrop. Li Fan, before you filmed the Overlord movie, the King of the Undead has the ability to resurrect others. And you once became the King of the Undead, does it mean that you also have this ability? Even if you are the King of the Undead, there is a price to be paid for reviving others, Nico Robin. Li Fan stopped and looked at Nico Robin. My room is here, let's stop here. With that said, Li Fan raised his hand to grab the doorknob. Wait. Nico Robin grabbed Li Fan's hand, and the expression on his face gradually became sad. Li Fan, if you really have that ability, can you show me them again? As long as you are willing to promise me, I swear to be loyal to you forever. I can give anything. Hearing what Nico Robin said, Li Fan frowned tightly. Come in with me first. Li Fan opened the door and pulled Nico Robin into the room. Inside, Medusa was sitting at the desk quietly reading a book. Inside the house, Li Fan and Nico Robin sat opposite each other, without speaking for a long time. Nico Robin was thinking about how to impress Li Fan. After Wang has seen such complicated abilities of Li Fan, Nico Robin is almost sure that Li Fan can use the resurrection ability of the undead king. Li Fan is also thinking, he does have a resurrection scepter in his hand, but this thing is a one-time consumable and can only resurrect one person. Moreover, Li Fan also knew through the systematic description of the resurrection staff. To resurrect a person, the premise is that the person's soul still exists. People who died in a short period of time are okay, but if people died for a long time, their souls may have been reincarnated, so there is no resurrection. And if it is in this state, the scepter will still be consumed. Li Fan knows that it has been many years since Nico Robin's relatives died. Even if he takes out the resurrection staff, Nico Robin may not be able to bring his dead relatives back to life. After finishing one book, Medusa got up and took another book from the shelf. During the period, she just glanced at the silent Li Fan and Nico Robin, and then immersed herself in the world of books again. Li Fan, I will hone my acting skills and become stronger. In the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. If you need love, I can give it to you. Suddenly, Nico Robin spoke. Hearing this, Li Fan scratched the back of his head a little troublesome. Forget it, I'll leave this to you. Li Fan shook his head, and took out the resurrection staff from the treasure house of Babylon. And explained the precautions to Nico Robin. After all, it's an extremely rare item, so if you're sure you want to use it, sign this lifetime contract. Li Fan drew the paper in front of Nico Robin. You have to make sure, Nico Robin. Even if you can't really resurrect your relatives, after signing this contract, you don't even think about getting off my boat. Without any hesitation, Nico Robin signed his name on the contract presented by Li Fan. Li Fan herself was taking her to watch the historical text stele, and now that she had the opportunity to see her dead mother again, Nico Robin did not intend to let go of this opportunity anyway. Okay, as you wish, Nico Robin. Seeing Nico Robin's determined appearance, Li Fan didn't hesitate, and urged the magic power into the resurrection staff. The next moment, a pure white halo erupted in the room. When the halo dissipated, a woman with white hair and a face very similar to Nico Robin appeared on Li Fan's bed. Mom! Nico Robin's eyes widened, and he immediately came to the bedside, holding his mother's hand tightly with both hands, calling her mother over and over again. Chapter 185. Who is calling me? Mom? Could it be Robin? Nico Robin's mother, Nicole Albia, slowly opened her eyes. She found herself in a lake, and her body was quietly floating in the middle of the lake. Above the lake, there is a bright place, and the sound came from there. Robin! Driven by the instinct to see her daughter, Nicole Albia tried her best to swim towards the surface of the lake. When she touched the ray of light on the surface of the lake, the entire lake was plunged into daylight. In reality, Nicole Albia on Li Fan's bed suddenly opened her eyes. Here it is! Mom! Nico Robin called out in surprise when she saw Nicole Albia opened her eyes. You are Robin? Nicole Albia asked with some doubts as she looked at the woman in front of her who looked very similar to her. Even though Nicole Albia is now slurred, Nico Robin still understands what she says. Well, Mom, I'm Robin. It looks like it's a success. Li Fan got up and walked to the other side of Nicole Albia. Congratulations, Nicole Albia, you have returned from the underworld and gained a new life. You who have just been resurrected will be a little delirious and slurred. But it doesn't matter, after a while, there will be no problem. Robin, in this way, my agreement with you is completed. However, regarding resurrection, I hope you two, mother and daughter, will keep it a secret. After all, talking about this kind of thing may cause some trouble. More importantly, Li Fan has no means of resurrection for the time being. I know, Li Fan. Nico Robin nodded heavily. Well, you can take your mother to your room first. Tell her about the situation. After that, I will arrange a room for her alone. If people on the boat ask about your mother, tell them that she knew you were on my boat, so she came to join you." Nico Robin naturally nodded repeatedly, and Li Ran asked her to see her mother again. This kind of kindness made Li Fan's status infinitely high in Nico Robin's heart, so naturally he would not refuse Li Fan's proposal. Although still somewhat puzzled, Nicole Albia still obediently left Li Fan's room with the help of Nico Robin, and walked towards her own room. "Master, is it really okay to use such a treasure on this woman?" After Nico Robin and her mother and daughter left, Khalifa came out from the next room. After Li Fan appointed Khalifa as his servant and secretary, he let her live in his room. Because Medusa lived with Li Fan before, when building a new ship in the capital of Seven Waters, Li Fan asked the iceberg to make the captain's cabin as large as possible. Iceberg itself is also unambiguous, and the captain's cabin built even exceeded Li Fan's estimate. There are not only several rooms, but also a double-layer setting, which makes Li Fan feel like living in a small villa. Therefore, even if there is an extra Khalifa in the captain's cabin, it will not appear crowded. Instead, because Khalifa lived in the captain's cabin with Li Fan, Khalifa helped Ji Fan solve more chores. Whether it is work or life. This also made Li Fan feel that he really found the right secretary several times. For Khalifa, she doesn't care about living in the captain's cabin with Li Fan. Even for this reason, some female employees on the ship often cast hostile and envious eyes on her, but she didn't care. On the contrary, getting along for a longer time made her understand that Feng is not a terrible person. Even when dealing with her, a former CP9 agent, Li Fan also showed tenderness from time to time. This also made Khalifa let go of the restraint in his heart, and gradually regarded this place as his new home. Now seeing Li Fan, the head of the family, use the precious resurrection staff on Nico Robin, who is not strong, Khalifa couldn't help walking to Li Fan. "Master, Nico Robin's strength is not strong. Even if she stays by your side all the time, she won't be able to bring you enough help. You can definitely use it to help some powerful people resurrect the people they want to resurrect. In this way, maybe we can get more powerful combat power. Maybe what you said is right." Li Fan did not deny Khalifa's thoughts. "However, compared to these, I prefer to use these things on my own employees. As for power, I don't lack it. Speaking of which, I haven't tested your spear skills for a few days. 0** yen. Come on, Khalifa, go to the training room and let me see how much your spear skills have improved." With that said, Li Fan turned around and walked out the door. Seeing this, Khalifa could only sigh and followed Li Fan's footsteps. Inside Nico Robin's room. "So that's how it is. Robin, you have worked hard all these years." Nicole Albia stroked Nico Robin's hair, and said lovingly. "These hardships are nothing." Nico Robin shook his head. "As long as you can come back to me, Mom, all the hardships I have suffered before will be worth it." Nicole Albia smiled and said, "Robin, according to what you said, are you going to work next to Li Fan in the future?" 00. Nico Robin nodded, "However, there's nothing wrong with that. Although Li Fan is strong with his enemies, he is gentle with those around him. And, with him, it is also possible to read ancient historical texts. So, there's nothing wrong with being by her side." Nicole Albia nodded and looked at Nico Robin seriously. As a mother, Nicole Albia naturally had other ideas. "Robin, do you like Ji Fan?" "Hey? Mom, why do you ask that?" "Don't ask why, just tell me, do you like Li Fan?" Nico Robin blinked. This Li Fan is indeed a good man, and he will definitely be a good husband in the future. Thinking of what he said to Li Fan before, and the fact that his mother suddenly asked this question, even the mature Nico Robin couldn't help but blush. Looking at Nico Robin's appearance, the corners of Nicole Albia's mouth curled up. "That's easy. Since you have feelings for Li Fan, you plan to stay and work with her forever. Then as long as the two of you get married, there won't be any problems. Robin, listen to what you've been through, there are many girls around Li Fan. But don't worry, Mom will be by your side to support you. Really, Mom, what are you talking about? Nico Robin showed a rare child side by his mother's side. Z. Chapter 186. Ding. Fate/0 The screening period is over. The voice of the system made Li Fan stop training with Khalifa. Calibration begins. Congratulations to host for winning 12,180,053 box office points. The remaining 27,995,982 box office points. The script has been refreshed, the host can go to the mall to buy a new script. It's over. Li Fan touched his chin. System, open the panel. A light curtain unfolded in front of Li Fan. Bronze script JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, 1. Silver script Blessings for a Wonderful World, 1. Gold script Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up. 010 chose the golden script Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, without hesitation. Li Fan still remembers that he once obtained a card like Exodia in the golden script Yu-Gi-Oh! 1. Although there are some restrictions, it is indeed the best award that Li Fan has received so far. Li Fan is quite looking forward to what kind of rewards he can get from this second part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Li Fan boy, come out. Just when Li Fan was about to check the script in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, Whitebeard's voice suddenly sounded outside the boat. Hey? This Whitebeard, it's so late, what's the matter? Li Fan frowned, walked around the script and walked out of the cabin. In addition to Li Fan, many curious crew members also came out of their rooms. When Li Fan came to the stern, Whitebeard was looking at Li Fan with a gloomy face. Not far away, there are Kaido and others who are watching the show. What's the matter, Whitebeard? You seem very angry. Li Fan looked at Whitebeard curiously. Who messed with you? It's you. Me. Hearing the sound, Li Fan blinked, even more puzzled. When did I offend you? Before, after Whitebeard and others went to watch a movie, Li Fan never left the ship. He didn't know where he provoked Whitebeard. Li Fan, Dad is so angry because he watched your movie. Ace said embarrassingly. Are you angry after watching my movie? Hearing this, Li Fan's face instantly became serious. Could it be that I didn't take the picture well? If that's the case, that's really my problem. This Whitebeard viewer, if you have any opinions, you can raise them at will. If it's an excellent suggestion, I can take it. Movies are the roots of Li Fan. If the filming is not good and the audience is disappointed, Li Fan feels that it is his own serious fault. Ah, it's not that you took bad pictures, it should be said that you took good pictures. Ace touched his face, not knowing where to start. What's the matter? Li Fan frowned, looked at Shanks behind Whitebeard and others, and asked. Do you know what happened to him? Hehe, Whitebeard is very angry because he saw what happened to Sakura Matu in the movie. Shanks shrugged and said helplessly, because of this, your movie theater is destroyed by the ability of the fruit of Whitebeard more than half. What? Li Fan looked at Whitebeard in surprise. You old man, Whitebeard actually destroyed my movie theater. Li Fan flew in front of Whitebeard, and poked Whitebeard's forehead vigorously with his fingers. You old BD, don't even think about running away, I must match the theater's money. That was caused by your own movie, why should I compensate you? Whitebeard raised his hand and grabbed Li Fan's hand. What, you're still reasonable. Li Fan pushed Whitebeard's hand away with one hand. It's fine if I took a bad shot, but since it's not the case, of course you have to accompany me. Humph, since you're filming a poor child like Mata Sakura. Suddenly, out of the corner of Whitebeard's eye, he saw Karis, who played the leading role of Mata Sakura. Sakura Matu, come to be my child, I will definitely treat you as my own daughter. Whitebeard passed Li Fan, came to Kalis, and said lovingly. Hello, Mr. Whitebeard, my name is Karis, not Sakura Matu. Karis's mouth twitched, and she looked at Whitebeard with some shame. Let me tell you, Whitebeard, don't get too involved in the drama. Li Fan flew up to Whitebeard and looked at him speechlessly. It's just filming, it's not real, please wake up, okay? She is my employee, she just plays Mata Sakura, not really Mata Sakura, you know. Hearing Li Fan's words, Whitebeard frowned. Watched your movie anyway. I'm very upset right now. Since you took the picture, fight me, and I will teach you a lesson. Li Fan slapped himself on the forehead. You stubborn old man. Exactly, my movie theater was destroyed, and I want to teach you a lesson. See if I don't hang you up and hammer it. Li Fan said. Interesting, let me see what kind of power you have. Whitebeard bulged his muscles and looked at Li Fan with a serious face. Wait, I'll change the venue. Li Fan twisted his neck and took a step back. Your shock fruit ability is too troublesome, don't damage my boat then. After speaking, Li Fan lowered his head and murmured something. Although Whitebeard was puzzled, it didn't affect Li Fan. Li Fan, unlimited sword system. The next moment, the world changed, and Whitebeard and Li Fan came to the world of swords. Where is this? Whitebeard looked at his surroundings with a look of surprise. Come on, Whitebeard. Li Fan took out his vowed victory sword, watch me kick your beard clean, and let you know how wrong it was to destroy my theater. Ha, arrogant kid. Whitebeard twirled the naginata in his hand, let me see if you have the ability. The next moment, the figures of Whitebeard and Li Fan collided, and a huge storm rolled up around the two of them, spreading towards the world of swords. Chapter 187. Unlimited sword system beyond the inherent enchantment. Hey? Where are Dad and Li Fan? Seeing that Whitebeard and Li Fan disappeared, Ace looked puzzled at Khalifa who was following Li Fan. Whitebeard was taken by the master to the world of unlimited sword system, and will not come out for the time being, just wait. Khalifa pushed his glasses and looked at Ace and others with a cold face. In addition, if there is nothing else, I will not accompany you. Just now, Li Fan handed over the script of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 to Khalifa before performing unlimited sword system. Now, she needs to prepare scripts for multiple people according to what Li Fan said. Hey, wait! Seeing that Khalifa was about to leave, Marco, the first captain of the Whitebeard pirates, couldn't help it. He used his fruit ability to turn his hands into blue wings and fly into the air. What is unlimited sword system? When will Dad come out? Marco asked with a frown. Whitebeard suddenly disappeared, and they, members of the Whitebeard Pirates 09, naturally wanted to figure out what they really wanted. It depends on when Whitebeard is defeated by the Master, Khalifa said. As for unlimited sword system, you can watch the movie that will be shown on Sabayati Archipelago later. That will tell you. Also, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Khalifa turned around and walked towards the interior of the cabin. She wants to get the script ready before Li Fan comes back. Marco tried to catch up, but Medusa, Tashigi and Khalifa crossed and stood at the stern, blocking Marco's way. Looking at Daisuke, who was able to fight Kaido, and Medusa, who had already created many exaggerated records, Marco's body paused. After a little hesitation, he fell from the sky and went downstairs, and came to the side of his companions. Now it's just that Whitebeard and Li Fan disappeared suddenly, he doesn't need to make trouble with Li Fan's companions because of this reason. Under the comfort of Marco and Ace, the members of the Whitebeard pirates sat on the spot, waiting for Whitebeard's return. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others who were interested in the results of the battle between Whitebeard and Li Fan held a banquet on the spot, waiting for Whitebeard and Li Fan to appear. Hey, Whitebeard, it's about time to admit defeat. Within the inherent barrier, Ji Fan walked towards the panting Whitebeard holding the sword of vowed victory. You kid, why have you fought for so long without even a single wound on your body? Whitebeard looked at Li Fan with serious eyes. Could it be that your physical strength is stronger than that monster Kaido? Who knows? Li Fan shrugged. I said, if you hit it, it's almost enough. Continuously unfolding this inherent enchantment consumes my magic power. Even if Li Fan's current magic power has reached the A level, maintaining the inherent enchantment is still a troublesome thing. Humph, since that's the case, come and pick me up again. Whitebeard clenched his fists tightly, and the power of shock fruit frantically gathered in his hands. Li Fan boy, won't you release the sword in your hand? That sword should be able to be liberated like that Tashiji. It's possible, but if I really want to do this, I will have to spend more energy to maintain this inherent enchantment. Li Fan shook his head. Really, in other words, you don't need that move, you can still catch my ability. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, he jumped a few meters high, and then landed straight towards Li Fan. Isn't that natural? Li Fan muttered to himself, and a golden and blue scabbard appeared in front of him. The treasure unfolds, the faraway utopia. Li Fan inserted the sword of the pledged victory into the scabbard, and a golden light spread towards the surroundings. Whitebeard frowned, and violently shook his fist at Li Fan below. Empty shock. Boom. The power of the vibration quickly approached Li Fan, but what Whitebeard didn't expect was that the power of vibration that touched the ray of light beside Li Fan turned back and directly acted on him. What is this? Pooh. Suddenly, the golden sword plunged into Whitebeard's chest and stopped a few centimeters before his heart. Distant Utopia, the lost treasure of the King of Knights, is far more outstanding than the sword of Oath of Victory. Li Fan floated in front of Whitebeard, holding the sword of Oath of Victory that almost pierced Whitebeard's heart, said lightly. If you don't know what this is, I'd mind if you check out my other 2 Fate movies. There, you can find the answer. So, now, can our battle be considered over? You won, Li Fan. Whitebeard retracted his fist. From today onwards, you are the strongest man in the world. I don't need this title. Li Fan withdrew his vowed sword of victory. The so-called strongest is just a false proposition. Temporarily the strongest, it's just that you haven't met someone who is stronger than you. For me, being a director is enough. Gu la la la. Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed loudly. Sure enough, you are an interesting guy. How about it? Do you want to think about it and come to be my son? I refuse. Li Fan replied without hesitation. Really, what a pity. Even though he said that, there was no trace of regret on Whitebeard's face. Distant Utopia, when will the movie you mentioned start showing? Sabayati Archipelago, 3 movie theaters in 1. Li Fan landed on the ground. Tomorrow the 3 movie theaters will show Fate Stay Night, UBW, and Yu-Gi-Oh! 1983, respectively. After that, other films will be shown. Hearing Li Fan's words, Whitebeard nodded. Then, what about Fate Stay Night HF? At the end of Fate/0 there is a trailer for Fate Stay Night HF. When will you show up? Because in the trailer, there is a clear picture of Mata Sakura. Whitebeard, who is very concerned about the role of Mata Sakura, now especially hopes to see Fate Stay Night HF. That, I haven't filmed yet. Li Fan waved his hand. Don't be impatient, after I finish filming, you will see it naturally. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and shoot. Whitebeard said. That can't be done, my next movie has already been decided to be Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, Fate Stay Night HF will have to wait until later. What? You kid, shoot Fate Stay Night HF for me first. I want to know the follow-up story of Mata Sakura as soon as possible. Excited, Whitebeard reached out and grabbed Li Fan by the collar, and lifted him up. Ahole, I'm the director, or you are the director. Li Fan grabbed Whitebeard's arm with both hands, and threw him directly over his shoulder to the ground. Whatever I shoot, you can show me, understand? Chapter 188. When Li Fan and Whitebeard came out of the inherent barrier, what everyone saw was Li Fan throwing Whitebeard to the ground. At the same time, he also saw the unhealed wound on Whitebeard's chest. Daddy! Are you all right, Dad? A whole Li Fan, how dare you do anything to Whitebeard? Seeing that their respected captain was injured, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates immediately stood up excitedly, sharpened their knives and ran towards Li Fan. Stop, brats! Whitebeard stood up from the ground, waved his hand, and stopped the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Father, who are you? Marco came to Whitebeard and asked with a puzzled look on his face. I'm fine, Li Fan didn't stab me in the heart. Whitebeard said, however, I lost the fight with him. What, Dad actually lost? How is it possible that the enemy's father actually lost? The members of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Li Fan in disbelief. Not far away, when Whitebeard admitted that he had lost to Li Fan, both Kaido and others, and Sengoku and others frowned tightly. Although they thought about this possibility, they still felt a little embarrassed when the veteran king of the sea really lost. Li Fan, you said that you plan to shoot Yu-Gi-Oh! Too, next, so when will you be able to shoot Fate Stay Night HF? Whitebeard asked. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. Hearing what Whitebeard said, Sengoku and the others immediately became alert. Exodia, summoned by the card in Yu-Gi-Oh!, once killed the 5 elders. Therefore, even though Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 did not show any earth-shattering battle scenes, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Series has become Sengoku's most concerned movie. It depends on the situation. Li Fan shrugged. As a person, I usually finish filming the current one before thinking about the next one. Maybe after Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 is finished shooting, I will shoot Fate Stay Night HF. But it may be a long time later. Tisk, what a distasteful answer. Whitebeard smacked his mouth and turned to look at his crew. Little ones, we won't be going back for now. Watch this kids movie at the Sabayati archipelago first. Oh! Whitebeard's words, of course, his crew will not listen. On the other side, Li Fan turned around and faced the sea. System, help me summon the location where the Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 was filmed. Following Li Fan's voice, a vast city appeared out of nowhere on the sea. Hey! Here we go again! Looking at the scene in front of him, Nami's eyes widened. Li Fan, are we going to shoot soon? Speaking of Yu-Gi-Oh!, the heroine should be played by me. Li Fan, who understood Nami's thoughts, nodded and said. That's right, the heroine Masaki Kyoko will still be played by you. As for the remuneration, you don't have to worry about it, 200 million berry, okay. Because of the 50 billion berry earned from Marine and the berry earned from the release of the new movie, Li Fan now has assets worth hundreds of billions of berry. In addition, every movie now, Fan can earn tens of billions of berry, even if he may summon the characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card in the future and consume some berry. Li Fan also firmly believes that he will definitely make a steady profit. Therefore, you can continue to give higher remuneration to your actors with confidence and boldness. 200 million. Nami clasped his hands together and looked at Li Fan excitedly. No. Not kidding, Li Fan. Of course. Li Fan gave his thumbs up. Ah, that's great. Nami held Li Fan's waist with both hands. I'm willing to follow you all my life. I think you are following Barry. Li Fan shook his head. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in Li Fan's mind. Hehe, I thought of a good idea. Li Fan raised his hands and patted Nami's shoulder. Nami, if you want to get the 200 million berry rewards, you need to do one more thing. Yeah, Li Fan, you said, I'm willing to do anything. Nami nodded heavily. Even if you want to see benefits, I can satisfy you. Thank you so much. Li Fan's mouth twitched, however, if it's free, I can consider it. What are you talking about, Li Fan? Of course there is a fee. Then, how about I show you my body too, so it's evened out? Li Fan laughed. Well, no kidding with you. Nami, you've had the most lead actresses and earned the most money in a long time. You said, shouldn't you invite everyone on board to have a good meal? A treat. Nami blinked, why would I do that? Also, when it comes to leading roles, Tashiji has played as many times as I do. She has also obtained the power of the King of Knights. If you want to treat guests, she should be the one to treat you. Hey! Tashiji was taken aback when he heard that the topic involved himself. Well, if you don't mind, I would like to treat you all to a good meal. After Nami mentioned it, Tashiji also felt that he should have a treat. Look, Tashiji said she would like to treat her. Nami looked at Li Fan with a smile on his face. You naughty cat! Li Fan raised his hand and rubbed Nami's little head vigorously. But Tashiji is Tashiji, you are you. If you really, Li Zhao, really don't want to treat guests, I will consider changing the leading role. After all, it's hard for me to always make you so much money. Nyoki Jo, why don't you play the heroine? Hearing this, Nyoki Job made an okay gesture sentence. No problem, Li Fan. Really, it's okay if I invite you, I invite you. Nami held on to Li Fan, however, please let me choose what to eat. Nami has already thought about it in her heart, so she invites everyone to eat the most ordinary dishes. Everyone, have you heard? Nami treats guests. Tomorrow we will find the best chef in Sabayati archipelago, and use the best materials to hold a banquet for us. Li Fan announced happily as if he didn't hear the second half of Nami's words. Oh! In an instant, the crew members cheered. Only Nami froze in place. Chapter 189. Li Fan, Mom asked me to help you shoot the movie. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. It's you, Garrett. Li Fan turned around, looked at the beauty in front of him, and gradually frowned. It is possible, but because of this movie, the main characters have already been decided. Therefore, even if you want to participate, you can only play a supporting role. You have no objection to this? Yet. Garrett nodded, you can arrange it freely. While Charlotte Linlin may have come here with the idea of giving you a certain ability, alas, in this movie, you may not get what you want. Li Fan shrugged. If you want to ask why, because of this movie, I will also participate in it myself. If you want to beat me and become the best actor, the difficulty is not low. It doesn't matter, I can accumulate experience first. Garrett said. Whatever you want. Li Fan shook his head and looked at Whitebeard not far away. So, are you interested in letting your crew come to my place to experience it? Let me tell you first, people who are too tall cannot participate in the performance. If you are as tall as you can't participate. Hearing this, Whitebeard laughed. 357. Goo la la la, little ones, whoever of you is interested, come and play a play for Li Fan. Hey, let me come. Ace jumped on Li Fan's boat, we are old acquaintances, don't mind if I come to shoot. Well, you can. Li Fan nodded, the height is about 1.8 meters, not outstanding, suitable for the characters in it. Li Fan, you don't mind if I join in too? Shanks stepped up to Li Fan and said with a smile on his face. Welcome. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up, it will bring 4 emperors into my movie, and it will also bring a very powerful advertising effect to my movie. Li Fan, what about us? Kaido walked over, let me also participate in your movie. Kaido's purpose is very simple, that is to obtain abilities from Li Fan to make his pirate group stronger. Having personally experienced the noble phantasm released by Tashiji, he can be said to be the most persistent person to the power in Li Fan's hands. Kaido, you are too tall. Li Fan shook his head. I don't mind if you come to film, but there is no suitable role for you in this script. You can ask your crew to come over. Those who are less than 2 meters long and whose body shape should not be too strange, I can accept it. Hearing this, Kaido frowned tightly and turned to look at his crew. Scheming over one by one, Kaido found that the cotters on his ship were all tall men. He didn't think that being tall was a bad thing before, but now it became Li Fan's reason for rejecting him. Thinking of this, Kaido couldn't help feeling a little annoyed. Of course, if you can't find a suitable person, you can also let some people come to me to do odd jobs first. I'll pay my salary. It's better to find someone with a better temper. Because I personally have a bad temper. If there is another one like you, I don't think we should stop filming. Just fight. Li Fan said with a smile. Tisk, you actually let my people come over to do odd jobs. Kaido stared at Li Fan angrily with his eyes wide open. At this time, Kaido regretted not bringing his daughter here. If it is her, it should meet the conditions of Li Fan. Thinking of his stupid daughter, Kaido couldn't help but feel a little headache. Wait, that guy Linlin wants to marry Li Fan. I can do it too. Li Fan can beat Whitebeard, and the strength of his teammates is also very strong. Plus that with his ability to empower other people with great strength. As long as he joins, I will be able to create the strongest army. Thinking of this, Kaido's eyes lit up. Li Fan, you can be my son. Guy, Jeff, stretched out his hand to Li Fan, and smiled with part of his mouth. Hey! Li Fan's eyes widened. What? Not only Li Fan, red hair pirates, Big Mom pirates, especially the Whitebeard pirates all stared wide-eyed. Well, Kaido, what are you talking about? There seems to be something wrong with my ears, please say it again. Li Fan rubbed his ears, raised his head, and looked at Kaido seriously. You heard me right, Li Fan. Kaido said with a serious expression on his face, you will be my son. Hey, hello. Kaido, what are you thinking? Whitebeard interrupted Kaido. Do you guys want to learn from me? Humph, I don't intend to imitate you, Whitebeard. Kaido snorted coldly, I intend to betroth my stupid daughter to Li Fan. After my daughter married Li Fan will naturally be my son. So that's it, you want me to take your daughter, scare me. Li Fan patted his chest, UBD, don't breathe too much, just finish it all at once. I thought you were that Whitebeard guy who likes to pick up sons. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was not calm anymore. She looked at Kaido. Kaido, what do you mean, grab my son-in-law? Humph. You have a daughter, and I have a daughter, why can't I let Li Fan be my son-in-law? Kaido, sure enough, you want to fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Linlin? As they said that, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's aura continued to soar, and dark lightning bolts burst between them. The pirates standing beside the two of them backed away quickly so as not to be involved in the battle between the two four emperors. Li Fan, you are really welcome. Behind Li Fan, Nico Robin's voice rang in Li Fan's ear. It's you. Turning his head, Li Fan looked at Nico Robin, mother and daughter, who were walking slowly. Your mother had better lie in bed and rest for a while, which will help her recover. 17. Thank you for your concern, Li Fan. Nicole Albia smiled slightly, I asked Robin to bring me out. After leaving this world for so many years, I want to take a good look at what's going on outside. There is another sentence that Nicole Albia did not say, that is, she wants to see what competitors her daughter has. Although Nico Robin himself did not say it clearly, Nicole Albia is determined to turn Li Fan into her son-in-law. If Li Fan knew Nicole Albia's thoughts, she would be even more speechless. Chapter 190 The dramatic changes at the scene made many people laugh. Haha, Li Fan, it's a pity that I don't have a daughter, otherwise, I would have let my daughter marry you, Li Fan. Shanks held his stomach and laughed. Shut up, Shanks, be careful, I'll beat you up. Li Fan clenched his fists with a threatening look. Li Fan! What's the matter with you, Whitebeard? Hearing Whitebeard's shout, Li Fan turned and looked at Whitebeard and said. It's like this. I communicated with my 3 children just now. As he spoke, Whitebeard pointed to the 3 female guards standing beside him in pink nurse uniforms and leopard print gowns on their feet. Since you don't want to be my son, you can also be my son-in-law. My 3 daughters all feel that they can try to date you, talk about love and so on. Li Fan was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the 3 female nurses on the shore. Hey, Li Fan, do you want to consider dating us? The 3 female nurses looked at Li Fan with charming smiles. Li Fan still vaguely remembers that there were indeed 3 sexy female guardian queens on Whitebeard's boat. However, Li Fan never imagined that Whitebeard would recruit sons-in-law for these 3 unnamed female nurses. Ha ha ha. Shanks knelt directly on the deck and kept beating the deck with his fists. No, my stomach hurts so much, I'm going to die laughing. It's so interesting, this trip to Sabayati archipelago is not in vain, haha. On the other side, the marine on the coast. Although the people on the opposite side are all pirates, many of them couldn't help but smile in their hearts. Of course, most of them cast envious eyes on Li Fan. Although the women on the opposite side are all pirates, they can't stand the beauty of others. Thinking of so many women being chosen by Li Fan, but he is still single, the Marines couldn't help crying in their hearts. BD Garp, stop laughing! Sengoku yelled at Garp. Haha, there is no way, Sengoku, this scene is too funny. Sengoku raised his hand and patted Sengoku's shoulder heavily. By the way, Sengoku, you look unhappy. Could it be that you, a bachelor, feel aggrieved seeing so many beautiful girls on the opposite side chasing Li Fan? Haha, I told you to change your afro hairstyle a long time ago, maybe in this way, you will be married a long time ago. Yes, Kizaru. Saying that, Garp turned around, looked at Kizaru beside him and said. Kizaru looked at Garp, and at Sengoku who was visibly pd off, and finally chose not to say a word. Sengoku took a few deep breaths, resisting the urge to punch Garp. Although he wants to deny Garp's statement, but in marriage, Garp does have the ability to despise him. Who calls Garp even has a grandson, but he doesn't even have a girlfriend. And, judging by his age, Sengoku also feels that he may not be able to find a girlfriend anymore. Garp, stop laughing and look at that woman next to Nico Robin. The woman next to Nico Robin. Garp stopped laughing and looked in Nico Robin's direction. Hey? That woman. Does it look familiar, Garp? Sengoku's face was serious. Nicole Albia, an archaeologist who used to maintain 79 million berry. Nicole Albia? Strange, I remember that this woman is already dead. Kizaru pushed his eyes, and, it was eliminated by the buster call dispatched by Sakazuki and Kyuzan. It's strange. Could it be that she, like that Nico Robin, escaped unharmed? Impossible. Sengoku shook his head, that woman shouldn't be alive. Otherwise, why there is no news at all for so many years? Also, her age is also an issue. It's been 10 years, but her appearance hasn't aged at all, it's really strange. That's right, it's been 10 years, but it's still exactly the same as the one on the arrest warrant. Zephyr nodded secretly. Once, he and Sengoku were both Marine admirals, so he naturally knew the wanted criminals involved in the buster call that Sengoku had launched himself. 0. Sengoku, tell me, is this woman just Nico Robin's sister? It's just that we haven't found any news about her. Sengoku frowned, thought for a while and said. I hope so. If this is not the case, and Nicole Albia was indeed dead that year, then I can only suspect that this Nyolbia has been resurrected. Resurrection. Zephyr frowned. Sengoku, do you think such a thing is possible? Don't forget, Zephyr. Sengoku said, Li Fan has taken out all kinds of treasures, so it is also possible for him to take out the Holy Grail that can make wishes. Also, in Overlord, there was a scene of resurrection. Why? Although Li Fan looks like this with flesh and blood now, don't forget. He was in Alabasta, but he appeared in the image of Nzirgon. And that Nzoulgon has resurrection props. After hearing Sengoku's analysis, all Marines on the scene fell silent. They all know that if Li Fan really has the ability to revive others, and if the news gets out, it will have a great impact. Suddenly, Fa's body shook. If Li Fan really has such ability, then my wife, my son, can they also be resurrected? About that person, whether it is Nicole Albia, and whether she was resurrected by Li Fan. We have to confirm this point. We must find a way to arrange people to join Li Fan's crew. Since Li Fan can accept members of the Four Emperors Pirates to act, he may not be willing to accept us. Sengoku's eyes are firm. That's right, we must find out whether that guy can resurrect others. Zafin muttered to himself, a glint flashed in his eyes. But, who should we send to Li Fan to act? Kizaru asked. Chapter 191. I go. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, Zephyr spoke directly. No. Sengoku pressed Zephyr's shoulder, it's too dangerous for you to go to Li Fan's place alone. If it's dangerous for me to go, it's just as dangerous for someone else. Zephyr's expression was determined. He has made up his mind to find out whether Li Fan has the means to revive others. Zephyr, even if I agree with you to go, your height is beyond the range. Sengoku shook his head, Li Fan will accept you to go to his place to shoot. Even so, it's okay to go to his place to do odd jobs. Zephyr looked in Li Fan's direction, don't forget, Sengoku, Li Fan said that those whose height exceeds the limit can do some errand work. Hearing this, Sengoku fell into silence. 803. Knowing Zephyr's Sengoku, one naturally knows Zephyr's purpose. If Li Fan really has the means to resurrect others, then Zephyr will definitely find a way to get Li Fan to help resurrect his wife and children. At the same time, Sengoku is also worried that Zephyr will be restrained by Ji Fan because of this. If Li Fan threatens to resurrect Zephyr's wife and children, Sengoku worries that Zephyr will do something stupid. Let Zephyr go, Garp said. Since someone has to go, let Zephyr go over there. Also, Li Fan was pretty safe when he was filming the movie. As long as you don't show hostility towards him, there will generally be no problems. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned, lost in thought. After a while, Sengoku nodded. Zephyr, be careful. I see, Sengoku. After hearing Sengoku's agreement, Zephyr walked towards Li Fan's direction. Teacher Zephyr, Marshal Sengoku, let me get up. At this time, An spoke. My height is 170, which meets the shooting standard, so I hope I can go without Teacher Jiffa. Hearing his disciple's words, Zephyr stopped, turned around and gave An a deep look. Maybe, Sengoku said, if someone plays Marine, at least there's a chance of getting mystical powers. Zephyr, since you are going, bring your disciples with you. In that case, fine. Zephyr nodded. Hearing the agreement of Sengoku and Zephyr, An happily followed Fa's footsteps. On the other side, looking at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido who were still arguing, Li Fan finally couldn't bear it anymore. I said, you two are so noisy. Everyone wanted to push their daughters to me. It's like I can't find a woman. See this Tashiji next to me. I can definitely ask her to be my woman. As he spoke, Li Fan put his hand on Tashiji's shoulder and said, that Li Fan, women, or something. Hearing Li Fan's words, Tashiji blushed a little. And this one? Li Fan pointed to Medusa standing on the other side of her. I can find her too. In my opinion, in terms of beauty, she is not inferior to Hancock, the most beautiful woman in the world. So, you guys, stop trying to sell your daughter to me. After hearing Li Fan's words, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido stopped arguing. They looked first at Tashiji, then at Medusa. Not only Kaido, many people looked at Tashiji and Medusa when they heard Li Fan's confession. Among them, Hancock, who is hidden in the night, is also included. Because Medusa is wearing a blindfold, I can't see her face clearly. However, even this cannot conceal the beauty of Medusa. Plus that aloof temperament. Li Fan is so confident in Medusa's appearance. That must have seen her face. Perhaps, Medusa, who had her ITS removed, is really as beautiful as Empress Hancock. Charlotte Smoothie muttered to herself. Not only her, but many people at the scene had such thoughts. However, this does not include Empress Hancock. At this moment, she was looking at Medusa with an expression of disbelief. That woman, how could she be as beautiful as me? No, I want to see this woman's face in person. With this in mind, Empress Hancock walked out of the night and walked towards Li Fan's ship. Hey, this is a good show. Shanks walked up to Li Fan. Li Fan, you have offended Empress Hancock now. That's not enough. Li Fan scratched his hair, and, what I said is indeed the truth. Hancock jumped and came to the deck of the ship, looking at Zhen seriously. Li Fan, do you really think she is as beautiful as me? Hancock asked. Well. Li Fan shrugged, I will maintain my previous answer. Hancock frowned, looking at Medusa. Woman, take off your blindfold and let me see your face. Forget it, Hancock. Li Fan stood in front of Medusa. Medusa's eye patch has its own unique function, for my sake, forget it. Hancock gritted his teeth. Li Fan killed celestial dragons and 5 elders. This made her respect Li Fan very much in her heart, and when she heard Li Fan's words, she couldn't refuse for a while. Well, I'm doing it for your sake, Li Fan. Hancock said after hesitating for 0.5 minutes. However, one day, I want to see your face, Medusa. Also, Li Fan, I want to star in your movie too. And, I want to play the heroine. What? No. Nami, who was still in a daze just now, ran over quickly. The heroine is mine, and I won't give it to you. Humph. Hancock turned around and looked at Nami contemptuously. No matter what Igia wants, the whole world will satisfy me, because Igia is so beautiful. You say yes, Li Fan. As he spoke, Hancock flicked his hair lightly, and showed an extremely seductive smile to Ji Feng. Li Fan. Chapter 192. Li Fan admits that Hancock is beautiful. This can be seen from the fascinated Nami on the side. But... sorry, Hancock, I can't satisfy your request. Li Fan shook his head. What, am I not beautiful? Seeing that Li Fan rejected him, Hancock looked surprised. This is the first time a man has refused her request. Li Fan, you are so kind. Seeing that Li Fan was not fascinated by Hancock's beauty, Nami immediately hugged Li Fan's arm. After all, you have played Masaki Kyoko before, and now you are changing roles, which will affect the perception. Li Fan patted Nami's head. Also, your acting skills are really good, Hancock. Li Fan, are you trying to say that I can't perform better than this woman? Hancock asked with a frown. Well, Hancock, you haven't experienced filming yet. If you want, you can start with some simple characters. Li Fan said. 09. Regarding Hancock's acting skills, Li Fan was still a little worried. Letting someone as proud as Hancock play a young and lovely high school girl, Li Fan felt that it would most likely end in failure. After all, Hancock is not someone who can put his figure down so easily. No, I really can't agree. Hancock shook his head, I have nothing compared to her. Seeing Hancock's appearance, Li Fan sighed. Hancock, listen to me, it's actually like this. The heroine of this show, Masaki Kyoko, is not the most beautiful woman in the world, her face is just ordinary beauty. If you are allowed to act, there will be some conflicts, so, do you understand what I mean? So that's the case. If this is the case, there is no other way. Hearing Li Fan's words, Hancock finally nodded in satisfaction. In this case, I will give you this role, the little girl with orange hair. Saying this, Hancock gave Nami a provocative look. Humph, Li Fan, you mean to say that I'm just an ordinary beauty, right? Nami pouted, with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Don't take it seriously. Li Fan bent down and whispered in Nami's ear, this is also a helpless move to make Hancock back down. Of course, Nami, you are very beautiful and cute. Humph, who knows if you're a liar, you lied to this woman just now. Nami whispered. Immediately, Nami shook off Li Fan's hand, turned and walked towards the other side of the boat. It's really troublesome. Li Fan sighed, and looked at Zephyr and Anne who had been waiting for a long time. What Li Fan didn't know was that Nami, who was walking towards the back, had a layer of red spots on his face at the moment. So, you two are also here to apply for actors. Li Fan looked at Zephyr and Anne and said. Ian is okay, but Zephyr, you are too tall to play any role. Why? It's okay, I can help with some chores. Zephyr straightened his hat. Looking at the members of the four Emperor's pirates around him, Zephyr suppressed the desire to ask Li Fan if he had the means of resurrection, and decided to ask when he was alone with Li Fan later. It's up to you. Li Fan nodded. However, let me remind you first, don't make trouble in the crew. Wait, don't see the Revolutionary Army and make a noise to arrest them. Conviction. Zephyr frowned, is he there? That's right, let's say, if the world government sees you as the chief instructor of the Marine, filming with a group of pirates and the Revolutionary Army, will they have any bad thoughts about you and your disciples? Li Fan said. Those guys are quite suspicious. I believe that at this time, they will not be as you said. Zephyr said. I hope so. Li Fan jumped past Zephyr and onto Kaido's boat. Hey, Kaido, it's decided, I'm going to make a decision. It's to find someone to come over to do odd jobs and experience the life of the crew on my side. It's better to send someone to my side as a supporting role. Although the possibility is not high, if you win the lottery, what ability will you get? By the way, if I can perform well in this movie, I can give some special game cards. Hearing what Li Fan said, Kaido turned around with doubts on his face. Excellent card, what? Don't you want to give the best actor some kind of ability? Hehe, certain abilities, including props, of course. Li Fan flipped open his right hand, and the blue-eyed white dragon card appeared on Ren. Like this card in my hand, I can summon a wyvern to fight. In terms of strength, although I can't beat Garp, I have been fighting him for a while. That's right, you haven't seen me use cards, so naturally you don't know the functions of these cards. Forget it, why am I telling you this, anyway, the possibility of you getting the card is very slim. You guys should go about your own business, I'm going to prepare for the next movie. With that said, Li Fan planned to leave Kaido's boat. Wait! Kaido shouted, I can't pretend that 947 didn't hear what you said. Since you said that the card in your hand can summon a dragon, why not summon it for me to see? That's impossible. Li Fan shrugged, I don't intend to fight you, why bother to summon the blue-eyed white dragon? Kaido frowned, considering the strength of Li Fan and his group, as well as the existence of the other 3 emperors and marine, duo finally did not make a move. After scanning the crew of his own ship, Kaido finally found a man who could be regarded as qualified. Jin Rami, you go to Li Fan's side. Yes, Captain. Li Fan turned his head to follow Kaido's line of sight, and a magenta-haired, wild woman walked in front of Li Fan. Li Fan, I should have reached your standard. Be at ease and boldly give me the role, no matter what the role is, I can perform it well for you. Jin Rami put his hands on his hips, his expression full of confidence. Actor is not such an easy job. Li Fan shook his head, forget it, you will know when you experience it yourself. Let's go to my place first, I will give you newcomers a good talk about the shooting skills. Don't drag me back then. Chapter 193. After confirming the actors, Li Fan led a group of people directly into the city provided by the system. Everyone got the corresponding script. Leaving aside the veteran actors, newbies, please remember the points I gave you earlier. Although a few of you are acting as extras, please be rigorous. If you perform well, maybe I will consider letting you play more roles in the future. Also, because you are not allowed to tell the crew Renshin about my script. In the past few days, I hope everyone can live in this city. The hotel rooms behind me are all empty, everyone can do whatever they want. I will also prepare food and so on, so don't worry about it. Of course, if anyone can't accept this, please exchange the script back and leave here. Also, you can't use the phone bug to reveal the script, so I don't need to emphasize this. Li Fan looked at the person in front of him and said loudly. New people, you look at me, I look at you, and they don't mean to leave. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, indicating that everyone can leave separately. Hehe, Li Fan, you're really interesting here. Shanks didn't enter the hotel immediately, but came to Li Fan's side. To have people like us who are hostile to each other gather together, there is probably only your family in this world. However, it's surprising that a number 1 person like you has only recently appeared in front of the world. Can't tolerate Shanks not being surprised, such a thing is a kind of shock to any local. It shows that everyone is a movie lover. I feel very relieved. Li Fan smiled. You are really interesting. You clearly know that many people here are here to obtain the abilities or props you mentioned. Shanks shook his head, forget it, you go ahead, I will go in and find the room by myself. It's a rare opportunity, let me experience what acting is for being experienced. After Shanks left, Khalifa, who was Li Fan's secretary, approached Li Fan. Li Fan, do you really want those marines and pirates to act? I'm not questioning your decision. It's just. Even without them, we people can still shoot well. They are outsiders after all, if there is trouble. Li Fan patted Khalifa on the shoulder and said with a smile. Khalifa, don't you think it would be interesting to have pirates, marine and revolutionary army appear in the movie at the same time? Not to mention anything else, just release this information, we don't need to promote the movie. I believe many people are willing to watch our movies. Even in some countries without movie theaters, they will deliberately go to countries and towns with movies to watch movies. At that time, we will also be able to earn more. And, it won't be so easy to make trouble. My family was also arranged to live on the first floor, protected by Medusa and Tashiji. If something goes wrong, they can guarantee that their own people will be fine. And, don't forget, there's me. Let's go, we're going back too. After speaking, Li Fan turned around and planned to enter the hotel. Wait, Li Fan. Suddenly, Zephyr and Anne stopped in front of Li Fan. What's the matter, both of you? There were too many people just now, so it's not convenient for me to ask. Li Fan, do you have the means to revive others? Zephyr's eyes were fixed on Li Fan, with strong expectations revealed in his serious eyes. It's the same question again. Li Fan slapped himself on the forehead. Before, there was a guy who asked the same question as you. Zephyr, do you think this question is important? Even if I have such ability, what should you do? Shall I revive someone for you? If it were you, Zephyr, would you use this ability casually on outsiders? Let's go, take a good rest Zephyr, you still need to film tomorrow. Shaking his head, Li Fan took Khalifa and walked straight towards the hotel. Looking at Li Fan's back, Zephyr gritted his teeth. Zephyr understands that, as Li Fan said, even if he has that ability, resurrecting a person is definitely not an easy task. With such an ability, rather than using it on Marine as an opponent, Ji Fan is definitely more willing to use it on his partners. Teacher Zephyr. Looking at his teacher's appearance, Ain read with some worry. Teacher Zephyr, let's help Li Fan make a movie first. I think, if we can help Li Fan, maybe we can revive Li Fan's teacher's family. It's not that easy, Ian. Zephyr took a deep breath, calming himself slightly. After observing Nicole Albia up close, Zephyr has almost confirmed that she is the wanted Nicole Albia back then. Although he wanted to insinuate Nicole Albia, Zephyr could clearly feel that Nico Robin and Nicole Albia were avoiding him. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Zephyr can only temporarily give up contacting Nicole Albia. Li Fan, if you have this method. Shaking his head, Zephyr started walking towards the hotel. Li Fan, Khalifa, Medusa, and Tashiji lived on the 6th floor of the hotel, while the rest of the staff were arranged by Li Fan to live on the 7th floor. Marines and pirates are on the 5th floor. As for the two members of the Revolutionary Army, they lived on the 6th floor under the strong request of Long and Koala. And just after Li Fan and Khalifa took the elevator to the 6th floor, the stubborn Koala ran over quickly. Mr. Li Fan, you are finally here, and I have prepared some outstanding deeds of the Revolutionary Army, why don't I tell you about them? I said, it's very late now, carrot. Li Fan sighed, your Revolutionary Army theory should be put aside. No. Koala shook his head, I'm a very persistent person, and I'm ready to chat with Mr. Li Fan all night long. Damn Long, did you come here just to make you do something like this? Li Fan shook his head, Koala, I believe in the principle of equality between men and women. In other words, even when it comes to women, I'm still a man who should make a move. Do you want to try being tied up and hung from the roof by me? Even if this is the case, I still want to promote the theory of our Revolutionary Army to you, Li Fan. Koala had a determined face, completely unintimidated by Li Fan. Master, do you need me to take action? Khalifa pushed his eyes and looked at Koala indifferently. Forget it. Li Fan put his hands on Koala's shoulders and pushed her towards her room. Very well, Koala, I have a good suggestion for you to realize your revolution. Why? You can also tell Long this suggestion. That is, you arrange for some Revolutionary Army acting grandmasters to come to me to film. It's hard to say, but there are so few revolutionary troops who have obtained excellent abilities from me. At that time, when the strength is strong, will it be easier to realize the road to revolution soon? Okay, let's go back and have a good rest, we'll be here today, good night. At the same time as he finished speaking, Li Fan and others had already arrived at the door of Koala's room. He pushed Koala's back, sent Koala directly into his room, and then took Khalifa to his room quickly. How did you succeed, Koala? The dragon sitting at the table looked up and asked Koala. It's a failure, leader. Koala, Wang Nios, sighed, sure enough, as you said, it's not so easy to succeed. However, Li Fan still gave me a suggestion. Speaking, Koala told Long Suo exactly what Li Fan said. That's it. Long nodded, now both the Marine and the Four Emperors hope to obtain a certain ability from Li Fan, I'm afraid it is not so easy for us to obtain it. However, you have to try. Koala, Don't pester Li Fan too much. It should be impossible for him to join the Revolutionary Army. However, we can try to talk to Li Fan about collaborators. If we can help Li Fan to promote the film and arrange the film equipment in this sea, maybe, I can also get some preferential treatment from Li Fan. Long stood up and walked to the door. Rest well, Koala, that's it for today. Finally got a good role from Li Fan, you have to perform well. Hearing this, Koala nodded heavily. Don't worry, leader, I promise to complete the task. Long smiled, opened the door, and walked to his room. Chapter 194. In the early morning of the next day, the filming of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 officially started. Because of the experience of filming Yu-Gi-Oh! 1 for the first time, even though the story length this time is longer than the first time, the progress is actually faster. When Li Fan was filming Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, the members of the Four Emperors Pirates who stayed in the Sabayati archipelago watched other films shot by Li Fan one after another. Four Emperors did not leave, Sengoku and others naturally did not evacuate. Because of the existence of these legendary characters, all of a sudden, no new pirates dared to come to this island. The pirates chose nearby islands one after another, and at the same time kept an eye on the movements of the Four Emperors pirate group, Marine, and others. Li Fan didn't pay attention to these, in order to complete Game King 2 as soon as possible and get rewards from it. Li Fan devoted almost all of his energy to filming the film. Soon, the shooting progress came to a scene that Li Fan liked very much. Okay, everyone cheer up, the next scene is very important. Li Fan clapped his hands and asked the actors to take their positions. Upon hearing 780 Li Fan's order, the actors immediately recovered from their rest and got ready quickly. Li Fan is really serious. As soon as he started filming, he was like a different person. The red-haired Shanks, who has no camera for the time being, stood not far away and sighed. Who said no? Long came to Shanks' side, that man obviously has exaggerated strength. But I don't care about rights at all, and I just focus on movies. Even recruit actors on the condition that they show their abilities. However, after watching Li Fan's performance, it is probably difficult for others to surpass him to win the best actor, so as to gain ability. Shanks nodded approvingly. Who said it wasn't? If I didn't know that Li Fan was acting, I would have thought that he had really become the Muto Yuki he played. However, this guy probably doesn't intend to hand over his ability to others. As long as there are movies he's in, the odds of anyone else wanting to win are really low. And, ajeb, and, that guy is an actor as well as a referee. Hearing this, Long looked at Shanks with a smile and said, Since you think so, why not mention it to Li Fan? Maybe, he will refer to one of yours and make some changes to the rules. Forget it. Shanks waved his hand, isn't it better for you to go than me? You Revolutionary Army should want to gain the power of Li Fan. The little girl you brought with her keeps pestering Li Fan from time to time. If it wasn't for the blonde secretary next to Li Fan to stop her, I suspect she would have planned to hang on to Li Fan. Rumble. While Shanks and Long were talking, the filming scene was suddenly covered by a dark cloud, and lightning bolts fell from the cloud. Roar. Accompanied by a high-pitched roar, a scarlet flying dragon suddenly appeared on the scene. Is that the Sky Dragon, one of the three phantom gods? Shanks frowned slightly. It's really hard to believe that it's a projection just by observing with the naked eye. Dragon, do you think Li Fan can really summon the three illusory gods in reality like summoning Blue-Eyed White Dragon? After getting along with the actors around Li Fan on the set, newcomers like Shanks also thoroughly understood the thing about Li Fan summoning the Blue-Eyed White Dragon and Garp to fight in Alabasta. Perhaps. The dragon said with a serious face, according to the setting of Li Fan's script, any card in the three illusory gods is much stronger than Blue-Eyes White Dragon. Since the Blue-Eyed White Dragon can resist Garp for a period of time. The three phantom gods may be able to block Garp in a real sense. No. Maybe, to surpass that old man in my family. If this is the case, then the power Li Fan possesses is really terrifying. Shanks frowned, but forget it, I don't intend to fight Li Fan anyway. Just let the Marine and world government bother. Shanks believes that as Li Fan shows more and more power, Marine and the world government will regret more and more to provoke an existence like Li Fan. During the conversation between Shanks and the dragon, the scene of the god-level card's first appearance ended smoothly. After that, Li Fan kept walking and started the next filming. Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. On the fourth day of filming, Li Fan and Khalifa were the last two to return to the room. Master, according to the current progress, Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 will be completed tomorrow. At the same time, the three cinemas on the Sabayati archipelago will also complete the second round of film screenings. Do you want to start the publicity work of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 and the preparations for the screening? Li Fan casually threw his coat on the desk beside him, and unabashedly changed into his pajamas in front of Khalifa. During the period, Khalifa didn't feel embarrassed, and while asking Li Fan for advice, he put away the coat that Li Fan had left on the desk and hung it on the hanger. Watching Khalifa's actions, Li Fan became more and more satisfied with accepting such a secretary. Well, you are right, you can start the promotion of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. However, for this publicity, Shanks and their participation must be announced. I don't know if those guys from Marine and World Government controlled the news, but the Newsbirds newspaper didn't even write anything. It's obviously a condition for increasing the view. Lying on the bed, Li Fan said with a depressed face. Indeed, according to the mode of action of the World Government, this is very possible. Khalifa pushed his glasses, agreeing. For Khalifa, who used to work in CP9, she can be said to know the world government quite well. Otherwise, she would not have strongly asked Ji Fan to take her away because of the incident in the capital of Seven Waters. She knew that if it wasn't like this, neither she nor her CP9 companion could escape the fate of death. Chapter 195. Master, do you need me to use means to pass the message of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 to the journalists? Although there is the restraint of the world government, for some journalists, they will not compromise with the world government. The news that the four emperors' pirates, Marine, and the Revolutionary Army are also participating in your movie will definitely be of interest to journalists. Khalifa spoke up. Well, this is naturally necessary. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too much of a waste of this resource? Li Fan nodded and continued. Khalifa, at the same time, let Logetown and Alabasta get ready and start normal screening preparations. Understood, Master. Khalifa nodded and wrote down, is there anything else you want, Master? Well. Li Fan raised his mouth and patted the bed beside him. I can't sleep recently, I wonder if my secretary, Ms. Khalifa, can be my hug pillow. Khalifa pushed his glasses and looked at Zhen with a cold face. Master, you are sexually harassing me. After finishing speaking, Khalifa turned around without hesitation and walked towards the next room. Oh, what a pity. Li Fan shrugged, fell on the bed, and closed his eyes. After Khalifa turned off the light for Li Fan, she left Li Fan's room. What Li Fan, who closed her eyes, didn't notice was the smiling expression on Khalifa's face when she looked at Li Fan in the dark. Khalifa was very efficient, and after leaving Li Fan's room, she was not in a hurry to rest. Instead, he took out the phone bug and contacted his previous eyeliner. The eyeliner is not someone from the world government, but someone who Khalifa has helped and saved lives. Therefore, Khalifa will not refuse to help because of the change of Khalifa's identity. Even though Khalifa was directly rewarded by the world government with the same bounty amount of 3 billion berry as Medusa because of killing the celestial dragons with his own hands. Under Khalifa's high-efficiency work, on the second day, Li Fan completed the final shot and ushered in the finale of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. The news about the screening of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, as well as its cast members, all hit the headlines of the Newsbird newspaper. Dressrosa, the land of love, passion, and toys. Inside the palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop curling up. Phew fur fur. Sure enough, Kaido is going after Li Fan. It's amazing that not only Kaido, but other 4 emperors are willing to participate in Li Fan's movie. That guy Li Fan, what kind of benefit did he give them? Dover, because Li Fan has been in Sabayati archipelago for a long time, our slave business is no longer in progress. Is it really good if this continues? Doflamingo's subordinate, Torrible, stepped forward and asked. Phew fur, just some slave trade, nothing more. I'm curious why Kaido is willing to let his own crew join Li Fan's crew. That guy is a force faction, without enough interests, he would never do such a thing. For a long time, and when Brother Lang Ming understands Kaido's character, it is precisely because of this that he feels puzzled. After thinking for a long time, Doflamingo could only think that it was because of Li Fan's strength. Because Li Fan's strength is too strong, so in order to win over Li Fan, Kaido will let his subordinates go to Li Fan's place to film. What he didn't know was that while Kaido did want Li Fan to join the Beast's pirates, sending Kim Rami to Li Fan was also for the purpose of gaining some kind of ability through filming. Naturally, the Marine and World Government will not disclose such information to the outside world, and the 4 Emperors' pirates only spread the news internally. For a while, not many people understood the information revealed by Li Fan. Is Li Fan? Now he is in Sabayati archipelago, maybe he will come to Dressrosa in a short time. Doflamingo muttered to himself, his face gradually becoming serious. For Li Fan, Doflamingo is extremely afraid. The reason is that Li Fan is a strong man who doesn't take the lives of celestial dragons, or even 5 elders, seriously. And depending on the situation, Li Fan probably hates celestial dragons very much. At this time, his own lineage became a big problem. Although he has separated from the Holy Land Marie Joys, he has the bloodline of celestial dragons after all. Coupled with Li Fan's own strength, Doflamingo can't help but feel a little worried. Zero, seeking flowers, 0. Dover, do we need to make some preparations? If that Li Fan really came to this country, it might have some influence on us. Torrible said worriedly. Let's pay attention to that guy's movements in detail. Doflamingo tapped the armrest of the chair unconsciously with his fingers. If the guy does come here, welcome him in the warmest way possible. If he wants to build cinemas in this country, I will fully cooperate with him. Don't fight him, I don't want to be the first Shishibukai to be defeated. Saying that, Doflamingo looked at the second news in the newspaper. There, it is recorded that Gecko Moria was defeated by a boy wearing a straw hat. 0. Boss, how do you feel? On the Red Hair Pirates ship, the crew members surrounded Shanks curiously when they saw Shanks return. Well, it's okay, it's very interesting. The red-haired Shanks said, and handed the box in his hand to a crew member. Put this in the treasury. That guy Li Fan is really generous, I gave a character with no lines to several million berry. By the way, you should all have bought tickets for Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, right? Hearing this, Ben Beckman walked over with a smile and took out a ticket in his hand. Isn't that natural? That Li Fan advertised like that, and we bought the tickets right away. So, Shanks, has anyone gained power from Li Fan? Shanks shrugged and shook his head. In the words of that guy Li Fan, the best actor will definitely be him, so this time other people don't even think about getting awards. However, in terms of acting, there really is no one in the crew who can surpass him. Forget it, let's discuss this later, the time is almost up, and it's time for us to watch the movie. This kind of conversation happened in every 4 Emperors pirate group, but like Shanks and the others, after a little chat, they walked towards the cinema. After all, it was a movie with their own companions appearing, no matter what, they also wanted to see the effect. A&D. Chapter 196. Sabayati Archipelago, among the cinemas. Zephyr, you have been on the set, have you seen Li Fan really summon the existence in these cards? Seeing the various wonderful card effects appearing on the screen, Garp curiously turned to Zephyr beside him. Asked. Until now, Garp still remembers the scene of fighting against the blue-eyed white dragon. Although he did win, it was not easy. If Li Fan can summon all the card creatures that appear in the movie, then the combat power of Li Fan and his group is definitely not as simple as shown. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku also looked at Fa seriously. Li Fan didn't really summon the existence in the card when filming. Zephyr shook his head. However, that guy once said 040, the existence in the card all exists in a distant place. And he holds the key that can bring them from that distant place to reality in his hand, that is, the card in his hand. He also said that the key that can summon the key in the card has not been handed down to outsiders. So, it was a mistake for the world government to kill the Blue Eyes White Dragon card in Hina's hand. Zephyr sighed deeply. Until now, he still wants to get the mocking look in Li Fan's eyes when he told her that the world government pushed out a Colonel Marine who had a bright future. Those bastards! Garp clenched his fists, they treated Hina like that. Sengoku tapped Zephyr and Garp on the shoulder. Let's go, the movie is over, and it's time for us to leave. He will also report to the world government as scheduled about the daily intelligence on the Sabayati archipelago. Li Fan, you guys, everything in this movie is just a game. I didn't come to see this, since it's not in the movie, you guy really summoned a dragon for me. Just the 3 illusory gods. Since it is said to be so powerful in the movie, it must be more powerful than that blue-eyed white dragon when summoned in reality. Just as Sengoku and the others got up, Kaido's voice came into their ears. Turning their heads, Sengoku and others found that Kaido was standing in front of Monsoon, who was about to leave. I said, Kaido, why do you want to see the existence in my summoning card so much? You have to give me a reason to summon. Is it just to get beaten? Li Fan looked at Kaido speechlessly. Get out of the way, Kaido, I have things to do. If you look flustered, fight Whitebeard, he seems to be available. Hearing Li Fan's words, Whitebeard on the side raised his eyebrows, but he didn't say anything. Damn boy, you think I'm bound to fail? Kaido looked at Li Fan with a displeased face. Li Fan waved his hand and walked around Kaido towards the outside of the cinema. The last time I summoned Exodia, I dropped 5 elders. If you also want to be killed, I can show you. If it's just for you to watch, you can summon it at will. What do you think I am I performing for you? Let's go, to summon, I'd rather behead 5 elders. Hearing Li Fan's dangerous speech, everyone in the audience was stunned. While everyone was in a daze, Li Fan walked out of the cinema and disappeared from everyone's eyes. How did they know that Li Fan now has no possibility of summoning the 3 phantom gods? When the rewards have not been issued, everything has not yet been determined. However, if you can really summon the 3 phantom gods, no matter how you say it, you can beat the 4 emperors. On the way, Li Fan thought to himself. Kaido frowned, and left the cinema with his own steps. Although I really want to see Li Fan use cards to summon, but after listening to Li Fan's words, I can only let go of this idea for the time being. After seeing the premiere of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, Li Fan rested at Sabayati Archipelago and waited for the day when the box office would pass. To his surprise, neither the 4 emperors nor the marine actually left, but chose to stay in the Sabayati Archipelago. In this regard, Li Fan can only lament the leisure of these guys. The reason for this is to get some resources from you, Li Fan. After listening to Li Fan's nagging, Long said with a smile on his face. Not only them, why not our revolutionary army? After a series of events, you have vaguely become a big secret treasure that can be seen and touched. For some people, chasing you is more practical than chasing a vain One Piece. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded clearly. That's good, it makes it easier for me to be an actor, too. However, is it all right for you to stay here with me? Isn't the Revolutionary Army a busy profession? Hehe, with my comrades around, there will be no problem with the revolution. Long Xiao said, besides, even if there is something wrong here, I can go back quickly. Really, that's up to you. Li Fan stretched his waist, looked at the pirates who were having a banquet not far away, and the marines on the shore who were seriously monitoring the pirates' movements. Ding! Congratulations to host for reaching the qualifying box office points of the Golden Script Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, and getting a chance to draw a lottery. The best actor is Li Fan, playing the 0.1 role Yugi Muto. Congratulations to host for getting a chance to draw a lottery. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting the card Black Magical Girl held by Muto Yuki. Congratulations to host, you have completed 3 golden script shootings, and the system has started to upgrade. The upgrade is complete. Congratulations to host for unlocking access to diamond scripts. Also, Best Actor is now officially Best Actor and Best Actress. Both the Best Actor and Best Actress recognized by the system will be rewarded. The system sound that suddenly sounded in his mind made Li Fan stunned on the spot. This, System version 2.0? And the Diamond Script, the Best Actor and Actress? System, you can really surprise me. Chapter 197. Li Fan, what's the matter with you? Seeing Li Fan's obviously stupefied look, Long asked suspiciously. It's nothing, I just thought of something suddenly. Li Fan waved his hand and walked towards the cabin. I'll deal with these things, and I won't chat with you. Seeing the back of Li Fan leaving quickly, Long shook his head, turned around and looked at Garp who was staring at him angrily on the shore. Forget it, I'd better go into the cabin. The dragon, not wanting to be beaten by his old father, turned around, ignored Garp's gaze, and left for the deck. After Li Fan entered his room, he directly opened the system panel to check the new contents of the system. At the first moment, Li Fan saw the big 4 characters of Diamond Script. Diamond Script, Holy Grail War? What does this mean? Li Fan frowned, and quickly scanned the contents of 09 above. Diamond Script, the corresponding props and themes will be provided by the system, and the host will recruit actors and edit the script by itself. Diamond Scenario Holy Grail War, the system provides the host Holy Grail, and the Holy Grail War is directed by host. Diamond scripts require 100 million box office points for the first time, and 1 billion box office points after that. The rewards received by the host will include the abilities and items possessed by the participating characters. Li Fan stared wide-eyed, digesting the content of the Diamond script in the system. Wait, does this mean that I can recruit Whitebeard and others to participate in this show? Then, at the end of the lottery draw, it is possible for me to draw the shock fruit ability on Whitebeard, or the 3-color aura. This, the Diamond script is amazing. In this way, whether it is the powerful fruit ability or Haki, I may have it. An excited expression appeared on Li Fan's face. For a long time, Li Fan thought about how to learn armament Haki. After all, without this ability, it would be a little troublesome to fight with Logia fruit ability users. So that's the case, the Diamond script is also randomly refreshed. This, the first time, it's Holy Grail War. The system also provides a virtual Fuyuki city, that is to say, was the map taken in Fuyuki city. Hey! This is... It turns out that it is like this. Although I was allowed to choose the actors myself, the 7 masters who participated in the Holy Grail War in the end were random. After a systematic introduction, Li Fan understood the details of the Diamond Scenario Holy Grail War. Li Fan can invite people who want to participate in this drama to come to Fuyuki City provided by the system. Afterwards, the system will select 7 masters from the people in Fuyuki City. And these 7 masters will have the possibility to summon servants. Even if Li Fan is the host of the system, there is no way to control the selection of the master. And the stronger the feeling of a certain desire in the heart, the more likely it is to become the master. To Li Fan's regret, he, as the director, cannot participate in this script. On the contrary, if after the screening, if the eligible box office points reach 100 million box office points, Li Fan will directly get 3 lucky draw opportunities. And the probability of winning excellent abilities or items in the lottery is equivalent to the golden script. However, this Holy Grail is much more versatile than the Holy Grail mentioned in the original book. As long as you make a wish directly, you can actually achieve a certain degree of wish. But it's okay, it's just a wish to a certain extent. Otherwise, it would be too bad to directly create a person who can destroy the planet. Li Fan rested his chin on one hand and nodded. Wealth, devil fruit, haki, weapons, immortality, resurrection, etc. are all included in the wishing conditions of the Holy Grail provided by the system. However, every option has a limit. For example, devil fruit, the wisher can choose 1 devil fruit for each wish. As for conditions such as eternal life and resurrection, you can only choose 1 person. If you make a wish for haki, it is only to make a person's haki level reach the top level, and it will not exceed this limit. Even if it's limited, it's attractive enough. Eternal life, resurrection, what an attractive word. Whether it is the 4 emperors or the marine, be interested in such a Holy Grail. Unfortunately, I was not able to participate myself. After feeling a little lost, Li Fan regained his spirits. Even if it is impossible to achieve immortality now, Li Fan also believes that as long as he continues to make 573 movies, he can definitely achieve immortality for himself. Even let the people around you also live forever. 100 million box office points, what a challenge. Now I only have more than 20 million box office points plus the box office points of Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, maybe it will reach 40 million box office points. It seems that the construction of more cinemas is imminent. Thinking of this, Cube couldn't help turning his attention to the options of projection equipment on the system panel. Hey! The projection equipment also has new features. This function is good. As long as you spend an extra 100 box office points, you can use a packaged projection device with a diameter of 1 cm. When you arrive at a suitable place, just follow the steps to show the equipment. Well, maybe, Whitebeard and Long can help me get the projection equipment somewhere else. Marine, you can also take advantage of it. Even if it is for the right to participate in the Holy Grail War, they will not be careless. However, for the sake of prudence, you still can't take out too many projection equipment at one time. Chapter 198. Shaking his head, Li Fan refocused on the rewards he got from Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. Black Magician Girl. Although the strength is a bit weak, but the beauty is the most important thing. Li Fan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. However, I really want a more powerful card. System, I want to draw twice. Ding! Start the lottery. Congratulations to host for getting the 3 Illusory Gods card. Congratulations to host for getting the Contract with Exodia card. This is really a golden script. Li Fan raised the corner of his mouth and sighed deeply. However, since you have received the reward, it's time to leave this island when the Game King 2 settlement is officially completed. Li Fan muttered, got up from his seat, lay down on the bed, and slowly fell asleep. As the sun rose, Sabayati Archipelago ushered in the morning sun again. Ding! Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, the screening time has ended, settlement is in progress. Congratulations to host for winning 15.308756 box office points. Now there are 43.304738 box office points remaining. The script has been refreshed, the host can go to the mall to buy a new script. Hearing the voice in his mind, Li Fan opened his eyes, got up from the bed, and opened the system panel. Bronze script Fire Brigade, 1, Silver script Cut. Crimson Eyes Golden script Attack on Giant, 1, Zhong. Attack on Titan this. I feel quite complicated. Li Fan frowned. Attack on Titan in Li Fan's mind, this drama is a masterpiece, but its ending really made Li Fan feel a little complicated. Forget it, after all, it's a series that I've been chasing after, since I got you, let's shoot it. Li Fan sighed and said helplessly. Although the abilities involved in this drama did not attract Li Fan very much, but out of love for this drama, Li Fan decided to shoot Attack on Titan, 1. However, Dragon and the others should like this drama very much. Teaching the world to pursue freedom, the world government will probably be a headache. I really want to see them look like they have a headache, but I can't help it. Li Fan raised his mouth, picked up his coat, put it on, and walked towards the deck. Khalifa, please inform everyone that it is almost time for us to leave Sabayati archipelago. When the passage met Khalifa, Li Fan said. Yes, Master. Khalifa nodded. In addition, after this screening of Yu-Gi-Oh! After deducting the expenses of the actors, your current funds, Master, total 131.479606 billion berry. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded. I know, I'm busy. Although money seems to be a lot, Li Fan doesn't care much about it. Especially now, money has long been a number. Hearing Li Fan's order, Khalifa turned around and arranged to leave Sabayati archipelago for the Fishmen Island. Although it is possible to continue filming in the Sabayati archipelago, it is also tiresome to stay in one place all the time. What's more, Li Fan also promised Nami to help her draw a world map. This also makes it impossible for Li Fan to stay in 10 places all the time. When Li Fan came to the deck, Whitebeard and others were looking at Li Fan's ship. Obviously, the actions of Li Fan's crew caught their attention. Li Fan, are you leaving this island? Whitebeard asked. Well, I've stayed here long enough, and it's time to go to New World. Li Fan nodded, looked at Kaido beside him, and slowly frowned. Boy, what do you mean look at me with such eyes? Kaido growled unhappily. It's nothing, it's just that Xiang is about to leave, so I want you to meet the 3 phantom gods you've been thinking about. Li Fan laughed. Same as Blue Eyes White Dragon and Black Magician. Summoning the 3 phantom gods, the Black Magician Girl and the Undead of Exodia all need to consume a lot of berry. Summoning the Undead of the 3 illusory gods and Exodia requires 10 billion berry each time. Summoning the Black Magician Girl consumes 2 billion berry each time. Of course, the first summoning does not need to consume berry. Among them, the summoning cooling time of Black Magician Girl is 1 day. The 3 phantom gods and the Undead of Exodia, the summoning cooldown time is 5 days. Exodia's introduction is very clear. Although the initial combat power is not strong, it will not be defeated. As the battle time increases, its strength will continue to grow. Li Fan believes that as long as there is enough time, Exodia's undead will definitely grow to a terrifying level. As for the 3 illusory gods, Li Fan doesn't quite know what level their strength has reached. Sure enough, it's better to try. Li Fan nodded secretly, and a shining golden card appeared in his hand. Before Kaido could say anything, the next moment, a large black cloud enveloped Sabayati archipelago. Between turning around, the sky and the earth thundered. Which is that? Under the horrified gazes of Kaido and the others, a powerful aura descended from the sky, pressing down on the hearts of each of them. The weaker pirate couldn't control his feet, and knelt directly on the ground. In an instant, whether it was Whitebeard and the 4 emperors, or Garp and the others, their faces all became extremely dignified. They saw that above the sky, a huge naked red dragon landed on Li Fan's sky, waving its wings that covered the sky. Is that the sky dragon, one of the 3 phantom gods? Kaido muttered to himself. Chapter 199. With a thought in Li Fan's mind, the sky dragon flapped its wings violently and appeared above Kaido in an instant. The sharp claws swept directly on Kaido's body with a violent wind. Kaido's proud body was immediately sent flying hundreds of meters away, and the blood was unstoppable. Damn it, Li Fan, are you going to kill the captain? Kim Myra, who was fairly familiar with Li Fan in Beast's Pirates, shouted loudly. Don't worry, Kimura. Li Fan flew over the Beast's Pirates ship, ignoring their hostile stares. That guy Kaido wants to take a look, I'll just fulfill his wish. By the way, let me see how far the 4 emperors can do in front of the 3 phantom gods. Don't worry, I won't attack with all my strength here, that guy Kaido has thick skin and thick flesh, he won't die. BD, do you think we won't take action if you're like this? The irritable Jack the Drow couldn't control that much, and rushed towards Li Fan with a roar. Calm down, Jack. Yin grabbed Ji's shoulder and shook his head at him. Now is not the time to do anything about 513. Seeing that Jack was blocked, Li Fan looked at Charlotte Linlin and others with a smile, and said with a smile. What about you, are you interested in seeing my other cards? Gu la la la, forget it. Whitebeard shook his head, if you want to know the ability of the cards in your hand, just watch a lot of battles. Saying that, Whitebeard looked at the distant sky. At this moment, Kaido has already transformed into a dragon form. However, although they are all dragons, the dragon transformed by Kaido is obviously suppressed by the sky dragon summoned by Li Fan. Kaido's huge dragon body was already drenched with blood in just this short period of time. On the other hand, Sky Dragon didn't even have a trace of damage. This can't help but make the faces of Whitebeard and others extremely grim. Sengoku, did you see that Kaido is at a disadvantage? Looking into the distance, Garp said solemnly. How could you not see it? Sengoku was expressionless, but his heart was filled with bitterness. In just this moment, Kaido, who was once arrested by them but could not be executed anyway, was injured so easily now. And looking sober, it seems that he may lose at any time. Thinking that there may be other powerful cards in Li Fan's hand, Sengoku can't think of any way to contain Li Fan. Li Fan had a troubled expression, but was very pleasantly surprised in his heart. Although he had already guessed that Kaido might lose, he did not expect that there would be such a huge difference in strength. The battle between Kaido and Sky Dragon is like the battle between Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral, there is no comparison at all. If Li Fan didn't intend to kill Kaido, I believe Kaido's body has been torn into 2 pieces. Thinking of the other cards I still hold in my hand, even summoning requires sacrifices, and the summoning time is also limited. But Li Fan believes that the power system in this world can no longer pose a danger to him. The cards in his hand can be summoned in turn, and the cooling time is not a problem at all. As for Barry as a sacrifice, it is not a problem at all. The only thing to note is that Li Fan's own strength is not enough to single out the world's combat power. Even if he can defeat Whitebeard, it doesn't mean that Li Fan can win the battle power of this world without summoning the existence in the card. In addition, there are some relatively weak employees around, Li Fan can't be too careless. Perhaps, it is possible to strengthen the abilities of oneself and the staff around you. At least some trustworthy employees need to make them, stronger. As long as there are more forces like Tashigi, the safety of employees can be guaranteed more. Unfortunately, although Attack on Titan is a good drama, even if ordinary employees get the power of a giant from it, it will be useless. The power of the super giant is not bad, but the shortcomings are still too obvious. While Li Fan was thinking, Sky Dragon flew back with Kaido, who had changed back into human form. After returning Kaido to his pirate ship, Sky Dragon escorted a ray of light and flew towards Li Fan. Captain, Are you all right? Captain Kaido, your injury. Doctor, come here quickly. The crew of the Beast's pirates immediately became extremely nervous when they saw Kaido covered in bruises. At the same time, the look at Ji-fan was also extremely unkind. Hey, Kaido, it's okay, if you're not dead, just make a sound. Li Fan said with a smile on his face, not at all scared by Beast's pirates' vigilance against him. Cough, cough. Kaido suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, resisting the pain in his body and stood up. UBD. Kaido took a deep look at Li Fan, and finally didn't say anything, but sat down directly, took the wine gourd from his subordinates and drank it in big gulps. It seems that he wants to use wine to get rid of the depression in his heart. Kaido, lost. A haze cast over Sengoku's heart. It's this power. This power must be obtained. Charlotte Linlin clenched her hands tightly, and the powerful strange force even crushed the side of the boat. Garrett, no matter what method you use, I must charm this man. Starting today, you will stay on Li Fan's boat for me. Even if you use force, you have to deal with Li Fan. Its own strength is better than Whitebeard, and it can summon the existence that can defeat Kaido. I must obtain such power. Hearing this, Garrett nodded heavily. But, Mom, Li Fan didn't promise me to be her long-term actress. There may be some difficulties trying to get on board with him. Garrett said with some hesitation. Okay, everyone, if you are free, I hope to do business with you, what do you think? Suddenly, Li Fan's voice reached the ears of Garrett and Charlotte Linlin. That's it. Charlotte Linlin narrowed her eyes, I will use this deal to send you to Li Fan's boat. Chapter 200. On the shore, Li Fan looked at Whitebeard and others standing in front of him, and said. Once upon a time, someone asked me whether the Holy Grail exists. Now, I will answer you, the Holy Grail exists. As for whether you can make a wish, it's also possible. Although it is not omnipotent in the true sense, it is possible for a person to obtain wealth, power, immortality, resurrection, etc. Hearing Li Fan's words, everyone's eyes widened. Although they vaguely guessed that Li Fan had the Holy Grail, they didn't expect Li Fan to say so easily. For example, if you, Shanks, make a wish to the Holy Grail to revive Pirate King Roger, this can also be done. Li Fan raised his finger and looked at Shanks with interest. Shanks, who was named, raised an eyebrow. It's a very tempting topic, but, Li Fan, why are you saying this to us all of a sudden? You should have some purpose. Of course. Li Fan nodded and said with a smile, you've all seen Fate/Zero, right? I plan to hold a real Holy Grail War, and then make a movie about the stories that happened between the contestants. You can understand it as a real movie. If you are interested, I can give you the chance to sign up. If at that time, the Holy Grail chooses you Shanks as the master, then you will have the opportunity to compete for the Holy Grail. Of course, because it was the real Holy Grail War, I was beaten to death by the opponent, so don't blame me. Hearing this, Shanks nodded. So, you want us to make this real movie for you. That's why I'm willing to take out the Holy Grail. It has to be said that this is an offer that no one can refuse. Shanks looked around Kaido and others, obviously, they also showed a great desire to compete. According to my thinking, I definitely hope that the 4 emperors can participate. However, I can only give you the chance to be selected, and the final selection is still decided by the Holy Grail itself. When the time comes, it will depend on whether your desires can be felt by the Holy Grail. Of course, I hope more people can see such a movie. So, there is one more thing to trouble everyone. As soon as Li Fan raised his hand, the treasure house of Babylon unfolded, and huge boxes flew out of the golden ripples. Li Fan opened a box and took out a circular space prop from it. A new gadget has been developed recently. In this small ball, what is needed is my screening area. As long as you follow a specific method, you can take out the projection equipment. I have limited time and cannot quickly deploy these devices around the world. So, I would like to trouble everyone to bring these 9,000 sets of projection equipment to your respective territories. And distribute the installations according to the population. The specific distribution method, my secretary Khalifa will tell you. As for the berry earned, because I don't manage these movie theaters that you operate and build. So, we can deal with it in a divided way. 90% for me, and 10% for you. Of course, if you can buy a set of projection equipment at a price of 10 billion berry, then naturally you don't need to share with me. Hearing Li Fan's words, Charlotte Linlin walked out first. Li Fan, I agree with your proposal. Your projection equipment, I will properly place it on my site. As for the income, it can also be carried out according to the sharing method you mentioned. I'll let my people arrange the movie theater for you. However, I have a request. Hush, let's hear it. The corners of Li Fan's lips curled up, and Li Fan couldn't help being satisfied with Charlotte Linlin, who was the first to agree. If it is really a small request, Li Fan is willing to agree. I hope that you can hire Garrett to be your long-term actor. That's it. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Well, it's not an embarrassing request. However, Charlotte Linlin, you have to know that as my long-term employee, you must abide by my rules. Your daughter, there is no problem. Li Fan naturally knew Charlotte Linlin's intentions. Zero, seeking flowers. However, Li Fan doesn't mind accepting Garrett if he can make his plan go smoothly. Charlotte Linlin nodded, looking behind her. Garrett walked up to Li Fan with graceful steps. From now on, I will bother you, Li Fan. Giolita said with a serious face. Hehe, let's get along well in the future. Li Fan patted Garrett on the shoulder and looked at the others. What about you, are you willing to accept my proposal? Since Linlin agrees, I agree too. Kaido stepped forward, however, since you let Linlin's daughter aboard, at least let one of my partners aboard. Kimira, you lost. Yes, Captain. Kimira nodded and jumped to Li Fan's side. Li Fan, I will trouble your boat to carry me for a while in the future. Zero. Forget it, it's up to you. Li Fan shook his head and looked at Whitebeard and Shanks, who still hadn't spoken. Undoubtedly, the two also agreed. However, unlike Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Shanks and Whitebeard, who value their companions, did not let their companions board Ji Fan's boat. Finally, Li Fan set his sights in the direction of Marine. Although the four emperors occupy New World, Marine covers many more countries and islands than the four emperors. Therefore, Li Fan also hopes that Sengoku can agree to his request. So, what about you, Sengoku? The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up. If you are willing to help me run errands, I can also let you do business with me and give you 10% of the profit. Sengoku clenched his fists and watched with a gloomy expression. Li Fan, do you think we will care about the 10% of the money? That would be great. Li Fan clapped his hands. Then how about you running errands for free? Or, you Marine don't plan to play a role with me in the future? I don't even plan to come to participate in the reality version of Holy Grail War that I will start filming in the future. It's a pity, obviously, in order to allow more people to gain abilities, I deliberately divided the best actor into the best actor and best actress. After the words fell, everyone on the scene turned their attention to Li Fan. F. Chapter 201. Everyone looked at Li Fan in great surprise. If Li Fan really follows this method, that is to say, every time a film is made, there must be one person who will be able to acquire abilities. In an instant, the eyes of quite a few people shone. Li Fan, if our people come to your place to film, you won't play tricks? Sengoku asked. I'm not going to do that, Sengoku. Li Fan shook his head. As long as I don't mess with the crew, I'm harmless. If I'm really someone I don't accept, I won't even be able to enter my crew. If you really want to do something, when Zephyr and Anne come to my side, I have already done it. Of course, ordinary acting, of course nothing will happen. May 10th, however, when shooting the realistic version of Holy Grail War, I don't care if there will be death or not. This Holy Grail War, I'm just the director in charge of filming. I will not be responsible if one of your people dies in this scene. Of course, if you're afraid, you don't have to come. Sengoku. Hearing Li Fan's words, Zephyr looked at Sengoku with a serious expression and a little expectation in his eyes. I see, Li Fan. Sengoku said. I will arrange for someone to help you put your projection equipment everywhere. Just divide it according to what you said. However, since you have accepted Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's side, I hope you will also allow us to arrange for someone to come to you. You didn't intend to be with the four emperors or the revolutionary army, so it should be fine for me to arrange someone to watch them by your side. Li Fan smiled and looked at Sengoku speechlessly. It's more like looking at them than looking at me. Forget it, for the sake of your willingness to help me arrange the projection equipment, I agree that Jun will pass on some information about me to you in the future. Now, it's all right. Sengoku shook his head and said. I hope that a new person from my side can be sent to your place. Hey, from what you're saying, I can't believe Jun. I naturally trust Jun, and I still know the contract on her. Sengoku looked at Li Fan tightly with his eyes, so, let's arrange for a newcomer to go there. Sengoku didn't tell the truth. In fact, even if he wants to trust Jun, the world government has already had some opinions on Jun. After all, during the period of stay in the Sabayati archipelago, the agents of the world government saw with their own eyes that Jun did his best to maintain the vigilance of the set for Li Fan. Therefore, Sengoku felt that he had to arrange a new person to go there, so that the world government could be more satisfied. Moreover, arranging another person to go there means increasing the probability of getting the best actor. Since you are so persistent, then I have nothing to say. Li Fan nodded, however, you'd better arrange someone to come over as soon as possible. I'm leaving here soon. Sengoku nodded, looking aside at Zephyr. Zephyr, can you let Anne go to Li Fan's side? Just now, when Li Fan said that the best actor is divided into best actor and best actress, Sengoku thought of arranging the girl army to go there. After all, the possibility of competing with Li Fan himself for the best actor is too small, and it would be more beneficial to let the actress pass. Zephyr frowned and said. Sengoku, I can't let Anne decide on this. I also hope that you can let Anne decide for himself. She is still a recruit now. Teacher, please let me go. Anne said seriously. Zephyr looked at Anne, then at Li Fan. Li Fan, you won't let something happen to Anne, will you? As long as she doesn't make trouble. Li Fan nodded. Hearing this, Zephyr turned around and patted Anne on the shoulder and said. Everything, be careful, Anne. If you can't adapt, apply to come back. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. After seeing both Marine and four emperors nodding, Li Fan arranged for them to receive their own projection equipment. To be on the safe side, I'd better say hello to the guests. If anyone throws away my projection equipment casually, it will bring trouble to themselves. I have a way to locate these projection devices. After saying this, Li Fan stepped back and handed over the matchmaking to Khalifa. He himself returned to his own boat. Long, you have heard what I said just now. I will trouble you to bring some of the projection equipment there to the place where your revolution succeeded. Okay, Li Fan. Long replied, I will arrange for people from the revolutionary army to pick me up in the sea behind the Fishmen Island. When the time comes, I will arrange for someone to receive these projection equipment. However, this time your action is really big. Hehe, it's my goal to let more people see the movie. Li Fan patted Long on the shoulder and said. By the way, Hancock, and you, also remember to bring the appropriate projection equipment and let your people bring you to the 5.5th floor of your country. It should be no problem. Given the particularity of your country, your money will not be charged. Seeing Hancock standing beside him, Li Fan smiled and greeted him. No, no charge? Why only no charge? Could it be that Li Fan has other meanings? Are you infatuated with me? However, she had no reaction to my beauty before. Hancock looked at Li Fan suspiciously. Your country has a small population, so just give you a projection device. By the way, while there is still some time before leaving, take me to the place where your boat is parked. Chapter 202. 9 Snake Pirates, on the pirate ship. Okay, these are the things that need to be paid attention to in operation. Got it, Boa Sandersonia. Li Fan said with a smile. Well, I see. Boa Sandersonia with green hair replied. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Li Fan looked at Hancock who was standing beside him. Li Fan, won't you invite me to your set? Seeing that Li Fan was about to leave, Hancock asked with a frown. Hancock, your country should take care of your words, and it shouldn't be convenient for you to follow me. Then, do you want me to act with you? Well, if you come, of course I welcome it, but I don't force it. Li Fan shrugged and replied. Seeing Li Fan's indifferent expression, Hancock frowned. If someone else had faced her like this, she would have kicked Perfume Femur long ago. 09. But for Li Fan, whom she respects, she couldn't do that. Wow, did you see that? This man is talking to Master Shiji so casually. That's right, it's really strange. Obviously other men will stare blankly and remain motionless as soon as they see Mrs. Shiji. Tell me, Fan shouldn't like Master Shiji, right? What are you talking about? Lady Shiji is so beautiful, there is no one who doesn't like her. I think so. Not far behind Hancock, a group of girl thieves were discussing and looking at Li Fan very curiously. Tong Shui, they are also quite curious about Hancock's attitude towards Li Fan. Although the girl thieves spoke rather quietly, how could Hancock of Grandmaster Observation Haki not hear it? Is Li Fan really not interested in my beauty? After many days of questioning, coupled with the discussion of the girls behind the scenes, Hancock finally couldn't help but want to test Li Fan. I saw Hancock took 2 steps back, stretched her hands forward, and posed a loving gesture to Li Fan under the horrified eyes of her 2 younger sisters. Sister! Marrow marrow mellow! Ignoring the 2 younger sisters stepping forward to stop her, Hancock released a petrifying pink light at Li Fan. The pink light penetrated Li Fan's body and disappeared on the sea. I said, what are you doing, Hancock? Looking at the surprised Hancock, Li Fan frowned, why did you attack me? If there is no reason. Master Li Fan, please don't be angry, my sister must have some reason. Boya Sandasaria hurriedly came to Ji Fan's side and comforted him. At this moment, Boya Sandersonia, who had seen Li Fan's strength, was quite afraid that Li Fan would get angry because of Hancock's sudden shot. Not to mention whether Li Fan will make a move, even if Li Fan's partners make a move, it is not something they can resist. So, that's why I'm waiting for Hancock. Li Fan tilted his head, looking directly at Hancock. Are you really not fascinated by my beauty, Li Fan? Hancock put down his hand and looked at Li Fan in surprise. Hey? You woman, are you trying to test me on purpose? Li Fan rested his chin with one hand, because I'm not fascinated by you like other men, so you tried me with the trick just now. Hancock nodded. Really, if you do this, what should you do if I directly hit you just now? Li Fan shook his head. Unbeknownst to Hancock, it wasn't that Li Fan wasn't attracted to Hancock's beauty. It's just that this level is far less than that of many other men. Before being hit by Hancock's marrow mellow, Li Fan had a picture of Medusa with himself directly in his mind. At the moment when my mind was occupied by Medusa's beautiful posture, Hancock's attack naturally had no choice but to petrify Li Fan. Forget it, don't do such things in the future, I'll leave first. Li Fan waved his hand and planned to leave Hancock's ship. Wait, Li Fan. Hancock took Li Fan's hand. Any more question? Well, Li Fan, since you're not interested in my beauty, why did you say just now that we don't need to pay for the projection equipment? Please, is there any production in your country? Also, does your country have a tradition of giving money to outsiders? No, Li Fan said. Since there are already so many people who have paid, there is not much less than you. Anyway, the population of your country is not large, so you can't lose much. For me, it's also a good thing to be able to watch a movie with a few more people. Is there any problem? If there is no problem, I have to go. Hearing this, Hancock pulled Li Fan even harder with his arms. Wait, Li Fan, let me be your long-term actor too. Hey! You don't care about your country and the pirates. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Even if you want to get some wonderful things from me, it's not easy. 1. No matter what, I want to continue to be an actress with you now. Hancock flicked his hair lightly, and, I will definitely be the best actress. Seeing Hancock's appearance, her two younger sisters looked at each other. Boa Sander Sonia, perhaps, my sister can really become the best actress, and then I can get a treasure from Ji Fan. Boya Marigold, if it's my sister, it must be possible. You really have confidence in her. Seeing that the two sisters are so optimistic about Hancock, Li Fan twitched her lips. Anyway, it's not bad for me, if you want to come, just come. Li Fan looked at Hancock and agreed to Hancock's request. Since you want to be my actor, as the boss, you also need to give you some benefits. As soon as he raised his hand, the distant Utopia scabbard appeared in Li Fan's hand. Then, under Hancock's surprised gaze, the scabbard entered her body. Li Fan, what is this? Hancock asked in surprise. The treasure distant Utopia is extremely effective in healing people's injuries. As long as I let it, it works on other people too. It's worth saying that if I treat tattoos as wounds, remote Utopia can also work. As soon as the words fell, a warm, golden light enveloped Hancock's body. In this ray of light, Hancock could clearly feel a warmth hitting her back, the celestial dragon's imprint that cast a great shadow on Hancock. Chapter 203. After a few seconds, the light on Hancock dissipated. Later, Li Fan did the same thing to remove the tattoos on Hancock's two younger sisters. It's done. Retracting distant Utopia, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. Come on, Hancock, it's almost time to go to the Fishmen Island. Speaking of which, the legendary mermaids are very beautiful, I really want to go and see what they look like. Wait first, Li Fan. Hancock said to Li Fan, and then ran quickly to the cabin. But soon, Hancock ran back again, pulling Li Fan towards the cabin in his own room. Boya Marigold and Boya Sander Sonia looked at each other, and ran towards their own room as well. They wanted to confirm whether the mark of celestial dragons on their bodies had been eliminated. The other girls looked at me and I looked at you, and they couldn't understand why their lady snake was so excited. Even the usually composed Boa Marigold and Boa Sander Sonia. After taking Li Fan to his room, Hancock locked the door behind him, and he came to a floor-to-ceiling mirror. In front of his face, he unbuttoned his shirt. Really disappeared. Looking at his smooth back in the mirror, Hancock choked up for a moment. Cough, cough. Although it is a good thing that you are happy, I am a man anyway. Is it really okay for you to undress in front of me like this? Even though he said this, Li Fan couldn't hold back his gaze at all. A woman who was already extremely beautiful, is even more so now. Even if Li Fan has extraordinary concentration, his heartbeat can't help but speed up. Fortunately, if you are as good at acting as I am, you won't be seen as unusual. At this time, Li Fan couldn't help but be more grateful for the perfect acting that the system gave him. Thank you, Li Fan. Hearing Li Fan's voice, Hancock strode up to Li Fan, and held him tightly with open arms. He didn't care what kind of soft touch he would give Li Fan's forward stretch. Cough, cough, didn't I just say that this is a boss's benefit to employees? You don't have to be so polite, Han Kushu. Li Fan raised his hand and patted Hancock's back. Feeling the smooth skin on Hancock's back with fingers made Li Fan's heart beat even faster. Li Fan, why do you know that there is a mark of celestial dragons behind me? Hancock blushed slightly, and she was quite puzzled that Li Fan suddenly took out distant utopia to help her deal with this mark. Well, thanks to my sources of intelligence. Li Fan said. That's it. Hancock smiled, not talking. Regardless of how Li Fan knew about it, but now that the mark of celestial dragons has been removed, Hancock is already very satisfied. Now, she just wants to hold Li Fan like this and never let go. 10 minutes later, seeing that Hancock still had no intention of letting go, Li Fan finally couldn't help but patted Hancock on the back. Hancock, it's time for us to leave. Yes, Master Li Fan, I'm ready now. Hearing Li Fan's voice, Hancock immediately came to his senses, and ran to pick up his clothes and put them on again. Let's go, Master Li Fan, I'm ready. All right. Seeing Hancock's blushing face and shining eyes, Li Fan couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. This has become like this. Shaking his head, Li Fan turned and opened the door. Immediately, the big faces of Ya Marigold and Boya Sandasoya appeared outside the door. What are you two doing? Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Well, Li Fan, thank you for your help. Boya Sandasoya nodded to Li Fan, and looked at the blushing Han Kushu. Li Fan, you and your sister haven't come out for such a long time, so, could you be doing that kind of thing? That kind of thing? What is it? Li Fan frowned, not understanding Boa Sandarsonia's words for a while. It's just, that kind of men and women, that's what it is. Ugh. Boa Sandarsonia, you, think too much. The corner of Li Fan's mouth twitched fiercely after understanding the meaning of Boa Sandarsonia. Afterwards, Li Fan ignored Boya Sandarsonia and walked towards his own ship. Hancock followed closely behind. Boa Marigold and Boa Sandarsonia looked at each other. Obviously, they were quite surprised by the Hancock just now. After finishing some chores, Li Fan's ship set sail again, heading for the Fishmen Island 10,000 meters under the sea. After Li Fan and others left, the four Emperor's pirates had no interest in staying in Sabayati archipelago. They all boarded the ship and set sail. On the other hand, seeing the four Emperor's pirate group and Li Fan finally leave, the Marines also let out a long sigh of relief. Slowly, Sabayati archipelago entered the normal rhythm again. However, when it was learned that Li Fan and the four Emperor's pirate group were heading for the Fishmen Island, the king of the Fishmen Island and Jinbei of Shishibukai became tense together. What they don't know is that the four Emperor's pirates have no intention of landing on the Fishmen Island. After sinking into the sea, the four Emperor's pirate group chose a route that bypassed the Fishmen Island and headed straight for their territory. Everyone, look at this situation, everyone will stay with me for a while. On this ship, there aren't many rules. But there is one thing, you must not shoot the crew on the ship. It's okay to compete, but if you attack with killing intent, don't blame me for throwing you off the boat. As he spoke, Li Fan glanced at Kim Myra and Charlotte Garrett. For these two people from Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates respectively, Li Fan is very worried that they will bring their violent tempers to this ship. Even if he won't face himself or other, Qian Li's, crew members, Li Fan will absolutely not allow it. Don't worry, Li Fan, I won't make trouble. Seeing Li Fan looking at her, Garrett quickly assured her. For this man who will become her husband in the future, even though Garrett doesn't have any feelings for him now, for Charlotte Linlin's sake, she will not disobey Li Fan. Humph, I won't mess around, you don't have to look at me like this. Kim Myra crossed her arms and said frowning. I hope so. Li Fan nodded, turned, and walked towards the cabin. Jun, your observation haki is very good, please pay more attention to them. When passing by Jun, Lin Fan whispered. Don't worry, Li Fan, I will do the same without you telling me. Jun nodded slightly. Although Jun could not prevent Li Fan from making a decision, Jun did not intend not to pay attention to these two people from the Four Emperors pirate group. Lose. Chapter 204. Li Fan wanted to go to his room to rest. But just halfway, they were stopped by Hina, Nami, and Nyokijao on the way. You guys, what's the matter? Li Fan raised his eyebrows, probably understanding why they found him. Li Fan, can I participate in the Holy Grail War you mentioned? Nami stepped forward and looked at Li Fan expectantly. You want to resurrect your own stepmother, right, Nami? Li Fan sighed, Nami, I should have made it very clear just now. This Holy Grail War is not so much a show as a competition. You have to know that the opponent you are facing is not an ordinary person. If the Four Emperors are drafted, then you're going to face the Four Emperors. Even if the Holy Grail War can summon servants. But, do you really think you can fight against them just by relying on you and the servants you summon? Others can also summon servants. Even your stepmother wouldn't want you to do such a dangerous thing. Hearing this, Nami took Li Fan's hand. Then, Li Fan, can you not hold this Holy Grail War and give me the Holy Grail? For that, I would do anything. For Nami, the death of her foster mother, Belmir, was the nightmare of a lifetime. Belmir would never have died if it hadn't been for protecting her. When she heard that Li Fan possesses the Holy Grail that can resurrect the dead, Nami made up her mind to get the Holy Grail no matter what the cost. It's not a question of what you're willing to give. Li Fan shook his head and took his own from Nami's. Unfortunately, Nami, even if I am willing to hand over the Holy Grail to you, you cannot directly make a wish. This Holy Grail will only be truly activated when the Holy Grail War is started according to the prescribed ceremony, and the last pair of master and servant is determined. Until then, it will not have the ability to make wishes. Patting Nami on the shoulder, Li Fan wanted to bypass Nami and walk towards his room. In this case, let me go to the Holy Grail War. Nyochi stood in front of Li Fan. Achkje, Nyokijao, you should have heard what I said just now. Li Fan frowned, aren't you afraid of death? Say it first, even if you are my crew. But when it comes to filming, I'm not going to cheat you guys. Of course I'm afraid, but in this world, there are always things that need to be done. The corners of Nyokijao's mouth curled up. Nami has a wish to draw the world sea map, she can't do such a dangerous thing. Since that's the case, then it's my turn to do this. Although Li Fan you said, it would be dangerous for ordinary people like us to participate in the Holy Grail War. However, as long as we summon servants like the King of Heroes, even we will have a chance of winning. Nyokijao, who has watched the Fate series of movies, understands that the so-called heroic spirits have an insurmountable strength ladder between each other. Just like the King of Heroes, if he is serious, he can even end the Holy Grail War overnight. Nyokijao believes that as long as he is lucky enough, he will be able to win the Holy Grail War. Wait, Nyokijao, why can't I participate? I also want Furmal. Nami took the lead to stand up and oppose Nyokijao. Nami, you are my favorite sister, I can't let you do such a thing. Nyokijao held Nami's face, you have already taken a risk about the dragon pirates before. This time, leave it to me. Right now. Nami shook his head heavily, no, I will go this time. I have sailed on the sea for many years. There is a reason why I can survive. Leave it to me. Seeing Nami and Nyokijo arguing, Li Fan sighed and looked at Hina beside him. Do you also want to participate in the Holy Grail War, Hina? Of course. Hina snuffed out the cigarette in her mouth, and walked to Li Fan with a serious face. You won't stop me from participating in the Holy Grail War, will you? Even if I don't stop you, even if you get the Holy Grail, you can only resurrect one person. Is this what you want? Even if I can only resurrect one person, I will fight for it. Hina's eyes were firm. That child is still so young, and he still has a lot of time. I must resurrect him. Because of the blue eyes white dragon card he held, it caused the death of that child and the whole crew. This almost became Hina's bewilderment. How many nights, Hina woke up from her sleep. Now that such an opportunity is finally available, how could Hina give up? Seeing Hina's appearance, Fan sighed again. For Hina's encounter, the card Li Fan gave her was the initial trigger. Although he didn't think he was wrong, but facing Hina, Li Fan always felt guilty. At this time, Nami and Nyokijo also stopped arguing and looked at Hina with complicated expressions. They knew that if Hina also participated in this Holy Grail War with them at the same time, then they will become rivals to each other, which is a bit uncomfortable for Nami and Nokigao who have been on the same ship for so long. You don't have to look at me like that. Hina glanced at Nami and Nyokijo. Don't forget, Li Fan is just a primary selection of actors. Who will become the master in the end depends on how the Holy Grail chooses. Maybe, only I became the master, but you didn't become the master, then, of course, we won't be able to talk about our hostility. You guy, are you saying that we can't be masters? Hearing Hina's words, Nami immediately expressed dissatisfaction. No, if possible, I hope that all three of us can become masters. Hina said. As Li Fan said, 4 emperors may be chosen by the Holy Grail. If that happens, it will be an extremely difficult opponent. In this case, the 3 of us form an alliance, and we will have a great chance of defeating the 4 emperors. Compared to pinning our hopes on summoning powerful servants, it is the safest way for the weak to choose an alliance. After solving the others, we can decide the outcome by ourselves. Chapter 205. Yet, how come we didn't think of that? Nami and Nyokijo looked at each other. After Hina's reminder, a flash of understanding flashed in their minds. In an instant, I remembered that in the Fate series of movies, there was also an alliance. Because the desire to revive Belmere was too strong, Nami and Nyochi couldn't think of it in the first year of high school. Now, Nami and Nyokijo are no longer arguing, telling someone not to go. They now wish that both of them could participate in the Holy Grail War. Unlike others, both of them wish to revive Belmere. As long as they can all be selected by the Holy Grail to participate in the Holy Grail War, their chances of winning will be greatly increased. The idea is good, but I have to remind you that there will be many people who want to participate. Even if one of you can be selected, you are lucky. Not to mention 3. Li Fan waved his hand, walked past the 3 of them towards his room. I have reminded you all, if you really want to participate, I will not stop you. However, there is one thing I hope you can pay attention to. Having said that, Li Fan paused and turned to look at the 3 of them. Even if you participate in the Holy Grail War, please put your own life first. I don't want my crew to die. After speaking, Li Fan didn't stop there, and walked straight to his room. When Li Fan left, Hina and Nami also dispersed and returned to their rooms. Regarding the Holy Grail War that will appear in the future, they still have a lot to do. Li Fan, why don't you use the resurrection staff to resurrect the people they miss? Around the corner, Nico Robin's voice rang in Li Fan's ear. Li Fan stopped and glanced at Nico Robin. This kind of item is very precious, and I will not take it out casually. In that case, why are you using it for me? What, don't you like me using it for you? No, of course I thank you very much, Li Fan. Nico Robin stroked his hair and came to Li Fan. Li Fan, it's not too late, why don't you come to my room and have a chat? As for your resurrection of my mother, I really want to thank you more. After what happened with Nami and Hina, Nico Robin knew how lucky he was to have Li Fan resurrect his mother for him. Even Nami, who was the first to follow Li Fan, did not receive such treatment. Although I still don't know what kind of idea Li Fan came to help me. What to do with her, but Nico Robin isn't going to wait. The mother's resurrection ended a major event in Nico Robin's heart, and completely opened her long-closed heart. For Li Fan, in addition to being grateful and curious, I also have an inexplicable affection for Li Fan. There was a hint of affection that made her unable to help but want to get close to Li Fan. Nico Robin approached Li Fan and reached out to hold Li Fan's palm. The contact between skin and skin gave Nico Robin a strange feeling in his heart. Perhaps, mother was right. When you meet a good man, you need to be more decisive. Nico Robin couldn't help but recall what his mother had said to him. After all, there are many women around Li Fan who are staring at him covetously. These are the exact words of Nicole Albia. Li Fan, my mother has gone to another room to rest. There is no one in my room now, if possible, can you come in and have a cup of tea with me and chat? Nico Robin looked at Li Fan blushing. Even if she is as mature and intellectual as she is, she seems a little shy at the moment. Master, a pirate ship appeared outside, and a huge octopus appeared at the same time. Do you need to go and see? At this time, Khalifa's voice came from behind Li Fan. Pirate ship, and a huge octopus. Li Fan pulled his hand from Nico Robin's hand and raised his eyebrows. Could it be that guy? If it's really that guy Vanderdecken 9, solving her is equivalent to doing favor to the Fishmen Island. After that, it will be easier to move around on the Fishmen Island. Forget it, let's go and have a look. Li Fan muttered to himself. Robin, let's not talk about it next time, what's going on outside? Zero, seeking flowers, Zero. Nodding to Nico Robin, Li Fan turned around and walked out of the cabin. Looking at Li Fan's back, Nico Robin sighed deeply. The courage that I had finally mustered up was also vented at this moment. Do you want to be Li Fan's daughter? Hearing the sound, Nico Robin looked at Khalifa who spoke. I saw that Khalifa was looking at Nico Robin with a serious face at the moment. Hehe, what about you, Khalifa? As Li Fan's secretary, if you have ideas about him, you have a lot of opportunities. Nico Robin smiled, and there was a faint flash of lightning between the two. Khalifa pushed his glasses. Well, I want to be Li Fan's woman. Zero. Without the slightest concealment, after leaving this sentence, Khalifa turned around and followed Li Fan's footsteps. My family knows about my family. Although I and Li Fan are often in the same room, there is also Medusa in the room. Even if Khalifa wanted to have something to do with Li Fan, Khalifa couldn't act when he thought of Medusa by the desk. Although it is not said that Li Fangxing harassed, it seems to be very relaxed. But in the final analysis, Khalifa is just a 25-year-old young woman, for her who has never been in a relationship. Faced with these things, it is inevitable that you will be a little shy and don't know how to act. Under such circumstances, Khalifa could only maintain a serious expression and help Li Fan deal with trivial matters in work and life seriously. Although there is nothing on the surface, after getting along for a long time, now, Khalifa is very happy with every compliment and intimacy that Li Fan shows. Even though there is no substantial progress now, it doesn't mean that Khalifa doesn't care about the other women around Li Fan. Therefore, when she saw Nico Robin's actions just now, she would use shave to quickly move to Li Fan's side and report to him what happened outside the ship. However, as expected, the one who needs the most attention is Medusa. Looking at Li Fan beside him, the figure of Medusa flashed in Khalifa's mind unconsciously. Towel. Chapter 206. It's a pity that it almost succeeded. If Khalifa didn't appear suddenly, maybe I would have a son-in-law today. Behind Nico Robin, Nicole Albia's voice sounded. Mom, you've been eavesdropping just now. Nico Robin said helplessly as he watched Nicole Albia approaching. After all, it's a very interesting thing. Nicole Albia's mouth curled up, however, I didn't expect it, it just seems to have fallen asleep. My daughter has already reached the age to find a man. However, the man my daughter likes seems to be too feminine. Hearing this, Nico Robin smiled slightly. Isn't that the son-in-law you're looking for? However, as you said, there are indeed many women around Li Fan. There is also the Empress Hancock. After Li Fan went to her ship 893, the way she looks at Li Fan now becomes very strange. Maybe Li Fan did something to make Hancock fall in love with her, said Nicole Albia. However, it's too soon. Nico Robin frowned slightly, I can see that Hancock just had a crush on Li Fan at first. Love is like a tornado, it may come very quickly. Nicole Albia patted Nico Robin's shoulder, even you, no, suddenly have a strong feeling for Li Fan. Do you like it? That's because of your resurrection, mother. No matter what the reason is, if you like it, you like it. Nicole Albia put her eyes on Nico Robin, her eyes gradually became serious. Robin, if Li Fan didn't choose you in the end, what should you do? Mom, why are you asking this all of a sudden? This is a serious question, Robin, I hope you can tell me what's on your mind. This, will probably continue to like him, mother, what do you want to know? Looking at the current situation, Robin, there are too many competitors competing with you. Nicole Albia said. So, if Li Fan doesn't choose you in the end, it will bring you pain. Perhaps it is a good thing that you let go earlier. Mom, you encouraged me at first, have you forgotten? Of course I haven't forgotten. Nicole Albia shook her head, it's just that I didn't know enough about Li Fan at the time. Of course, any good man. It's just that, because of his excellence, there are no shortage of daughters around him, so. Before Nicole Albia finished speaking, Nico Robin stepped forward to save her. Thank you, Mom. However, your daughter is a very stubborn woman. Maybe I was hesitant before, but after just getting in touch with Li Fan, I can be sure that in my heart, I like it or I like it. In this case, I will not let go. Even if Li Fan didn't choose me in the end, I wouldn't hate him. I will continue to like him and stay by his side. Just like this, it is also a happy thing. Also, even if Li Fan didn't choose me to be his wife, being a lover is still a choice. I never said, I mind that Li Fan is not just me. This. Hearing this, Nicole Albia blinked, and then hugged Nico Robin's waist. No matter what decision you make, Robin, Mom is on your side. The two hugging each other did not notice the somewhat complicated eyes of Princess Vivi not far away. Captain, there is a big ship ahead, do we need to attack them? On Vanderdaken 9's pirate ship, a Murloc pirate ran to Vanderdaken 9 and reported. Ship. Vanderdaken 9 turned around, isn't it good to let that octopus guy destroy it? Such a simple matter, don't ask me all the time. I am now preparing to cooperate with those guys from the new Murloc pirates to dethrone the king of the Fishmen Island, and I am not in the mood to care about such trivial matters. Because the Four Emperors pirates stayed in Sabayati archipelago for a long time, it attracted the attention of the royal family of the Fishmen Island and Shishibukai Jinbei not far from Sabayati archipelago. Considering that the Four Emperors pirate group, Li Fan and his party may go to the Fishmen Island, the royal family of the Fishmen Island and Jinbei put almost all their energy on preparing to meet them. Therefore, the movement of the new Murloc pirates was ignored. Hody Jones, the captain of the new Murloc pirates, sees this as an opportunity. When the attention of the royal family was attracted by Li Fan and others, they planned to join forces with Vanderdaken 9 to capture the Fishmen Island and control the rights of the Fishmen Island. After more than 10 days of preparation, King Vanderdaken IX will now go to the Fishmen Island to work with the new Murloc pirates to kill 0 members of the royal family. Of course, the main purpose of Vanderdaken IX is Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishmen Island. At this moment, a shock spread to Vanderdaken IX's feet. What's going on? Vanderdaken IX frowned and ran to the deck. Boat, Captain, this guy is coming from the opposite boat. 10 Murloc pirates pointed at Li Fan and shouted. At this moment, the Murloc pirate looked terrified, as if he was very afraid of Li Fan. No wonder he felt scared, since the moment Li Fan came to this boat, there were several pirates attacking Li Fan. But they were all easily knocked to the ground by Li Fan, and the state of death was even more miserable. Seeing Vanderdaken IX coming to the deck at this moment, the rest couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Humans, why are you attacking us? Vanderdaken IX looked at Li Fan, frowning, and slowly took off his gloves. Looking at your appearance, you should be Vanderdaken IX. Li Fan smiled and walked towards Vanderdaken IX. That's right, it's me, what do you need from me? I just wanted to ask you for something. The corners of Li Fan's lips curled up. I first arrived at the Fishmen Island, with empty hands and no presents. When I was worrying about what gift to prepare, you appeared. Hey! You prepare your gift, what do you send me? Hehe, I heard that you have been delivering dangerous love letters to Princess Shirahoshi of the Fishmen Island for so many years. Tell me, if I pack you and send 5.1 to the Fishmen Island, will they thank me? Hearing Li Fan's words, Vanderdaken IX was startled, and immediately understood that Li Fan was coming for him. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp pain passed into Vanderdaken IX's brain. Vanderdaken IX looked at his chest in a daze, and found that at some point, a sword had sunk into his chest and pierced his heart. Consciousness is fading away. Less than a second, Vanderdaken IX was shrouded in endless darkness, lost his life forever. He didn't know until his death what method Li Fan used to insert the sword into his chest. I also don't know why Li Fan, a human being, knows that he is delivering a dangerous love letter to Princess Shirahoshi. Obviously, these things should only be known to his own pirate group and the royal family of the Fishmen Island. Chapter 207. After beheading Vanderdaken IX with the projected treasure, Li Fan returned to his ship with his body. Of course, before leaving, the rest of the pirates were also dealt with by Li Fan. Master, he is. Looking at the corpse of Vanderdaken IX still on the deck, Khalifa asked with some doubts. It's just a gift for the king of the Fishmen Island. Li Fan smiled, clean up this guy and hand him over to the king of the Fishmen Island. Now, there is still a little distance from the Fishmen Island, I'll go back and rest for a while, and call me when I get there. I see. Khalifa nodded. Although he wanted to go back to his room to rest for a while, but soon, someone stopped him again. It's you again, Hina, what's the matter? Li Fan looked at Hina helplessly and asked. There were other people present just now, some things are inconvenient for Hina to talk about. Hina looked around and found no one else. He directly stepped forward and took Li Fan's hand, and walked into his room. Boom! After Hina slammed the door shut, 09 directly locked the door, leaning on the door herself. I said, what is so mysterious that you couldn't say it in front of Nyokijo and Nami just now? Li Fan asked curiously. Hina raised her buried head, took a deep breath, raised her hand, and unbuttoned Shikai's own clothes. Li Fan stared blankly at Hina's movements, and didn't come back to her senses until she took off her coat completely. To Li Fan's surprise, the beautiful woman in front of him didn't even wear any kind of clothes. I'll go. Responding, Li Fan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Hina's hand, preventing her from continuing to untie her pants, and pushed her to the door. Hina's hands were raised by Li Fan and pressed against the wall. I said, what do you mean? Li Fan tried his best to keep his eyes on Hina's face, but driven by instinct, Li Fan still looked at Hina from time to time. I want to play the heroine in the next play. Hina looked directly at Li Fan and said without blushing. As if he didn't care about his current posture at all. Seeing Hina's calm appearance, Li Fan was a little dazed. Cough, cough. Well, I understand if you want a heroine. But what's the matter with your tub clothes? You must have a fever. Li Fan asked. You don't understand. Hina frowned. Stop joking, Li Fan. People like you who are engaged in drama and film have unspoken rules. In order to get a good role, a woman bribed the director, even at the expense of her own identity. Even my Marine understands such things. Come on, Li Fan, our posture is not bad now. Why don't you just want me like this? I don't want you to be responsible, as long as you give me the role of the heroine in the next movie, that's enough. Hearing Hina's words, I realized how wrong I am with Hina's current posture. Well, you should pack yourself up first, let's talk about it. Li Fan let go of Hina, turned around and took 2 steps forward. Just when he was about to continue to say something, Hina directly grabbed Li Fan's waist, and even clung to him tightly. This was more than that, as if to force Li Fan to submit, Hina even rubbed on Li Fan's back. Hey, I think I see what you mean, Hina. You want to get the leading actress, then get the best actress, and get the ability I bestowed on you. In this way, if you participate in the Holy Grail War in the future, your hope of winning will be higher, right? That's why you said that Nyokijo and Nami were here just now, and it's not convenient for you to say so. Li Fan is not stupid. After experiencing the surprise at the beginning, he quickly figured out the key point. In this case. Since this is the case, you shouldn't do this, Hina. Li Fan interrupted Hina. His stern tone stunned Hina even more, and her body froze in place. Why? Isn't this an unspoken rule in your profession? Don't compare me with those guys, Hina. Li Fan frowned, and said with some displeasure, are you insulting me, insulting my love for the film industry? I don't care where you get these theories from. But unfortunately, these theories don't work for me. When I choose actors, I may not be absolutely fair, but I will try my best to choose suitable actors to play the corresponding roles. It's definitely not because of your transaction that the role will be handed over to you. Although he was on Earth before, Li Fan is just an ordinary college student who graduated from director school. After graduation, I was not able to engage in my favorite film industry. But Li Fan's love for movies, filming, and acting has never changed. For him, a movie is a movie, and it must be clean. Hence, Li Fan is so happy after getting this system. Being able to make him stronger is naturally one aspect. But being able to make him a director is something that makes Li Fan smile. Hina, let go, you will only have the opposite effect if you do so. Originally there was a role that was suitable for you, but because of this incident, you might miss it. Besides, I don't want to be on my ship. In the future, it will be reported that because of such a deal with you, I handed over the role to you. In that case, my boat will no longer be in such harmony. Hearing Li Fan's words, Hina shook her body and let go of Li Fan. At this time, Hina's expressionless face changed slightly. Like ashamed, like regret. Li Fan, are you really going to not give me the role that Hina deserves because of Hina's actions today? Hina asked in a low voice. Li Fan sighed, turned around and put Hina's coat on her body. Today's incident, I will treat it as if it never happened, and I will not tell others about it. Of course, you don't want to spread the word outside, do you understand? As for the role in the next movie, I have one that is quite suitable for you. There are quite a lot of scenes. While talking, Li Fan opened the door and walked out. Hina turned around and looked at the closed door with a gloomy look in her eyes. After Li Fan left, Hina's heartbeat suddenly started to speed up, and an indescribable shyness rushed to her heart. When she acted against Li Fan, she didn't feel it. When Li Fan really left, Hina recalled her behavior, and the nature of a woman made her feel shy. Hina, what have you done? For a moment, Hina didn't even know what face to use when meeting Li Fan in the future. Squeak! At this time, the door that had been closed was suddenly let go. Li Fan's face appeared in front of Hina. Hina's face froze, thinking that she just put the coat on her body, and it couldn't cover it completely, so she quickly raised her hands to block in front of her body, and her face turned red instantly. Ah! Yet! Li Fan raised his eyebrows, so you're also shy? You, is there anything else? Hina turned around and said with her back to Fei Fei. Oh, it's okay, I just want to tell you that you are in good shape, and thank you for the hospitality. UBD. Hina turned around angrily, with her hands forward, trying to activate her fruit ability on Li Fan. Boom! The gate was directly closed by Li Fan. In the room, Hina kept her hand outstretched, not knowing what to do for a while. Chapter 208. The Fishmen Island Periphery. At this moment, a lot of soldiers had already gathered on the coast that didn't need many soldiers to handle it. The reason is that the king of the Fishmen Island and the Jinbei of Shishibukai gathered here. At first, the soldiers didn't know why the king came here and waited so long. When they learned from the king that this was to welcome the upcoming 4 emperors and Li Fan, everyone's eyes widened with horror on their faces. Jinbei, the news is sure to be correct, the ships of 4 emperors and Li Fan will arrive at the Fishmen Island today. The king looked at Even standing beside him and asked. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei's strength goes without saying. Among the Murlocs, Jinbei can be said to be the strongest. In the past, with Jinbei standing by his side, he could bring considerable courage to the king. But at this moment, facing the big man who is coming, the king only feels frightened, for fear that they will have a fight on the Fishmen Island. After all, they are all legendary figures. Li Fan, even with his own strength, beheaded the 5 elders and defeated Whitebeard. Without knowing Li Fan's character, the king really couldn't let go of his worries. Well, Your Majesty, the news we got is indeed today. Jinbei nodded, his eyes full of seriousness. Not long ago, when the 4 emperors' pirate group sailed towards the Sabayati archipelago through the Fishmen Island, Jinbei was very worried. Fortunately, the 4 emperors were in a hurry and were not landing on the Fishmen Island. But it's different now, the 4 emperors' pirates and Li Fan have obviously finished their work. Maybe, they changed back and landed on the Fishmen Island. Although Whitebeard is protecting the Fishmen Island, if these legendary figures fight on the Fishmen Island, the degree of harm will definitely be quite great. Hopefully, there will be no conflict. Jinbei sighed in his heart. What Jinbei and the king didn't know was that because they were all gathered on the coast, the Fishmen Island was still in chaos. The arrogant new Murloc pirates took advantage of the emptiness of the palace and directly captured the palace. All the ministers were controlled, and only Princess Shirahoji escaped under the escort of the 3 princes. Because the new Murloc pirates moved too quickly, the soldiers in the palace couldn't even send the message to the king. But despite this, the 3 princes were seriously injured, and finally only Princess Shirahoji fled to the coast accompanied by her pet shark. As time went by, the residential area of the Fishmen Island was also controlled by many pirates. Some of them are members of the new Murloc pirates, and some are human pirates controlled by Hody Jones, the captain of the new Murloc pirates. At the same time, Li Fan's ship also came to the landing place of the Fishmen Island. King, the one on the boat is Li Fan. Jinbei put down his binoculars and looked at the king solemnly. The king nodded and said, "Get ready to meet them." Following the king's order, the soldiers immediately cheered up and looked serious. After a while, the bow of the fleet, the membrane of the Fishmen Island, stopped at the coast. "Your Excellency is Li Fan, you have worked hard along the way. I am the king of the Fishmen Island, welcome to the Fishmen Island. The king greeted him with a smile on his face. Hello, the king of the Fishmen Island, and this one, must be Jinbei, the seaman of Shishibukai. Li Fan said with a smile on his face, I didn't bring any gifts when I first arrived in Gaidao. Just use this instead. King, where is your excellency? It is our honor that you can come here, and we don't need yours. Before the king finished speaking, he was startled by Khalifa kicking down the corpse in front of him. This is Vanderdyken 9. Your Excellency Li Fan, how did you catch him? Asked the king in surprise. This, just happened to come across it on the way here. The corner of Li Fan's mouth curled up. This guy's fruit ability must have caused a lot of trouble for your daughter, Princess Shirahoshi. In the future, you don't have to lock up your daughter, and you can let her come out to play with confidence. Although I said that, it seems that your daughter has already come out directly. As he spoke, Li Fan turned to the distance. In his field of vision, he could clearly see Princess Shirahoshi, who was rushing towards this side, and the pursuers behind her. Projection, start. Li Fan murmured. Several long swords appeared behind Li Fan. Following Li Fan's thoughts, the long sword disappeared in an instant with a gust of wind, and shot towards Shirahoshi. Jinbei was startled, and quickly looked back, and saw Rixing and the pursuers behind him in an instant. Chi. Several streaks of blood streaked across, and the pursuers behind Princess Shirahoshi were wiped out by the long sword projected by Li Fan. Princess Shirahoshi also escaped from danger and came to the side of Li Fan and others. Old star, why are you here? The king looked at Shirahoshi in shock. Where's your brother? Father. It's not good. Hody Jones and others have occupied the palace, and there are many pirates killing people on the Fishmen Island. My brother and they were also arrested to protect me. Father, please save them, Shirahoshi said, weeping. What? The king was taken aback. How could this happen? It looks, is it okay, that you are in some trouble? Do you need help? Li Fan said with a smile. Your Excellency Li Fan, would you like to help? The king looked at Li Fan in surprise. After all, I plan to build a movie theater here. If the country is in chaos, no one will want to watch movies. Li Fan smiled and looked at the people behind him. It looks like there's fighting going on in this country and the fighters are here to stay. Tashiji, Jun, you stay and protect everyone, the others do as they please. As he spoke, Li Fan cast his flying magic and flew directly away from the coast. After Khalifa below thought for a while, his body transformed into spirit particles, turning into blue particles and following Li Fan. Your Majesty, I'll rush there first. Jinbei nodded to the king, turned around, and rushed over to the square of the Fishmen Island. Chapter 209. The Fishmen Island Square. Hasn't Princess Shirahoshi been captured yet? Hody Jones stood on the high platform in the square, frowning and looking at the Murloc pirates aside. The Murloc pirate who was stared at by Hody Jones shrank his head, avoiding Hody Jones' sight in fear. Beside Hody Jones are the three princes who are tied up. Near the square, the residents of the Fishmen Island were forced to gather. This is the purpose of Hody Jones. He hopes to kill the royal family in front of the people of the Fishmen Island and force them to recognize themselves as the new king. As for Hixia Jinbei, Hody Jones didn't take it seriously. In the case of a murderous drug, Hody Jones firmly believes that no one will be able to defeat himself. What he didn't know was that Li Fan was looking at the pirates gathered below with a sneer at the high altitude of the Fishmen Island. The field of view is really good. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to think of justice from the sky. Li Fan murmured. Master, why don't I do it? Seeing that Li Fan was about to make a move, Khalifa in the spirit child state said. Another method of using the deaththorn piercing spear, I haven't tried it yet. Now this scene seems to be just right. Well, then I'll let you surprise them. Li Fan nodded, and used projection magic to project a large shield around him as Khalifa's foothold point. Then, Khalifa appeared on the shield in tights. With one step, Khalifa came to a higher place, and the spear piercing the death thorn in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. This ray of light immediately attracted the attention of the pirates below and the residents of the Fishmen Island. What is it? Hody Jones frowned, looking a little puzzled. Khalifa, expand the treasure, piercing through the spear of death flying. Khalifa threw the red magic gun in his hand violently. With a muffled sound, the magic gun turned into a red meteor and fell from a height of hundreds of meters. Subsequently, the magic gun split into dozens of spikes, and the dozens of spikes split into hundreds of spikes. Every time it splits, the falling speed of the magic gun increases. In less than a few seconds, the pirates haven't realized what's going on. The red spikes landed on the square. Boom boom boom. The magic gun scattered into streamer arrows and landed in the center of the Fishmen Island square. With a big explosion, thousands of pirates were affected, and some of them were powerful pirates who offered a reward of tens of millions. But in the face of Khalifa's noble phantasm, no pirate can avoid death. After releasing this blow, Khalifa, who was in the air, softened and fell towards Li Fan. It's all right. Li Fan stretched out his hands to catch Khalifa in a princess hug. No. It's okay, master. This move is different from the spear piercing the death thorn, it needs to consume a lot of magic power. Li Fan said. Your own magic power is limited. If I hadn't sent magic power to you just now, you might have suffered a lot of damage because of using this trick. In the future, if it is not necessary, don't use this trick. Hearing this, Khalifa nodded. At the same time, Khalifa secretly made up her mind to make herself stronger, at least to be able to use the treasure given to her by Li Fan more freely. Li Fan injected his own magic power into Khalifa's body, and Khalifa soon recovered. Falls from Li Fan's arms and uses moonwalk to stay in mid-air. At the moment when Li Fan and Khalifa were chatting, the square was already in a mess. What happened? Why the big bang? What was that just now? The pirates who were not affected looked up in fear. Soon, the figures of Li Fan and Khalifa appeared in their eyes. Hey, I'm not mistaken, that's Li Fan. What, Li Fan, why is he here? Really, this is Li Fan, I have seen his reward order. Oh my god, is Li Fan going to be our opponent? Among the pirates, there are quite a few people who have seen Li Fan's reward offer. At this moment, it was discovered that the previous attack was related to Li Fan, and everyone fell into despair. Except for the pirates of the new Murloc pirates. Li Fan, is that the human being who has made a fuss recently? Hody Jones frowned. This guy, why did he attack here? Although I don't know why he wants to attack here, but since he has done it, don't even think about leaving this island alive. Although Fan beheaded the 5 elders, Bayuez's was also uproarious. But Hody Jones, who has already focused all his attention on seizing power on the Fishmen Island, does not know this. Even if he knew, the arrogant Hody Jones wouldn't care. After getting the medicine, Hody Jones even thought that no one in this world could stop him. It is also for this reason that he chose this opportunity to seize the rights to the Fishmen Island. Hey! The woman next to Li Fan disappeared. Just when Hody Jones wanted to speak to Li Fan, he was surprised to find that Khalifa beside Li Fan had disappeared. Suddenly, a strong wind came from behind Hody Jones. Boom! With a crisp sound, the magic gun in the magician's hand hit Hody Jones on the back of the head. Before Hody Jones could even say a word, he rolled his eyes and passed out. It's really weak, with such strength, it still wants to seize the power of a country. Khalifa played a trick and looked at the cotters of the new Murloc pirates not far away. Shave! Khalifa moved at high speed, and his figure quickly shuttled among the cotters. The sharp tip of the gun quickly pierced the hearts of the cotters. Before they even had time to take the poisonous medicine, they died completely. And Khalifa finished all this in less than 3 minutes. The rest of the pirates looked at Khalifa blankly, as if they hadn't recovered yet. In the air, Ji, who confessed that Khalifa went to kill the members of the new Murloc pirates, secretly nodded. Sure enough, Hody Jones and his group who didn't take the medicine are weak chickens, no, weak fish. No big deal at all. However, Khalifa killed thousands of people just now, and now there are still tens of thousands of pirates left. Tisk, sure enough, Conqueror's Haki is still needed, at least it can clear quite a lot of motley troops. At this time, the Revolutionary Army Dragon flew to Li Fan's side. Li Fan, do you need my help?